In the Great Xia dynasty at Niu village beside a winding river, a young man stood casually with a toothpick in his mouth, wearing handmade straw flip-flop sandals and coarse hemp linen clothing, facing the river breeze with a carefree air as he loosened his waist sash. As a thin stream merged into the great river, the young man called out in refreshed spirits, feeling his vigor undiminished. The young man's name was Chen Fan. 3 years ago he had transmigrated to this world and awakened a system called the unorthodox trait system. The system gave him a basic trait called never return empty-handed from fishing max, and then vanished without a trace. Since obtaining the never return empty-handed from fishing max trait, Chen Fan had relied on his fishing skills to barely survive in this strange world. Having come alone to this cultivation world, he felt somewhat lonely, but fortunately a remarkably intelligent gray donkey had come with him during the transmigration, making life a little less solitary. Splash! Chen Fan's fishing net beside him suddenly made a tremendous noise. Before Chen Fan could react, the gray donkey, crouching nearby and eating grass, opened its large mouth and began to bray loudly. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan immediately reacted, quickly fastened his waist sash, wiped his hands, and grabbed the fishing net, shouting at the donkey beside him. The donkey, named Luzi, quickly responded, rushed forward, opened its mouth wide, and bit down hard on the net, pulling backward with all its might, its expressive large lips twisted from the effort. They had no idea what was caught in the net. Man and donkey pulled and tugged for a long while, yet could not drag it up. Had quite some strength there. Looks like we'll have a feast this time. Chen Fan gripped the net with both hands, turned his body backward, 1 foot forward and 1 behind in a firm stance. Luzi beside him mimicked the stance, all 4 hooves planted firmly on the ground. Donkey, eyes rolled upward, mouth clamped on the net, pulling backward with all its might. Chen Fan shouted, "Bring it up." Splash! A large fishing net was hauled up, containing a few small fish and a hexagonal wooden box. Man and donkey were exhausted, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Looking back at the net's contents, Chen Fan's vision went dark with despair. At this moment he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Such a tiny amount of fish, who could it feed? Looking at Luzi beside him, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably, Chen Fan said angrily, "Luzi, do you think we've run into a ghost? How could such a few small fish in a broken wooden box have so much strength?" Luzi paused, its fluffy ears perked up, and turned its donkey head to look at the net. Not long after, a big question mark seemed to appear on the donkey's face as well. After a short rest, Chen Fan stood up to tidy the net, counted the fish inside, and said with a twitching mouth, "Although we never come back empty-handed, it's never more than 3 gene each time. How are the 2 of us supposed to survive?" As his words fell, Luzi beside him also let out a sigh. Over these 3 years it had not eaten well nor slept soundly. It shared the same bitterness as Chen Fan in its heart. Despite this, life had to go on. After tidying up the fishing net, Chen Fan took out the small hexagonal wooden box. At this moment Luzi also crowded over its donkey, eyes wide and enormous, its big tongue licking at its lips repeatedly. Seeing Luzi's greedy appearance, Chen Fan picked up the largest fish from beside him, tossed it aside, and muttered softly, "Luzi, this thing you can't handle, leave it to your big brother." Sure enough, Luzi was lured by the fish bouncing over and burying its head to start eating. Strangely enough, although Luzi was a donkey, it ate both meat and vegetables without discrimination, enjoying meat when available and grass when not. Chen Fan glanced back at Luzi, and only then did he feel at ease to open the wooden box in his hands. Whoosh! A flash of golden light dazzled his eyes. After shaking his head and squinting, Chen Fan finally saw what was inside clearly. In the center of the hexagonal box lay a golden round pill that seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, condensing the essence of the 5 elements, radiating a mysterious and solemn divine aura. The pill was golden all over, its radiance brilliant as the sun, dazzling and impossible to look at directly. Does this thing have an expiration date? Chen Fan pinched the golden pill between 2 fingers, and the first question that popped into his mind was whether it had an expiration date. Suddenly Luzi behind him caught a faint fragrance. Turning its head, it saw Chen Fan holding a golden pill in his hand. Compared to the small fish beneath it, the fish instantly seemed unappetizing. At this moment Chen Fan noticed Luzi's strange behavior, and hurriedly said, "I gave you the biggest fish, so this smallest thing should be mine to eat, right?" Upon hearing this, Luzi thought it over, and felt Chen Fan made some sense. It had already eaten the biggest fish, so this smallest thing should be Chen Fan's turn. Thus Luzi could only stand aside, drooling, its tail spinning in the air like a helicopter propeller, staring at Chen Fan with a love-struck fool's expression. Burpch! The moment Chen Fan swallowed the golden pill, before he could even taste it properly, it transformed into a warm current that flowed through his entire body. Unconsciously, his constitution underwent earth-shattering changes, showing signs of advancing from acquired to innate body. He felt his entire body burning hot, with black impurities continuously seeping from his pores, his whole body smelling like falling into a cesspit. Luzi's mouth curved into a mischievous grin, one hoof covering its nose, while the other hoof kicked Chen Fan into the river while he was distracted. Splash! Before Chen Fan could react, a tremendous force from behind sent him plunging into the river. He whipped his head around and saw the culprit was none other than Air Luzi. At this moment, even though Chen Fan and Air Luzi were brothers of different fathers, different mothers, and different species, he could not tolerate this at all. Air Luzi, I curse your, gulp. On the riverbank, Air Luzi listened to the curses and pretended to know nothing, its donkey head looking left at the forest, right at the sky, with an expression of complete non-involvement. Not long after, Chen Fan crawled back onto the bank, soaking wet, his body washed remarkably clean. Just as he was about to curse, purple Dao resonance began to permeate his entire being. Host Chen Fan. Constitution: innate Dao body, sacred fetus. Basic trait: never return empty-handed from fishing. Max. Have I awakened a constitution? Chen Fan stared at the system panel that had appeared from nowhere in his mind, his eyes showing confusion and puzzlement. At this moment, Air Luzi beside him excitedly pointed a hoof toward the eastern sky. But in the eastern sky, purple chi rose like a divine dragon, soaring, winding, and twisting, stretching endlessly from east to west across 3,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Mountains and rivers at this moment seemed draped in purple twilight, appearing solemn and mysterious. Wherever the purple chi passed, all things grew, and withered trees encountered spring anew. The spiritual beasts in the mountains sensed the sacred aura of the innate Dao body, sacred fetus, and all bowed in submission. Seeing the terrifying scene he had caused, Chen Fan immediately put on his shoes and started running, pulling Air Luzi along. Air Luzi, we're done for. This is definitely some kind of light pollution smog. Along the way, Chen Fan's legs blurred into afterimages as he ran, without daring to pause for a single breath. While running, he turned to the exhausted donkey beside him and asked, Air Luzi, do you think this purple chi is harmful? Will they come after us? Chen Fan's voice trembled slightly, fear gripping his heart. According to legend, this world was home to immortals. He had caused such a massive disturbance. Surely the so-called immortals would notice. Air Luzi didn't know whether the purple chi was harmful, either huffing hot breath through his donkey lips and shaking his big head toward Chen Fan. A moment later, one person and one donkey arrived back at their small thatched hut. Before they could even take a sip of water to catch their breath, dense swarms of flying insects and wild beasts suddenly emerged from the nearby forest. Oh no, Air Luzi, these wild beasts are coming to raid our home. Chen Fan snatched up a brick from the ground and shouted toward Air Luzi. Air Luzi leaped up from the ground at those words and trotted quickly to Chen Fan's side. He was just about to show off his donkey fists and donkey kicks, but when he turned his head to look, he immediately lost his nerve. Good heavens! A tiger the height of 3 men, a snarling leopard, packs of jackals, and wolves marching in formation. This. How are we supposed to fight this? Air Luzi was just about to turn tail and run, but a large hand grabbed him by the neck. He turned his head and saw it was Chen Fan, then brayed loudly, "Inanacha! Inanacha!" Hearing Air Luzi's impatient braying, Chen Fan placed both of his large hands on the donkey's neck. With a sharp crack, Air Luzi's head was forcibly turned back to face the approaching pack of beasts. At that moment, before the rundown little thatched hut, the 3-man-tall tiger knelt on both forelegs, its mane swaying gently in the wind. The spotted leopard lowered its proud bearing, prostrating itself on the ground. A pack of wolves circled around the wolf king, leading them and kneeling, the rest of the white wolves following in succession. Nnngha. Air Luzi tilted his head and made a confused sound. Chen Fan was even more puzzled, placing both hands on his chin as he pondered. Could it be that these beasts have been subdued by my dominating aura? Before Chen Fan's words had even faded, the once cowering Air Luzi had somehow appeared before the 100 beasts, head held high, with unstoppable bravado. Meanwhile, in the 10,000-year great sect, the Purple Chi Holy Land, the Holy Lord Li Changsheng sensed the magnificent scene of purple chi flowing from the east for 3,000 li and exclaimed in shock, "Purple chi from the east spanning 3,000 li. This person has the bearing of a sage." After calculating the source to be in the Daxia dynasty, Li Changsheng's figure flashed. In a single thought, he crossed over 100 mortal kingdoms and appeared in the sky above the Daxia dynasty. At the same time, the holy lords of several other holy lands also sensed the purple chi from the east, and one after another set out toward the direction of the Daxia dynasty. Above the Daxia dynasty, Li Changsheng inadvertently released a wisp of his aura, pressing down so hard on the old ancestor of the Daxia dynasty in the deep palace that the old ancestor could barely breathe. Southeast corner, Li Changsheng said after carefully tracing the purple chi thread by thread, finally discovering the location of the source. After Li Changsheng flew toward the southeast corner, the Daxia dynasty old ancestor finally dared to reveal his soul palace realm aura. Watching Li Changsheng's retreating figure, the Daxia dynasty old ancestor clicked his tongue in amazement. A supreme powerhouse. I wonder which extraordinary genius of our Daxia has such immortal fortune. Not long after Li Changsheng arrived above Ox Village. With his sharp eyes, he spotted Chen Fan's little thatched hut at a glance. Before the hut, Chen Fan was waving a tree branch in his hand, commanding the swarm of insects and wild beasts. Listen to my command. Step march. The originally fierce jackals, tigers, and leopards actually began marching in perfect uniform steps under Chen Fan's direction. Li Changxing watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. This boy is rather interesting. As his words fell, Li Changxing landed behind Chen Fan. However, the jackals, tigers, and leopards caught the scent of Li Changxing's aura and trembling pressed themselves flat against the ground. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw a figure in cyan robes, jade-like, and flawless brows like distant mountains, eyes bright as stars. Hair like ink drifting lightly in the wind, untouched by dust, as if sculpted by the heavens themselves. Such looks even stirred a hint of envy in Chen Fan's heart. But Li Changxing's power made Chen Fan dare not act rashly. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Changxing was the first to break the ice, stepping forward and speaking gently. I am Li Changxing, Holy Lord of the Purple Qi Holy Land, the foremost holy land under heaven. I have come this time to take you as my personal disciple. What do you say? Before Li Changxing's words had even faded, Chen Fan had already buried his face in Erlzi's back, sobbing to himself. Erlzi, 3 years. 3 whole years. We're finally going to step into the Immortals Gate. Ever since learning that immortals existed in this world, Chen Fan and Erlzi had been searching for the path of cultivation. Now their wish had finally been granted. How could the two of them not be moved? That is cultivation. That is the immortal path. Li Changxing watched Chen Fan weeping on the donkey's back and kindly asked, is there something weighing on your heart? One person and one donkey remained silent, faces stern, walking slowly toward Li Changxing without a word. As Li Changxing was wondering what these two were up to, the voices of one person and one donkey suddenly rang out. Master! NNNGHA. The Chen Fan, who had just been crying, now had a wide grin showing 8 large white teeth. Beside him, Erlzi was also licking his donkey face with a silly smile. Seeing this state of one person and one donkey, Li Changxing's mouth twitched twice. He extended his hand and pointed at Erlzi beside Chen Fan, asking curiously, where did you get this donkey? It is so remarkably understanding of human nature. Chen Fan thought for a moment upon hearing this, then answered, this donkey is my blood brother of different father, different mother, and different species. I asked Master to take him in as well. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, dark lines immediately appeared on Li Changxing's forehead. Blood brothers of different father, different mother, and different species. What kind of logic is that? But this donkey doesn't seem to be an ordinary donkey. All its meridians are open, natural spiritual roots, a born cultivation prodigy. Li Changxing thought to himself. Then Li Changxing infused his sleeves with fresh breeze and said, very well, I'll take it in as well. It shall be my registered disciple. You two pack up, prepare to leave with me for the Purple Qi Holy Land. Chen Fan and Erlzi, one person and one donkey, glanced at their little thatched hut, then began bustling about packing. Erlzi, carry the iron pot on your back. I don't know if the immortal sect provides meals. I'll go get the fishing net. It's our bread and butter. Right, just bring 3 bowls. 1 for Master, 1 for me, 1 for you. Li Changxing overheard their conversation outside the hut and was caught between laughter and tears. His stagnant cultivation unexpectedly advanced at this moment. This boy is full of the warmth of mortal life. Perhaps he is the lucky star on my immortal path. Just as Li Changxing had finished praising Chen Fan, the next second dark lines appeared on his forehead. Chen Fan and Erlzi were now covered in pots and pans from head to toe. Chen Fan had a fishing net hanging from his waist, a straw mat wrapped around his back, 2 big black iron pots strapped to Erlzi's back, and 3 bowls tied to the donkey's tail. Seeing this scene, Li Changxing could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, put down those pots and pans. I, Li Changxing, am at least a Holy Lord realm supreme powerhouse, and the Purple Qi Holy Land is a 10,000-year great sect. Would we starve you? Seeing Li Changxing angry, Chen Fan and Erlzi hurriedly shook their bodies to throw off all the pots and pans, keeping only the black fishing net. One person and one donkey stood timidly before Li Changxing, heads lowered, not daring to make a sound. Li Changxing sighed, calmed his emotions, and said slowly to Chen Fan and Erlzi, ahem. I lost my composure. As a master, I was out of line. Just at this moment, several figures appeared in the sky. Li Changxing, you're actually quite fast. From the looks of it, both I and Liusu came a step too late, leaving you to reap the greatest benefits. High above in the sky, a bearded elder with a round, full face spoke downward. An extraordinary aura radiated from between his brows, and his gaze ran deep as the sea. Calm at times like still waters, yet upon closer inspection, churning with billowing waves. One look confirmed he was a mighty titan. At that moment, a handsome man clad in snow-white robes that flowed like drifting clouds appeared, an invisible breeze trailing behind him. Envy flickered across his face as he said, Brother Li, your Purple Qi sacred ground is truly blessed to have taken in a child with the innate Tao physique. Li Changxing placed a heavy hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and said to him, Little Fan, the two who arrived a step too late in the sky are both titans of the cultivation world. The bearded man on the left is Wu Gang, the holy master of the Great Sun sacred ground, renowned above Fusang. As for the one on the right, he's even more formidable. Liusu, the holy master of the flowing cloud sacred ground, known as the flowing cloud drifting hand. Hearing this, Chen Fan gazed blankly at the two great beings in the sky before posing a question that struck to the soul. Master, between you and them, who is stronger? Upon hearing this, Li Changxing stood with one hand behind his back, his eyebrows lifting slightly, as he held up two fingers, then replied calmly, the two of them together wouldn't be enough for me to fight alone. Chen Fan quickly turned back to look at Luzi upon hearing this, whispering, did you hear that, Luzi? This time we've really found ourselves a formidable backing. Luzi nodded in agreement. Li Changxing, watching the man and donkey exchanging sly glances, waved his hand to cut them off. Very well, let's go. With those words, a small palanquin suddenly materialized in Li Changxing's palm. Staring at the golden palanquin, Chen Fan tentatively asked, Master, are we really going back on this? Li Changxing nodded and replied, this is my mount, the 9 dragons palanquin. With a sweep of his hand, Li Changxing made the tiny palanquin in his palm grow rapidly until it reached the size of a mountain. Above in the sky, Liu Su and Wu Gang caught sight of this and could only mutter to themselves, here we go again. Can't you stop showing off, Li Changxing? Exchanging a glance, they snorted in disdain before vanishing into the horizon, neither wishing to witness another one of Li Changxing's displays. Roar! With the dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, 9 enormous dragons surged into the sky. In that instant, they displayed their divine power. Clouds and rain swirling in their wake, dragon heads raised high, piercing the heavens, and dragon scales shimmering like sunlight on water. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. This. The aura is just too overwhelming. Luzi's jaws dropped, open ears perked straight up, looking utterly bewildered, as if witnessing something unprecedented. Noticing Chen Fan and Luzi's stunned expressions, a trace of satisfaction bloomed in Li Changxing's heart, and he could barely contain the smile tugging at his lips. Let's go, Li Changxing waved his hand. The 9 dragons gradually shrank in size, pulling the dragon palanquin down from the sky until it came to a gentle halt before the 3 of them. Chen Fan and Luzi then followed Li Changxing's lead and stepped toward the dragon palanquin. Once all 3 were aboard, the 9 dragons' bodies expanded once more and their speed intensified with each passing moment. Inside the dragon palanquin, the space was vast enough for 2 people and a donkey to rest comfortably. Li Changxing sat cross-legged on a soft couch with his eyes closed while a light, elegant fragrance wafted from the incense burner on the table before him. Chen Fan and Luzi meanwhile gazed out the window at the clouds nearby, their expressions betraying a sense of wonder as though they had never seen such sights before. A quarter of an hour later, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Fan's mind. The 3-year period has expired. Unlocked heavenly voice best suited for wailing at funerals, as if possessed by the god of song. Startled by this unfamiliar mechanical tone, Chen Fan quickly checked his system panel. Host Chen Fan physique, innate Dao body, sacred fetus, standard attributes, fishing, without empty halls, max, heavenly voice, 1100. Glancing at Luzi and the meditating Li Changxing, Chen Fan cleared his throat and spoke up, ahem, ahem, ahem. Master Luzi, given the moment, I'd like to sing a song. Luzi wrinkled his eyelids, his upper lip curling away from his lower in a grimace that clearly communicated, have you lost your mind? Li Changxing, who had been wondering how to draw closer to Chen Fan, opened his eyes slightly upon hearing this, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Since you have this interest, then I shall listen attentively. Chen Fan placed his fingers on his throat to feel the vibration, then opened his mouth wide and burst into song. How far I've walked in silence. Raising my head suddenly, I only now realize. Heavenly voice 5100, heavenly voice 30100, heavenly voice 40100, heavenly voice 66. 6100. As the song ended, Chen Fan was overjoyed to see his heavenly voice proficiency constantly rising. After listening to Chen Fan's performance, Li Changxing fell into deep thought. The song was genuinely well sung, its melody rising softly into his ears like a tale told through tears stirring his heart. Li Changxing seemed to recall something, his lips moving slightly as he whispered Ling. Beside him, Luzi appeared, equally captivated by the song, his ears drooping as he stood frozen, large teeth biting into his lower lip while making mournful sounds, ma, ma. Noticing Li Changxing's altered expression, Chen Fan wondered to himself, could this attribute affect even someone at the sacred master realm? If it reached max proficiency, wouldn't it be able to cry the dead back to life? Soon Li Changxing snapped out of his reverie and turned to see Luzi weeping beside him, which surprised him momentarily. Could this donkey have its own sorrows? Turning again to Chen Fan and catching sight of his smug grin, Li Changxing quickly offered praise. Boy, your singing is indeed rather moving. You were born with a fine voice. Hearing the compliment, Chen Fan scratched his head and chuckled. Not at all, master. My singing is all emotion and no technique. I still need more practice. As for a good voice, Luzi is the one to watch. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing studied Luzi up and down with a puzzled expression. A donkey can sing too. Chen Fan patted Luzi's head and called out loudly, quick, sing one for master. Luzi was brought back to reality by the pat. Seeing the expectant look in Li Changxing's eyes and wanting to make a good impression, it decided to go all out. Air Luzi lowered its head and gave Li Changsheng a serious look before letting out a loud bellow ma. It started with ordinary donkey calls, but soon things took an unusual turn. Son, my son. Chen Fan covered his mouth and laughed heartily, while Li Changsheng realized he had fallen into Chen Fan's trap. Seeing Chen Fan unable to stop laughing, Li Changsheng scolded him with a smirk. You rebellious disciple, dare you jest with your master? Chen Fan pointed at Air Luzi and laughed, feigning innocence. Master, this isn't my fault. Look at Air Luzi. Doesn't he have a naturally gifted voice? Chen Fan added another remark. Anyone who comes here ends up becoming a son. After hearing this, Li Changsheng snorted coldly and closed his eyes once more. After finishing its song, Air Luzi noticed Li Changsheng's displeased expression and looked confused while Chen Fan continued to giggle foolishly. Before long, the 9 dragons' majestic energy carried them past 100 mortal kingdoms before finally coming to a halt within a blessed land. Inside the dragon palanquin, Chen Fan was fast asleep on Air Luzi's back. Li Changsheng opened his eyes and spoke. Wake up. We've arrived at the Purple Chi sacred ground. Chen Fan and Air Luzi, deep in slumber, were awakened by this cry. The man and his donkey, eyes still heavy with sleep, followed Li Changsheng out of the imperial palanquin. A gust of spiritual energy swept toward them, and their previously drowsy forms instantly surged with vigor. Looking up, they beheld a sky as clear as polished jade with auspicious clouds winding around the mountain peaks. Waterfalls cascaded like silk ribbons from the heavens, splashing pearls and jade, cleansing all the dust between heaven and earth. Rare medicinal herbs and exotic flowers carpeted the ground, while divine beasts frolicked and spiritual birds danced gracefully. A paradisiacal realm straight from an immortal painter's scroll. Chen Fan and Air Luzi swallowed hard, their heads darting left and right, their dark eyes shimmering with unceasing wonder. Soon the man and his donkey arrived at the central heaven hall of the Purple Chi sacred land. Inside the great hall, over a dozen elders had already been waiting for a long time. After crossing the 9 heavenly ladder with Chen Fan and Air Luzi in tow, Li Changsheng finally reached the hall. Exhausted to the point of collapse, the man and donkey could barely straighten their backs. With a wave of his hand, Li Changsheng dragged them directly toward the assembly of elders. Holy Lord! Holy Lord! As one, the elders bowed deeply in reverence upon seeing Li Changsheng. Rise! After the customary pleasantries, Li Changsheng plunged straight into the matter at hand. To everyone's surprise, he pointed directly at the half-dead Chen Fan and declared, From this day forth Chen Fan shall be my closing disciple and the holy son of the Purple Chi sacred land. Chen Fan, pointing at himself, could hardly believe it. I've become the holy son. The elders' expressions shifted, neither out of rebellion against the Holy Lord's command nor disrespect, but because the position of holy son was far too significant. After all, countless direct disciples within the Purple Chi sacred land had poured their hearts and blood into competing for this very title. Yet Li Changsheng had decided it all with a single word. To them, this was hardly appropriate. There should at least have been a proper process. But the next moment, a single sentence from Li Changsheng silenced them all. Li Changsheng glanced over the assembled elders and spoke softly. Chen Fan possesses the innate Tao physique and sacred womb. The words fell like a thunderclap. Every elder present fell silent, their gazes locking onto Chen Fan as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Innate Tao physique and sacred womb. He is undoubtedly the pillar-bearer of this era. Should he reach his full potential, our Purple Chi sacred land shall dominate the cultivation world for 10,000 years to come. This child truly bears the innate Tao physique and sacred womb. Even his companion beast is extraordinary. While he may not appear particularly bright, that robust frame marks him as a creature born of heaven and earth. It is not that our direct disciples lack diligence. It is simply that Chen Fan defies the heavens. With the innate Tao physique and sacred womb, this position rightfully belongs to him. Noticing the burning stares of the dozen elderly men, Chen Fan stammered, What are you all looking at? The elders, hearing this, rushed forward in unison, drawing forth an array of treasures. Young holy son, as a newcomer, you must lack a storage ring, correct? This is a trinket I casually refined called the Star Ring. It contains a space of 100 fong. Elder Lu Qibian of the 100 Herbs Pavilion was the first to present his greeting gift. Chen Fan barely had time to take the gleaming star ring before his greed-stricken expression lit up. Before he could even react, more than a dozen elders closed in around him. This is a flying sword I forged, capable of severing divine abilities. My purple gold walking boots. In less than half an hour, Chen Fan and Air Luzi were draped from head to hoof with various magical treasures. Air Luzi and Chen Fan exchanged a glance, and neither could suppress a burst of laughter. Chen Fan's gaze fixated on Li Changsheng ahead, his thumb and index finger rubbing together, the universal signal for money. Li Changsheng watched the elders flip faster than turning pages and muttered inwardly. Normally these fellows are tighter than anyone else, but today remarkably generous. Yet no sooner had he thought this than he caught sight of Chen Fan's thumb and index finger, sparks literally flying between them. Very well, so now he's pulling tricks on his own master too. Just then the elders simultaneously turned their heads toward Li Changsheng. Very well, very well. It seems today you truly intend to empty your treasury. In the end, with visible reluctance, Li Changsheng produced a token and handed it to Chen Fan, his smile thin and strained. Little Fan, this is one of my heaven-rank peaks. Consider it a meeting gift. TCH. The elders, witnessing such lavish generosity from Li Changsheng, collectively gasped. Holy Sun, that is a heaven-rank peak. One of the finest cultivation grounds across the entire Purple Chi sacred land. This time the Holy Lord has truly bled dry. Young Holy Sun, do not show any hesitation. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Before they could finish, Chen Fan snatched the token from Li Changsheng's hand with impossible speed. My retirement paradise. Gone. Chen Fan and Heir Lifzi exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with triumph. A cultivation venue, secured. Soon news of Chen Fan's ascension as Holy Sun of the Purple Chi sacred land spread throughout the entire sect. In an instant, turmoil erupted across the land, and many direct disciples burned with indignation. I have bled for this sect. I have earned merits for this sect. I have served as an undercover agent for this sect. By seniority and strength, the position of Holy Sun should be mine. Yu Tiandus. For 3 years I was considered trash. Only with Elder Mo's help did I manage to enter the Purple Chi sacred land. I will fight for this Holy Sun position no matter what. An innate Dao physique and sacred womb dares to compete with me, Yao Qi Xingdi. Reborn to this life, I shall ascend to the immortal realm in an invincible posture. Within a single day, Chen Fan had made countless enemies across the Purple Chi sacred land. Yet unaware of this turmoil, Chen Fan sat cross-legged atop Qingyun Peak, preparing to take the first step of his cultivation journey, drawing spiritual energy into his body to forge his mortal frame. Beside him, Li Changsheng offered guidance. When the physical body tempers, the spirit seed deepens. When the soul palace awakens, divine abilities broaden. Through life and death, a great achiever becomes a holy lord. Cultivation realms are divided into 6 major stages: physical body, spirit seed, soul palace, divine ability, great achiever, and holy lord. Alongside 4 transitional stages: dragon, gate, mortal descent, feather transformation, and ascension. 10 great realms in total, each subdivided into 12 minor stages. The Daiyan art is our Purple Chi sacred land's most closely guarded secret. Its first 6 layers alone will suffice for you to cultivate up to the divine ability stage. As he spoke, Li Changsheng pressed golden characters one by one into Chen Fan's mind. As Chen Fan's understanding of the golden characters deepened, the aura around him gradually shifted. Within a single breath, he stepped into the physical body stage. A quarter hour later, he had reached the 12th layer of physical body. This aberrant breakthrough speed left Li Changsheng unable to calm his mind for a long while. He stood aside, genuinely questioning his own existence. So this is the gap. 12th layer of physical body in a quarter hour. Pervert. Monster. Abomination. Chen Fan, on the other hand, felt absolutely exquisite. He could sense spiritual currents flowing ceaselessly through his meridians. 3 hours later, his cultivation stabilized at the 12th layer of physical body. He opened his eyes, gazing at Li Changsheng with those innocently dark pupils, and asked, "Master, how is my talent?" Li Changsheng nearly backhanded him where he sat. Was this not the very definition of humble bragging? To prevent Chen Fan from growing overly complacent, Li Changsheng put on a stern face and replied coldly, "Mediocre at best." He then gave Chen Fan a few final instructions, tossed over a parting remark. "Contact me via the token if you have questions," and prepared to leave. Just as Li Changsheng was about to depart, Chen Fan glanced back at Heir Lifzi, who wore an expression of envious longing, and immediately called out, "Master, is there any cultivation technique suitable for Heir Lifzi?" Li Changsheng, having anticipated this, tossed out a blood crystal stone and said, "This is a cultivation technique of a body cultivation demon lord named the Heavenly Demon Cloud Body Art. It is the only demonic cultivation method in my possession. Its sole drawback is that upon cultivation one can never transform into human form. Whether to cultivate it or not is your decision." With that, Li Changsheng's figure dissolved into nothingness. Chen Fan had not yet processed what had happened when Heir Lifzi swallowed the blood crystal stone whole in a single bite. "Heir Lifzi, won't you suffer a genetic mutation like this?" Chen Fan glanced at Heir Lifzi, whose entire body was burning hot, and asked in horror. He absolutely did not want Heir Lifzi to become some grotesque monster that was neither donkey nor specter. Beside him, Heir Lifzi felt refreshed and invigorated. 2 streams of white mist spiraled from his nostrils as his muscles and bones underwent a monumental transformation. When Heir Lifzi's body temperature finally cooled down, the mane atop his head had completely fallen out, making him a truly bald donkey. Heir Lifzi stared at the ground, carpeted with his fallen hair, unable to hold back a wailing cry. "Yeah." Chen Fan watched the balding Heir Lifzi, doubled over with laughter, even as he stepped forward to offer comfort. "Heir Lifzi, you've grown stronger, even if you've lost your hair. For every gain there must be some loss after all." After much consoling, Heir Lifzi gradually came to accept his bald reality. Yet his heart ached at the thought that little she-donkey from Cow Village would likely abandon him upon seeing him in this state. Before long the man and his donkey settled on this peak known as Qingyun Peak, a peak of celestial ranking. As Chen Fan examined the description of divine voice within his mind and discovered its tremendous utility for wailing at funerals, an idea sprouted in his heart. If the Holy Son of the Purple Qi Holy Land were to weep and mourn for the deceased ancestors of the Purple Qi Holy Land, that shouldn't pose any problem, right? Action followed thought. Chen Fan grabbed Air Luzi and approached one of the servants on Qingyun Peak asking, "Brother, tell me, does our Qingyun Peak's rear mountain happen to have any important figures buried there?" The earnest servant was stunned by these words. Chen Fan was the Holy Son. How could he, a mere servant, dare claim brotherhood with such a noble figure? He hastily knelt down and said, I wouldn't dare. Reporting to the Holy Son, there truly is an ancestor buried in the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak. I hear that ancestor was a supreme expert of the Saint Lord realm. Before the servant could finish, Chen Fan and Air Luzi had already vanished from where they stood. The servant gazed at Chen Fan's swiftly departing silhouette and slowly uttered, Holy Son, I haven't finished speaking. That is your master ancestor. Oh no. By the looks of it, the Holy Son wouldn't be going to dig up a grave, would he? Should I inform the Saint Lord? Qingyun Peak rear mountain. Chen Fan pulled Air Luzi as they searched everywhere for graves. After much hunting, they failed to find even a single tomb. Man and donkey sat there staring blankly at each other. Suddenly Chen Fan spotted a stone tablet standing before a small hill. Without a word of explanation, he kicked it flat to the ground. The man and donkey sat gasping on the stone tablet. Chen Fan stroked Air Luzi's smooth bald head and puzzlingly inquired, Air Luzi, where do you think that mighty expert's tomb is? Otherwise I have no way to test the power of this divine voice trait. Air Luzi was equally clueless, his donkey eyes fixed on the stone tablet below, barely making out several blurry strokes. Unfortunately, he could not read. Just as Chen Fan was lost in gloomy contemplation, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. Boom! Chen Fan and Air Luzi scrambled to their feet. The stone slab they had been sitting on was shattered into pieces by the thunderstrike. That was close. We aren't tomb raiding, so why would we still get struck by lightning? Chen Fan rose and surveyed the four-split stone tablet, remarking to the panting Air Luzi beside him. Air Luzi gasped for breath. Had he not run fast just now, he would have nearly gone to meet his great-grandmother. As the stone slab cracked apart, violent winds began to howl all around. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the heavens seemed to grow ever more furious. A gust of sand and wind swept past, and the true face of the small hill behind was finally revealed. Chen Fan exchanged a glance with Air Luzi, and both burst into hearty laughter. We did it. We found it. At the same time, Li Changxing noticed the phenomenon of lightning striking Qingyun Peak. His green robes rippling in the wind, he stepped out of the great hall, gazing toward Qingyun Peak as he murmured, thunder from a clear sky. What's happening with that kid? At that moment, a letter flew before Li Changxing. Upon opening it, Li Changxing's anger instantly blazed. He actually abandoned all pretense of being the Holy Land's master and cursed loudly. Unfilial disciple. That is my master's master, your master ancestor's grave. If you dare dig it up, Li Changxing will personally tear you apart. In merely an instant, Li Changxing transformed into a streak of azure light and appeared upon Qingyun Peak. Li Changxing strode forth, his form flickering as he appeared at the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he was stunned speechless by the scene before him. Lo and behold, one man and one donkey were sprawled atop the grave, weeping loudly. Chen Fan's wails rose and fell with incredible dramatic flair, moving heaven and earth to tears. Alas, my venerable ancestor, why did you pass so early? This Holy Son cannot eat well, cannot sleep well, rises earlier than the rooster, sleeps later than the dog will. The anger that had already reached Li Changxing's crown was forcibly suppressed by these lingering mournful cries. Divine voice, 70,100. Divine voice, 80,100. Divine voice max. Systematic chimes rang out as the proficiency of the trait divine voice instantly maxed out. Chen Fan's funeral wails had actually triggered resonance with the 9 underworlds. Even the 9 underworld Yama King and the 10 halls of Yinluo would weep upon hearing this. Bang! The grave suddenly exploded, and a bright vermilion coffin stood erect upon the tomb. Air Luzi, the wind is up. Let's jet. The ancestor corpse lord has reanimated. What the hell? Seeing this, Chen Fan and Air Luzi were startled. Shouting as they fled, they ran toward the rear. Yet no sooner had the man and donkey taken a few steps than they collided headlong with a towering figure. Looking up, Chen Fan immediately collapsed to the ground. Master! Air Luzi also caught sight of Li Changxing's figure. His donkey eyes rolled back as he squeaked out, "Yeah," and fainted from the shock. Li Changxing was about to give Chen Fan a proper righteous scolding when the coffin atop the grave opened. The moment the coffin leaked open, an overwhelming aura spread throughout the entire rear mountain of Qingyun Peak. Little Changxing, you dare strike my dear disciple. Li Changxing heard this voice and froze in place, his entire body trembling, eyes wide with utter disbelief. Master ancestor, you truly reanimated. From the coffin emerged an elderly man, white beard, white hair, yet clad in black garments. Hearing Li Changxing's words, the elder's forehead veins bulged with rage. Do you wish this old man dead? It was all thanks to my dear disciple that I can return to the living world for 3 moments. If you dare strike him, this old man will chop you to pieces. Li Changxing heard this and pointed at the tombstone on the ground, retorting, Master Ancestor, he must be disciplined. This fellow shattered your tombstone. That was this old man himself who summoned lightning to strike it. His own lightning struck his own tombstone. Li Changxing heard this answer and felt his head splitting in two. The elder slowly approached, gazing at Chen Fan with a kind, affectionate smile. Child, you have suffered following this fellow Li Changxing. Come, let your master ancestor give you a meeting gift. Chen Fan glanced at Li Changxing, who snorted coldly and turned away, forcing out, since master ancestor insists, then accept it. Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately displayed an innocent, harmless smile and cheerfully accepted the gift. 3 scrolls of 8,000-year celestial silkworm silk to make you a garment. Li Changxing heard this and his lips twitched ceaselessly. He thought, 8,000-year celestial silkworm silk for making clothes. This is far too extravagant, isn't it? After accepting the glowing heavenly silk, Chen Fan muttered under his breath, if I made a fishing net out of this, wouldn't it catch a flood dragon? The old man nearly toppled over at these words. 8,000-year-old heavenly silk. A fishing net. He wouldn't even dare to think such thoughts. Seeing Chen Fan silence, the old man turned to look at Li Changxing, pursed his lips, and said, this old man has only 30 minutes left to live. Is there anything you need me to do? Though I've returned from the dead, slaughtering an ant of the sacred master realm is still child's play. Li Changxing gave a bitter smile and waved his hand in response. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. I've slaughtered them all. The 8 wastelands and 6 directions. The purple cheese sacred land receives homage from 10,000 sects. You'd best rest, elder. The old man finally wore a smile at these words, clapping Li Changxing on the shoulder and praising, as expected of my disciple's disciple. I knew you were capable since you were a boy. Li Changxing heard this and secretly thought to himself, you thought I was capable since childhood. I was beaten by you from childhood to adulthood. How could I not know your true nature? Hearing the news that the purple cheese sacred land was at ease, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze back to Chen Fan. Sensing the old man's intense gaze, Chen Fan immediately pointed to the donkey beside him with an embarrassed expression. About that, Grandmaster, my donkey fainted. Could you take a look at it? Seeing Chen Fan's mischievous demeanor, the white-haired old man rarely felt a touch of worldly warmth. He placed his large hand on the donkey and chuckled. This little beast of yours is quite rare in this cultivation world. As he spoke, the donkey began to stir and woke up. Noticing the donkey's foolish appearance, the old man was overjoyed and without hesitation produced an alchemy furnace to offer it. He chuckled. Little donkey, I'll pass my alchemy skills on to you. Upon hearing this, both Chen Fan and Li Changxing were filled with confusion. Could a donkey really practice alchemy? The donkey swallowed the alchemy furnace and nodded toward the old man. Witnessing this, Chen Fan quickly patted the donkey's belly. Luji, what on earth do you dare to eat? Aren't you worried about indigestion? At this moment, the old man raised a hand to stop Chen Fan and explained patiently. Your donkey is no ordinary creature. It carries an entire space within its abdomen. There's no need to worry. His voice gradually faded and the old man's figure dissolved into scattered starlight, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Li Changxing stood frozen, lost in thought, his mind drifting somewhere far away. Chen Fan and the donkey stood trembling behind Li Changxing, hoping against hope that he would beat them severely this time. They had actually desecrated their patriarch's grave. Unable to bear the silence, Chen Fan finally asked, Master, may we leave now? Li Changxing's expression shifted. For this rebellious disciple of his, he felt both affection and frustration. After weighing things carefully, he spoke softly. You disturbed your grandmaster's peace. I punish you. To cultivate for 3 years by the heavenly river, you and your beast. Chen Fan was overjoyed at this news. The heavenly river ran through the purple cheese sacred land, and with so many spiritual treasures and exotic beasts within its waters, if he could catch even a few with his net, it would be an incredible windfall. Chen Fan cupped his fists and replied, I obey your command. For some reason, seeing Chen Fan's unrepentant attitude only angered Li Changxing more. He threw down 3 rings and disappeared before Chen Fan's eyes. 3 years of cultivation resources. I must have offended 8 lifetimes to end up with you as my disciple. Chen Fan didn't seem troubled by this. Instead, he collected the rings with a smile and waved toward the shimmering light in the sky. Take care, master. Soon after, the servants on Qingyun Peak were all floored by Chen Fan's boasting about digging up their patriarch's grave. No other holy son had ever done such a thing on their very first day. Holy son, did you really dig it up? Yep, tossed it. Wouldn't you get beaten for that? Master was going to beat me, but then what happened? The patriarch came back to life. What? While packing his belongings, Chen Fan chatted with the nearby servant, whose entire worldview and outlook on life shattered at the revelation. Chen Fan's actions were utterly beyond their comprehension. Bewilderment spread across everyone's faces, but Chen Fan hoisted a large bundle onto his shoulder, led Air Luji, and bid farewell to the crowd. Take good care of the place for me. In 3 years Chen Fan will return a man of substance. I'll treat everyone to a meal then. Watching Chen Fan's departure, the servants felt a warmth bloom in their chests. Rarely did anyone treat them as human beings, yet Chen Fan was a clear exception. Holy Sun will wait for your return. After descending Qingyun Peak, Chen Fan and the donkey trekked for most of the day before reaching the banks of the Heavenly River. Along the way, many disciples noticed Chen Fan's ragged refugee-like appearance and began speculating whether his cultivation had been crippled. Inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and even direct disciples all persistently questioned the elders. They knew about the situation, yet the elders' responses were strikingly consistent. Chen Fan was simply undergoing tempering at the Heavenly River, not stripped of his abilities. Upon hearing this, many direct disciples began covertly instructing their subordinates to provoke Chen Fan, eager to test his true cultivation level. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was in a small thatched hut by the Heavenly River weaving a fishing net from the 8,000-year-old heavenly silk. His 3 years of fishing experience in Ox Village had honed his skills to perfection. Within less than 2 hours, 3 scrolls of the ancient silk had been transformed into 3 evenly sized nets. Air Luji aboard. Let's fish. On a small boat, a young man, a balding donkey, and a wide net were cast into the water. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Fan sat in meditation at the bow, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, as if possessed. It surged into his body so voraciously. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Chen Fan couldn't help but moan with pleasure as the celestial and earthly chi poured into him. Beside him, Air Luji spat out a miniature cauldron from his mouth and began breaking a paddle to start a fire. A plume of black smoke rose and Chen Fan caught the scent, jolting awake from his cultivation. Upon seeing the donkey attempting to refine pills on the wooden boat, he stomped out the flame and delivered a sharp smack to its gleaming head. Air Luji, are you stupid? Why are you starting a fire on this wooden boat? If it burns through, what then? Do we both drown? The donkey pointed sadly at the small cauldron on the boat and let out a mournful moo from its plump lips. Realizing the donkey's intention to practice alchemy, Chen Fan tugged its gray-white ears and issued a stern warning. Even alchemy requires the right setting. Do this sort of foolishness again, and I'll castrate you and turn you into roasted donkey meat. The donkey shuddered violently at these words, instantly swallowing the cauldron and saluting with a hoof placed against his head, swearing solemnly it wouldn't happen again. After all, he was still an inexperienced young stallion who had never known the pleasures of a female donkey in this lifetime. How could he possibly give himself up to become roasted meat? Seeing the donkey's sincere remorse, Chen Fan wrapped an arm around its neck in consolation. Listen, Air Luji. Not that I'm trying to discourage you, but alchemy is quite the challenge for someone destined to be a donkey emperor. Everyone in the realm knows your legendary title as the Donkey Pill Immortal. There's no need to practice here on this boat. Spare some time to work on your combat skills instead. Hearing these words, the donkey's eyes drifted into a daydream, drool glistening at the corners of his mouth, as he became completely enchanted by the prospect of ascending to greatness. Rustle, rustle. A sudden sound broke through the moment, and both Chen Fan and the donkey snapped to attention. A big one's on the line. Together they hauled on the heavenly silk net with all their might. But as they pulled, the net began rising on its own. Just as confusion swept over them, a colossal form emerged from the depths. Splash! A colossal creature breached the waterfall, drenching Chen Fan and Air Luji, leaving the man and his donkey thoroughly soaked and disheveled. After spitting out a couple of shrimp, Chen Fan wiped the water from his eyes and finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature caught in his net. Oh my god, he actually caught a flood dragon. A majestic dragon's head emerged from the water, its coral-like massive horns still tangled with Chen Fan's fishing net. Scales covered its body like mirrors reflecting the sun, moon, and stars gleaming with radiant silver light. 2 enormous pupils like pearls slumbering in an ancient pool exuded an ineffable azure hue. As light danced within them, it seemed capable of captivating the very soul. That gaze was delicate as silk, yet profound as the sea, each ray of light seemingly meticulously carved, revealing endless mystery and nobility. Air Luji shook the water droplets from its body and noticed Chen Fan standing frozen nearby. Just as it was about to feel puzzled, it looked up and likewise stood rooted in bewilderment. Chen Fan swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he addressed the flood dragon. I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me? The flood dragon exhaled like an ox, shooting out 2 plumes of white vapor. Its intelligent eyes shifted as it stared at Chen Fan and said, "You Witch Peak's disciple." Chen Fan felt embarrassed at this. Not only had he shamefully blown up his ancestor's grave just that morning, but now he provoked a flood dragon within a single day. If he were to expose his identity and bring disgrace to Li Chongxing, Chen Fan feared his convenient master would dismember him. This one is an outer sect disciple, Chen Fan. I merely intended to catch some small fish to survive, yet I never expected to ensnare you, senior. Please don't take offense. Observing Chen Fan's rather plain attire, and even the leaking small boat the flood dragon harbored doubts about his words, thus probing your circumstances are so arduous that you must rely on fishing for survival. Chen Fan laughed while scratching his head. Indeed, life has been hard. If Senior takes pity on me, bestowing some treasures would also be acceptable. What a silver-tongued fellow daring to beg treasures from this lord. The flood dragon gazed intently, its eyes crackling like lightning, as if capable of seeing through Chen Fan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan fell silent, giving Erluzi a light kick on the leg, signaling it to quickly haul in the net. Erluzi acted swiftly, opening its donkey mouth to inhale toward the fishing net, which it swallowed into its abdominal space. Witnessing this, the flood dragon displayed an enigmatic glint in its gaze, seemingly lost in thought. As the net vanished into Erluzi's belly, the weight on Chen Fan's heart finally lifted. He picked up the nearby oar and cast a meaningful glance toward Erluzi. Erluzi walked to the stern of the small boat and sat down with a plop. Its donkey tail dipped into the water and began spinning rapidly like an electric motor. Swish! With Erluzi's propeller-like acceleration, the boat shot toward the shore. As Chen Fan rowed, he bid farewell to the flood dragon behind him. Farewell, Senior. I certainly won't net you next time. Chen Fan's words carried a hint of smugness. After all, catching a flood dragon after years of fishing, who wouldn't be excited? Watching Chen Fan flee, the flood dragon's cyan-white dragon claw lifted slightly. As it uttered, this lord did not permit you to leave. Do you think you can escape? 8,000 leagues of the heavenly river are this lord's water mansion. You cannot flee. Just as Chen Fan and Erluzi were about to reach the shore, waves rose without wind. A massive surge capsized the small boat. Caligula, Chen Fan and Erluzi tumbled into the water. As the man and donkey continued struggling in the water, a massive dark shadow flashed by. Suddenly, Chen Fan and Erluzi felt something hard grip them. Upon turning their gaze, the man and donkey beheld that majestic dragon head once more. In that moment of eye contact, as the flood dragon remained silent, both Chen Fan and Erluzi were seized with fear. Erluzi's legs trembled violently, while beads of sweat sprouted on Chen Fan's forehead like bamboo shoots after rain. Then the dragon lord spoke. Two little ones, catching this lord in your net counts as skill. Since you both live in such hardship, this lord grants you one promise. Hereafter, anything within this heavenly river water mansion that you ensnare shall be yours. Hearing this, the nerves Chen Fan and Erluzi had kept taut finally relaxed. Having drifted half my life without meeting a wise lord, today I behold one worthy of my allegiance. Chen Fan clasped his fist with the free-spirited elegance of a hero from the mountain fortress. As the river wind blew, his robes billowed, truly displaying a charm of romance. The dragon whiskers drifted like gentle wind as the dragon lord let out low roars. Ha ha ha. Fine lad. You truly have guts. Even Li Chongqing wouldn't dare address this lord as brother, yet you are a slippery customer. As the voice fell, the dragon lord pointed, shattering the river for 300 zhang. The ever-flowing great river actually split open from the middle, revealing the still damp riverbed. Scram. After uttering these words, the dragon lord vanished from the spot. Chen Fan and Erluzi were tossed onto the riverbed by the dragon lord. Gazing upon the 1,000 zhang white spray on both sides, the man and donkey could scarcely believe their eyes. Is this the might of the lord of the 8,000 league heavenly river water mansion? Erluzi, when I grow up, I want to be this strong. Eehaw, eehaw. The man and donkey walked along the damp riverbed, chatting intermittently. Meanwhile, the people on the shore, witnessing this magnificent scene, were seized with panic. Senior brother Yushiandu ordered me to test the Holy Sun's strength, but must we really test it? Shattering the river for 300 zhang. And it's the 8,000 league heavenly river. Forget the test, we're leaving. Just as one group departed, 3 female cultivators approached the shore. The first had eyebrows like willow leaves and eyes brimming with autumn waters like a modest and graceful maiden. The second possessed a cold and pure aura resembling a celestial mountain lotus untouched by mortal dust. The third had her azure hair elegantly coiled and pinned with a bamboo hairpin, gently swaying in the wind, displaying a demeanor of otherworldly grace. The 3 women watched as the man and donkey walked out leisurely from the magnificent heavenly river, all revealing expressions of astonishment, shattering the river and cutting the current. The Holy Sun possesses such magnificent bearing that even the dragon lord shows him favor. Pity our 3 sisters wished to spar with the Holy Sun, now it seems he is far beyond our reach. Indeed, the black-robed youth on the donkey cutting the river. Looking at this, the cultivation world shall soon welcome a great figure of elegance. The 3 women dared only a furtive glance at Chen Fan before departing quietly. The spectacle of shattering the river had left them deeply shaken. After walking for a long while, Chen Fan and Erluzi finally reached the shore. Upon landing, everything returned to calm as if nothing had occurred. On the shore, 3 or 4 inner sect disciples, having been incited by a certain female disciple of close relation, traveled in a group toward Chen Fan's residence. Greetings, Holy Sun. The leader had a pockmarked face with sinister malice in his eyes. Chen Fan paid them no attention whatsoever, as if he hadn't heard them, casually shaking the mud from his shoes. Hearing that the Holy Sun came here to temper himself, we hearts are filled with admiration. We wish for the Holy Sun to offer some guidance. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression turned displeased. Realizing these people had come to provoke him, he flew into a rage. Ere Luzi get the weapons. A storm was brewing. Ere Luzi dragged a rusty machete from the house. Chen Fan immediately activated his aura, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the 12th layer of the physical body realm. Only the 12th layer of the physical body. Seems he hasn't been cultivating for long. Something's wrong. If he just started cultivating yesterday, how is he already at the peak of the 12th layer? Really? If so then, that's too monstrous. 3 or 5 inner sect disciples, having gotten the answer they wanted, prepared to leave. But to their surprise, the moment they turned around, a figure appeared before them. Chen Fan carried the rusty machete over his shoulder and whistled while Ere Luzi twisted his shiny donkey head to block their retreat. Chen Fan now held the honored status of Holy Sun, and none of them dared to press him. If anything were to happen to Chen Fan, Li Changxing's wrath would make certain none of them could escape unscathed. The man with the pockmarked face bowed his head first, offering an apologetic smile. Holy Sun, we meant no offense. Please overlook our indiscretion, Holy One. Let us go. The others quickly chimed in. Indeed, we simply couldn't resist approaching such a handsome and distinguished figure as yourself. Our admiration for you flows endlessly like a mighty river. Chen Fan glanced at them with a sneer. After 3 years navigating the fishing markets of Niu Village, he understood human nature intimately. He needed no contemplation to realize they merely feared striking him due to his status. No. Today we must fight to the death unless... Chen Fan deliberately painted himself into a corner, and the pockmarked man and the others pressed eagerly. Unless what? What might the Holy Sun lack? Unless you all contribute something to soothe Ere Luzi and my wounded pride, or I'll have no choice but to report to my Holy Lord Master and the esteemed Elder Lord of the 80,000 Li Tianhe Water Palace. The words struck terror into the inner sect disciples led by the pockmarked man, leaving them too breathless to even exhale. They each produced their most precious possessions. Second grade pill of origin accumulation. Second grade small heavenly cycle pill. Second grade purple stargrass. As Chen Fan accepted these treasures with a grin, they forced empty smiles onto their faces while their hearts bled. Second grade pills. They received only 1 per month. Several had considered refusing outright and fleeing, but that was simply not an option. The Holy Lord Master, the esteemed Elder Lord of the 80,000 Li Tianhe Water Palace. Anyone among them could have killed them 800 times over with a single breath. They had been thoroughly bested. This time they were completely finished. A cold sadness settled over them. Feel free to visit any time. The disciples retreated sullenly under Chen Fan's farewell, glancing back only once, terrified he might spot something else on them worth taking. Examining the glowing pills in his palm and comparing them to those Li Changxing had given him, Chen Fan couldn't help but scoff. What trash! Might as well use them for fishing. Chen Fan's mind lit up with an idea. After all, the Dragon Venerable had said that whatever Chen Fan caught with his net belonged to him. With the fishing bounty trait in place, using these pills as bait guaranteed him profit with no risk of loss. At that thought, a bolder scheme suddenly formed in Chen Fan's mind. While retrieving pills from the ring Li Changxing had given him, he chuckled darkly. Ere Luzi, what do you think? If we use this 6th grade purple gold pill that Master gave me for emergencies as bait and scatter these 2nd grade pills around, what might we reel in it? Ere Luzi, overhearing the proposal, began dreaming as well. He sincerely hoped to catch a drowning female donkey. He pictured flexing his powerful muscles, his sleek latissimus dorsi, his handsome face, his sensual donkey lips, and wondered if the young female donkey wouldn't fall desperately in love. Lost in reverie, Ere Luzi snapped back when Chen Fan's excited voice rang out from ahead. Ere Luzi, to the boat. Turning around, he saw Chen Fan hefting the small wooden vessel and sprinting toward the churning Tianhe. At the 12th layer of the physical body realm, one's sinews and bones grew strong enough to hoist 1,000 jin. She rose like wolf smoke, and every movement carried devastating force. One could even cultivate martial techniques to further enhance their strength. Li Changxing had packed several martial manuals into the ring, but Chen Fan simply had no time to practice them now. The temptation of fishing was far too great. Unlike Ere Luzi's fantasy of a young female donkey, Chen Fan hoped instead to catch a mermaid. I wonder if mermaids even exist in these waters of the heavenly river. Muttering to himself, Chen Fan hopped into the small boat. Ere Luzi quickly took his place, and with a hearty shout of turbocharge, Master and Beast launched back into the vast 80,000 Li heavenly river. Soon Chen Fan selected his spot and began scattering bait, muttering endlessly, "Mermaid, oh mermaid." He tossed armfuls of 2nd grade pills into the river as though they were worthless. The pills drew numerous large fish, with turtles, crabs, and other creatures circling beneath Chen Fan's boat. By chance, one was consumed by a sentient shrimp soldier. The shrimp soldier, delighted by the taste, immediately reported this to the Dragon Venerable's daughter ahead, the 3rd princess. Ben Sababo, is there truly food up ahead? Don't you dare lie to me. PR princess. Aye, didn't I lie to you? The shrimp soldier's incomplete enlightenment left him unable to speak clearly, stumbling over every word. The 3rd princess felt a headache coming on. Enough Bensababo, she dismissed him. If there were truly something delicious, how could I not already smell it? Probably just more trash. As she spoke, the third princess rubbed her plump fingers against her forehead, taking the opportunity to stroke her delicate pink dragon horns. Just as the third princess was about to depart, a fragrant pill aroma reached her refined nose. Her previously dimming eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed interest. Bensababo, come, let's see what's for eating. Before the shrimp soldier could process this, the third princess drifted toward Chen Fan's net like a rolling ball of flesh. Bensababo scrambled to catch up. This time the princess had snuck out without bringing anything except him, a seasoned warrior, and he was responsible for her protection. Chen Fan had somehow produced a large flag bearing a skull wearing a straw hat. Standing on one foot at the bow, he pointed toward the endless expanse of the heavenly river and roared, I, Chen Fan, am destined to become the pirate king. Luzi watched in confusion, wondering if Chen Fan had preferences for men. Lost in their own thoughts, they were startled when the small boat jerked beside them. They instantly understood a large fish had taken the bait. Luzi pull. Meanwhile, the third princess and her attendant Bensababo felt an enormous force pull them upward. With a loud whoosh. Before they could react, they were yanked out of the river. Under the harsh sunlight, water cascaded from the fishing net, as the third princess and Bensababo beheld a giant skull wearing a hat. Huh, holy crap. Whose child is that? Something's off. How can a child grow horns? Is this a shrimp soldier or a crab general? This kid's brain is underdeveloped. He looks like a shrimp to begin with. Chen Fan and Luzi circled the fishing net, scrutinizing the plump princess dragon third and Benbowerba. Luzi bent down to stare face to face with the shrimp soldier Benbowerba. The moment his glossy black donkey eyes locked onto the mung bean-sized shrimp eyes, both of them were startled. GGG green. Donkey. MMA. Benbowerba glanced at the straw hat adorned with a skull pattern. His heart sank. These were water bandits. Luzi had never seen such an ugly shrimp in his life. His eyes were minuscule, practically non-existent. This grotesque appearance inflicted severe psychological trauma on the shrimp's innocent mind. Benbowerba drew the spear in his hands, attempting to slash through the fishing net. Yet how could an ordinary spear pierce a net crafted from 8,000-year heavenly silkworm silk? No matter how hard he strained, the spear simply could not puncture the net. Meanwhile, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to loosen a section of the net and gently lifted Princess Dragon Third from within. Witnessing this, Benbowerba became so frantic that his gills nearly burst. He loudly roared, "ST, stop." Tears like soybeans streamed down Princess Dragon Third's face, each teardrop transforming into crystal-clear dragon crystals upon contact with the ground. Upon seeing this, Luzi opened his donkey mouth and greedily devoured all the precious dragon crystals. Held in Chen Fan's arms, Princess Dragon Third noticed Luzi licking her tears. Trembling violently, she pleaded, "Don't eat me. I'm still a child. My father is the lord of the 80,000-li water palace. Please don't eat me." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and Luzi exchanged a glance and made curious sounds. What? We cast a net and caught the daughter of the dragon venerable. Chen Fan quickly forced a warm smile and spoke softly in Princess Dragon Third's ear. A flood has swept past the Dragon King's temple. Family doesn't recognize family anymore. Your father, Lord Dragon, is my sworn brother. And I am your little uncle. Saying this, Chen Fan pointed to Luzi beside him, who was untying the net from Benbowerba, and introduced, "Look, this is your uncle Luzi." Hearing this, both Princess Dragon Third and Benbowerba stood frozen. The little princess blinked her long eyelashes and tentatively asked, "Little uncle? Uncle Luzi? I've never heard of him before." Realizing the little girl wouldn't buy it, Chen Fan produced the resource Ring Li Chongxing had given him and displayed all his pills generously. "This is a long story," he said, handing the pills forward. "Here, treat these as snacks for now." The sweet fragrance of the pills filled the air, and the little girl's suspicions melted away. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan explained further. "Little niece, you see, when your father passed by here earlier, he insisted on making me his younger brother. Before we knew it, we became brothers from different mothers. Doesn't your father's claw have a bluish-white hue? And his eyes reflect the sun, moon, and stars. Am I correct?" Princess Dragon Third, swayed by Chen Fan's vivid storytelling and bombarded with pills, gradually grew convinced. Even Benbowerba, whose IQ left much to be desired, accepted Chen Fan's words without hesitation. Chen Fan and Luzi exchanged glances and retreated to the stern of the boat to whisper privately. Luzi, did Lord Dragon say, "Everything we catch belongs to me"? If so, doesn't that make this daughter and that shrimp soldier ours from now on? Then we'd better figure out how to kidnap these two home. After a while, Luzi and Chen Fan emerged from behind the cabin, grinning widely as they looked toward Princess Dragon Third and Benbowerba. With pills in hand, Chen Fan tempted Princess Dragon Third. "Would you like to come ashore and play with your little uncle for a few days? I'll take you to eat candied haws, braised pork, crispy duck, ice cream, big cakes." A greedy expression spread across Princess Dragon Third's chubby little face. She pressed a finger to her lips, biting gently as a string of molten dragon saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. I'm just going out to play for a few days. Father won't be angry, right? Uncle and Uncle Air Luzi aren't strangers. Father certainly won't be angry. The little girl, captivated by Chen Fan's descriptions of delicacies, successfully convinced herself. Bimbo Erba remained somewhat suspicious, but his limited intellect couldn't detect any inconsistencies. Chen Fan's reasoning was airtight, completely beyond the comprehension of such a shrimp-brained creature. And so one man, one donkey, Bimbo Erba and the little dragon girl boarded a small boat together, swaying gently as they made their way toward the shore. After returning to shore, Chen Fan and Air Luzi expanded the small hut several times over. In that crude environment, they somehow managed to build a cozy and comfortable little room for Princess Dragon Third. As for the hulking Bimbo Erba, Chen Fan arranged for him to sleep on the sandy ground. As night fell, tranquility enveloped heaven and earth. Stars glittered like scattered diamonds across the profound firmament, embellishing the boundless night sky. The four of them gathered around a crackling bonfire. Air Luzi handed Bimbo Erba a skewer of grilled shrimp. Princess Dragon Third barefoot left tiny footprints in the soft sandy beach as she skipped along. With food from his own kind filling his mouth, Bimbo Erba gave Air Luzi a thumbs up and praised so. Delicious. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat cross-legged nearby, cultivating. He swallowed the dragon crystals from Princess Dragon Third, his breakthrough speed astonishing enough to be called monstrous. He leapt from the 12th realm of the physical body realm directly into the spiritual sea realm. However, his spiritual sea was abnormally vast. For ordinary geniuses, a spiritual sea rarely exceeded 1,000 zhong, yet Chen Fan's spiritual sea had already reached 10,000 zhong and continued expanding. The moment he stepped into the third level of the spiritual sea, a magnificent vision of the moon rising above the ocean appeared in the sky, from the direction of the heavenly river. This must be that kid Chen Fan. He's already reached the spiritual sea realm so quickly. Truly worthy of being my disciple Li Changxing. A tree that stands tall invites the wind. Let me help you conceal this phenomenon. Standing atop the purple Chi Peak, Li Changxing waved his hand and erased the extraordinary sight. However, that magnificent phenomenon had already been detected by those with ulterior motives. From somewhere unknown, 3 to 5 shadowy figures in black emerged, their forms flickering as they hastened toward the banks of the heavenly river. At the same time, Qi disciple Xiao Lin arrived at the shore under the guidance of Elder Mo inside the ring. Little Lin, I can smell the aura of dragon crystals. With those things, I'll have a 70% chance of refining a dragon pill. Once you obtain it, you can use it to comprehend a dragon clan divine ability. Xiao Lin obeyed Elder Mo's every instruction without question. It was precisely because of this Elder Mo that he managed to turn his fortune around and join the Purple Chi Sacred Land. Elder Mo, where there are dragon crystals, does that mean there might be a dragon? Don't worry, that dragon's aura is extremely weak. You might even be able to subdue it. Meanwhile, Princess Dragon Third, the chubby little girl, held a large grilled fish in her fat little left hand, her 2 tiny feet treading toward the shell-strewn area. Unknowingly, she had drifted hundreds of meters away from Chen Fan and the others. Just then Xiao Lin happened to walk out. Little Lin, your luck has exploded. A young dragon. Grab the sack immediately. Xiao Lin looked at the third dragon princess before him. A precious little figure with a jade-carved face, tottering steps, and an irresistibly charming demeanor, and found he could not bring himself to do it. Master, look, she's still holding that grilled fish. There must be someone else nearby. How about we let her off? Child trafficking is a capital offense. Old Mo had long ago discerned everything with his spiritual sense, and hastily spoke up. Yes, there is a boy beside her, but he is only at the sea of spirit triple-layer cultivation. This dragon princess is wasted with him. She will surely be taken from him in time. Better she follows you. If you truly cannot bear to do it, just make her cry. The dragon crystal she produces from tears will be enough for alchemy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin tucked away the sack, looked down at the dragon princess, and cackled wickedly, little girl. I'm sorry. With that, he snatched the grilled fish from her hands and stroked her chubby little cheek. The third dragon princess bit her lower lip with 2 small tiger teeth, and as 2 bean-sized tears fell, a wail shattered the heavens and earth. W.H. Upon hearing her cries, Chen Fan Erlfzi and Bimbo Erba quickly reacted. Without a word, Chen Fan grabbed his machete and soared into the sky, hurtling toward the little girl at astonishing speed. The shrimp soldier was even more dramatic, placing a finger to his mouth and shouting, "Audacious villain! How dare you bully our princess!" Divine Art Dragon Python. Bimbo Erba's body erupted with white armor, his spear surging forward like a dragon python racing toward Xiao Lin. The shrimp soldier launched himself skyward like a meteor, hurtling straight at Xiao Lin. Seeing Chen Fan and Bimbo Erba both proving so formidable, Erlfzi's competitive spirit flared. He spat twice onto his 4 hooves, bent his legs, and with a mighty spring, whoosh, vanished from sight. Just as Xiao Lin was busy gathering dragon crystals from the ground, old Mo, spotting the trio, racing toward them, urgently warned, "One divine art, one sea of spirit, and the other seems to be a body refiner. You should handle them yourself." Hardly had old Mo finished speaking when Chen Fan appeared before Xiao Lin. "My dear niece, who bullied you? Tell your uncle. Uncle will slaughter him." Chen Fan, behaving like a street thug, dragged his spark-spitting machete and swaggered over to the third dragon princess. The little girl wiped her tears and pointed at Shaolin, who wore a mask and was picking up dragon crystals. Chen Fan saw him wearing a black mask while gathering dragon crystals and instantly lost his temper. "You cried my dear niece to pick up dragon crystals. You're truly tired of living." Just as Chen Fan was about to strike, in the blink of an eye, a dragon python came hurtling towards Shaolin. Bang! Shaolin was knocked sprawling by the blow. Benbow Airba descended from the heavens, his twin pincers smashing down towards Shaolin as he bellowed. "How dare you bully the princess of my 80,000-li heavenly river water palace? Kill without mercy." No one knew why, but whenever Benbow Airba grew angry, his tongue straightened out and his speech became remarkably clear. Seeing Benbow Airba join the fray, Chen Fan hastily shielded the third dragon princess behind him and declared, "Watch closely, niece. Your uncle will get revenge for you." His machete swept through the air, leaving afterimages. Chen Fan moved with unparalleled elegance, his aura outrageously exaggerated. "Shaolin, be careful with that sea of spirit boy. He is not ordinary." Old Mo's warning came just as Chen Fan charged forward with his machete raised. Shaolin countered a smirk, curling his lips. "Old Mo, you worry too much. He's merely at the sea of spirit stage. With a single finger, Shaolin can kill him." However, the next moment Shaolin regretted those words. Chen Fan pressed two fingers together, and in an instant a miraculous phenomenon materialized above. The sea birthed a luminous moon. A radiant moon illuminated all heavens and myriads of worlds. Chen Fan leaped high into the air, moonlight cascading over his shoulders. His entire being radiated a cold, ethereal brilliance as he brought his machete down upon Shaolin. "Something's wrong. This strike is wrong." Shaolin's eyes bulged wide, his face a mask of utter disbelief. "At this rate, I'm going to die. Master, save me." In an instant, Shaolin transformed entirely. His aura became as unfathomable as the abyss itself, every gesture exuding the bearing of a true master. Confronted with Chen Fan's strike, Shaolin's body dissolved into an illusion. Chen Fan's blade aura and Benbow Airba's spear seemed to pass through empty air. Shaolin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Fan and Benbow Airba, and uttered, "Too weak." Chen Fan's blood boiled at the sight. Only he, Chen Fan, was allowed to act pretentious. How dared someone show off before him? Chen Fan surged his entire being with mana, and within his body a tens of thousands of Zhangxi of spirit immediately began to boil. At that moment Erlifzi also arrived. Having inherited the heavenly demon lineage, his strength was no small matter. His donkey paws like forged steel rained blows upon Shaolin ceaselessly. Inside Shaolin's body, old Mo controlled his form effortlessly, fending off attacks with one hand, and uttered a sigh of admiration. This donkey possesses natural aptitude for body refinement. Old Mo was about to unleash his full prowess, but suddenly realized Shaolin's body could no longer withstand his soul's presence. He decided to withdraw. However, how could Chen Fan allow them to escape? Benbow Airba Erlifzi. You two attack together and hold him down. Give me time to charge my ultimate technique. Erlifzi and the shrimp soldier locked eyes, donkey eyes meeting shrimp eyes, and struck with blinding speed. A single glint arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. Divine art spear strikes like a dragon. The shrimp soldier's spear transformed into the phantom of a true dragon charging toward Shaolin. Erlifzi exhaled, two streams of white breath raised a hoof, and every muscle coiled like a serpentine dragon. With all his might he delivered a devastating kick. Bang! Even old Mo found these two attacks extraordinarily troublesome. This shrimp soldier possesses two divine arts. He must be from a water palace's military. And this donkey is utterly unreasonable. There's traces of the heavenly demon body refining technique on his body. Shaolin, you've kicked an iron plate this time. It seems I'll have to reveal something truly formidable. With those words, a terrifying flame erupted, instantly repelling both the shrimp soldier and Erlifzi in a flash. Just as old Mo and Shaolin exhaled in relief, preparing to flee the scene, Chen Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Great annihilation art. The great Dao has 49-1 is removed. Sever. Chen Fan raised his machete, eyes blazing with soul-piercing light, and slashed once at Shaolin's back. Odd. Shaolin cried out in pain, but vanished from sight once more. Pity. Didn't manage to kill him. That's right. Indeed. The three, Chen Fan, Benbow Airba, and Erlifzi, landed and huddled together chatting. Soon after, Chen Fan picked up the remaining dragon crystals, and with sheer audacity, stuffed them into his storage ring. Crushing the third dragon princess in his arms, he returned to the small thatched hut. After the three departed, more than a dozen blood-red eyes materialized within the forest, flickering in and out of sight. Upon the purple cheese summit, Li Changxing, clad in green robes, gazed down upon all things. Watching the scene that had just unfolded, a thought-provoking smile played upon his lips. A fine youngster. To comprehend the divine art of the great annihilation art within a single day. Such courage. He dares to abduct the dragon venerable's daughter as if taking a stroll. But then again, so what if he did? Your old master isn't afraid of that old dragon venerable. At that moment an attendant elder reported, Your Holiness, there are those secretly plotting to assassinate the Saint Seed. Li Chongqing responded with equanimity. No matter. Let them come. What significance do such tiny fish hold? The elder then asked again, How should Xiao Lin be dealt with? Pretend you know nothing of him. Xiao Fan can handle him. The following day the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. Disciples at the Sea of Spirit stage within the Purple Qi Holy Land were qualified to claim a martial technique. Thus Chen Fan led the three toward the scripture pavilion. Chen Fan and Binbo Airba walked ahead, while the little girl rode atop Erlth's head. The four strolled leisurely toward the scripture pavilion. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, dozens of gazes fell upon the quartet. Who is that? I don't know, but traveling with a whole family suggests they are no ordinary folk. Does that little girl have dragon horns? Is that a shrimp soldier beside her? What? He seems to have already reached the divine ability realm. Wait a moment, isn't that the Holy Sun? What? The Holy Sun is in such a sorry state. In front of the 9-story scripture pavilion, a crowd of disciples saw Chen Fan's group of 4 and began whispering among themselves. Chen Fan had no patience for their gossip. He turned to Luzi and the others and said, Wait here for me. I'll go fetch a few martial arts techniques. All right, little uncle. After you're done, we're going to eat something delicious. The little girl on the donkey's back shook her chubby round head as she spoke. Chen Fan smiled and quickly nodded in agreement. Then under the gaze of the onlookers he stepped into the scripture pavilion. The moment he entered a voice rang out, Identity token. Chen Fan looked up and cursed inwardly. A portly old man with white hair and a bushy beard was leering at him. Chen Fan hurriedly took out his identity token. The purple gold Holy Sun token was extremely conspicuous and the old man recognized it at a glance. You're the Holy Sun. The old man scrutinized Chen Fan from top to bottom, looking at his penniless appearance, and asked with suspicion. Chen Fan adjusted his clothes, glanced down at his homemade wooden sandals, and nodded confidently before replying. That's correct. Seeing Chen Fan's confident demeanor, the old man jeered. Has the Purple Qi sacred land run out of people? Why did they choose you as Holy Sun? Hearing this, Chen Fan felt his temper rise. Clenching his fists like large sacks, he shouted loudly, Old man. I suggest you know your place. Who do you think you're looking down on? You know nothing. The old man sneered at Chen Fan's fist and replied with a lecherous grin, If you've got the guts, come hit me. Hearing those words, how could Chen Fan's explosive temper tolerate it? He swung his fist toward the old man's balding forehead. The Holy Sun is hitting people. The Holy Sun is attacking someone. Before Chen Fan's fist even reached the old man's forehead, the old man had already collapsed to the ground, screaming and yelling. This unexpected move truly surprised Chen Fan. He couldn't believe such a character existed in the cultivation world. Hearing the old man's cries, more than a dozen onlookers immediately appeared at the entrance of the scripture pavilion. At this moment the old man rubbed his knee, his voice trembling. Ouch my patellas, ouch my spine. Watching this scene, Chen Fan's mouth twitched repeatedly. He raised his sandal and kicked the old man squarely in the face, then grabbed his token and swiftly climbed the stairs, not giving the old man any chance to react. He actually dared to hit me. He really dared to hit me. Enraged, the old man leaped to his feet, trembling with fury, ready to settle scores with Chen Fan. His pitiful act was now completely gone. The disciples outside muttered curses under their breath. Shameless. The little girl on Luzi's back pointed a tiny finger and loudly declared, Liars. Big liars. Hearing this, the old man's face turned red instantly. He let out a cold snort and began muttering profanities as he marched upstairs, determined to catch Chen Fan and teach him a lesson. The Holy Sun is in trouble. Elder Wang has a terrible temper. Everyone knows Elder Wang has the most shameless skin. The disciples outside watched the scene and sympathetically pitied Chen Fan. Chen Fan reached the 2nd floor and immediately continued onward to the 3rd floor without stopping. You little brat, you run fast. Elder Wang, with his large belly leading the way, noticed Chen Fan crossing the 3rd floor barrier as if it were flat ground and let out a surprised exclamation. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. If someone forcibly entered the 4th floor and above, the barrier would slaughter the intruder on the spot. Boy, stop running. Boy, don't enter the 4th floor. You'll die. Their chase drew the attention of everyone in the scripture pavilion. Many stopped to watch the spectacle unfold. Among them was a person wrapped head to toe in bandages with a pale face. Chen Fan glanced at the blue light emanating from the 4th floor staircase, then looked back at Elder Wang steadily approaching him. He thought to himself, if you won't let me go, then I'll go anyway. Who knows if you're lying to me? Chen Fan strode forward boldly. As he placed half his foot on the 4th floor, a shiver ran through his entire body. His soul was trembling. A strange sensation rose from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Audacity. Presumptuous. Who dares trespass in the Purple Qi sacred land's scripture pavilion? 3 domineering phantom figures appeared in Chen Fan's mind, each possessing unfathomable power. Chen Fan stood stunned at this sight. Just as one of the phantom figures was about to crush him, the voice suddenly stopped. What? Congenital Dao Body, Saint Embryo? Who are you? One of the phantom figures saw through Chen Fan's true nature at a glance, and stopped the other from striking. Chen Fan immediately began his fabricated plea. This disciple is the holy son of the Purple Chi sacred land, but because I failed to bribe the Scripture Pavilion elder, he pursued me all the way to the 4th floor. I beg you ancestors to let me in first. Chen Fan lied with a straight face, and without so much as a heartbeat skip. He also deliberately released a trace of the Dayin art's aura. Upon sensing the aura of the Dayin art, the 3 phantom figures of unknown cultivation level instantly opened the path for Chen Fan. Elder Wang watched in disbelief as Chen Fan squeezed into the 4th floor, his lips slightly parted, as if a chicken egg could fit between them. His brows were deeply furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Could something have happened to that kid? That kid is doomed. Won't Li Changxing come after me for this? Inside the 4th floor, glowing spherical beads floated continuously, each one representing a divine ability. Divine abilities were far more powerful than martial arts techniques, and there were no fewer than 1,000 such beads on this floor. Chen Fan looked up at the star-like beads filling the space like a galaxy, his mouth slightly agape. Just as he was about to reach out and try to grasp a few, 3 towering phantom figures suddenly appeared before him. Thud! Before the 3 phantom figures could react, Chen Fan was already kneeling on the wooden floor. With the Heavenly Voice Max bonus active, tears streamed down Chen Fan's face as he began to weep. Your disciple suffers so much. Other holy sons enjoy rare treasures and spiritual materials, yet I still don't even have a proper pair of shoes. And when I come to this Scripture Pavilion, I'm oppressed and targeted. While speaking, Chen Fan deliberately revealed his wooden sandals and even exposed his sunburned back with peeling skin. Seeing that the 3 phantom figures were visibly moved, Chen Fan decided to go all the way. He bent down and began bowing his head repeatedly before the 3 figures. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his forehead hitting the floor echoed throughout the chamber. As Chen Fan recounted his grievances, the 3 phantom figures were genuinely moved. With the blessing of the Heavenly Voice Max trait, Chen Fan's voice carried extraordinary emotional appeal and persuasiveness. Soon the 3 phantom figures felt deeply unjust on Chen Fan's behalf. With a congenital Dao Body Saint embryo, how could he suffer such humiliation? One of the phantom figures helped Chen Fan to his feet, pointed at those divine ability beads, and smiled warmly. These divine ability beads have been accumulated by our Purple Chi sacred land over tens of thousands of years. Each bead has a 1% chance of revealing a divine ability. Take whatever you can carry. Take as much as you wish. After you're done, we shall see our ancestor exact revenge for you. These divine ability beads have been accumulated by our Purple Chi sacred land over tens of thousands of years. Each one has a 1% probability of yielding a divine ability. Take whatever you can grab. Take as much as you like. Once you're done, wait and see our ancestor avenge you. Hearing this, Chen Fan could barely suppress a grin. He pressed his hand against his mouth, lowered his head, and chuckled. Since the 3 ancestral masters have spoken thus, if I take nothing, it would be denying you face. Then I won't be polite. Chen Fan withdrew a fishing net woven from 8,000-year heaven silk from his storage ring, waved his hand, and the net instantly ensnared dozens of divine ability beads. The 3 phantom figures were so startled that their jaws nearly dropped. They had assumed Chen Fan would take at most 3 or 5, but judging by his actions, it was as though he had come to wholesale. While radiating the aura of his innate Dao Body Saint embryo to attract the divine ability beads, Chen Fan also swung the fishing net in his hand. In less than 15 minutes, the net was packed full with over 100 divine ability beads. The 3 powerful phantom figures beside him were exceedingly anxious, wishing to intervene, yet unwilling to break their word and lose face. Watching Chen Fan's relentless pace, one of them could no longer hold back. Glancing at Chen Fan, he hurriedly interjected, "That's quite enough. I shall escort you out and see how the ancestors avenge you." Yet Chen Fan, still fixated on the divine ability beads, had no desire to leave. Just as he was about to gather another 100 or so divine ability beads, a dizzying spin swept beneath his feet. Looking up, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion. The Holy Sun has emerged. What? That was the 4th floor. Can the Holy Sun still come out? Elder Wang was nearly dying of worry. Who would have thought the Holy Sun would emerge on his own accord? Wait, look at what bulges within the Holy Sun's fishing net. If my eyes do not deceive me, that is a god. God. Divine ability beads. At these words, everyone throughout the Scripture Pavilion turned their heads toward Chen Fan, each pair of eyes shimmering with envy. Upon the 3rd floor, Elder Mo gazed at the over 100 divine ability beads and said to Shaolin, "This holy son of the Purple Chi sacred land possesses extraordinary fortune. He cannot be treated as an enemy. We must turn him into an ally, find a way to negotiate, and obtain that thunder fire divine ability bead, for within it hides a strange fire. Should you be able to refine that strange fire, your strength shall experience an unprecedented leap." Hearing these words, Shaolin could only offer a bitter smile. To negotiate with Chen Fan. How could such a thing be so easily achieved? If he inadvertently revealed any weakness, wouldn't Chen Fan simply charge at him with a broadsword? This matter required careful deliberation. It was not only Shaolin and numerous other disciples upon seeing Chen Fan's net overflowing with divine ability beads began to harbor designs of their own. Many female disciples even swayed their figures and beckoned toward Chen Fan. Holy Son, with so many beads might you gift one to this humble one? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan retorted, you may not be beautiful, yet your dreams are quite splendid. Why you? At these words the disciples present burst into uproarious laughter. Noticing the fierce intensity in everyone's eyes, a smile curled upon Chen Fan's lips. He raised his finger pointed toward the Tianhe riverbank and proclaimed loudly, if you desire divine abilities, bring something of value in exchange. The location shall be the Tianhe riverbank at night. No negotiations until then. Elder Wang rushed forth upon hearing the commotion, yet the moment he laid eyes upon Chen Fan, he was utterly dumbfounded. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chen Fan and stammered, you brat, did you go on a wholesale shopping spree? Spying Elder Wang emerged, Chen Fan hoisted the divine ability beads and pointed at him, muttering reproachfully, Fatty Wang, you're finished. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's face turned green with fury. Even when the sacred master Li Changxing encountered him, he was still required to address him as senior uncle. And yet the Chen Fan before him had dared to call him Fatty Wang. Where could he possibly save face? How was Wang San to navigate the cultivation realm after such an indignity? Before Chen Fan's words had even settled, three imposing figures instantly materialized in the sky above the scripture pavilion. Wang San, where are you? A voice of divine authority echoed forth. Elder Wang's brows furrowed, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. This kid had actually managed to summon the three old ghosts from within the scripture pavilion. Wang San is here. Three ancestral masters' remnant souls, hear me out. This was merely a jest. You must not be deceived by this rascal. Elder Wang explained tearfully to the phantom figures overhead, his voice filled with despair. However, the three powerful phantom figures also harbored a rising flame of indignation within their hearts. If it were not for Wang San sending Chen Fan into the fourth tier, how could so many divine ability beads have fallen into Chen Fan's possession? The three mighty phantom figures grew increasingly wrathful the more they pondered it, paying no heed to Wang San's patient explanations. Three fingers pierced the clouds, carrying 9 bolts of heavenly thunder straight down upon Wang San. Boom, boom, boom. Only after the 9 bolts of heavenly thunder had struck did the three phantom figures finally vanish. Before the scripture pavilion, the earth bore a massive crater carved by the divine lightning. In the instant the heavenly thunder descended, Chen Fan felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Elder Wang. But after merely a second, Chen Fan had already slipped away quietly with Air Luzi and the others. As the acrid black smoke dissipated, Elder Wang, sporting an explosion-style haircut and a face smeared with soot, climbed out from the deep crater. Old kid, I Wang San have roamed the cultivation world for countless years, yet this is the first time I have been bested twice by a single individual. If you possess any courage, stay away from the scripture pavilion henceforth, or this old man shall make you regret your insolence. Blasted, summoning the ancestral remnant souls to strike me with thunder. Don't they know I am hailed as the true lord of lightning and thunder throughout the cultivation world? Elder Wang cursed vehemently as he retraced his steps into the scripture pavilion. The assembled disciples could not restrain their laughter at his disheveled appearance. By the third watch of midday, Li Changxing, upon receiving the report, also broke into laughter. In bygone years he had suffered greatly at Wang San's hands, and now Chen Fan had in a sense taken revenge on his behalf. With a mere thought, Li Changxing instantly appeared within the scripture pavilion. Gazing at the explosion-haired figure slumped in the armchair, Li Changxing quipped slyly, "Oh, senior uncle, what is with this hairstyle? Quite distinctive, isn't it?" The true lord of lightning and thunder was struck by thunder. Wang San rose from his seat, casually brushed his tousled hair, and shot back at Li Changxing. "You rascal, have you come to gawk at my calamity? Hundreds of divine ability beads, or are you not afraid that youngster will become the target of others' schemes?" Hearing this, Li Changxing picked up the teapot upon the table, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, and spoke slowly. "That lad may appear unhinged, yet in truth he is exceedingly shrewd. Moreover, with me present, none within the entire purple cheese sacred land would dare lay a hand upon him." His appointment as Holy Son came abruptly, no doubt many disciples resist it. But if they resist, they shall be subdued through force until they accept him. This is the path I have chosen for him. Upon hearing these words, Elder Wang retorted curtly, "Do you overestimate your disciple? In these times of great contention, our purple cheese sacred land harbors no shortage of prodigies. With his current abilities, can he truly prevail?" Li Changxing, upon hearing this, countered with a question, "Senior uncle, were you not equally lackluster in your youth?" Wang San immediately fired back, "You were the one who was mediocre." The two could not agree on a single point within 3 sentences. Li Changxing had thoroughly irritated Wang San. After a few more casual exchanges, the two parted ways. As he departed, Li Changxing cast a meaningful glance at Wang San and murmured softly, "Winds arise from the tips of duckweed, waves form from the slightest ripple." Wang Sen fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions had just returned to their riverside cottage after a sumptuous feast at the Heavenly Delicacy restaurant within the Purple Chi Sacred Land. At this very moment, the Tianhe River bank, which had previously been sparsely populated, was now teeming with dense crowds of disciples, all drawn by the divine ability beads. Good heavens, so many people. Looks like we should squeeze every last coin from them. At this moment, the Tianhe River bank, which had previously been sparsely populated, was now teeming with dense crowds of disciples, all drawn by the divine ability beads. Good heavens, such a crowd. Looks like we ought to press them hard for everything they're worth. Chen Fan pulled Erlzi and the others through the crowded throng, making their way back to his luxurious little thatched cottage. At the sight of Chen Fan's arrival, the crowd began to stir, with many people shouting at the top of their lungs, saying, "I want to buy a divine ability pearl. I want one too. So do I. Me too." The riverside erupted into chaos. After a moment, Chen Fan's voice suddenly boomed from within the small wooden house, "Shut up." For some reason, although Chen Fan's cultivation realm was not high, his voice carried extraordinary penetrating power and an oppressive pressure, making everyone feel as if they were facing a supreme master. The wooden door creaked open. Chen Fan Erlzi Ben Boerba, and the little girl stepped out dramatically. On a wooden table, the little girl gripped a small hammer. Chen Fan swept his hand, and a large bag of divine ability pearls materialized on the ground, while Ben Boerba and Erlzi stood on either side to keep watch. Chen Fan stepped forward with a grin, spreading his hands as he looked at the assembly of disciples, and said with a smile, "Reds and Jarts, welcome to the Tianhe auction house. Today we have one rule: raise your hand to indicate, and the highest bidder wins. Each divine ability pearl is extraordinarily precious, so don't hold back your resources." With that, Chen Fan drew his hand inward, and a purple gold divine ability pearl landed in his palm. He showed it to the crowd. The first one should contain a thunder technique divine ability. Before he could finish, a disciple below raised his hand and called out, 500 medium-grade spirit crystals. Spirit crystals infused with spiritual energy serve dual purposes as both currency and cultivation resources in the cultivation world, divided into 4 tiers: low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. 500 medium-grade spirit crystals represented an extremely high price. Li Changxing's total cultivation resources over 3 years amounted to only 10,000 medium-grade spirit crystals. Upon hearing this price, many disciples tightened their grip on their storage rings. Hearing this, Chen Fan quickly announced, 500 spirit crystals going once. He then scanned the crowd, waved the divine ability pearl before their eyes, and continued, 500 spirit crystals going twice. Just as Chen Fan was beginning to feel a hint of disappointment, a female disciple stepped forward. "I bid 800 medium-grade spirit crystals." The moment these words left her lips, the crowd collectively gasped. "Shush!" Everyone turned their gaze toward the female disciple, and after careful observation, they realized she was Lu Ruyan, the only daughter of Elder Lu from the Purple Chi Sacred Land. This revelation put their minds at ease. 800 going once. 800 going twice. 800 going 3 times. Sold. Chen Fan glanced at the little girl on the table, and upon catching his eye, she picked up her small hammer and struck the table with a resounding dong. Chen Fan personally handed the divine ability pearl to Lu Ruyan, saying, "Money first, goods next." Lu Ruyan tossed out a storage pouch, caught the divine ability pearl in passing, and then whispered, "Saint brother, would you sell that little dragon girl of yours? I'm willing to offer 3,000 medium-grade spirit crystals." Staring at the chubby little dragon girl, Lu Ruyan's girlish heart swelled with affection. The little one's naive and endearing appearance had completely won her over. Upon hearing 3,000 medium-grade spirit crystals, Chen Fan swallowed hard, glanced back at the little girl, and declined. "I'm sorry, lady, but she's not for sale." Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, yet she still departed, clutching the divine ability pearl with reluctance. Soon Chen Fan followed the same routine, producing a second divine ability pearl, then a third, a fourth, and so on. Meanwhile, the number of people by the Tian River shore gradually diminished. Xiao Lin, concealed within the crowd, wearing a black robe, grew increasingly anxious. After auctioning off so many divine ability pearls, he still hadn't found the one containing the heterodox fire, which kept him on edge. Foolish boy, this saint has sharp eyes. Let's go, don't waste your time here. These pearls have all been selected by him before being put up for auction. Hearing this, Xiao Lin's hope finally died out. Clenching his fists in reluctant acceptance, he turned and left. Before long, dusk settled. The divine ability pearls in Chen Fan's possession were nearly exhausted, and only 8 or 9 outer sect disciples remained in the arena preparing to depart. The maximum they could offer was 200 medium-grade spirit crystals, a sum they had scraped together by selling everything they owned. Noticing the dwindling crowd, Chen Fan held out the remaining divine ability pearls before the 8 or 9 outer sect disciples. "Saint, we can't afford to buy." "Yes, we only have 200 medium-grade spirit crystals. Please take them back." Chen Fan glanced at their plain clothing, then at the mountain of spirit crystals piled within his storage ring, and spoke. "I'll give them to you for free. I have more than enough." Once you accept them, you'll be my followers. Together we'll grow strong and achieve greatness anew. The 8 or 9 heard this and thought to themselves, could such good fortune really exist? The saint actually wants us outer sect disciples as his followers. This is nothing short of extraordinary fortune. They knelt on one knee, accepted the divine ability pearls with both hands, and shouted toward Chen Fan. We swear to follow the saint until death. Chen Fan helped the 8 rise smiling. Congratulations on joining our Tianhao auction house. He then clapped his hands, and 8 storage pouches materialized in his palms as he addressed them. Your salary for 3 years. The 8 stared at the storage pouches in disbelief. When had followers ever received salaries? They had never heard of such a thing. Opening the pouch, they found 400 medium-grade spirit crystals inside. Saint, there's no need for this. It's far too much. Yes, Saint, this is unnecessary. Chen Fan looked at them and explained. This covers our Tianhao auction house's uniforms, relocation allowance, social insurance, and other benefits. From now on you must dress in formal suits when going out. The 8 asked in confusion, Saint, what exactly is a suit and leather shoes? Chen Fan quickly took out a brush and paper, sketching a formal suit based on the Naval Admiral uniforms from One Piece. After receiving the drawing, the 8 examined it closely. The black lapels were crafted with distinctive ingenuity, complemented by a commanding cape and a tie that matched in elegance, creating an appearance that was both refined and imposing. You'll go to the colorful clothing pavilion tomorrow to customize 12 sets, and one for the little girl as well. Use the finest materials. After giving instructions to the 8, they carefully noted down his words with their pens, then bid farewell, with mixed feelings of trepidation and excitement. For from this day forward, they would no longer struggle in the outer sect, as people without connections. We've finally made it, they said, waving goodbye to the small wooden house as they walked away, reluctant to leave. Creak. The 4 closed the wooden door. Chen Fan, the little girl Benbo Erba, and Erlifsi gathered together. Chen Fan retrieved the 10 divine ability pearls he had carefully selected and chuckled. You each get 2 and I'll take 4. Fair enough. The little girl rubbed her hands together and grinned foolishly. Uncle is the fairest ever. We didn't even do anything, and we still get pearls. Erlifsi offered no objection, while Benbo Erba stammered out, in no faults at all. Before long the 4 of them gathered their divine ability pearls with smiles, and each began their cultivation practice. Chen Fan sat cross-legged with 4 pearls encircling him. Colorful Taoist energies rippled around his body, and with deepening comprehension, one of the pearls suddenly exploded. A burst of fierce flame erupted from within. The temperature in the entire room rose sharply by several dozen degrees. Seeing this, Chen Fan, desperate to prevent the abnormal fire from destroying the small thatched cottage he had built, continuously enveloped the fire with his inexhaustible spiritual energy. Grasping the abnormal fire with one hand, and wearing wooden flip-flops, he leaped into the heavenly river. Don't worry about me, I'll be right back after a bath. These were the only words Luzi and the other 2 managed to catch as Chen Fan disappeared into the water. Benbo Erba, gazing at the towering waves splashed up by Chen Fan, stammered his question, Is it always this hot here? Luzi, finding Benbo Erba too much trouble to engage with, rested his hoof on the little girl's head in a reassuring gesture before turning away to resume his cultivation. Watching the spot where Chen Fan plunged bubble vigorously, the young girl innocently wondered, could Uncle be excessively thirsty? In the sea depths, Chen Fan battled against the scorching abnormal fire, drawing upon the vast spiritual energy of his 10,000-foot spirit sea in an attempt to overpower it. The surrounding seawater gradually heated up, causing numerous river shrimp and crabs to boil alive before they could escape, releasing their savory aroma. Neither the man nor the fire yielded ground, each stubbornly maintaining their position in the water. Chen Fan casually devoured nearby shrimp, drifting past him while taunting the abnormal fire. My spirit sea spans tens of thousands of feet. I have more than enough spiritual energy to exhaust you. When the fire showed no response, Chen Fan suddenly devised a plan to use his heavenly voice talent to allure the fire. Without hesitation, Chen Fan swallowed the tender shrimp meat and began singing, Devotion is no sin. Love need not be carefree. No one knew how long he sang, but to his surprise, every fish across the entire river surface gathered around, drawn in by his voice. Noticing the abnormal fire's resistance had significantly diminished under his singing, Chen Fan shifted his demeanor and spoke with deep emotion. Once upon a time a genuine fire stood before me, yet I failed to cherish it properly. Only after losing it did I regret it deeply. There is no greater sorrow in this world than this. If you could grant me another chance, I would tell you, I love you. If this love must have an expiration date, I hope it lasts 10,000 years. Armed with the heavenly voice talent, his words moved even the heavens and earth, bringing tears to the eyes of every fish swimming nearby. A crabapple blossom-shaped flame erupted across the water's surface, delicate yet passionate. Where the breeze passed, the flames swayed gently, as if petals dancing with the wind, radiating grace and subtlety. You love me, yet you wish to subdue me. A melodious voice echoed. Chen Fan looked up toward the crabapple blossom, where a bewitching figure walked slowly across the river's surface in his direction. I've gained sentience. Chen Fan stood frozen at the sight. How had the abnormal fire transformed into a stunning beauty, and one who was entirely unclothed? A delicate jade-like hand lifted Chen Fan's chin, and eyes that took his breath away gazed into his own. The abnormal fire spoke. For tens of thousands of years I've encountered countless prodigies, all seeking to subdue me. Only you have ever spoken of loving me. I cannot fathom what manner of creature you are. I have never witnessed a 9,000-foot spirit sea in all my millennia. This stalemate benefits neither of us. Would it not be wise for us both to step back? With those words, Chen Fan raised his leg and stepped backward. What I meant was that for this matter we should each retreat a step. The sentient being born from the abnormal fire looked at Chen Fan's actions utterly speechless. Chen Fan said with a confident expression, Oh, how about this? You submit to me, and I'll find you a husband. How does that sound? Hearing this, the abnormal fire's sentient form furrowed her brows, her temperature soaring to terrifying levels as she thundered. If you continue to be so flippant with me, I will fight you to the death. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly adopted a gentle tone. Then tell me, what conditions do you propose? A contract appeared in the abnormal fire's delicate hands. She smiled slightly and said, This is an ancient pact. Within 100 years I shall serve you. After 100 years you will forge a golden body for me and help me achieve transformation. How does that sound? Chen Fan responded with a question. Why don't you transform on your own then? The crabapple blossom-like maiden, gathering a moment of beauty, softly replied, Do you think I am merely an abnormal fire? I am the southern brightly fire, the legendary divine flame. Those born as extraordinary beings who seek the great Tao must first obtain a human form. The higher the rank, the more difficult the transformation becomes. If I were to rely solely on myself, it would likely take another 10,000 years. Chen Fan interrupted after hearing this. Wait, does that mean you're already a 10,000-year-old woman? The next moment a fist slammed into his forehead, leaving a large bump. Are you going to sign or not? The crabapple blossom-like maiden's anger surged, cyan blue flames erupting from her brows, as though an explosion was imminent. Chen Fan used his spiritual energy as ink to sign his name on the contract. In the next instant the pact formed, establishing a subtle connection between them. Release your spirit, sea, and let me in. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan complied as instructed. A cluster of cyan blue flames swiftly entered through his brow, leaving behind a flame mark on his forehead that somehow enhanced his features. Woman, please state your name. Willie, am I big or not? Barely adequate. Truly not big. I've seen bigger, okay? Don't bother me when there's nothing. Before they had exchanged many words, Willie fell silent and quietly rested within Chen Fan's spirit sea. After a long while, Chen Fan finally surfaced and swam ashore. The donkey, the shrimp, and the young girl watched with puzzled expressions as they noticed the small cyan blue mark appearing on Chen Fan's brow. Chen Fan casually rubbed his brow and claimed, It's a tattoo, don't overthink it. Then using his silver tongue, he convinced the three to leave before taking out the divine ability pearls to begin his meditation. It was undeniable that his innate Dao body and sacred fetus endowment were truly extraordinary. 3 hours later, Chen Fan gazed at his system panel with a faint smile. Host Chen Fan. Cultivation, 3rd stage of the spirit, sea heaven. Standard slots, fishing, without empty hands max, heavenly voice max. Techniques, De Yin Ju, void crossing, heaven severing sword, art, great wilderness, star plucking hand. These 3 divine abilities had extraordinary origins selected by Chen Fan through intuition from hundreds of divine pearls, each reaching its peak with heaven-shaking power. NNGH. Air Luzi suddenly let out a roar from the corner. Chen Fan glanced over and noticed that lightning and flames now emanated from his donkey's hooves. Judging from this, it seems Air Luzi will become a fire-breathing, thunder-wielding donkey in the future. Chen Fan had barely finished pondering when over a dozen figures clad in black suddenly materialized above the small thatched cottage. Each displayed menacing expressions and wielded sharp weapons, clearly harboring hostile intentions. In an instant, Chen Fan's hair stood on end, and Benbo Erba and Erlizi in the room also opened their eyes. Benbo Erba, take the little girl and dig a hole through the ground to escape first. Erlizi and I will stay behind. Chen Fan's rare seriousness made Benbo Erba somewhat uncomfortable. Erlizi and Chen Fan, one man and one donkey, looked up at the thatched roof of the small hut. Chen Fan grinned mischievously. Erlizi, let's give them hell. Benbo Erba transformed into a small whirlwind, drilling a large hole through the ground, and carrying the sleeping little girl ran toward the heavenly river. Before departing, he called back to Chen Fan's retreating figure, Hold on. I'll go fetch reinforcements. Chen Fan gestured for him to leave quickly, then retrieved a large net from his storage ring. Erlizi, if you don't agree, fight. If we die, we die. If we live 10,000 years. Wait, you charge first. Erlizi's fleshy lips twitched at this, so close to speaking human words from indignation. Who tells the subordinate to go first? A loud crack shattered the wooden structure. A violent gust of wind tore the thatched roof of the small hut clean off. Over a dozen figures clad in black materialized above Chen Fan and Erlizi. Chen Fan stepped forward and kicked Erlizi squarely on his hindquarters. Erlizi felt an unstoppable force propelling him upward. The next moment Erlizi soared into the sky. Nay! Erlizi turned back and roared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan averted his gaze, hands in pockets, whistling casually, as though he hadn't just kicked him. Liar. Baldy. So ugly. The assassins watched Erlizi's rolling eyes and couldn't suppress their mockery. Once those taunts reached Erlizi's ears, his eyes widened in fury, leg muscles tensed, and every strand of his mane bristled. He was genuinely infuriated. As the heartthrob of the donkey world, he could tolerate being called weak, but calling him ugly was an unforgivable insult. Nay! Erlizi's nostrils flared, exhaling twin streams of white vapor, and his steel-like hooves swept down on the offending assassin without mercy. Before the insulting assassin could react, his body became a meteor streaking from their sight. Body-refining donkey. What kind of monster taught this creature? The remaining assassins gawked at Erlizi's sculpted 8-pack abs, jaws hanging open in disbelief. Erlizi smoothed his gleaming crown and struck a fighting stance against the assassins. At that moment, 3 crimson-robed men emerged from the ranks. Kill Chen Fan swiftly before we alert our enemy. Under the crimson-robed men's command, the assassins turned their attention downward to Chen Fan, who was mockingly waving encouragement at Erlizi. Chen Fan brandished his arms and shouted loudly, Erlizi, brother donkey, be fierce. Humiliated by this spectacle, the assassins immediately pivoted and charged toward Chen Fan. Oh shit, they're coming for me. Chen Fan hastily stopped his actions and unleashed the fishing net toward the approaching assassins. Crash! The net, woven from 8,000-year-old heavenly silk, exploded outward like a massive cage, enveloping the assassins. The silk was impervious to fire and water, unbreakable by blade. No matter how they struggled, they could not free themselves. The 3 crimson-robed men cursed furiously at the sight. You worthless fools. Their figures flickered and shifted positions as they descended from above, forming a semantica formation that encircled Chen Fan completely. Boy, you actually sold so many divine power orbs. How fortunate for us if you'd brought them back to the holy sect. If we kill you and frame another holy sect, our sect can reap the benefits. The highest cultivation of the 3 couldn't resist sharing his grand scheme with Chen Fan. Chen Fan stared blankly at the 3 and asked, you can kill me if you want, but there's something I don't understand. What realm are you all at? The leader glanced at the dazed Chen Fan, produced a blood-colored blade, and elegantly rested its edge on Chen Fan's shoulder, speaking, as if unhinged. I am a powerhouse on the verge of divine enlightenment. Poor thing, you were only a holy son for a few days before perishing. Just a frog in a well. Seeing the man appeared somewhat deranged, and upon learning he had only reached the divine power realm, Chen Fan released the transmission talisman he'd been clutching. After pinning the bloodblade's edge between 2 fingers, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He perked up instantly. So you're just half-step divine power. With that aura, I would have guessed you were at the Sacred Lord realm. In that case, what exactly makes you so arrogant? Before finishing his sentence, Chen Fan already unleashed one of his 3 comprehended divine abilities, the void crossing technique. His form vanished and reappeared beside Erlizi in an instant. The 3 crimson-robed men watched their prey slip away, their expressions darkening instantly. One moment the leader was boasting loudly, and the next he stared at nothing but empty air where Chen Fan had been. Huh. Now that the 3 were disoriented, Chen Fan chuckled and taunted, hey you monkeys, look over here. Upon hearing his voice, they turned around and saw Chen Fan's smug expression, which made their fists clench and bodies tremble with rage. The assassins trapped in the net watched their leaders get bested, and some couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Their own comrades' ridicule proved too much to bear. The 3 could no longer maintain composure and charged desperately at Chen Fan and Erlizi. Boy, should I intervene? The Nanmingli fire spirit within Chen Fan's brow asked with concern. Chen Fan shook his head and replied softly, no need. The current me is terrifyingly powerful. Hearing this, Erlizi stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes upward, thinking, where were you just now then? A fierce wind rose as Chen Fan extended one hand toward the 3 crimson-robed men while keeping the other behind his back. Tilting his head 45 degrees upward at the sky, he radiated an aura of invincible loneliness. With a hand that grasps sun and moon and plucks stars, there exists no one like me in this world. Great wilderness, star-plucking hand. The leader among the crimson-robed men grew even more enraged seeing Chen Fan's posturing. When did Chen Fan start showing off like this? Hadn't he been the one acting grand just moments ago? Boom. A colossal hand emerged from the heavens, crushing countless stars in one grip, while radiating an ancient primordial aura. Before the 3 crimson-robed men could react, the overwhelmingly majestic hand crushed them into 3 puffs of blood mist. Witnessing this, Chen Fan brushed off the dust from his clothes and spoke briefly. Let me be clear, Chen Fan isn't exaggerating. Even 10,000 more would meet the same fate. With a mere word, I reduce armies to ash and smoke. Erlizi applauded enthusiastically at Chen Fan's display of such grandstanding. The sheer audacity of it was impressive, though he doubted he'd ever reach such heights in his lifetime. The assassins trapped in the net, sensing the danger, scrambled frantically to escape, their faces pale with terror. Not good, these bastards are trying to escape via the heavenly river, Chen Fan shouted, summoning a ball of cyan blue flame in his hand. Erlizi went even further. His left eye crackled with lightning energy while his right eye blazed with fierce flames, as though thunder and fire might erupt at any moment. Just as the dozen or so assassins reached the riverbank and touched the water, a catastrophic wave crashed down upon them. Simultaneously, a dragon head surged upward from the depths of the heavenly river. Upon catching sight of the familiar dragon head, Chen Fan and Erlizi reluctantly sheathed their trump cards. The men in black believed they had slipped through a crack of salvation, wholly unaware they had already fallen deep into a trap of certain death. A deep roar tore through the night. The river surface began to churn, billowing waves rising and falling in relentless syncopation with each thunderous dragon bellow. Towering crests crashed downward as the dragon head swallowed over a dozen men in black in a single gulp. Not a single plea for mercy escaped their lips before their lives were extinguished. Upon the pitch-black river, two colossal lanterns ignited, and a monolithic silhouette steadily approached Chen Fan and Erlizi. As the river's waves mounted into a furious tempest, that domineering dragon head finally came to a halt before Chen Fan and Erlizi. Looming high above, the dragon venerable cast a mere glance from his profoundly oppressive dragon eyes. In an instant, a chill of dread spiked along Chen Fan and Erlizi's spines, and every hair on their bodies stood rigid. "Brat, I originally came to settle a reckoning with you. I know not what manner of drug you administered to my beloved daughter, yet she interceded on your behalf without cease. It is solely because of her pleas that I grant you a reprieve. Consider the dragon venerable. With but a single roar would any creature in the 80,000-li Tianhe water realm not tremble in terror." The fact that Chen Fan had abducted his daughter for a full 2 days left the dragon venerable's dignity deeply affronted. From the riverbank, Erlizi and Chen Fan recognized this imposing posture as a clear summons for retribution. "Venerable dragon, did you not declare that whatever your net ensnares shall be mine?" Chen Fan hastily stepped forward to clarify. The words struck a chord within the dragon venerable, yet his formidable aura remained utterly undiminished. The waters of the 80,000-li Tianhe River surged even more violently, bearing down upon the Ziki sacred land with the unmistakable intent of drowning it. "Did I ever claim such a thing? I have no recollection of it." Erlizi and Chen Fan could scarcely believe their ears. Who could have imagined a powerhouse of such stature would so brazenly renege on his word? Witnessing the waters grow increasingly torrential, Chen Fan shouted aloud, "Venerable dragon, what do you intend to do? We are sworn brothers of different fathers, different mothers, and different bloodlines." The dragon venerable's whiskers lashed the air with a sharp crack. "You dare claim brotherhood with me? Summon Li Chongqing." Noticing the dragon's wrath, Chen Fan urgently gestured toward Erlizi. Erlizi retreat. Just as the man and the donkey prepared to flee, a cyan silhouette descended with overwhelming authority. Appearing from nowhere, the cyan figure plummeted at breathtaking speed onto the churning Tianhe River surface, resembling a streaking emerald meteor. Boom! With a single stomp from the cyan figure, the 100-zhang-high waves that had been raging instantly calmed to a glassy stillness. "You called this seat forth. This seat has arrived." Chen Fan found the voice vaguely familiar, yet it eluded his memory. "Erlizi, does that figure not resemble our master?" Erlizi turned his donkey head, scrutinizing the newcomer carefully with both eyes before giving a firm nod to Chen Fan. Upon seeing the nod, Chen Fan simply set one foot atop the other and halted his retreat. With their own master having arrived, what purpose did flight serve? The man and the donkey found themselves a prime vantage point, snacking leisurely while watching the Grandmaster clash unfold in real time. Upon the river's surface, the dragon venerable felt a cold thread of panic cross his brow the instant Li Chongqing landed. He had merely tossed out a casual remark, yet Li Chongqing had actually appeared. In a straight fight, he stood no chance against the ageless Li Chongqing. Nevertheless, his prestige could not be compromised. Ascending into the sky, the dragon venerable's cyan-white serpentine body coiled like a living mountain range. His obsidian claws gleamed with surging mana fluctuations, his dragon beard and mane danced in the gale, and his profound, suffocating dragon eyes radiated an aura of sheer domination. Observing the dragon venerable's posturing, Li Chongqing clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze tranquil and unfazed. "Aozun," he stated calmly, "you summoned, and this seat is here. Whether we fight or die, draw your line, and this seat shall follow you to the end." The dragon venerable's heart trembled at these words. He too was bewildered. Chen Fan was merely an outer disciple. Did Li Chongqing truly need to make a personal journey over this? He had only mentioned it in passing. Who could have foreseen Li Chongqing would actually arrive? "Li Chongqing, your disciple at the Ziki sacred land, has held my youngest daughter captive for 2 days, costing me 2 more days of frantic searching. Yet you appear and immediately resort to life and death combat, without regard for reason. Is this how you govern as sacred lord? The dragon venerable spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing glanced back at Chen Fan and Air Luzi, who were still intently consuming the spectacle. Hearing this, Chen Fan and Air Luzi promptly shouted out, "Venerable dragon, you have broken your word." Ian. Standing somewhat apart, their voices carried weakly, so Li Changxing casually waved his wide sleeve. A gentle breeze swept Chen Fan and Air Luzi directly before Li Changxing. Li Changxing looked down upon Chen Fan. Chen Fan gazed up at his bargain basement master and forced a thin smile. Master, to trouble you to make such a journey at this hour." Li Changxing's expression remained placid, utterly unruffled. He replied softly, "It is nothing. This master is advancing in years and sleeps lightly. While I can still wield a sword, it is only fitting that I bolster your backing." Finishing his words, Li Changxing cast a sidelong glance at the dragon venerable, his tone heavy with implication. "Aozun, do you have anything further to say?" Seeing Chen Fan brought forward, the dragon venerable's heart sank. This is troublesome. Now I cannot argue my case, nor can I win a fight. After a moment's deliberation, he arrived at the optimal solution: flee. He might not be able to win a clash, but surely he could outrun him. Once submerged in the water, if Li Changxing did not deploy his trump cards, the dragon venerable possessed a 7 in 10 chance of escape. "Today I shall not dispute with your Ziki sacred land. My lady is urging me to dine, so I shall take my leave." Before anyone could react, the dragon venerable let out a sharp whoosh and dove beneath the Tianhe River. "Without leaving something as compensation for your apology, do you think you can simply walk away, eh? Do you take the Ziki sacred land for a pushover?" The moment the words left his lips, Li Changxing transformed into a streak of cyan lightning and plunged into the waters below. Moments later, the waters erupted with thunderous lightning. Two voices resonated clearly through Chen Fan's ears. "Li Changxing, do not push your luck. Your Ziki sacred land is far too protective of its young. So what if it is excessive? The Ziki sacred land loves to shield its own. That is our inherited tradition. Do you truly think Aozun fear you? We shall see once we have fought." Watching the exchange from above the water, both Chen Fan and Air Luzi felt a thrilling rush. "Air Luzi, why is our bargain master so fiercely formidable? Do you think I could ever match his prowess?" Just as the two were idly chatting, a streak of white light appeared in the sky. A sword from the west. A white flying sword cut through the heavens like lightning, traversing 1,000 li in an instant, swift as crashing thunder. Moments later, Li Changxing emerged from the water, dragging a middle-aged man whose eyes were unmistakably marked like a panda's. The man bore a striking resemblance to the third dragon princess, his two coral-like dragon horns still glistening with moisture. However, those comically enormous panda eyes proved too amusing to resist, and Chen Fan and Air Luzi burst out laughing. Without a doubt, the middle-aged man was none other than Aozun. Aozun showed no anger at their laughter. Instead, he retrieved a glowing night pearl from his robes, casually handed it to Chen Fan, and chuckled, "A modest gift, young nephew. Please accept it and do not despise it for being too small." Before Aozun could finish his sentence, Chen Fan's hand shot out with lightning speed, slipping the night pearl straight into his storage ring. Aozun looked down at his now empty hand, shot Chen Fan a reproachful glare, and then glanced back at Li Changxing. Aozun looked down at his empty hand, shot Chen Fan a sharp glare, and then cast a sidelong look back at Li Changxing. Tianhe is adjacent to Ziki sacred land, so Venerable Dragon is welcome to visit any time in the future. Li Changxing will always be ready to welcome you with a cleared bed. Speaking of which, Li Changxing took a few steps to the left and cleared a path. Venerable Dragon waved his sleeves and strode away. A cold snort escaped his lips as he left, though he deliberately kept his voice low, as if stifling some frustrated anger. Chen Fan and Air Luzi watched this dramatic shift in Venerable Dragon's demeanor and couldn't help but remark, "Air Luzi, did you see that? That is precisely what they mean when they say one thing can tame another." Hardly had Venerable Dragon walked a short distance away when he heard these words and stumbled headfirst into the Tian River. His once straight old waist bowed and stooped in that very moment. Li Changxing turned around and smiled. "Xiao Fan, your tongue is truly merciless when you have the upper hand." Chen Fan chuckled, noting that this sly nature bore a striking resemblance to Li Changxing's own. Li Changxing waved his hand gently, his cyan robes rippling as another fresh breeze swept through. Before Chen Fan could even blink, the three of them had already returned to the small thatched cottage. Li Changxing glanced around, taking in Chen Fan's plain garments and his simple flip-flops. In his heart he thought, "I never expected this kid to live so hard. Unable to even afford the attire of a direct disciple, let alone a proper pair of shoes." Unknowingly, a trace of guilt stirred within Li Changxing. His slender fingers brushed gently beneath his eyes, his nose tingled, and his eyelids reddened slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was urging Air Luzi to bring out some good things to entertain his opportunistic master. Chen Fan reached into his storage ring and withdrew premium dishes packed from Tian Shi House, then pulled out 300 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Air Luzi, instructing him to buy a jar of good wine. The moment Li Changxing opened his eyes, he happened to catch Chen Fan digging into his storage ring and handing over armfuls of mid-grade spirit stones to Luzi, as though they were worthless coin. When did this kid become so wealthy? I remember I only gave him 10,000 spirit stones. Just as Li Changsheng was lost in confusion, an intoxicating aroma drifted toward him. He turned his head and saw the shabby little wooden table laden with top-tier delicacies from Tianshi House. 8 spiced chicken, wasteland beef, snow moon fish roe. Li Changsheng himself only dined at this level on ordinary days. What rank was Chen Fan even at? Yet he was eating nearly the same fare. All of this must have cost 200 or 300 spirit stones combined. Could this kid have spent all the spirit stones I gave him on food? Just as Li Changsheng was seized by astonishment, Chen Fan stepped forward, patted his chest, and grinned. Master, don't rush. Wait until I have Luzi fetch a jar of good wine, and the two of us, master and disciple, must share a few drinks. Li Changsheng turned around, his face growing cold as he asked, did you spend all the spirit stones I gave you on food? Pretty much. Anyway, I spent several thousand. Chen Fan replied after doing a quick mental calculation, realizing that most of the spirit stones Li Changsheng had given him had indeed gone to Tianshi House. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's palm clenched tight against the small wooden table, repeatedly telling himself in his heart, do not get angry. This kid has simply been poor for too long. Then Li Changsheng asked again, I heard you showed your prowess and seized over 100 divine ability beads at the scripture pavilion. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Chen Fan burst into hearty laughter, thinking to himself, even my opportunistic master knows about my exploits. Clearly Chen Fan is about to make a name for himself at Ziki's sacred land. Seeing Chen Fan with his eyes rolling upward and grinning foolishly, Li Changsheng hurriedly stepped forward and shook his body. Wayward disciple. Kitty. Coming to his senses at this voice, Chen Fan slapped the wooden table and, shaking his head with theatrical flair, declared, Master, allow your disciple to recount the tale in detail. That day, when that fat Wong framed me, how could I, standing firm in righteousness, ever concede defeat? I stepped onto the 4th floor, and the 3 patriarchs, seeing how dashing and outstanding I was, handsome, elegant, brilliant in talent, begged me to choose my divine abilities. What sort of person am I? I am a disciple of Li Changsheng, a man of impeccable reputation. One sweep of my net, and over 100 divine ability beads fell entirely into my hands. To learn what happens next, wait for the next installment. Chen Fan spoke with great relish, and even as he reminisced about his dashing posture from back, then he found himself incredibly handsome. Where are the beads? Li Changsheng asked coldly after hearing the whole tale. Sold, Chen Fan answered casually, still immersed in the excitement of the scripture pavilion battle. Sold? This kid sold the divine ability beads, eh? Li Changsheng's vision went black at these words. Those were one of the foundational treasures of Ziki's sacred land. If they were to leak out, it would cause significant damage to their sacred land. Bang! Li Changsheng's hand crushed a corner of the wooden table. Only upon hearing the noise did Chen Fan notice that Li Changsheng's expression had darkened. He hurriedly explained, Master, please rest assured. I sold them all to disciples of our Ziki's sacred land. Besides, the probability of extracting a divine ability from a bead is only 1%. Otherwise, why would I sell them to them so cheaply? Phew. Hearing this, Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the items did not spread beyond their sect, there would be no major issue. Did you keep any for yourself? Li Changsheng asked, picking up chopsticks to grab a piece of 8 spiced chicken. Seeing that Li Changsheng's expression had softened somewhat, Chen Fan also picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a large piece of wasteland beef, and replied, of course I kept some. I learned 3 divine abilities in one night. Li Changsheng paused at these words. Learning 3 divine abilities in a single night. Such terrifying comprehension. Even he, renowned as an immortal of eternal youth, had needed half a day to merely grasp the basics of a single divine ability in his youth. And those 3, eh? Li Changsheng asked with a chuckle. The speed at which Li Changsheng's expression changed even surprised Chen Fan. After silently grumbling in his heart, he slowly answered, heaven-cleaving sword art, great desolate star-plucking hand, and one more, the void crossing. Hearing these 3 divine abilities, Li Changsheng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. All 3 were legendary techniques with extremely high cultivation difficulty and tremendous killing power. For Chen Fan to successfully master all 3 in one night was simply inconceivable. This time he had truly found a treasure. Li Changsheng looked at Chen Fan with growing fondness. If Chen Fan's talent did not fade before reaching his prime, Ziki sacred land would undoubtedly gain at least one peerless expert at the Dragon Gate realm in the future. Moo. Outside the door, Luzi panted with his tongue lolling out beads of sweat covering his bald donkey head, while a jar of fine wine hung from his neck. Chen Fan quickly opened the door for Luzi, and Li Changsheng's gaze followed Chen Fan over to the donkey. This donkey has actually reached the refining bone realm. Both master and donkey are monsters. This donkey is certainly no ordinary beast. After receiving the wine from Luzi, Chen Fan called out loudly to Li Changsheng, Master, 400 mid-grade spirit stones per jar of drunken immortal brew. Want to drink together? Hearing this, Li Changsheng walked over to Chen Fan, snatched the drunken immortal brew, and said to him, in 1 year the direct disciple ranking tournament. I have already registered you. You must cultivate diligently this year, or your position as Holy Son will be hard to maintain. I have already made it clear whoever takes first place shall become the Holy Son. Chen Fan froze upon hearing these words. Wasn't this clearly a setup against him? How long had he even been cultivating? Li Changxing, however, did not care about such matters. Chen Fan possessed monstrous talent, yet he was lazy by nature, obsessed with fishing and neglectful of his cultivation. Without proper discipline now, he would struggle to achieve greatness in the future. This master believes in you. With those words spoken, Li Changxing's figure vanished from the spot. Chen Fan and Air Luzi exchanged glances, and both instantly realized something was amiss. They cried out in alarm. Air Luzi, did Master swipe our drunken immortal brew? Moo. The next day the sky gradually lightened with the faint white hue of dawn. A gossamer mist rose gently across the 800 li Tianhe River, dreamlike and ethereal. Morning glow painted the horizon where water and sky merged into one expanse, while golden sunlight cascaded over the river surface, making the ripples shimmer like scattered jade. Chen Fan and second donkey slept until the sun had climbed high into the sky. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the peach-shaped curve of the donkey's rear as its tail lazily flicked against mosquitoes. Chen Fan, however, had cultivated through the entire night. The talent of his innate Dao body and sacred embryo was terrifying. Within only one night he had already broken through to the 4th stage of the spiritual sea. Chen Fan had no desire to work so hard, but his cheap master had set a clever trap for him. If he were to be defeated in a single move during the tournament, how could Chen Fan possibly maintain his reputation within the Purple Chi sacred realm in the future? If you don't work hard at cultivation today, you'll become brothers in the 10,000 soul banner tomorrow, Chen Fan said with a yawn, sighing deeply at his own words. Second donkey, who had been sound asleep, suddenly sprang upright. With half-lidded donkey, Isaac glanced left and right, convinced that breakfast had finally arrived. What are you staring at? It's not mealtime yet. Chen Fan smacked his palm across second donkey's reflective, oversized head. Second donkey bore no ill will. Instead, it cracked open its enormous jaw, stretched its sensuous donkey waist, and let out a dramatic neigh that sounded as though it were about to devour someone. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Chen Fan mumbled groggily before approaching and pulling open the wooden door. Creak. As the wooden door swung open, his sleepy eyes suddenly began flashing with intensity. Boss. 8 sharply dressed men in suits knelt on one knee before him. Each wore a magnificent cape draped across their backs, upon which the word justice was embroidered in bold, imposing characters. The leader among them held 3 suits in his hands. One for Chen Fan, one for second donkey, and a tiny one meant for the little girl. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan almost felt as though he had traveled back to Blue Star. Overcome with excitement, he stepped forward and ran his hands reverently over the fine suits. Rise, all of you. We run a legitimate auction house here, not a triad syndicate, Chen Fan said to the 8 men with solemn instruction. After hearing his words, the 8 men nodded in agreement. Though they had no idea what a syndicate was, they certainly understood what it meant to be gangsters. Several of the 8 men were already speculating in their minds whether Chen Fan's claim was false, that in truth they were a gang merely posing as an auction house to the outside world. I understand now. I get it too. We all understand. Exchange of glances among the 8 men, their gazes all landing on Chen Fan before them. Bowing their heads in unison, they cried out, Big Brother. Moved by their overwhelming enthusiasm, Chen Fan recalled the glorious days back in Yo Village. Lowering his head, he pretended to appear deep and brooding. I Chen Fan have not played the role of boss for many years. But since you have called me Big Brother, I shall protect you. Even if the mountains lose their edges and heaven and earth converge, even if yin and yang reverse themselves, if you call me Chen Fan your big brother, then I shall guard you for an entire lifetime. Tears welled up in the 8 men's eyes as they listened to those words. Within the entire cultivation world, who else could speak such lines? Only Chen Fan, who says the immortal path is heartless. In this very moment, Chen Fan became the very embodiment of the immortal path's compassion. The fact that Chen Fan was willing to accept all 8 of them was already reason enough for endless gratitude, and now these stirring words elevated their loyalty to its absolute peak. Big Brother. All 8 men fell to their knees, clasping their fists together in devoted homage before Chen Fan. Stop bowing and hasty business. Come inside. Chen Fan cradled the suits under his arms and crooked a smile. Moments later, 8 burly men poured into the small wooden cabin. Second donkey, who had been preparing to crawl back in his sleep, woke up upon seeing the commotion and cheerfully donned its own suit. Chen Fan also returned to his room to change into his own suit. Unlike the others, his suit bore 2 large characters embroidered with golden thread on the back, giving it an air of nobility and distinction. Within merely 3 minutes, Chen Fan appeared before the 8 men dressed in his uniquely magnificent and imposing suit. Holy Son, one word. Handsome. Holy Son, this suit on your body feels different somehow. Such a domineering suit simply cannot suppress your magnificent aura. The 8 men spared no compliments, each word sincere, each word undeniably true. Having spent years fishing, Chen Fan possessed a fine physique, 8-pack abs paired with a towering 8-foot frame. His face, though slightly weathered and swarthy, only added to his commanding presence when dressed in this suit. Enough of this. You must all be hungry, having skipped breakfast. Let me treat you all to a feast at Tianshi restaurant. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Chen Fan led the 9 humans and 1 donkey straight toward Tianshi restaurant. The 8 outer sect disciples felt a hint of nervousness. This was their first time visiting Tianshi restaurant. Chen Fan and second donkey struck the pose of seasoned big brothers, laughing heartily. Don't be tense. When we arrive, eat what needs eating and drink what needs drinking. Before long, disciples of the Purple Cheese Sacred Realm witnessed a remarkable spectacle. 9 figures clad in imposing black attire marched purposefully toward Tianshi restaurant. A procession led by a donkey sporting a necktie striding forward with an audacious swagger that defied all convention. Who are those people? Their outfits are so domineering. That cape, those beautifully calligraphic characters spelling justice. Absolutely damn handsome. What kind of attire is this? It's incredibly upscale. The leader looks like the Holy Sun. Could this be the new uniform of our Purple Chi Sacred Realm? Perhaps I should get one for myself. Male disciples passing by were the first to stop and observe, their eyes shining with fascination. Numerous female disciples turned red-faced, shyly pointing at Chen Fan and whispering, "The Holy Sun's clothing isn't buttoned up. So handsome. If only I could rest for a moment in the Holy Sun's arms." Wherever the group of 9 walked, no one could resist stopping to gaze at them. Everywhere they passed, eyes followed their every step. Chen Fan himself felt no pressure whatsoever from such widespread attention. It was a sensation he had grown accustomed to. On the contrary, the 8 outer sect disciples kept their backs rigidly straight. They did not wish to embarrass Chen Fan in any way, maintaining impeccable posture at all times. Countless gazes made them profoundly uneasy. The moment the 9 entered Tianshi restaurant, thousands of eyes turned toward them. The entire restaurant erupted into hushed discussions, and in an instant they found themselves at the very center of a whirlwind of attention. "Bring us a private room. It's morning, so no heavy or greasy food, something light instead. Serve every single one of Tianshi restaurant's morning delicacies." Upon entering, Chen Fan loudly announced to the female cashier at the counter, projecting the air of a seasoned triad boss. On the second floor of Tianshi restaurant, the core disciple Yu Tian-du heard the commotion while dining. With a cold expression, he asked the maid beside him, "What is going on? Who caused all this disturbance?" The maid Nangong Yinran quickly replied, It is the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has arrived at Tianshi restaurant with 8 men and a donkey." And, seeing Nangong Yinran hesitate to continue, Yu Tian-du set down his jade chopsticks and turned to look at her, asking, "And what?" Nangong Yinran lowered her head and slowly answered, "And the Holy Sun is extremely arrogant." Yu Tian-du prided himself on his peerless talent. At the age of 11, he had already entered the physical body realm. At 13, he broke through to the spiritual sea realm, standing unbeaten within his own realm across the entire Purple Chi Sacred Realm. By 15, he had entered the Soul Palace realm and fought bravely in the Sacred Realm's genius tournaments, shedding blood for the honor of Purple Chi Sacred Realm. Now at 20, he had reached the 3rd stage of the Divine Ability realm and was gradually earning the title of the #1 genius of Purple Chi Sacred Realm. Arrogant. Does he even know how to spell arrogant? Within the Purple Chi Sacred Realm, there cannot exist anyone more arrogant than I. Come, Yinran. Let us go meet this fisherman. Yu Tiandu rose with nonchalant elegance, his black and gold robes swaying gently, the confidence and bearing he exuded naturally inspiring awe in all who witnessed him. Across the way, Chen Fan and his 9 companions were already gorging themselves in the private room. The 8 disciples did not wish to waste a single grain of spirit rice, and several of them had already broken through to higher realms mid-meal. The 8 had acquired 200 to 300 spirit crystals within the outer sect, proving they were no ordinary disciples. Their natural talents were considerable. With Chen Fan's resources supporting them, their cultivation speed rivaled that of inner sect disciples. Chen Fan did not stand on ceremony during the meal, showing no airs whatsoever. Even Erlfzi sat on the bench beside them, competing for food with the 9. The only problem was its hoes were clumsy with chopsticks, always a beat behind. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying the meal, a clear and melodious female voice rang out from beyond the door. "Is Saint's son, Chen Fan, present?" First among disciples, Yu Tiandu has arrived. The 8 outer sect disciples froze mid-bite, their faces drained of color. Yu Tiandu, the foremost among the personal disciples. "Brother, he comes with ill intent. It seems he is dissatisfied with your position as Saint's son. This is serious trouble. If we fought together, we still would not be enough for him alone." Chen Fan watched his 8 men panic, yet instead of showing concern, he calmly gnawed on a spiced chicken leg. Erlfzi likewise remained composed, devouring meat from a large bowl. Witnessing Chen Fan's composure, the 8 disciples suppressed their mounting dread and forced themselves to remain seated. Before Chen Fan could respond, Nangong Yanran pushed open the door. Yu Tiandu's tall, imposing figure materialized before Chen Fan. His frigid gaze swept across the assembly, his brow perpetually creased in disdain. At last Yu Tiandu fixed his attention on Chen Fan, who was still chewing on a spiced chicken leg. Cold fire burned in his eyes as he flicked his wide sleeve toward Chen Fan and inquired, "You are the saint's son?" Chen Fan spat out the chicken bone, casually wiped the grease on Erlofzi's back, and rose. After studying Yu Tiandu's bearing, he understood perfectly. Yu Tiandu had come to make trouble. Before so many of his followers, he could not show weakness. After a moment's consideration, Chen Fan snapped back to attention. He kicked the bench aside, swept his cloak behind him, and strode forward with the majestic gait of a dragon, hands in pockets, until he stood directly before Yu Tiandu. "I am Chen Fan, saint's son, appointed by Li Changxing, lord of the Purple Qi Sacred Land. Bow before me if you dare not. Is there no courtesy here?" According to the laws of the Purple Qi Sacred Land, the saint's son held equal status to the 10 elders. Even personal disciples had to offer obeisance. Yu Tiandu narrowed his eyes, meeting Chen Fan's gaze without flinching, and asked with a smile, "I dare to bow, but dare you accept it?" Chen Fan caught the naked threat in Yu Tiandu's words. A smirk tugged at his lips. He thought, "I did not fear the dragon sovereign. What makes you think I would fear you?" Chen Fan tilted his head with a grin and bellowed, "Why would I not dare? Kneel then." Yu Tiandu snorted coldly, releasing the full might of his divine ability realm pressure. The bowls and chopsticks on the private room's table shattered instantly. The 8 outer sect disciples struggled to breathe, as if a mountain had descended upon their chests. Yet compared to the disciples' wretched state, Chen Fan and Erlofzi remained unmoved. This level of pressure was less than 1/100th of the dragon sovereigns, a mere drizzle to them. At this moment, Yu Tiandu raised his pale hands and bent slightly at the waist toward Chen Fan, intoning, "Yu Tiandu pays respects to the saint's son. May the saint's son live to be 100. The 8 disciples needed only a moment to understand. His words carried no well wishes. Given that even those in the body-tempering realm could live to 150 years, Yu Tiandu was clearly hoping for Chen Fan's swift demise. Chen Fan was no fool either. Smiling at Yu Tiandu's veiled hostility, he placed one large hand atop Yu Tiandu's clasped ones and pressed down with crushing force. Within Chen Fan's spiritual sea, the 100,000 zhang expanse erupted with fury. Above the heavenly feast mansion, the sky transformed instantly. Gale winds howled, ominous clouds gathered like spilled ink, swiftly converging overhead to paint a portrait of darkening heavens. Yu Tiandu's brow furrowed as the veins on his hands bulged, straining to resist Chen Fan's overwhelming downward pressure. The vast ancient strength art, he screamed internally, unleashing his full cultivation without restraint. He refused to lose, could not bear to lose. Since childhood, he had swept all before him. He was the protagonist of this golden age. How could he submit to defeat? "Power, give me power, power." Yu Tiandu's desperate outburst showed signs of actually pushing back against Chen Fan's hand. Storm winds rose across the heavens, the atmosphere grew suffocating, mountains bowed low, rivers fell silent, and every soul in the heavenly feast mansion held their breath, their gaze collectively drawn to the epicenter of the storm, the private room. Just as onlookers believed the two were evenly matched, a knowing smile crept across Chen Fan's face. Then his arm tendons bulged as the 100,000 zhang spiritual sea boiled over completely. Until now, he had merely been testing Yu Tiandu's limits. From this point, he would play for keeps. Boom! The floor beneath Yu Tiandu's feet exploded. His previously unruffled eyes finally flooded with disbelief. How is this possible? This strength. He is only in the spiritual sea realm. How can he possess such power? This cannot be. Yu Tiandu's spiritual sea, reaching 10,000 zhang, had already marked him as the foremost talent in 500 years of the Purple Qi Sacred Land's history. Yet Chen Fan's spiritual sea had already expanded to 100,000 zhang, and worst of all, it had not yet reached its limit. Two cultivators wrestling while onlookers watched. From the elders to the outermost disciples, the entire Purple Qi Sacred Land monitored this hidden power struggle. Though merely a contest of physical strength, it still revealed much. Just as Yu Tiandu appeared on the verge of collapse, the attendant Nangong Yanran stepped forward, attempting to separate the two. Before she could reach them, a smooth, bald donkey head blocked her path. She looked down to find a gray-furred donkey with a bald patch staring at her with an obscene grin. "Get out of the way." Nangong Yanran snapped at Erlofzi. Erlofzi acted as if it had not heard a thing, standing motionless with its reddish plump donkey tongue licking its lips before letting out a cry toward Nangong Yanran. Nangong Yanran could not understand donkey language. She coldly commanded Erlofzi once more, "Get out of the way, or I will not be courteous." Yet Erlofzi continued its reply. No matter what Nangong Yanran said, Erlofzi's only response was that same bray, leaving her feeling utterly helpless, as if facing an unselectable opponent. If only combat were permitted within the Purple Qi Sacred Land, she would have drawn her sword to behead this wretched beast on the spot. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted between Chen Fan and Yu Tiandu. Chen Fan's spiritual sea within his spiritual sea erupted violently. Above the heavenly feast mansion, winds howled and clouds gathered like spilled ink, swiftly converging to transform the clear sky into a brooding heavens. Yu Tiandu frowned, blood vessels protruding from his hands as he strained against Chen Fan's crushing downward force. The vast, ancient strength art, he screamed internally, unleashing his full cultivation without reservation. He refused to lose, could not bear to lose. From childhood, he had dominated all before him. He was the protagonist of this golden age. How could he submit to defeat? Wood chips flew throughout the private room, the floor had shattered into several pieces, and Chen Fan's 8 lackeys were pressed down by Yu Tiandu's overwhelming aura, unable to even straighten their backs. As the sound gradually faded, all eyes turned to Chen Fan and Yu Tiandu. Upon the shattered wooden floor, Chen Fan stood with one hand outstretched, dressed in a formal suit, his embroidered golden cloak fluttering behind him, a slight sneer playing on his lips. In the end, it was Chen Fan who had the upper hand over Yu Tiandu, and that smug satisfaction was truly exhilarating. Yu Tiandu, on the other hand, had split thumbs on both hands, oozing crimson blood, his arms hanging limply at his sides. The broad black sleeves obscured the wounds, but could not conceal his disheveled state. Truly worthy of the Holy Sun's title. See you on the arena in a year's time. Yu Tiandu's gaze remained cold and unforgiving. Though he had fallen slightly short today, his unyielding conviction in his own invincibility remained unbroken, especially since he had not yet revealed any of his trump cards. In a genuine death match, Yu Tiandu was absolutely confident he could crush Chen Fan. Let's go. As Yu Tiandu turned his back, preparing to depart, Chen Fan's voice suddenly rang from behind him. You'll need to compensate me for the damaged furniture. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiandu's brow furrowed. He glanced back over his shoulder and forced out, "You fishing boatman." He walked away with measured composure, stepping on the shattered wood chips, flicking his sleeves as though nothing remained but a fading silhouette behind him. Nangong Yanran followed after Yu Tiandu, but before departing, her clear spirit-filled eyes cast a venomous glare toward Lizzie, as though harboring some ancient grudge. Lizzie, did you provoke her? Chen Fan nudged Lizzie with his elbow. Lizzie spread both his donkey hooves wide, his large eyes squeezing together as he put on an utterly innocent expression. Outside the private room, as onlookers saw Yu Tiandu emerge from Chen Fan's chamber, all gaze converged upon him. Yu Tiandu's piercing, oppressive eyes flashed, and everyone instantly retreated, hurriedly bowing their heads, daring not to meet his gaze for another moment. Compensation for the furniture in Chen Fan's private room. Yu Tiandu produced a storage pouch and tossed it carelessly into the hands of a nearby Tianshi Fu waitress. At this, many keen observers noticed the wounds on his hands. Yu Tiandu's hands are injured. Who truly gained the upper hand in this first clash between the Holy Sun and the top direct disciple? By the look of it, the Holy Sun clearly had the advantage over Yu Tiandu, but haven't you noticed? Yu Tiandu showed not the slightest trace of defeat. The moment one voice rose, thousands followed, and within an instant every person in Tianshi Fu was whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Yu Tiandu had already swept out of Tianshi Fu's gates with Nangong Yanran at his side, moving like a streaking meteor. As the crowd's murmurs gradually intensified, the entire Tianshi Fu slowly returned to its former bustle. Yet many eyes remained fixed on the entrance to Chen Fan's private room. They were determined to see whether Chen Fan had truly won or lost. Creak. The private room's door opened once more. At the sound, everyone dropped their chopsticks and meals in unison, turning to stare fixedly at the doorway. Everyone held their breath, and some had already organized themselves into teams, each assigned to inspect a different part of Chen Fan's body to determine whether he bore any injuries. Thud. The moment the door opened, a bald, shiny donkey head poked out first. Lizzie, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, strutted out of the private room with an unapologetic swagger. The instant he stepped outside, countless sharp gazes swept toward him. Startled, he hastily adjusted the tie around his neck, determined to maintain his image as the most dashing donkey in their world. Lizzie, what are you doing? You're blocking the door. Chen Fan delivered a swift kick to the donkey's rear. With a soft thud, Lizzie landed on his haunches and sprang backward, quickly putting distance between himself and the doorway. Chen Fan emerged like a dapper gangster, his long hair flowing freely in the wind as he strode out with effortless grace. Head, completely intact. Limbs, completely intact. Torso, completely intact. Confirmed. The Holy Sun is unharmed. With those words, it was officially cemented that Yu Tiandu had been thoroughly bested by Chen Fan. It was also a declaration of Chen Fan's formidable arrival at the Purple Chi Sacred Land. Seeing the crowd below so excited, Chen Fan assumed something significant had transpired and was about to approach to listen when the nearby Tianshi Fu waitress kept smiling at him, her face clearly telegraphing the message, time to pay the bill. Reluctantly, Chen Fan suppressed his curiosity, cleared his throat, and asked the waitress, "How many spirit crystals?" The waitress beamed and replied respectfully, "The total comes to 558 mid-grade spirit crystals. Round it down, how about that?" "Then what are you proposing?" "Just 500, forget the 58. Hearing this, the waitress could no longer maintain her composure. Her previously upturned lips immediately fell, and bitterness welled within her. Who discounts bills like this? Noticing the faint redness at the corners of the waitress's eyes, Chen Fan hastily retrieved 560 mid-grade spirit crystals from his storage ring and handed them directly to the young waitress. I was merely joking with you. Do I appear to be someone who lacks such coins? Keep the extra 5 spirit crystals as a tip. The waitress looked down at the heavy crystals in her palms and instantly broke into a relieved smile. She bent deeply and bowed to Chen Fan. Holy son, you are truly a good person. Chen Fan felt his face flush at these words, scratched his head, and replied, no need to idolize me. I'm just a legend. The waitress froze at this, offered an awkward smile, lowered her head, and touched her own face in confusion, wondering, I never said I adored you, holy son. By the time she lifted her head again, Chen Fan had already departed gracefully with his 8 companions and the donkey. On the way, Chen Fan walked with a bleeding heart, muttering, 558 mid-grade spirit crystals for a single meal. This is killing me. Dying for the sake of face. What's suffering? As he spoke, he turned to his 8 companions behind him with a cult leader-like gaze. Is that smile? Isn't it a bit creepy? Why do I feel like the Holy Son looks like a human trafficker when he smiles? Nonsense, that is clearly a smile full of great love. Exactly, that is the Holy Son's sacred smile. After a few whispered exchanges, the 8 of them successfully brainwashed Chen Fan's originally creepy grin into a benevolent expression of boundless love. Soon the 9 of them plus the donkey arrived at the banks of the heavenly river. The sky was crystal clear, sunlight cascading down upon the sprawling beach. The fine soft sand grains shimmered with golden luster under the sun's rays. At the riverbank, Chen Fan, shirtless, addressed his 8 companions and the donkey. We have to bid at least something at the Tianhe auction house, right? Countless cultivators have perished in the 8,000-li heavenly river, and those unclaimed possessions are nothing short of the finest auction items. Hearing this, the 8 felt an unease they could not quite articulate. The heavenly river stretched 8,000 li. Searching for cultivators' belongings in such vast waters was like finding a needle in a haystack. Could Chen Fan really succeed with a single attempt? But when the 8 glanced over, they saw Elixir had already eagerly boarded the boat. Very well, they told themselves. At least consider it a day of relaxation accompanying the Holy Sun. The 8 also pushed their 3 newly purchased wooden boats forward, following Chen Fan and Elixir onto the water. Against the boundless expanse of the heavenly river, the 4 small wooden boats appeared rather solitary. The 8 outer disciples did not know how many times they had cast their nets, yet every attempt yielded nothing. At this moment, Chen Fan's excited voice rang out across the vast river. This heavy feeling is definitely extraordinary. Chen Fan and Elixir's small boat had already been pulled askew by the fishing net, with 1 man and 1 donkey struggling to haul it in. Seeing this, the 8 outer sect disciples hurried forward to help. 3, 2, 1, pull. For over half an hour, 9 people and 1 donkey pulled until they were gasping for breath, yet they still couldn't drag the net up. Boss, what material is this net made of? It's so sturdy. One burly disciple among the 8 outer sect members, wiping sweat from his brow, asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan casually replied, 8,000-year-old heavenly silk thread. Though slightly inferior quality, it should be sturdy enough. The 8 outer sect disciples froze at these words. 8,000-year heavenly silk thread. Good heavens. The burly man among the 8 extended his tongue and licked the fishing net. In all his life, he had never encountered such an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth. Seeing the 8 disciples looking so unversed in the world, Chen Fan covered his face and said, Can't you have any ambition? Are you frightened already? Follow me, and each of you will receive a post-heaven spiritual treasure. Hearing these words, the 8 disciples perked up, their bodies surging with motivation. That was a post-heaven spiritual treasure. Even experts at the Holy Lord realm might not possess one. Let's pull this net up in one go, Chen Fan said to the 8 disciples. With that, Chen Fan's spiritual sea of 10,000 li churned around his body as spiritual energy surged. He gripped the gaps in the net and exerted all his strength. Elixir's skin began to grow hot, his donkey eyes bulging wide as a mighty aura radiated from his entire body. Seeing Chen Fan and Elixir taking this seriously, the 8 outer sect disciples also devoted their full spirit and energy, grabbing corners of the net and pulling with reckless abandon. At the bottom of the heavenly river, a bandaged corpse was caught in the net, slowly rising. The corpse's flesh was not decayed, emanating an exotic fragrance that drew the attention of numerous enlightened demons within a 100-li radius. In an instant, dozens of divine ability demons' auras emerged from the bottom of the heavenly river. The entire river surface began to churn. Chen Fan and the other small boat rocked endlessly in these waves as if it could capsize at any moment. Holy Sun, the thing we've caught is no ordinary item. Bad news. The divine ability demons at the bottom of this river have also sensed the fragrance of this heavenly treasure and are rushing here. Dozens of dark shadows converged toward Chen Fan and the others. Seeing this situation, the 8 outer sect disciples couldn't help but loudly warn Chen Fan. Chen Fan spat and turned to the 8 disciples, saying, You 8 continue pulling. Those divine ability demons are my and Elixir's responsibility. Chen Fan glanced at Erlifzi, cracked his neck, and smiled. Erlifzi, these demons dare to snatch food from our mouths. Let's teach them a lesson. Erlifzi's blood boiled. He tilted his donkey mouth and nodded at Chen Fan. One man and one donkey leapt from the small boat onto the river surface. With the spiritual sea realm, one could ride a sword through the skies, and so the man and donkey walked upon the river as if it were flat ground. Chen Fan and Erlifzi circled the net, watching the dark shadows constantly darting beneath the river surface. Chen Fan folded his arms across his chest, his golden embroidered cape fluttering behind him, and roared. I am Chen Fan, holy son of the purple cheese sacred land. Sworn brother of the dragon, venerable of the 80,000-li heavenly river water palace. No matter what demons and monsters you are, if you take one more step closer, don't blame me for ruthlessly severing your cultivation. Chen Fan's voice echoed across the river surface. 80% of the divine ability demons upon hearing this wisely retreated. Whether the holy son of the purple cheese sacred land or the dragon venerable's brother, neither was something they wanted to provoke. But the remaining 20% of demons wanted to gamble. Cultivation itself was defying the heavens, and with opportunity right before their eyes they would try anything. What if they succeeded? 20 dark shadows accelerated, charging headlong toward the net. Seeing that some demons still refused to back down, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, a sharp expression forming on his face. You really have never encountered the underworld, have you? Bang! In the instant he spoke, a water python as thick as a water barrel leapt from the river's surface with its bloody maw wide open. Wholly! A blue-white flame mark on Chen Fan's brow emitted a ray of light, and a streak of blue-white flame shot straight into the sky. Hiss! The water python was burned to ashes by the southern brightness flame. Even in death its forked tongue still hissed. Upon seeing this, a dozen dark shadows of demons hastily stopped in their tracks. They wanted heavenly treasures, but they certainly didn't want to die. Keep pulling. Let me see who dares to move. Around Chen Fan's body swirled a terrifying aura of blue-white flames as he addressed the 8 outer sect disciples. The fragrance emanating from the corpse within the net grew stronger and stronger. Such flesh and blood was a fatal temptation for demonic beasts. The dozen or so divine ability demons that had originally orbited the area in fear now had bloodshot eyes. Their bloodthirsty desire overcame their fear of Chen Fan, and they rushed toward the net with reckless abandon. Since you're looking for death, then I'll satisfy your wish. With that, Chen Fan summoned Holy. Kill. In an instant, tongues of fire curled and rolled like a phoenix, spreading its wings, emitting scorching heat that consumed everything in its path. Great wilderness, star-plucking hand. Chen Fan extended his right hand toward the sky as spiritual energy around his body exploded. Instantly, a massive hand made of starlight appeared in the firmament, descending from the heavens to grasp the dozen divine ability demons midair. Erlifzi. Chen Fan roared at Erlifzi. At that very moment, 2 beams of tyrannical flame and purple thunder shot from Erlifzi's donkey eyes. Holy, the spirit fire of southern brightness was not to be outdone. With a graceful wave of her hand, flames shot to the sky, crimson fire churned, and like a ferocious beast baring its fangs and claws, it devoured all vitality. Spare our lives. We were wrong. Holy Son, please spare us. We repent. The dozen divine ability demons felt the threat of death and twisted their bodies, continuously kowtowing before Chen Fan. Repent. Too late. Chen Fan pressed his 2 fingers together, stepped back with his right foot, and his fingers transformed into a sword that could cut through anything, gently sweeping toward the dozen demons. Boom. A series of over a dozen thunderous explosions. In a single breath, sword light flashed like electricity, raising a startling whirlwind that changed the colors of heaven and earth and dispersed all clouds and mist. No demon figures remained in the sky. Only a dozen green glowing demon cores floated uncertainly. At this moment, Erlifzi opened his mouth and a massive suction force drew all dozen demon cores into his donkey maw. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurried forward and pried open Erlifzi's mouth. You bastard, eating all this alone. Save some for me. After considerable effort, Chen Fan finally snatched 11 demon cores from Erlifzi's enormous donkey mouth. A single divine ability demon core could exchange for at least 500 medium-grade spirit crystals and could refine numerous 4th-grade pills. 1 each. Chen Fan threw 8 demon cores still coated in Erlifzi's saliva toward the 8 outer sect disciples. The 8 disciples, gazing at the gleaming demon cores in their hands, fell into another wave of emotion. Holy Son, we cannot accept rewards without merit. Yes, Holy Son, you've already given us far too much. Holy Son. While wiping the saliva off the demon cores, Chen Fan laughed and scolded the 8. Stop your constant fussing. If I give them to you, you take them. Whoever refuses can get lost. Hearing this, the 8 reluctantly placed the demon cores carefully into porcelain containers and stored them in their storage pouches as precious treasures. Chen Fan casually dropped the remaining 3 demon cores into his pocket as they held little use for him. Then the 9 people and 1 donkey completely hauled the net ashore. The moment the net surfaced, everyone was startled. Mummy. A corpse entirely wrapped in bandages lay exposed before the 9 people, and one donkey bearing a resemblance to a mummy, yet revealing skin as translucent as finest jade, emanating an eerie fragrance. I remember now. The silence was shattered by one of the 8 outer disciples of Burly Man. The others quickly turned to him asking, "Feng Yin, what do you remember?" The burly man named Feng Yin then spoke to Chen Fan and the others. "I once read a book called Commentary on the River of Heaven in the Scripture Pavilion. It records the battles that occurred on the 80,000-li River of Heaven. Among them it documents a demon cultivation grandmaster known as the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts. After he single-handedly faced 36 Saint Master Realm experts and fell into the River of Heaven, he vanished without a trace. This Sovereign of the Wayless Arts was also completely wrapped in bandages emanating a strange fragrance. It is possible that the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts truly perished back then, and now the Saint's son has retrieved his body. Saint Master Realm cultivators' physical forms do not decay after death, which is why this body appears as if merely asleep." After Feng Yin finished speaking, everyone present drew a sharp breath of cold air. The Sovereign of the Wayless Arts. A Grandmaster at the Saint Master Realm. To think Chen Fan actually pulled it up from the river. This defies all reason. After hearing this, Chen Fan did not immediately look at the corpse. Instead, he turned to Feng Yin, stepping forward to grasp his hand. "Talent. What remarkable talent. Feng Yin, isn't it? Stick with your brother, and you'll go far." Feng Yin felt somewhat embarrassed under Chen Fan's effusive warmth, scratching his head as he grinned foolishly. "Saint Son, perhaps we should examine what treasures this corpse might hold. After all, that person was a Saint Master Realm expert." Hearing this, Chen Fan snapped back to attention and redirected his gaze to the corpse before him. After rummaging for quite some time, Chen Fan finally pried a storage ring off one of the corpse's fingers. He promptly squeezed a drop of essence blood from his fingertip to perform the blood recognition ritual. Everyone watched this scene in breathless silence. If the ritual succeeded, it would prove that the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts was truly and utterly dead. Conversely, if it failed, it would mean the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts was still alive. The moment the essence blood merged with the ring, Chen Fan's consciousness entered the storage ring of the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts. Within this massive space spanning several hundred cubic meters lay countless high-grade spirit crystals piled into mountains, at least a dozen of them. Beside them were arranged various pills and elixirs of varying grades, the highest reaching 6th rank, with the lowest being 4th rank. What most captivated Chen Fan's gaze was the halberd in the center, its form bold and magnificent, over a zhang in length, heavy as Mount Tai itself. A short blade like a hook hung from it, and wedged between the hooks was a letter. Chen Fan unfolded it to find the dying words of the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts, to the one fated to find this. "This halberd is named the Great Wilderness Dragon Halberd. I obtained this post-heavenly meritorious treasure, which brought upon me countless enemies and massacres. This weapon kills without binding the wielder to karma. If you lack a powerful background and sufficient strength, you must never use it in front of others. I have traversed the demon path for over 1,000 years, leaving behind a daughter named Yuer. Her physique is unique, her entire body emanating a strange fragrance. Should you ever encounter her in distress, I humbly request you lend her aid just once. Everything within this storage ring shall be yours to keep." After a moment, Chen Fan expelled a breath of turbid air, calming his racing heart. "Saint Sun, how did it go?" the 8 disciples asked anxiously. A wide grin spread across Chen Fan's face. "It succeeded." The 8 outer disciples and the 2 donkeys breathed sighs of relief. Fortunately, Chen Fan then slipped the storage ring onto his middle finger, grinning mischievously at the 8. "Brothers, we're rich." Snap! Chen Fan snapped his fingers crisply. Above the small boat, a rain of spirit crystals suddenly began to fall, and not just any spirit crystals, but high-grade ones. Chen Fan gazed calmly upon this rain of crystals, tilting his head upward at a 45-degree angle. "This rain will last 5 minutes. Go ahead, take out your sacks and fill them with spirit crystals." The 8 disciples, upon hearing this, pinched their own thighs. Ouch! Gazing upon the endless high-grade spirit crystals cascading down, they finally realized this was no dream. "Start loading." Feng Yin was the first to react, shouting loudly to the other 7. The 8 disciples wished they had 8 hands each. The second donkey, however, opened its mouth wide toward the sky, creating a vortex within its plump, tender donkey lips that drew countless high-grade spirit crystals into its belly. After 5 minutes, the rain of spirit crystals ceased abruptly. Chen Fan observed the flushed, excited faces of the crowd and asked with a smile, "Was this rain exciting enough?" The 8 disciples were ecstatic, their bodies trembling. It was more than enough. Each of them had managed to grab at least 600 or 700 high-grade spirit crystals, equivalent to 60,000 or 70,000 medium-grade spirit crystals, sufficient to sustain their cultivation resources for the next decade. The 8 disciples had now essentially become Chen Fan's diehard loyalists. What lord could be so generous to his followers? Not even Yu Tiandu could compare. Chen Fan glanced at the 8 disciples, then redirected his gaze to the body of the Sovereign of the Wayless Arts. Second donkey, this is the corpse of a Saint Master Realm Grandmaster. Didn't the ancestor pass down some alchemical techniques to you? Could you examine whether you can refine the sovereign of the Wayless arts into pills? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the second donkey immediately sensed an opportunity. After placing its hoof on its bald head and stroking it twice, it circled the corpse twice. The second donkey shook its head at Chen Fan, its expression showing embarrassment, signaling that this was beyond its abilities. Chen Fan gazed at the corpse and immediately conceived an idea. If it couldn't be refined, then they might as well sell it for spirit crystals. Feng Yin, the 8 of you shall go and spread word that tonight's Heavenly River auction will be selling the corpse of the sovereign of the Wayless arts. Remember, spread this only within our sacred land. The burly man Feng Yin nodded solemnly. Such a small task would be effortless for them. Shortly after the 4 small boats landed, Feng Yin led the 7 others as they began to loudly promote throughout the Purple Chi sacred land that tonight's Heavenly River auction would auction the intact corpse of a sovereign of the Wayless arts, a Saint Master Realm expert. After Chen Fan had just dominated Yu Tiandu at the Heavenly Feast residence, all the disciples had gained newfound respect for this newly arrived Saint Son. Now with the news that Chen Fan would auction a Saint Master Realm expert's corpse, the entire Purple Chi sacred land erupted into chaos. Within the Elder Hall, Li Changsheng watched the Baichao Pavilion Elder Lu Qibian counting spirit crystals and asked, "Elder Lu, do you actually believe that rascal's words?" Lu Qibian let out a knowing chuckle. "Saint Lord, would such an honest person as the Saint Son tell lies? Judging by the situation, the Saint Son truly does possess a corpse of a Saint Master Realm expert." Saying this, Lu Qibian winked and smiled at Li Changsheng. "Saint Lord, lend me some spirit crystals, will you?" Upon hearing these words, Li Changsheng immediately broke into coughs. "Ahem, I'm not feeling well. Go borrow from other elders." Before his voice even faded, Li Changsheng's figure had vanished without a trace. Lu Qibian saw through Li Changsheng's little trick at a glance, muttering under his breath, "Miser, always so stingy." Meanwhile, many disciple prodigies who received the news were also rapidly gathering spirit crystals. From the previous time Chen Fan auctioned the divine ability pearl, they knew Chen Fan wasn't lying this time either. Since it was true, they were determined to compete for it. A youth with sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes awoke from his cultivation, murmuring to himself, "This Saint Master Realm corpse shall belong to none other than me, Yao Qi Xingdi." Even Yu Tiandu, who had clashed verbally with Chen Fan, was rushing toward the Heavenly River shore with Nangong Yanran. "Elder Mo, shall we go?" "Go. We must acquire this body at all costs. This Saint Son has no idea of the true value of this corpse. We must spare no expense to obtain it. Once I refine it into a puppet, you will gain a Saint Master Realm Guardian." By the banks of the Heavenly River, Li Changsheng arrived silently. The items Chen Fan was auctioning this time were of great significance. If news leaked out, some unwise demonic cultivators might come causing trouble. He had come to provide backup for Chen Fan. However, as soon as he arrived at the wooden cottage, he froze in place. What are they doing? Li Changsheng watched Chen Fan and Air Luzi from the shadows of the cottage, his expression filled with confusion. In front of the wooden cottage, Chen Fan and Air Luzi were undressing the corpse of Wu Dao Jifa Majuan, the peerless demon lord, stripping him completely bare after death. Whether this reflected moral decay or the distortion of human nature remained unclear. Air Luzi, the demon lord's garments appear to be treasures themselves, fitting for a powerhouse of the Holy Master Realm. Chen Fan said to Air Luzi beside him while examining Wu Dao Jifa Majuan's shoes. After a lengthy effort, the pair managed to strip Wu Dao Jifa Majuan entirely bare, even removing his undergarments. "Alright, let's auction them off as is," Chen Fan said, clapping his hands and gazing contentedly at the naked corpse of Wu Dao Jifa Majuan. Hidden in the shadows, Li Changsheng watched the fate befalling Wu Dao Jifa Majuan with puzzlement. Have these two gone mad from poverty? Even their undergarments were stripped away. In the end, Li Changsheng chose not to reveal himself. Instead, he concealed his aura and hid within the spatial dimension, quietly watching over Chen Fan and Air Luzi. Time slipped by minute after minute, and before long the sun sank behind the mountains, its golden light fading. Night fell, stars appeared, and the moon began to rise. Under the pure moonlight, 8 men in suits stood before Chen Fan, while Air Luzi beside him glanced carelessly toward the distant flickering dark spots on the horizon. Quite a crowd has gathered. Chen Fan surveyed the assembly and noticed several familiar figures among them. Yu Tiandu, he's here too. Is that Elder Lu Qibian? Why is he here as well? Seeing so many disciples and elders assembled, Chen Fan leaned toward Air Luzi and whispered, "Air Luzi, do you think we're losing money by auctioning this corpse?" Air Luzi recalled the motionless corpse and comparing it to the gleaming spirit stones, naturally preferred the latter. Guaranteed profit with nothing to lose. Air Luzi brayed a few times toward Chen Fan, and upon understanding the meaning, Chen Fan's smile returned. Hidden away, Li Changsheng overheard their exchange and slapped his own forehead in exasperation. So how did I end up taking on these two exceptional fools? As the crowd drew nearer, Feng Yin and the other 7 quickly stepped forward to create a barrier, clearing an open space before Chen Fan and Air Luzi. Surveying the sea of faces, Chen Fan cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Dear friends from Reedy's clan, welcome to the Tianhao auction. The same rules apply as always. The highest bidder prevails." The crowd below was densely packed, and to the surprise of the Ziki Sacred Land disciples, elders had actually come to join in the festivities. Elder Lu Qibian from the Baichao Pavilion, Elder Qi Lei from the Enforcement Pavilion, and Elder Lu Sandao from the Wanshur Pavilion. All three elders had converged on the Tianhao auction, leaving the disciples utterly astonished. After exchanging glances with the three elders, Chen Fan turned to the crowd, reached into his pouch, and produced 3 demon cores from powerful beasts at the Divine Ability realm. Their casual display amazed the disciples. They're offering demon cores from the Divine Ability realm right from the start. And they're just keeping them in a pouch like that. The Holy Sun is indeed extravagantly generous. The 8 companions from Fengyan were unimpressed by the crowd's astonishment, thinking smugly, "You've never seen anything like this, have you? We each carry one ourselves." Chen Fan extended his hand and murmured, "The starting bid is 600 mid-grade spirit stones. 650. 660. 1,000. When Lu Qibian's voice rang out, the disciples present fell silent. In the end, Lu Qibian secured all 3 Divine Ability demon cores at a bid of 1,000. The next moment, Chen Fan retrieved a small purple-green bottle from his storage ring. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant vapor immediately wafted outward. The second auction item, 6th grade pill, purple gold pill. What a... Elder Lu Qibian of the Baichao Pavilion's composure shattered instantly. This was a 6th grade pill. He couldn't even refine such a pill himself. Hiss. The others dared not breathe, for this pill had exceeded all their expectations. Yu Tiandu, ever composed, clenched his fist and stepped forward, prepared to tap into the cultivation resources his family had provided. Within Shaolin's ring, old Mo shouted frantically, "Boy, this purple gold pill is extraordinary. I'll contribute what I can from my savings. You must secure it for me no matter what." Shaolin asked in confusion, "Teacher, what about Wu Dao Jifang Majuan?" Hearing this, old Mo paused to reconsider. Between the purple gold pill and Wu Dao Jifang Majuan, he ultimately chose the Demon Lord's corpse. "Very well, let us abandon the contest for the purple gold pill then." Observing the crowd's tense silence, Chen Fan realized they were all short on funds. "Forget it then. Since you cannot afford it, let us proceed directly to the main attraction." Chen Fan signaled to Air Luzi with a glance. Opening his mouth, the spirit beast caused Wu Dao Jifang Majuan's naked form to materialize above the ground. An exotic fragrance emanated from his body, his skin as smooth as jade, appearing as though merely asleep. Starting bid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan announced loudly to the crowd. Elder Lu Qibian spoke first. "I offer 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. I hope everyone will grant me the courtesy." The other 2 elders sneered. "I Qi Lei bid 180,000 high-grade spirit stones. I Lu Sandao bid 190,000 high-grade spirit stones." Lu Qibian glared at them and said through gritted teeth, "Old Lu, old Qi, show some respect." Raising his hand again, he declared, "I bid 250,000 high-grade spirit stones." 250,000 high-grade spirit stones. When had Lu Qibian become so wealthy? Qi Lei and Lu Sandao stared at Lu Qibian in utter disbelief. Witnessing their confusion and astonishment, a smug smile spread across Lu Qibian's lips. "You think you can outshine me? I exchanged quite a few valuable items for these funds." Trying to show off against Lu Qibian. "Do you two have what it takes?" Just as Lu Qibian felt certain of securing the corpse, Yu Tiandu's voice rang out. "I bid 300,000 high-grade spirit stones." The word struck Lu Qibian like a bolt from the blue. He whirled around to face Yu Tiandu, stammering, "Why you? Where did you get so many spirit stones?" Yu Tiandu replied coldly, "Modest wealth." Modest wealth? Was that what he called it? Lu Qibian looked at Yu Tiandu with burning eyes and suddenly recalled a rumor. "Never mind. The heritage of a secluded family is simply beyond my reach." Casting one last reluctant glance at Wu Dao Jifang Majuan's corpse, Lu Qibian ultimately chose to concede after much deliberation. "I bid 400,000 high-grade spirit stones." Without warning, Shaolin from within the crowd stepped forward. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Shaolin. Among the direct disciples, the 3 universally acknowledged top experts were Yu Tiandu, Shaolin, and Guishi. Among them, Shaolin was the most unassuming. Whenever he emerged victorious in conflicts with other disciples, he would always offer a respectful bow and say, "Just a stroke of luck." Thus, he enjoyed excellent relations throughout the Purple Qi Sacred Land. Yu Tiandu also turned his gaze toward Shaolin, his ink-black hair fluttering in the wind. Tilting his head, he asked with a sinister smile, "Junior brother Shaolin, you've been hiding your strength well." Shaolin looked at Yu Tiandu, bowed respectfully, and replied, "A modest fortune, nothing more than sheer luck." "Humph." Yu Tiandu snorted coldly, waved his broad sleeves, and departed with Nangong Yanran. Within the crowd, Gu Ishi, clad in white robes, watched Yu Tiandu's departing back, then turned to look at Shaolin, who stood out like a crane among chickens. A trace of desolation crossed his face. "Damn it. What did my prepared 250,000 mid-grade spirit crystals amount to? I've fallen on hard times." Quietly, he slipped away unnoticed. There was no need to remain here any longer. Today's trip hadn't been in vain after all. Shaolin Yu Tiandu Chen Fan. None of them were simple characters. On the other side, Chen Fan's gaze burned with intense interest as he stared at Shaolin, who was exuding an aura of opulence from within the crowd. That figure seemed strangely familiar to him. Shaolin was equally tense, terrified that Chen Fan might recognize his true identity. Teacher, do you think the Holy Sun might have figured out who I really am? Probab. Probably not. My black robe can conceal my aura. No one below the Holy Lord realm can detect your true spiritual presence. With Master Mo's assurance, Shaolin's confidence grew substantially, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Chen Fan's mind was entirely occupied with the 400,000 top-grade spirit crystals. He had long cast those past matters aside. Erltsi, let's go deliver these goods to him. With those words, Chen Fan dragged the head of the Wudao Jifa demon lord, while Erltsi carried its feet. Man and donkey together bore the demon lord's corpse as they made their way toward Shaolin. Many female disciples instinctively glanced toward the lower body of the Wudao Jifa demon lord, measured its size, and blushed deeply. Chen Fan approached Shaolin, pointed at the corpse behind him, and said, "Junior brother Shaolin, I've brought the goods. Would you like to inspect them?" Everyone present felt something amiss about that tone. It sounded far too much like highway robbery. Seeing Chen Fan speak this way, Shaolin promptly handed over a storage ring. These spirit crystals belonged to Master Mo anyway, so he didn't feel the slightest remorse. I won't bother inspecting the goods. I trust the Holy Sun's character completely. Compared to Shaolin's straightforward generosity, Chen Fan appeared somewhat pettily calculating. Chen Fan cautiously swept his divine sense over the spirit crystals within the ring, checking and rechecking the quantity before finally regaining his composure. Only after seeing Chen Fan compose himself did Shaolin dare to store the corpse within his ring. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes locked sharply onto Shaolin. The moment Shaolin caught that look, panic seized him. His heart hammered wildly. Has he recognized me? Then, resting his chin on his hand, Chen Fan studied Shaolin up and down before slowly saying, "I've heard you have a 3-year pact. What year is it this time?" Having risen from the outer sect to become one of the top 3 direct disciples within merely 2 years, Shaolin naturally had countless legends surrounding him in the Purple Chi sacred land. Even Chen Fan, who had only recently arrived, had heard of them. Upon hearing the words 3-year pact, Chen Fan couldn't help but break into a smile. This was practically a protagonist's fate. Phew. Shaolin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, Chen Fan hadn't recognized him. If he had, Shaolin would have been in grave peril. For one, Chen Fan's strength was far too uncanny. In a one-on-one confrontation, Shaolin had no absolute guarantee of overwhelming him. For another, Chen Fan's identity was far too extraordinary. If anything happened to Chen Fan, Holy Master Li Chongqing would never let Shaolin off. The 3rd year. 12 more days. Shaolin's eyes were resolute, as if recalling some sorrowful memory. That humiliation had been buried deep within his heart, never once allowed to fade. Give me another 100,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and I'll accompany you on this journey. What do you think? Chen Fan's eyes held a playful gleam. How could he possibly miss such a peerless genius's revenge battle? After all, since he knew Shaolin was the protagonist, wouldn't it be wise to build goodwill while earning some spirit crystals? Why not? Just as Shaolin was about to refuse, an elderly voice suddenly emanated from within the storage ring. Quickly agree to him. This kind of tremendous fortune has fallen into your lap, and you're still hesitating. Encouraged by Master Mo's urging, Shaolin no longer hesitated. He handed over another storage ring and bowed, saying, "Then I shall rely on the Holy Sun in 12 days. Chen Fan, looking every bit the avaricious merchant, slipped the storage ring onto his finger. Only when all 5 fingers of his hand were adorned with storage rings did he nod in satisfaction and say to Shaolin, "Rest assured. Count on me absolutely." Remembering the identity of his renounced fiancée, Shaolin probed cautiously, "Holy Sun, do you happen to know that my fiancée is the saintess of the 100 Flowers sacred land?" Hearing this, Chen Fan also felt uneasy, so he probed back, "Can the saintess of the 100 Flowers sacred land defeat my master?" "Obviously not," Shaolin replied, slowly envisioning Li Chongqing's domineering figure. "Then that settles it." Hearing this, a smile curved Shaolin's lips. With Chen Fan's support, he now had at least an 80% chance of success. Feeling Chen Fan's genuine goodwill, Shaolin bowed respectfully and said, "This favor Shaolin shall never forget." With those words spoken, Shaolin's figure gradually receded into the distance until he vanished from everyone's sight. The rest of the people smartly departed as well. Within the small thatched hut, only the 8 outer sect members and Erltsi remained. A cyan-clad figure also slipped away silently. 800 li away from the hut, on the surface of Tianhe Lake, the corpse of a powerful water demon surfaced. Its body was marred by countless sword scars, and scarlet blood dyed the surrounding river waters crimson. Inside the small wooden hut, Chen Fan took out several thousand top-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the 8 members, saying, "These are your salaries for the coming years. From now on, my reputation among the outer sect depends entirely on the 8 of you. I will provide cultivation resources for you all, so don't let me down. Hurry and enter the inner sect. The inner sect disciples don't yet know how magnanimous their holy son is. You must help spread the word when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Feng Yin and the other 7 members exchanged startled glances. Was the holy son laying out a plan for the inner sect? The 8 members were unusually stirred, not because of the spirit crystals before them, but because they could finally serve Chen Fan. After exchanging glances, the 8 of them simultaneously knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with profound understanding, and clasped their fists in salute. Holy son, we understand your intentions. However, we no longer lack spirit crystals. Chen Fan's voice suddenly rose as he barked. Take them. If the foreign neighbors see this, they'll think I can't afford to pay. Though they had no idea who these foreigners were, seeing Chen Fan's anger, the 8 quickly accepted the spirit crystals. Once the 8 had left, Chen Fan's expression shifted. Rubbing his hands together, he emitted a menacing laugh. Gazing at the spirit crystals in his storage ring, Chen Fan exclaimed with wild joy. Erlzi brothers made it rich. Jiang Chun stood before Erlzi, playing with a string of high-quality spirit stones in his hand, his fingertips gliding across them with a crisp sound. Beside him, Erlzi's gaze was focused and intense, unwilling to miss a single spirit stone. His 2 dark donkey eyes seemed as if they could pierce through the stones, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Would I ever shortchange you? Jiang Chun said with a squint and raised eyebrow, stroking Erlzi's 8-pack abs. 20,000 high-quality spirit stones should be generous enough, right? Jiang Chun tossed out a storage ring. Erlzi cradled it with both donkey paws, his eyes gleaming. His thick sausage-like lips puckered together, eyes half closed, as if preparing to bestow upon Jiang Chun a deep kiss. Ugh! The sight made Jiang Chun retch, and he slapped Erlzi squarely on the donkey face. Get lost! Erlzi was knocked flying into a corner by the slap. As he got up, he glared at Jiang Chun like a spurned lover. This was his first kiss as the most eligible bachelor in the donkey world. Just because Jiang Chun rejected him didn't mean no other female donkey would want him. Accustomed to the beatings, Erlzi didn't hold a grudge against Jiang Chun. Instead, he wagged his donkey tail and began meditating on his own. Seeing Erlzi deep in cultivation, Jiang Chun also returned to his bed, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state. Both man and donkey possessed extraordinary aptitude, causing the spiritual energy along the Tianhe riverbank to converge toward the small wooden cabin like a mad frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the sun set behind the western hills, the last traces of sunset glow fading on the horizon as night spread out like spilled ink. Stars adorned the sky and moonlight began to bathe the land. Jiang Chun looked at his system panel and smiled with satisfaction. Host Jiang Chun Cultivation Spirit C 8th Heaven Common Traits Fishing Without Going Empty Max Heavenly Voice Max Techniques De Yin Art Void Crossing Heaven Cleaving Sword Art Great Desolation Star Plucking Hand Humph. Erlzi beside him also woke up at this moment, but his condition seemed unusual. It appeared he had encountered some kind of bottleneck, constantly twisting his body and crashing against the small wooden cabin. Noticing this, Jiang Chun quickly stepped forward. Erlzi brayed at him at this moment. Emma, hit me. Understanding the meaning immediately, Jiang Chun realized Erlzi was tempering his body since he followed the path of the heavenly demon body tempering art. Erlzi spat out an ancient bronze-colored iron chain from his abdomen, saliva flying, as he continuously signaled to Jiang Chun. You asked me to hit me. Then I won't hold back. Jiang Chun picked up the iron chain from the ground. It felt heavy in his hand. The several-meter-long chain, made of unknown material, weighed at least 1,000 caddies. Erlzi turned his donkey rear toward Jiang Chun, his expression eager. Hit me. Jiang Chun understood and swung the iron chain in his hand. Smack! A crisp sound broke through the air like tearing silk. Where the chain struck, there was no bloody wound as one might imagine. Only a red mark appeared. Emma, harder. Erlzi raised his donkey head, twisting his plump rear, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. Gradually, with each swing from Jiang Chun, Erlzi would grunt in response. The hermit crab on the beach saw the 2 silhouettes reflected in the window, its crab face turning red before it quickly scuttled away on its 8 legs. Inside the room, after countless strikes whose number was unknown, Jiang Chun was utterly exhausted, while Erlzi underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Its bones had been fully tempered. The marrow like mercury, the skeleton like steel, harder than refined iron, containing boundless power, each step accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Once unleashed, the bone force surged like a torrent capable of shattering metal and stone. Cultivators at the ordinary Spirit Sea realm were no match for it. Erlzi was delighted, but Jiang Chun suffered greatly. Jiang Chun was utterly exhausted, supporting his waist with one hand as he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to say to Erlzi, "You're covering my meals for the next few days." Fine dining at Tianshi Manor. The brother is about to break through to the Soul Palace realm. Before Erlzi could refuse, Jiang Chun plunged into cultivation. He could clearly feel that Erlzi had grown stronger. How could he, as the elder brother, fall behind? In an instant, spiritual energy gathered above the small wooden cabin in a vortex. Time passed silently like water flowing east, relentless through day and night. In cultivation, time holds no meaning, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. Breakthrough, Jiang Chen shouted, and his entire soul underwent a qualitative transformation. Above the spirit sea that had surged to 200,000 zhong, 12 golden palaces emerged. At this realm one could slay enemies with their divine soul. In a single breath one could crush the opponent's soul. However, even a peerless genius like Yu Tiandu only possessed 9 divine palaces. If word spread that Jiang Chen had 12, it would surely send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world. Suddenly a bolt of thunder split the sky, its roar echoing 1,000 li. Silver snakes danced wildly, and the heavens and earth lost their color. Immediately afterwards 7-colored auspicious clouds gathered circling above the small wooden cabin. Everyone in the purple Qi sacred land was drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. That direction, the Tian River. Could it be Jiang Chen? Yu Tiandu awakened from his cultivation, gazing at the strange spectacle in the sky and muttering to himself. Xiao Lin, who was striving to refine his heterodox fire, couldn't help but divert a portion of his consciousness. Is this the terror of a peerless genius? It seems I need to devour more heterodox fires. The elders of the purple Qi sacred land were even more captivated by this phenomenon. Many stood frozen in place, murmuring, "The Holy Lord has indeed chosen wisely in this holy sun. Our purple Qi sacred land is about to produce a peerless figure." No, not just one. At the peak of purple Qi, Li Changxing looked down upon everything. With a wave of his hand, the 7-colored clouds above the Tian River vanished without a trace. A tree that rises above the forest will be shattered by the wind. I wonder if you can suppress the other 3. Along the banks of the Tian River, a mechanical voice resonated within Jiang Chen's mind. Host has broken through to the Soul Palace realm. Trait awakened bandit. Bandit, when you go plundering there is a high probability of encountering a great opportunity. Jiang Chen had originally thought this trait awakened once every 3 years, but unexpectedly it awakened with each major realm breakthrough. Looking at the bandit trait in his mind, Jiang Chen's thoughts began to stir. Lazy, I've made up my mind. After we go to the 100 Flowers sacred land with that kid Xiao Lin, let's pull off something big. Do you dare to go plunder the 100 Flowers sacred land with me? Upon hearing this, Lazy also became interested. He grinned wide with his plump donkey lips and nodded vigorously. The very thought of plundering a sacred land made the donkey excited. At the same time, Xiao Lin atop the flame peak of the purple Qi sacred land had also reached a critical juncture. He had already refined 1 heterodox fire, and his cultivation had surged to the 5th heaven of divine power. At this moment he was refining his 2nd heterodox fire. Refine for me. After a violent shout, Xiao Lin relied on his astonishing willpower to refine this 2nd flame. Combined with the bone blaze in Old Mo's hands, he now had 3 heterodox fires at his disposal. Old Mo, I succeeded. 100 Flowers sacred land, just wait and see. As morning dew fades beneath the sun and evening snow shrouds the dusk, some time passes. Chen Fan's cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds. The fearsome gift of his innate Dao body and sacred fetus propelled his journey without impediment, surging forthwith from the 1st heaven of the Soul Palace realm straight to the 3rd. The 8 outer sect disciples, preoccupied with preparations for the inner sect examination, seldom made their way to the small thatched hut. Within it only Chen Fan and Luji remained. These days both man and donkey dined on top-tier offerings from the heavenly cuisine hall, each meal costing 400 spirit stones, and draped themselves in celestial silk from the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, where a single bolt ran 1,000 spirit stones. Their daily expenses alone exceeded 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When cultivation grew wearying, he would cast a line along the heavenly river, a life of quiet comfort and ease. By the shore, sunlight poured down in golden radiance, the sea breeze brushed gently, and tree shadows danced gracefully. Luji sat cross-legged on the sandy beach, like some great immortal, eyes closed with a pill furnace set before him. Humming a merry tune, Luji tossed spirit herbs into the furnace one by one. His manner resembled nothing so much as tending a kitchen fire as refining pills. His gray-white ears twitched, and he grunted twice toward the hut. Inside, Chen Fan kicked the wooden door open as a wisp of cyan-white flames sprang from the tip of his index finger. Whooshed! A tendril of southern brightness, parting fire, shot toward the base of the furnace. A green luminescence rose across Luji's hoof, and the furnace lifted into the air, spinning above him. Thud! After a short while the furnace settled to the ground, wisps of white smoke curling upward as a faint fragrance perfumed the air. Chen Fan sniffed eagerly and hurried forward. As the white smoke cleared, he lifted the furnace lid to reveal 2 large black pills exhaling a subtle fragrance. Luji, is this really a 2nd-grade Yuanpei pill? It looks suspiciously like dung. Luji patted his bald head and stared at the 2 charcoal-like lumps with utter conviction. These were indeed Yuanpei pills. Puffing out his chest in solemn guarantee, Luigi picked up one of the lumps and swallowed it whole. Suddenly Luigi pawed the ground with all four hooves, his neck stretching, eyes bulging. Seeing him shake his head and tail, breathing harshly with nostrils flaring, and that wheezing sound, Chen Fan understood immediately. He had choked. Without hesitation, Chen Fan dealt a powerful blow to Luigi's belly. With a sharp poof, a lump of black charcoal shot from Luigi's mouth. The strike left Luigi barely recovering. His eyes nearly rolling white, all four legs going limp, perilously close to drawing his last breath in regret. Huff, huff. After expelling the charcoal-like Yuanpei pill, Luigi's breathing finally eased considerably. Chen Fan regarded him with glee, snickering. Luigi, your skills leave much to be desired. Before Luigi could retort, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them. The hem of the robe fluttered gently in the wind, revealing a familiar face. Holy Son, the 3-year covenant has arrived. I beg you to lend me your aid. Shaolin possessed a high bridge of a nose, sharp features, and an unwavering firmness in his gaze. The moment Luigi and Chen Fan laid eyes on him, both were stunned, as though the matter had slipped their minds entirely. Yet at the instant Shaolin appeared, memory returned like a struck bell. Chen Fan's mouth split into a broad grin. Junior brother Shao, once Luigi and I have finished packing, we shall depart at once. Before his words had fully departed, man and donkey sped back into the small wooden hut. With a sharp bang, Chen Fan kicked the door shut behind him, leaving Shaolin standing forlorn in the wind. Master, does Chen Fan seem to have forgotten this matter? I sense he may not be entirely reliable. A mysterious voice echoed within Shaolin's body. One must not judge a vessel by its exterior. The depths of the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. Chen Fan's true strength will far exceed your imagination. Though you now bear both the azure lotus heavenly heart fire and the meteoric fire upon your person, within the same cultivation realm you are not necessarily his equal. Confident to his core, Shaolin's lips curved faintly, a half-smile masking an imperceptible pride. Master, throughout my life I have never yielded to another. Witnessing this old Mo manifesting as a soul within the ring hesitated whether or not to reveal to Shaolin that Chen Fan was an innate Dao body and sacred fetus. For one who possesses the innate Dao body and sacred fetus reigns supreme throughout an age without a single defeat. For Shaolin to surpass Chen Fan would be exceedingly difficult. Creak. The wooden door opened. Looking up, Shaolin beheld Chen Fan and Luigi striding forward with an air of unapologetic swagger, a fishing net slung across their waists, rubber flip-flops on their feet. An indescribable combination of irreverence and confidence. Chen Fan shouldered a rusted broadsword and approached Shaolin, grinning. Shall we go? When it comes to chopping people, I am quite serious. Before long the two and their donkey arrived at the gates of the Purple Chi sacred land. Young ones, make haste. Before the sacred gate, a winding stone path coiled like a serpent in motion. An elderly man glanced briefly at Chen Fan and Shaolin, his broom relentless in sweeping away the withered leaves upon the steps. Chen Fan and Shaolin exchanged a glance, each sensing that the elder before them was no ordinary man. Only Luigi, foolish as ever, continued flexing his biceps toward the old man. Luigi, are you mad? Daring to provoke a sweeping monk? Let's go. Chen Fan seized Luigi and forced a broad, disarming smile toward the elder. Only after Chen Fan, Shaolin, and the donkey had departed did a faint halo appear behind the old man's back. You are not at all concerned about sending your cherished disciple out. The sweeping elder addressed the empty steps. Before his words had faded, a figure in azure robes materialized. It was Li Changsheng, the holy master himself. What is there to worry about? Li Changsheng gazed toward the mountain's base and answered casually. The elder gave a soft sniff, raised his head, and looked at Li Changsheng. The time has arrived. I have fulfilled our wager. From this day forth there shall be no more sweeping monk of the Purple Chi sacred land. Only the heartless Buddha of the Western Small Thunder Sound Temple. The broom fell to the ground. The sweeping elder transformed into a monastic figure crowned with a fleshy protuberance, his Dharma countenance solemn and imbued with infinite compassion. A radiant halo swirled behind him, auspicious mist coiling in 1,000 strands, lotus-patterned kasaya draped across his shoulders. Treading upon clouds of ruddy auspiciousness, he became a streak of flowing light soaring toward the west. The west births a Buddha child, the sacred emperor, tends dragons, the sacred land produces a holy physique. What a golden age of cultivation. Li Changsheng sighed wistfully, and his form vanished from upon the steps. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Shaolin, accompanied by their donkey, pressed onward toward the 100 Flowers sacred land. Along the journey, Shaolin turned to Chen Fan with a grave expression. Holy Son, as I sever all entanglements with Bei Ming Lianxua, the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sacred land, her people will surely attempt to obstruct us. I implore your assistance when the time comes. Chen Fan rubbed his palms together and smiled at Shaolin. Rest assured, you are one of ours from the Purple Chi sacred land. No other sacred land will dare lay a single thread of harm upon you. 3 days later, the 2 men and 1 donkey had soared past 181 mortal kingdoms, finally arriving at the territory governed by the 100 Flowers sacred land. At the foot of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, lush green grass stretched like a carpet, emerald waters lay still as mirrors, and winding paths led deep into the sea of flowers. Along the way, wild flowers dotted the landscape, in red, yellow, white, and purple, like colorful garments adorning a green carpet dazzling to behold. Shaolin wore a black robe, while Chen Fan, beside him, wore a carefree expression. Coupled with the bald donkey behind them, its dead fish eyes glazing over the trio, looked utterly unreliable. Saint Sun, you're about to breach the sect gates. Be careful. Shaolin glanced back at Chen Fan, who was wearing flip-flops, still feeling uneasy. At this, Chen Fan raised his hand and said, "Junior brother, rest assured. I'm a professional at fighting on behalf of others." After speaking, Chen Fan and Air Luzi exchanged glances, and both man and donkey wore lecherous grins. Air Luzi, remember this, when the fighting starts, if you see anything interesting, just stash it in your storage ring. As the old saying goes, whatever we can carry in our hands belongs to us. Up ahead, Shaolin stumbled upon hearing this, and asked Elder Mo inside the ring, "Master, are Chen Fan and the others planning to plunder the 100 Flowers Sacred Land?" Elder Mo was also puzzled. After roaming the world for many years, he had never encountered anyone so audacious. This wasn't how a cultivator should behave. It was more like a notorious bandit. In the moment Shaolin was stunned, Chen Fan and Air Luzi had already stepped onto the stairway. His wooden flip-flops clicking against the stone steps, Chen Fan cleared his throat and shouted loudly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never bully the young for being poor. I am Chen Fan of the Purple Chi Sacred Land, and this is Shaolin of the Shao clan. We have come to honor the 3-year agreement." Hearing these words, Shaolin froze. Chen Fan's declaration had voiced exactly what was in his heart. Before he realized that Shaolin's gaze toward Chen Fan had shifted, it was no longer filled with wariness, but rather warmth and admiration. Shaolin gripped his Xuanzhong Qi and stood beside Chen Fan. For a moment the two locked eyes, and both smiled. Audacious. Arrogant. Several thunderous shouts echoed from within the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, shrouded in clouds and mist. Dozens of disciples clad in pristine white robes appeared atop the elevated steps, each wielding magical artifacts. They looked down upon Chen Fan and Shaolin with eyes full of contempt. "If you found someone from the Purple Chi Sacred Land to back you up. Do you think a mere Shaolin is worthy of our 100 Flowers Sacred Land Saintess? You're not even fit to carry her shoes. You're nothing more than a dog to our 100 Flowers Saintess, yet you insist on coming here to beg for a beating. If you want to honor the agreement, come up here yourself." Hearing these words, veins bulged on Shaolin's forehead. Flames erupted from his Xuanzhong Qi and his eyes burned with killing intent. "Saint Sun, I'll clear the path." Shaolin's voice was hoarse, overflowing with murderous intent. His black robe flashed as his figure darted forward, each step spanning over 100 stairs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the disciples who had just been so brazen. Trash. As that disciple's magical artifact was about to strike, his body was sent flying backward like a severed kite. Shaolin stood as a single gatekeeper against an army, and within 3 breaths he had slaughtered the mountain guards into silence. Chen Fan strolled behind with his hands behind his head, whistling, while Air Luzi wiggled its plump hips as they followed closely. With each disciple Shaolin killed, Air Luzi would pocket their storage ring and magical artifacts. Even a sparrow is meat. Air Luzi had long understood this principle. Chen Fan, however, looked down on such trifles. Magical artifacts and spiritual treasures could never compare to his own innate merit, supreme treasure. What was his station to engage in such demeaning tasks alongside Air Luzi? Beyond the mountain gate of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, the surrounding mist suddenly dispersed, revealing a corridor bridge before Shaolin and Chen Fan. The corridor bridge spanned across the sea of flowers like a dragon resting upon waves connecting both banks. Along the bridge stood pavilions with upturned eaves and carved beams. Dozens of disciples at the divine ability realm of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land took positions at various points, subtly forming an array. "I am Fang Baichuan, the chief direct disciple of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. Break the spring wind and nourishing rain array and you may enter the arena." Fang Baichuan held a spiritual treasure, wore a spirit belt around his waist, a precious crown upon his head, and cloud-walking shoes on his feet. His gaze carried mockery, showing no respect for Shaolin and Chen Fan whatsoever. "This is bad. Little Lindsay, this array is difficult to break. They intend to lure you into the array and kill you. Even if you escape by luck, you'll be severely weakened. Then on the arena, Baiming Linxue can take advantage of your weakened state and crush you. Don't act rashly. This 100 Flowers Sacred Land has no shame. Do not force yourself." Elder Mo in the ring kept warning Shaolin. After hearing this, Shaolin lowered his head and looked at his calloused hands, a sense of unwillingness rising in his heart. Just then a large hand rested on Shaolin's shoulder. Chen Fan strode forward with a confident smile on his face. "Junior brother, don't panic. You can conserve your strength first so you can fight on the arena later. With me here, a mere small array is nothing to fear." Seeing Chen Fan about to recklessly enter the array, Elder Mo quickly said to Shaolin, "Quickly tell Chen Fan the core of the array is on Fang Baichuan." As long as you can kill Fong Baichuan, the great array can be broken. Upon hearing this, Shaolin hurriedly shouted to Chen Fan ahead, "Senior brother, killing Fong Baichuan will break the array." Chen Fan's ears twitched. He glanced back at Erluzi and waved to Shaolin behind him. "Master, can Saint's son kill Fong Baichuan while being blocked by over 30 divine ability experts?" Seeing Chen Fan's figure charging forward without hesitation, Shaolin actually felt worried for him. Elder Mo sighed and said to Shaolin, "It's difficult. That Fong Baichuan is not an incompetent person. He has already reached the 8th level of divine ability." Hearing these words, Shaolin's lips trembled slightly, his teeth clenched tightly, and faint red veins were visible in his eyes. "Chen Fan, you must not die. If you die, I, Shaolin, will owe you for life." Shaolin clenched his palms and stared intently at Chen Fan's direction. Chen Fan and Erluzi strode toward the spring wind and nourishing rain array set up by the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. The moment Chen Fan moved, Fong Baichuan, who had sensed Chen Fan's cultivation level, burst out laughing. "I thought it would be some formidable character, but it's just a trash at the 3rd heaven of Soul Palace." As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. "You and Shaolin are probably the same as that ugly donkey behind you, right?" "Ha ha ha." Fong Baichuan's words made everyone in the 100 Flowers Sacred Land burst into laughter, their mocking voices surging like a tide. Fong Baichuan's mouth curled into a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. At that moment the scene was chaotic and his sarcastic words pierced like arrows. Hearing this, Shaolin grew even more furious, his whole body trembling. He wanted to charge forward, but after taking one step, reason suppressed his impulse. Chen Fan was even angrier. Saying he was ugly was one thing, but comparing him to Erluzi was absolutely unacceptable. Erluzi twisted its neck, rubbing its hoof against its bald head. Its eyes flashed with fire like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. "Erluzi, attack him." The donkey's gray-white ears bristled upright, sparks flickering in its eyes, nostrils flaring as 2 streams of white breath escaped. Its forehooves stomped heavily on the floor, shattering several planks of the corridor bridge. "Me." Erluzi moved with incredible speed, striking Fong Baichuan in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Chen Fan also entered the spring breeze nourishing rain array. Kicking off his wooden slippers, Chen Fan charged toward Fong Baichuan like a constrictor python. Yet Fong Baichuan, as the chief direct disciple of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land and a genius at the 8th heaven of divine ability, was no ordinary fool. Fong Baichuan's figure reclined backwards, suddenly dodging behind the group of 100 Flowers Sacred Land disciples. Erluzi missed its mark, and by the time it realized, it had already entered the spring breeze nourishing rain array. The disciples of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land within the array were constantly nourished by abundant vital energy, their spiritual power replenished at any moment, and even injuries healed with remarkable speed. This array not only enhanced defense, but also controlled the awakening thunder to descend and purge evil. Before Erluzi could react within the array, dozens of spells from the surrounding disciples rained down upon it in an instant. Crackling and popping, smoke and dust erupted across the corridor bridge, and the nearby wood carvings and floral decorations were reduced to ashes by the spells. A slight smile played on the lips of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land cultivators, struck by so many techniques this donkey was undoubtedly doomed. Even Shaolin behind them sighed for Erluzi. Although the donkey was rather ugly, it was after all one of their own. Its death so soon left Shaolin feeling somewhat guilty. "Me." The smoke cleared and Erluzi's voice rang out. "No. Impossible. Surviving over a dozen divine ability spells. This donkey is not normal." A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land cultivators. Fong Baichuan, standing behind the group, snorted coldly and declared loudly, "Humph, there's no need to make a fuss. This donkey has practiced body refinement arts. Summon the awakening spring thunder. I want to see how many strikes it can withstand." Suddenly a dark cloud appeared above Erluzi, with purple lightning flashing. A thunderous boom echoed and dozens of lightning bolts descended thick as pythons. In an instant, a giant hand grabbed Erluzi and yanked it backward. When Erluzi turned its head and saw it was Chen Fan, it broke into a goofy, grinning smile. Boom! The plank where Erluzi had been standing was shattered into dust by the descending, awakening spring thunder. Around it, a massive black crater resembling a spider web formed. Erluzi glanced at the crater and felt a chill run down its spine. Without Chen Fan's intervention, it would have been split in two. "Step back. I'm about to show off." Chen Fan strode forward and waved at Erluzi, who sensibly retreated a few steps. "A mere Soul Palace 3rd heaven, yet you dare to provoke experts at the divine ability realm. Overestimating yourself. Trash." Disdain filled the eyes of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land disciples, who paid no heed to Chen Fan before them. Chen Fan picked his ear, recalling that no one had ever dared to speak to him so insolently during his humble days fishing in Ox Village. He, Chen Fan, might let kindness go unrequited, but vengeance was always certain. "Willie!" Chen Fan roared, and a terrifying flame erupted from the cyan-white mark between his brows. Behind him, the flame on the cyan-white stone cascaded like an inverted waterfall, its hue akin to stars in the azure sky. The flames churned, heat waves rising mercilessly as if capable of incinerating all things and melting everything. A thick black smoke quickly rose from the entire corridor bridge. This is Southern Brightnessly fire. Old Mo inside Shaolin's ring gazed at the scene with astonishment. Shaolin also sensed the terror of the cyan-white flame and hastily asked, "Master, is Southern Brightnessly fire a heterodox fire?" Old Mo took a deep breath, composed himself, and slowly replied, "Legend has it that Southern Brightnessly fire is one of the 6 great divine fires of heaven and earth. It burns red like cinnabar orange, as medicinal osmanthus yellow like amber, though it most often appears cyan-white. As for its miraculous properties, I am not entirely certain." Then, gazing at Chen Fan's silhouette, Old Mo sighed. "This holy son of the purple cheese sacred land possesses great fortune." Shaolin remained silent, quietly observing the battle. He did not envy Chen Fan's possession of Southern Brightnessly fire, rather he was all the more delighted. After all, the stronger Chen Fan was, the greater his chances of victory. Meanwhile, the spring breeze nourishing rain array showed signs of collapsing under the terrifying heat. "Attack! Kill him!" Upon noticing the anomaly, Fong Baichuan gave the order, and over a dozen disciples at the Divine Ability realm instantly surged toward Chen Fan. Great desolation. Star-plucking hand. Above the 100-li-long corridor bridge, a colossal hand radiating primordial aura smashed down fiercely. The moment the star-plucking hand descended, a crisp sound echoed through the air, the prelude to the bridge's collapse. In the next instant, wood chips flew and beams cracked at the center of the bridge. The once intact structure was brutally snapped in two by the star-plucking hand. Chen Fan stood valiantly alone in the air, regally brushing the dust from his sleeves. Seeing Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Fong Baichuan ground his back teeth almost to dust. Yet gazing at the wailing disciples on the ground, he spoke with frustrated anger, "Trash. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even defeat a soul palace, third heaven." As his words fell, Fong Baichuan raised his fists horizontally, assuming a boxing stance. "Come, let this master see what manner of monster you truly are." Witnessing this, Chen Fan was about to step forward when Erltzi, rubbing its neck, waddled up. "Me." Enraged, Erltzi shot Chen Fan a look before striding toward Fong Baichuan. Provoked, Fong Baichuan roared in fury, "You sent a donkey to challenge me. You look down on me. My Fong Baichuan has punched through 3 provinces and 6 prefectures, straddling both banks of this bridge, and no one dares insult me thus." Before he finished speaking, Erltzi closed the distance in a single leaping stride. Erltzi's muscles swelled, and 12-pack abs surprisingly appeared on its abdomen. Thunder and earth fire flickered within its donkey eyes. Dominant fist. Fong Baichuan threw a punch, summoning a violent gale that filled the surroundings with a menacing wind. Step. Erltzi's hoof caught the punch steadily. Then its thick, fleshy lips curled open, entering a berserk state. Recklessly, Erltzi took Fong Baichuan's blows with its body, trading punch for punch, each strike landing with brutal impact. After 30 rounds, the already broken bridge became even more dilapidated, shedding numerous fragments. Fong Baichuan lay on the ground, his face bruised, and swollen bones shattered, seeing stars. The spring breeze nourishing rain array was brutally destroyed by Erltzi's punches. Seeing Shaolin approach, Fong Baichuan attempted to rise and resist, but Erltzi charged forward with 2 fists the size of sandbags, bringing tears to Fong Baichuan's eyes. "Master, is this donkey legitimate?" Shaolin asked while walking. "I don't know about legitimate, but it's certainly violent." Old Mo sucked in his breath. Such a vicious and violent donkey was indeed uncommon, perhaps unheard of. There might only be one in the entire cultivation world. "Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Brother Donkey." Shaolin approached and bowed slightly to Chen Fan and Erltzi. Chen Fan and Erltzi, busy collecting magical artifacts and treasures from the ground, waved perfunctorily. As they departed, gazing at the sea of flowers below the bridge, Chen Fan flicked down a small wisp of Southern Brightnessly fire. The wind fanned the flames, and that tiny spark, like an awakened beast, instantly devoured the vast floral expanse. In the blink of an eye, fire tongues spread like a crimson dragon, rolling forward, reducing every flower to ash in its path. That flame burned with a dazzling redness, resembling the sunset clouds at the horizon. Amidst the fiery glow, the two and the donkey strode across the broken bridge with an arrogant gait. Having crossed the bridge, they beheld a grand arena. The arena was built of bluish-gray stone, sturdy and ancient, with carved stone Xuanwu statues, at each corner tortoises and serpents entwined, exuding solemn majesty. "Insolence! You dare set fire to our 100 flowers sacred land's 10,000-li sea of flowers. What crime deserves what punishment?" The voice came from an elder with white hair and beard seated before the Xuanwu arena. Clad in a dark ink-colored robe embroidered with golden and silver threads in the pattern of hundreds of flowers, the garment hung heavy as iron, stirring as though moved by an unseen wind. His sharp gaze was like a sword drawn from its scabbard, radiating cold brilliance as it locked directly onto Chen Fan and Shaolin. "Oomph. Did you permit your 100 flowers sacred land to resort to underhanded tactics, forbidding us from using fire to clear the fields, eh?" Xiao Lin strode onto the platform with the Xuanzhong spear in hand, his imposing manner betraying no fear of the elder. Seeing this, the elder raised his high bun and drew from it an ancient purple-gold hairpin, its head carved with a raging dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Just as he was about to strike, a clear, melodious voice rang out. "Elder, there's no need for this. Xiao Lin is merely a good-for-nothing unworthy of your personal involvement. Such an act would only tarnish your reputation if it spread. Allow me to crush him upon the Xuanwu arena." The voice grew clearer and a figure draped in simple white robes came into view before the crowd, delicate orchids embroidered along the hem, exuding an air of refined elegance and otherworldly grace. Her hair was swept up in an elegant top knot adorned only with a single piece of mutton-fat white jade hairpin. Simple, yet undeniably noble. The woman carried herself with profound self-assurance, her every gesture and word radiating a dignity that dared not be challenged. Holy Maiden, the Holy Maiden has arrived." The disciples of the 100 Flowers sacred land beneath the Xuanwu arena erupted in excitement at the sight of her, their cheers and encouragement ringing out continuously. "Baiming Lianxue." Xiao Lin ground out the name through clenched teeth, his grip on the Xuanzhong spear tightening instinctively. "Well, now she's quite the looker." Chen Fan crossed his arms and nudged Luzi beside him with his elbow. Luzi merely shook his head. In his eyes, Baiming Lianxue didn't hold a candle to the young female donkey from Niu village. Just think of that chubby rear of hers. As though she'd caught Chen Fan's words, Baiming Lianxue's cold eyes flashed toward him with a threatening glint. She then made her way toward the assembled elders. Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers sacred land stepped forward wearing a warm smile. "Lianxue, there was no need for you to come." Baiming Lianxue glanced back at Xiao Lin with a mocking smile. "Grand Elder, the trouble began because of me. How could I remain aloof from this? Today I shall make Xiao Lin, that frog in the well, understand what it means for a mayfly to gaze upon the vast blue sky." Hearing these words, the elders of the 100 Flowers sacred land burst into laughter. They knew Baiming Lianxue's strength well enough. How dare some insignificant Xiao Lin provoke their holy maiden? It was sheer arrogance. "Very well. Go ahead. Show no mercy. When dealing with a dog, you must strike fiercely." The Grand Elder deliberately amplified his voice so everyone below the arena could hear clearly. Naturally, both Chen Fan and Xiao Lin overheard this. Xiao Lin's eyes widened, his gaze turning to ice radiating such coldness that it seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. His lips pressed into a thin line, the corners turning downward into a cold, hard curve. "Holy Sun, I can't tolerate this any longer. You and Brother Donkey, be careful." After urging Chen Fan behind him to stay alert, a terrifying flame erupted from the Xuanzhong spear in Xiao Lin's grasp. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west. Do not bully the youth for having nothing. This is Xiao Lin of the Xiao clan seeking battle. Standing firm at the center of the Xuanwu arena, Xiao Lin roared toward Baiming Lianxue. Overestimating himself, Baiming Lianxue said softly, her crimson lips parting just slightly, her eyes filled with contempt. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Luzi watched with burning enthusiasm. Luzi, this is quite the legendary scene. Above, Xiao Lin battled Baiming Lianxue with his strange flames. Below, the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers sacred land kept signaling his disciples to encircle Chen Fan. In his view, Xiao Lin must die today, as must Chen Fan. And even that donkey would not escape its fate. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed across the Xuanwu arena, and to everyone's shock, a corner of the arena itself was shattered by Xiao Lin's Xuanzhong spear. Amidst the dust and smoke, the two figures clashed relentlessly, their spear and sword strikes flashing with brilliant light. Stones flew wildly in all directions. Baiming Lianxue stared at Xiao Lin in utter astonishment. "You've actually reached the 8th level of divine power." How could she know that this 8th level of divine power came at the cost of Xiao Lin nearly losing his life, forcibly devouring the two heavenly flames, the Red Emperor's heavenly scorching flame and the falling death flame? Divine power, Red Emperor's heavenly scorching spear. A massive surge of otherworldly fire erupted from the Xuanzhong spear in Xiao Lin's hand, carrying terrifying heat and lethal intent. Baiming Lianxue's Dao heart had already been shattered by Xiao Lin's 8th level of divine power. Facing this strike, her eyes no longer showed calm detachment, but rather panic and helplessness. Divine power, 100 Flowers slaughter. With a soft cry from Baiming Lianxue, countless petals materialized from nowhere, vibrant and magnificent, dreamlike and ethereal. Each petal carried unsurpassed lethal energy, weaving together into a net of death. Bang! The Red Emperor's heavenly scorching flame consumed everything, sweeping away all the petals. Its terrifying heat instantly singed Baiming Lianxue's ink-black hair. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of Baiming Lianxue's mouth, and her body nearly faltered under the force of the impact. Yet Xiao Lin remained immovable as a mountain, his soul-piercing gaze fixed forward as he advanced with the Xuanzhong spear in hand, shouting, "Baiming Lianxue, you have been defeated." As his words fell, Xiao Lin withdrew a stack of divorce papers from his robe and scattered them toward the sky. Thousands of papers danced through the air, ink fragrance permeating the space as the pages fluttered their faded characters recounting the hardships the youth had endured along his journey. The elders gathered before the 100 Flowers Sacred Lands arena widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. Their holy maiden had actually been defeated by a mere lad. The Grand Elder's grip tightened, spiritual energy around him churning restlessly as though he would strike at any moment. No, I will not lose. Biming Lianxue cannot possibly be defeated. Biming Lianxue clenched her teeth, her voice low but brimming with unwillingness. Just as Shaolin turned to leave, Biming Lianxue suddenly raised her head, revealing eyes filled with vicious malice. Divine power, a single leaf obscures the sight. Biming Lianxue raised her jade-like arm, and a massive emerald leaf swiftly appeared in the sky, radiating tremendous power. Whooshed! Just as Shaolin began to turn around, he sensed something hurtling toward him. The attack came without warning. He never expected the esteemed holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land to resort to an ambush. At the critical moment, two figures struck like thunder. Shaolin glanced to his side and saw a carefree face and, a giant bald donkey head. Rest assured I've got this. Before his words had fully left his lips, Chen Fan's right hand unleashed the star-plucking technique, shattering the emerald leaf, brimming with lethal intent. Shaolin's pupils dilated. For reasons he couldn't explain in that moment, he felt that Chen Fan being the Holy Sun wasn't such a bad thing after all. Unknowingly, his resolute heart found itself somewhat swayed. Kill them. The Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land slammed his palm on the table and rose abruptly, his wide sleeves billowing as his face turned ashen and veins bulged upon his forehead. How could the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden be humiliated by mere youths? If word spread, what would become of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land's reputation? Today they must die. As he spoke, the Grand Elder prepared to enter the fray himself. With a swift whoosh, the Elder of 100 Flowers Sacred Land teleported, his toes lightly grazing the ground before he appeared upon the Xuanwu arena. Lianxue, you should go back and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Upon the arena, the Elder of 100 Flowers Sacred Land continued to gaze at Biming Lianxue with an affectionate expression. After Biming Lianxue was helped away by the surrounding disciples, the Elder's brows furrowed deeply, forming two steep ridges across his forehead. His beard and hair trembled with rage, silver strands whipping wildly in the wind. By this time, a massive encirclement had already formed on the Xuanwu arena. Chen Fan, Shaolin, and Erlifzi found themselves trapped in its center. Noticing the Elder about to strike, Shaolin sneered and roared toward the heavens. The mighty 100 Flowers Sacred Land actually resorts to brute force, and now you'd bully the young and weak. Hearing this, the Elder gave a dismissive sneer. Boy, the 100 Flowers Sacred Land does indeed overpower others with force. What exactly do you propose to do about it? Shaolin had anticipated this moment. 3 distinct flames erupted between his palms, and he urged, Saint, this strike is devastating. You must flee now. Before the words could fully leave his lips, the surrounding disciples of 100 Flowers Sacred Land surged forward in a roar that drowned out his warning. Chen Fan and Erlifzi were so engrossed in their combat that they barely caught what Shaolin had shouted. The Crimson Emperor Heaven-Scorching Flame and the Fallen Flame materialized in Shaolin's hands, while a chilling bone fire also surfaced alongside them. Even Mo Lai within the ring regarded Shaolin's actions as somewhat reckless. Beads of perspiration trickled down Shaolin's forehead as the 3 elemental flames in his hands collided, releasing a devastating radiance. At that precise moment, the Elder of 100 Flowers Sacred Land struck. Old dog, taste my divine ability. 3 light fire lotus. Shaolin hurled the lotus from his palm toward the Elder. The tricolored flames erupted in an instant, blooming like brilliant fireworks against the night sky, their scorching brilliance illuminating everything around them with the brightness of midday. The raging inferno consumed all in its path, its tongues of fire sweeping relentlessly, so that withered branches, decaying leaves, bluestone tiles, and brickwork alike were reduced to ashes beneath the devastating force of the 3 light fire lotus. The entire Xuanwu arena was shattered into rubble. All the 100 Flowers Sacred Land disciples were sent flying by the blast, and even Shaolin himself was gravely wounded. I was careless. The Elder, clad in tattered robes and barely clinging to life, lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. From within the pile of stones, a donkey tail twitched, and a large hand emerged. Puffed, puffed. Shaolin, damn you, are you playing with a nuclear bomb? Chen Fan climbed to his feet from the rubble, realizing that if he hadn't swiftly activated Void Crossing to drag Erlifzi to safety, he would have been torn apart by the explosion. As Chen Fan and Erlifzi approached the kneeling Shaolin to confront him, over a dozen elders from 100 Flowers Sacred Land appeared beside their fallen senior. Kill him. This person must not be allowed to live. The Elder pointed a trembling finger toward Shaolin's direction. Rest assured they will not escape. The elders turned their heads in unison, their mouths curling into chilling smiles. As Chen Fan reached Shaolin's side, he immediately sensed the murderous intent radiating from the gathering elders as they advanced with threatening presence. Seeing Shaolin unconscious, Chen Fan and Erlifzi exchanged glances and positioned themselves to shield him. They had been paid for this protection after all. Errol see, once our master dies, I'll become the Saint Lord. Shaolin is too talented to waste. Guard him well. Leave the rest to me. With those words, Chen Fan walked directly toward the dozen or so elders of Hundred Flowers Sacred Land, while Errol transformed into a personal guard, standing protectively beside Shaolin. Through his blurred vision, Shaolin caught sight of Chen Fan charging forward without hesitation, but before he could call out, consciousness fled him once more. This time Shaolin owed Chen Fan his life. Boy, you shall die today. With a sweep of his sleeves, the elders unleashed howling winds and an overwhelming killing aura that filled the sky, showing no attempt at concealment. Stop! Chen Fan raised his palm and shouted to the assembled elders. Then he declared, I am the Saint Son of Purple Chi Sacred Land. My master is Li Chongqing, Saint Master of Purple Chi Sacred Land. My eldest brother is Long Zun, Lord of the 800 Million Water Palace. Each word Chen Fan spoke rang with crystalline precision and resonant force like metal and stone striking earth. Combined with Chen Fan's confident demeanor, the elders of Hundred Flowers Sacred Land froze in hesitation. Could what he said be true? Is he truly Li Chongqing's disciple? Better to believe it than risk not. It's Li Chongqing who has endured through the ages, and Hundred Flowers Sacred Land cannot afford to provoke him. And Long Zun is equally untouchable as the lord of 10 million aquatic beings across the 800 million water palace, capable of stirring seas and rivers with connections to the immortal realm as well. Look at his worn shoes and shabby clothes. Could such an impoverished figure truly be Li Chongqing's disciple? Long Zun has connections in the immortal realm. Do we of Hundred Flowers Sacred Land lack any? I see you're all too cowardly to even kill a youth at the Soul Palace realm. If you won't do it, I will. Lei Gang, the third elder known for his volatile temper, shouted at his fellow elders, with purple lightning crackling around his fingers as he strode purposefully toward Chen Fan. He had been defeated by Li Chongqing back then, and since he couldn't best the master himself, he would take out his frustration on Li Chongqing's disciple instead. Seeing that even after invoking the names of Li Chongqing and Long Zun, others still dared to make a move, Chen Fan realized this confrontation was unavoidable. Soul Palace, Triple Heaven. Merely ants. The thunder in Lei Gang's hand cast a purple glow across his scornful expression. Chen Fan adopted his fighting stance and called out, Horli. At the same moment, the azure-white pupils within his consciousness opened and a soul-piercing gaze shot forth. Present. A clear melodic voice responded like pearls falling onto a jade plate. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Chen Fan unleashed flames that erupted toward the sky, illuminating half the heavens. The azure-white Nanming liberation fire rose like a crimson dragon, soaring upward, consuming all in its turbulent wake. The terrifying inferno spread uncontrollably, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. The oppressive heat made it impossible to look directly at the blaze. In an instant, the entire half of the sky behind Chen Fan became a sea of fire. Boom. Divine ability Thunder Python. Hundreds of thunderbolts from Lei Gang's hands condensed into over 100 water barrel thick thunder pythons, their bodies twisting and writhing as they lunged toward Chen Fan with bared fangs and claws. The thunder pythons cracked through the air with enormous sound as they darted forward. Chen Fan gathered his chi and a pitch-black light flashed in his palm. A tremendously imposing halberd materialized in his grip. Crash. The moment the halberd appeared, an aura of martial dominance permeated the entire Hundred Flowers Sacred Land. A treasure. The elders stood frozen in shock, sensing the overwhelming energy. This was a supreme treasure. It should be known that even spiritual treasures are rare in the cultivation world, let alone a supreme treasure. Usually a holy land only possesses one or two such treasures, and even a powerhouse at the level of a holy master would struggle to own one. And now Chen Fan actually produced a supreme treasure. How could these elders not go mad over this? The elders' expressions shifted dramatically, greed flickering in their eyes as their lips twitched involuntarily, desire surging within their hearts. Lei Gang, who had been engaged in combat, halted mid-step, his eyes wide with shock. His gaze fixed relentlessly upon the Da Huang dragon halberd. In the next moment, veins bulged on his forehead as a sinister smile twisted his lips, exposing the greedy nature hidden beneath his dignified facade. How dare you? You dare steal our sect's supreme treasure. You are utterly audacious. Perish. Chen Fan nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Could they really twist right and wrong so brazenly? Absolutely shameless. Your sect's treasure. Go to hell. Lei Gang sneered coldly. In his eyes, only the supreme treasure existed now. With it, there was nowhere in this vast world he could not go. At that moment, the cluster of elders behind him also closed in, their gazes gleaming like the emerald hunger of starving wolves, sending chills down one's spine. We have come to help you seize this thief. Yes, include me. I'll join too. Observing this, Lei Gang snorted coldly and cursed inwardly, what a bunch of hypocrites. On the other side, Chen Fan's massive hand grasped the Da Huang dragon halberd. Its surface was ice cold, and he could swear he heard the roar of a true dragon in his ears. Suddenly 3 exquisite halberd techniques surfaced in his mind, each comparable to a divine ability. Just as he began to comprehend them, over a dozen elders from the 100 Flowers sacred land descended upon him, enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted from nowhere, its sound like sudden thunder crashing down, yet carrying a crisp clarity, cascading like a waterfall striking stone and piercing the clouds. Chen Fan stood wearing wooden sandals, his brows sharp as carved swords, his eyes bright as stars, his nose straight and proud. A quarter smile played at his lips, making him appear both romantic and valiant. His raven-black hair was gathered high and loosely bound with a cyan ribbon fluttering gently in the wind, exuding an effortless freedom. First form heaven-splitting. Facing these greedy and hypocritical men, Chen Fan showed no fear. Gripping the halberd with both hands, he swung it fiercely. The Dahuang dragon halberd seemed to come alive, carving a breathtaking arc through the air. The halberd's tip drew a silver glint like the light of dawn tearing through darkness. After this strike, more than half of Chen Fan's profound spiritual energy was depleted. Before Lei Gang and the others could react, the halberd wind transformed into a true dragon that gazed domineeringly at them. With a flick of its body, Lei Gang and his companions were sent flying, spewing blood from their mouths. Impossible. Can someone at the Soul Palace's third heaven actually activate a supreme treasure? Impossible. This must truly be the holy son of the Purple Chi sacred land. Such talent is truly enviable. On the ground below, the elders lay gaunt and gasping, their clothes tattered, blood staining their robes, a desolate sight. Lei Gang's face was as pale as paper, a trace of crimson lingering at his lips from internal injuries. His trembling hands pressed desperately against his chest, attempting to consolidate his dissipating spiritual power. But his strength failed him. A fountain of blood erupted, staining the blue stone tiles beneath his feet. How could the power of a supreme treasure ever be resisted by those at the Great Power Realm? If not for Chen Fan's limited cultivation, those elders would have perished from that single strike. Now the tables have turned. I'm going to plunder your 100 Flowers sacred land. Chen Fan held the Da Huang dragon halberd with Nanming Li fire raging behind him like half the sky consumed. At first glance, his divine might was truly overwhelming. Bang! Bang! A series of 9 thunderous cracks suddenly erupted from the peak behind the 100 Flowers sacred land. Then the clouds above gathered like splashed ink and flowing brushstrokes. 9-hued auspicious clouds layered upon layer, slowly rotating into a colossal vortex. A brilliant light pierced through the center, shooting straight toward the heavens. The 9-colored lotus has emerged. The sacred lotus our 100 Flowers sacred land has cultivated for 1,000 years has finally appeared. The elders on the ground craned their necks toward the sky, exclaiming in astonishment. Chen Fan, however, glanced at the bandit tag on his system panel and murmured softly, "This tag truly doesn't deceive me." In the next instant, the radiance of sun and moon dimmed, and the stars hid themselves. A 9-colored lotus bloomed in the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. Bolt after bolt of lightning sliced through the vast sky, without thunder, only silver serpents dancing wildly. Unexpectedly, the lotus suddenly flew directly toward Chen Fan. "Where do you think you're going?" A feminine voice rang out from behind the 100 Flowers sacred land, as terrifying auras pursued relentlessly. "I accept your 100 Flowers sacred land's kindness." Chen Fan caught the incoming 9-colored lotus with one hand and carried Air Lizzie and Xiao Lin in the other, fleeing the 100 Flowers sacred land at top speed. Not long after Chen Fan departed, a graceful figure landed before the Xuanwu arena. She radiated an icy arrogance, pure and flawless like a snow lotus on a heavenly mountain, standing proudly and alone. "Why aren't you pursuing? What is going on?" "Never mind, I have no time for you now." The graceful figure vanished in an instant, soaring toward Chen Fan's retreating form, leaving the elders of the 100 Flowers sacred land bewildered in the wind. They certainly wanted to pursue, but they were grievously injured and utterly powerless. "Air Lizzie, quickly, produce Master's 9 dragons carriage." Chen Fan panted heavily, running frantically while shouting. A small carriage emerged from Air Lizzie's belly after a series of twists. Chen Fan had anticipated defeat and had long ago borrowed the 9 dragons carriage from Li Changshen. "Elders, we are being hunted. Please take us back to the Purple Chi sacred land," Chen Fan pleaded to the motionless carriage. Upon hearing this, the 9 divine dragons at the spirit venerable level atop the 9 dragons carriage understood the gravity of the situation. The next moment, it transformed into a palace-sized structure, and Chen Fan and the others became streaks of light as they entered. Seeing the 100 Flowers holy master approaching, the 9 dragons spared no effort, driving the carriage through the world with all their might. Like a meteor tearing through the night sky, they covered 1,000 li in a single instant. The 100 Flowers holy master watched the familiar 9 dragons carriage with fury. 9 dragons carriage. Li Changshen. Good, very good. You actually encourage your disciple to plunder our sacred land's 1,000-year cultivated 9-colored lotus. I will demand an explanation from you. The 100 Flowers holy master stepped upon the clouds, transforming into a streak of light as she raced toward the Purple Chi sacred land. On the other side, the eldest elder of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, having just awakened, felt as though the sky had collapsed. How had a simple, broken engagement matter escalated to this? The 100 Flowers Sacred Land paled in comparison to the Purple Chi Sacred Land. The unaware Holy Master now going to demand justice worried the eldest elder greatly. If they had reason, it would be fine, but they were clearly in the wrong. After half a day of relentless pursuit, the 9 divine dragons had exhausted themselves, their scales trembling, finally delivering Chen Fan and the others to the gates of the Purple Chi Sacred Land. Li Changxing, Xiao Lin, and Chen Fan, already awakened, scrambled frantically toward the entrance of the Purple Chi Sacred Land. Meanwhile, Erlotzi had long since leveraged his 4 legs to surpass Chen Fan, having already scaled halfway up the mountainside. Behind them, the Holy Master of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land stood before the entrance of the Purple Chi Sacred Land. Her cold eyes watched the retreating figures of Chen Fan and the others, her silk-like black hair dancing wildly in the wind. Her crimson lips parted, her voice shattering like jade. Li Changsheng, your sect's disciples stole the 9-color lotus from our 100 Flowers Sacred Land. Are you going to shield your disciples? The Holy Master's voice echoed throughout the Purple Chi Sacred Land, leaving many disciples and elders stunned upon hearing it. Atop the Purple Chi peak, Li Changxing opened his eyes from meditation and muttered under his breath, "You've got some nerve." In a single breath, he transformed into a streak of flowing light and instantly appeared at the mountain entrance. Looking down upon the 100 Flowers Holy Master, he chuckled. "Qingyi, these are merely childish squabbles. Must you be so fierce?" Understanding the face being offered, the 100 Flowers Holy Master reigned in her storm-like aura. "Li Changxing, this is no trivial matter. That 9-color lotus is something our 100 Flowers Sacred Land has nurtured with painstaking effort over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Li Changxing cursed inwardly. "You little brat, you dare to take something like that. Truly audacious beyond measure." With a sweep of his wide sleeve, a fierce wind carried the 3 figures and brought them before him. Chen Fan and Xiao Lin, who had already escaped inside the gate, had hardly caught their breath when the world spun around them once more, and they found themselves back before the entrance of the Purple Chi Sacred Land. The two exchanged a glance, and suddenly turned around to find that Erlotzi, who had been left behind, had also been dragged back. Disgraceful disciples, confess immediately. Chen Fan was about to make another escape when a familiar voice rang out. Following the sound, Chen Fan saw Li Changxing and the 100 Flowers Holy Master approaching him. Observing the subtle expressions on Li Changxing's face, Chen Fan noted with relief that he did not seem particularly angry. In fact, there was barely a trace of fury to be found. By contrast, the 100 Flowers Holy Master appeared thoroughly enraged, her emerald brows furrowed, her apricot eyes blazing with anger, her fingertips whitening as she fought to restrain her fury. "Xiao Lin, when the time comes, make it sound as pitiful as possible. Leave the rest to me." After quietly instructing Xiao Lin, Chen Fan watched the approaching Li Changxing and 100 Flowers Holy Master, then dropped to his knees with a loud thud. "Master, please uphold justice for your disciple. The 100 Flowers Sacred Land has bullied us beyond endurance. Junior brother Xiao Lin and I merely went to formalize a divorce of marriage. Yet those people from the 100 Flowers Sacred Land ambushed us at the mountain entrance, and then set up the spring, wind, and rain formation on the corridor bridge. Dozens of disciples at the Divine Power Realm beating us mercilessly. After barely escaping the corridor bridge, junior brother Xiao Lin and the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden were engaged in a fair duel on the Xuanwu Arena when an elder of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land intervened. More than a dozen experts at the Grand Ability Realm beating us mercilessly again." Chen Fan covered his face with both hands, his wails shaking the heavens. Tears soaked through his garments, falling like beads from a broken string, each drop landing in the dust below. Under the influence of the heavenly voice trait, Chen Fan's words carried an extraordinary sense of grievance and helplessness. Witnessing Chen Fan's performance, Xiao Lin paused in surprise before also dropping to his knees, slamming his forehead against the ground until blood flowed, and cried out loudly, "Everything the Holy Sun says is true. If not for the 9th dragon Venerable risking his life, we would have already become bones in a shallow grave by now." Their coordinated lament caught Li Changxing off guard, and the 100 Flowers Holy Master beside him was equally taken aback. She had rushed over in haste without understanding the full circumstances. Seeing Chen Fan's heart-wrenching sobs, her face tightened with a touch of embarrassment. She was aware of the divorce matter involving Bei Ming Lingxue. Glancing down at Xiao Lin's injuries, she murmured to herself, "Lingxue was far too harsh. It was only a divorce." Turning to Chen Fan, she asked softly, "Is everything you said true?" Chen Fan nodded vigorously, then tore open his robes to reveal his chest densely covered with scars. His voice choked with emotion, he pointed and said, "This wound was inflicted by Elder Lei Gang of your 100 Flowers Sacred Land, and this one was dealt by the white-bearded elder." Seeing this, Li Changxing's large hand clenched tightly. The dense scars did not appear to be fabricated. If his disciples had suffered such grievance, how could their master not be furious? With his hands clasped behind his back, winds rose and clouds churned, darkening the sky. A blade of sword light flashed behind the purple chi sacred land. The 100 Flowers Holy Master quickly spoke up. Li Changxing, do not strike. These are merely childish squabbles. How could it escalate to such an extent? This matter was handled incorrectly by our 100 Flowers sacred land. I apologize to you. Seeing the Holy Master take responsibility, Li Changxing snorted coldly and waved his hand lightly, causing the sword light to dissipate. The 100 Flowers Holy Master stepped forward and looked at Chen Fan with a hint of guilt. As long as you hand over the 9-color lotus, I will provide you with compensation. Chen Fan, tears welling in his eyes, looked at the Holy Master and said, Fair maiden sister, I did not steal the 9-color lotus. It flew into my hands on its own. Now you come asking for it back so readily. Is that not improper? That address of fair maiden sister stirred something within the 100 Flowers Holy Master's heart. Looking at Chen Fan, once more she found him considerably more appealing. If he puts it that way, there may be some truth to it. So at worst I could spare him a single 9-color lotus seed. After making her concession, the 100 Flowers Holy Master offered a graceful smile and said to Chen Fan, forcing down the pain of parting with such a treasure, how about this? I will give you one 9-color lotus seed as compensation. 1. Was she treating me like a beggar? Chen Fan immediately turned to look at Li Changxing and buried his head in grief, sobbing loudly. Master, please uphold justice for me. Seeing this, a dark vein bulged on the 100 Flowers Holy Master's forehead. Chen Fan's theatrical rolling on the ground display made him appear like a stubborn piece of rolled meat. Seeing Li Changxing raise his hand, the 100 Flowers Holy Master sighed and quickly spoke up. Fine. Fine. 2 seeds. I will give you 2 seeds. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's sobs grew even more desolate. He threw his head back and wailed to the heavens, pounding his chest. The 100 Flowers sacred land is targeting us. The elder itself descended personally, attempting to kill me, the holy son of the purple chi sacred land. Does this not constitute a declaration of war against our purple chi sacred land? This disciple, unworthy as he is willing to serve as vanguard. Chen Fan's words grew increasingly exaggerated, escalating the matter to a war between the 2 sacred lands. This startled the 100 Flowers Holy Master greatly. The purple chi sacred land was currently at the height of its power, while the 100 Flowers sacred land had been in decline for many years. If a real war broke out, the 100 Flowers sacred land would surely lose. How many do you want? The 100 Flowers Holy Master ultimately made a compromise. Suddenly Chen Fan lifted his buried head sharply. The tears were gone, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. He held up 5 fingers and said, 5 seeds. Seeing Chen Fan open his mouth greedily, the 100 Flowers Holy Master's face turned cold as frost. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her expression radiating endless fury and discontent. Master, draw your sword. When we have justice on our side, we can go anywhere. Agreed. I accept. Hearing Chen Fan's threat, the 100 Flowers Holy Master's crimson lips parted, but no gentle words emerged. Instead, each word was like ice, each sound like thunder, freezing the air around them. Seeing that the 100 Flowers Holy Mistress had relented, the cries of Chen Fan and Xiao Lin came to an abrupt halt. Chen Fan smiled broadly, produced the 9-color lotus, plucked 5 of the finest seeds from the pod, and held them up with both hands before the 100 Flowers Holy Mistress. The 100 Flowers Holy Mistress fixed her gaze on the 4 remaining seeds atop the 9-color lotus pod, her slender hands clenched tightly, veins visible. Her pent-up rage cut through the heavy air like a blade. Oomph. Li Changxing truly did take on a fine disciple. Her voice gradually faded, and the 100 Flowers Holy Mistress disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Fan looked down and counted the 5 seeds in his palm before handing one to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin stared blankly at the 9-colored lotus seed in his palm, standing motionless on the bluestone steps as he gazed quietly at Chen Fan. You're really giving it to me? Chen Fan nodded with a sly smile. If you don't want it, never mind. As he pretended to take the seed back, Xiao Lin quickly clutched it and bowed his hand in gratitude. Since you have shown such kindness, I shall accept it. From this day forward, all it takes is a single word from you, Chen Fan, and I will stand beside you even against a great emperor. A favor received is remembered for 1,000 years, and Xiao Lin was a man who never forgot kindness. If not for Chen Fan dragging him back today, he would already be dead in the 100 Flowers sacred land. This life-saving grace Lin would forever hold in his heart. Chen Fan, seeing Xiao Lin deep in thought, left him be. He then tossed a seed to the little donkey hiding behind him before taking out another and cheekily approaching Li Changxing. Master, do you want a lotus seed? Li Changxing kept a stern expression, looking down at the grinning Chen Fan, and said, At least you still have some conscience. These 9-color lotus seeds were the essence of the 9-color lotus and of great benefit to him as well. Naturally, he accepted the gift with a smile. After receiving the seed, Li Changxing glanced back at Chen Fan, placed his large hand on the boy's head, and gently ruffled his hair. He asked softly, Are you badly hurt? Chen Fan flashed a cunning smile, his eyes gleaming. He chuckled foolishly and said, Master, rest assured. This was my trick, a staged injury. Ere Luju beat me up. It's all superficial wounds, nothing serious. Li Changxing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As he turned to leave, his gaze caught the gruesome injuries on Chen Fan's body. He said, never do anything like this again. Even if you had taken the 9-color lotus, I would still protect you. With that, Li Changxing transformed into a streak of light and soared back to the purple Qi sacred land. As the various elders were about to rush out, they encountered Li Changxing on their way. After full account, the elders could only laugh and shake their heads, muttering among themselves, the Holy Sun has grown rather bold. After bidding farewell to Chen Fan, Shaolin vanished from where he stood. He needed to recuperate his injuries, and with this lotus seed, the soul of old Mo within his ring would recover more than half of its strength. Chen Fan meanwhile gave both remaining seeds entirely to Huo Li. Staring at the 2 seeds in her hands, she sat in stunned silence. She never expected Chen Fan to give them all to her. Sitting cross-legged within Chen Fan's spiritual sea, she asked, boy, these are precious items. Consuming one of these seeds would allow you to break through at least to the 6th heaven of Soul Palace. Are you truly willing to give them to me? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan replied, I'm willing. Shaolin said, the greatest benefit of these seeds lies in nourishing the soul. I remember you're merely a fragment of a remnant soul, so these will be perfect for replenishing you. After hearing this, Huo Li's lips curled upward slightly, and she fell silent. Meanwhile, the southern nether flame had also undergone tremendous changes. Chen Fan and Air Luzhu Master and Donkey were just about to head home when a domineering voice thundered through the air. 100 Flowers, Holy Mistress. How dare you bully our sacred land's holy sun? I am the true Lord of Lightning and Myriad Laws. Scram before I destroy you. A portly figure wielding terrifying lightning descended before the sacred gates. After landing, the heavily built man scanned the area continuously, seemingly searching for someone's presence. Finally, the moment he turned around, he spotted Chen Fan and Air Luzhu. Immediately he called out, boy, tell me where that woman is right now. I'll split her to pieces. When her master was around, she was merely one of my sycophants. Now she dares to act so audaciously. Doesn't she know our purple Qi sacred land enjoys 3,000 years of supreme fortune? Crud slipped up again. Chen Fan took a good look and realized that this person was actually Wang Pengzi from the scripture pavilion. In a critical moment, this old fat man had proven remarkably reliable. He said to Wang Pengzi, old one, you're too late. She's already gone. What? Wang Pengzi's face immediately fell, and the thunder in his hand dissipated instantly. In the instant he turned his head, Wang Pengzi's eyes fell upon Chen Fan's horrific injuries. His expression shifted drastically, his brows furrowing as he asked solemnly, did the people from 100 Flowers sacred land do this to you? Chen Fan shook his head and pointed to Air Luzhu. Air Luzhu did it. I was staging a trick. Good. If it were truly the 100 Flowers sacred land, I'd split their ancestral graves to dust, Wang Pengzi said, visibly relieved. Then a wicked grin spread across his face as he asked, boy, want to learn the art of thunder? This lightning art of mine reigns supreme in the cultivation world. No one dares claim otherwise. Seeing the middle-aged, balding, and scruffy Wang Pengzi, Chen Fan hurriedly waved his hands and declined. No thanks. I have no desire to go bald in middle age. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi opened his mouth wide, ready to reprimand Chen Fan, but the boy had already vanished with Air Luzhu without a trace. Wang Pengzi took out a mirror and gazed at his reflection, growing somewhat dazed. I was once the lightning true lord who could summon the heavenly 9 heavens, divine thunder, and topple worlds with 5 thunders. Who would have thought that today I'd be rejected by a mere boy? Sigh, this kid truly knows no good fortune. Meanwhile, at the 100 Flowers sacred land. Upon her return, the 100 Flowers holy mistress discovered that the myriad Mu flower sea had been burned, the corridors broken in half, and the Xuanwu arena reduced to rubble. Her porcelain face, frosty lips pressed into a thin line, she stood before her disciples. Her voice rang clear as mountain spring water, firm and resounding. Someone tell me what in the world happened here. My myriad Mu flower sea, my corridors, my Xuanwu arena, all destroyed. Her voice pierced the air, laced with an icy fury that brooked no argument. That slight tremor at the end of her words betrayed the turmoil deep within her heart, sending chills through all who heard it. Beaming Lianxue, the 100 Flowers holy maiden stepped forward and knelt. Master, this trouble began because of me. The purple Qi sacred land. Beaming Lianxue laid out every single detail of the incident, leaving nothing unsaid. Upon hearing the report, the 100 Flowers holy mistress staggered. Her brows knitted tightly, and the fury in her eyes blazed like unconsuming flames, too terrifying to gaze upon directly. 2 people and a donkey, and none of you could handle them. The flower sea burned, the corridors destroyed, the Xuanwu arena shattered. Were you all fed for show alone? The more the 100 Flowers holy mistress thought about it, the angrier she became. Looking at the ravaged state of her sacred land, she finally understood Chen Fan had been staging a trick all along. The ones beaten were her people from the 100 Flowers sacred land. The ones destroyed were her own property. The ones humiliated were her own face. Bang! At this realization, the 100 Flowers holy mistress struck out in fury, shattering an entire small mountain with a single palm strike. An icy aura irradiated from her, making the surrounding air seem to freeze solid. All present at the 100 Flowers sacred land gasped sharply and bowed their heads, daring not to move an inch. The 100 Flowers' holy mistress stepped gracefully toward the kneeling Beiming Lianxue and said coldly, Lianxue, in the upcoming Sacred Lands Genius Tournament, I want you to avenge this humiliation. I will send you into the 100 Flowers' heavenly realm and bestow upon you a 9-color lotus seed. With your prodigal ice physique, you will find it effortless to reach the realm of great achievers. Meanwhile, within the purple Qi Sacred Land, Chen Fan actually withdrew a golden lotus seed from his storage ring. The 9-color lotus actually contains 10 seeds, with the 10th seed being its essence. Chen Fan examined the golden lotus seed in his hand, crystal clear and radiating golden brilliance, as if it were a fragment of the golden sun left behind in the mortal world. Boy, you have quite the fortune. The 10th seed of the 9-color lotus will be of great benefit to you in the Soul Palace realm. After sensing the aura of the golden seed, Horli within Chen Fan's mind awakened. What kind of benefit? Chen Fan asked Horli in his mind. Horli slowly replied, plant this seed into your soul sea and make it your 13th soul palace. Is this really possible? Chen Fan asked doubtfully, looking at the golden seed, slightly larger than a sunflower seed. With my southern bright flame, I guarantee you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient great beings. Then let's try. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, a wisp of cyan white flame at his brow guiding the golden seed. In the vast spirit sea, Horli planted the golden seed at the center of this spirit sea, stretching 200,000 zhang. The moment the seed entered the spirit sea, it churned violently in the water like a golden carp leaping over the dragon gate, its growth momentum incredibly fierce. The golden seed seemed to bathe in divine light, its rapid growth truly astonishing. Its stems and vines wound like a golden dragon swimming through the sea, its leaves unfurled like cut gold foil, spreading 1,000 zhang in an instant, each bloom competing in splendor. The seed within the lotus heart shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly the golden lotus leaped out of the spirit sea, hovering in the air. The 200,000 zhang spirit sea surged violently in an instant, with hundreds of water columns continuously being drawn into the golden lotus, creating a terrifying scene resembling a dragon drinking water within the spirit sea. The spirit sea was rapidly drying up, retreating from 200,000 zhang to 190,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan felt as though he had been completely drained, his entire body going weak. Boy, start cultivating immediately and consume all the pills in your hand that can restore spiritual energy. Watching this magnificent sight, Horli's voice trembled slightly. This was a scene not seen in 10,000 years. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, shoving pills into his mouth as if they were worth nothing. Spiritual energy surrounded Chen Fan's body like threads, and within 100 li radius spiritual energy surged frantically toward the banks of the heavenly river. Luzi, who was refining pills nearby, suddenly could no longer sense any spiritual energy. Stepping outside, he saw Chen Fan surrounded by dazzling radiance like an ancient deity awakening. The spiritual energy around Chen Fan surged like the Milky Way, pouring downwards, stirring the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens. Dark clouds filled the sky, thunder rolled, and silver serpent-like lightning interwove into a net illuminating half the horizon. Within Chen Fan's spirit sea, the golden lotus blazed with light, perched above the sea surface. Its vines spread for 30,000 zhang, and throughout the entire spirit sea, green lotus leaves and small golden lotuses appeared everywhere. It's done. Even Horli could barely contain his excitement. At that moment, a beam of golden light tore through the dark clouds from the sky, shining directly upon Chen Fan. Upon Ziki peak, Li Changxing glanced at the scene with a slightly dazed expression, then swept his wide sleeve to obscure the signs from heaven. Truly an era of great contention. In a dark corner of the Ziki sacred land, the second elder gazed at the magnificent scene of golden light shattering the cloud layers, a trace of viciousness appearing in his eyes. He must not be allowed to live. After a long while, Chen Fan woke from his cultivation. Upon sensing the changes in his spirit sea, he exclaimed in surprise, Horli, what is going on? Has my spirit sea been colonized by a lotus? Hearing this, Horli rolled his eyes and retorted, you country bumpkin. You got a bargain and still act helpless. That single golden lotus is equivalent to 12 of your soul palaces. Boy, this seed is a 9 golden seed, having experienced 9 cycles of blooming and withering. Such fortune fell into your hands, while the people of the 100 Flowers sacred land truly lacked the blessings. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. This meant he now possessed 24 soul palaces and 24 halls of divine soul power. He was undoubtedly the greatest soul palace realm cultivator in history. Thinking of this, Chen Fan hurriedly opened his system panel. Post Chen Fan Cultivation Soul Palace 9th Heaven Standard Traits Fishing Without Going Empty Max Voice of Heaven Max Mountain Bandit 1100 Techniques Great Evolution Art Void Crossing Heaven Severing Sword Art Great Desolate Star Plucking Hand. The golden seed had directly propelled him from the 3rd heaven of Soul Palace to the 9th heaven. Chen Fan felt the boundless power coursing through his body and casually waved his hand at the endless river. Bang! The river water split apart as if cleaved by a divine axe, water spray soaring nearly 100 zhang high. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Behind him, Luzi was about to carry over his alchemy furnace to confront him. But when he turned around and saw the exploded river surface, he instantly felt that the failure of the pills could not be blamed on Chen Fan at all. It was entirely due to his own inadequate skills. Thus Luzi came in a hurry and left just as quickly. At this moment Chen Fan looked at the mountain bandit trait on his panel, troubled about where he should go to rob people. Near the heavenly river were disciples of his Ziki's sacred land, and as the sacred son of Ziki's sacred land, it was not easy for him to make a move. If Li Changxing found out, wouldn't he suffer terribly? Days passed leisurely. Luzi successfully refined second-rate pills with his remarkably clever donkey brain. Meanwhile Chen Fan continued to worry about how to maximize the proficiency of his mountain bandit trait. Just when he was at a loss, Shaolin brought a turning point. While Chen Fan lay on the bank of the heavenly river enjoying the sun, Shaolin appeared behind him in tight combat attire. "Senior brother." Shaolin clasped his hands in greeting and spoke softly to Chen Fan, who was lounging in an armchair. Chen Fan opened his eyes and grinned. "Oh, isn't this little Lindsay? Your injuries healed?" At Chen Fan's tease, Shaolin smiled gently and replied, "My injuries have fully recovered. Thanks to senior brother's lotus seed, I successfully stepped into the 9th heaven of divine ability." What? In just a few days Shaolin has already reached the 9th heaven of divine ability. Indeed, the protagonist is truly formidable. What a pity, I'm the one with the cheat system. After muttering to himself, Chen Fan looked Shaolin up and down and asked, "So why are you here today?" Shaolin replied softly, "I took on a mission to hunt a divine ability great demon in the 100,000 mountains that slaughtered our Ziki's sacred land's common folk." Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The 100,000 mountains were a gathering place for demonic beasts, and many sect disciples and rogue cultivators would enter to hunt them. If he could rob and plunder there, it would be perfect. Chen Fan immediately sprang up and grinned at Shaolin. "Little Lindsay, let me join you, how about it?" Shaolin had come specifically to invite Chen Fan along. Killing demons was not his true objective. His real target was a foreign fire inside the tomb of a sacred lord within the 100,000 mountains. With Chen Fan accompanying him, his chances of success would be much greater. "I'd be delighted." Shaolin nodded and smiled. Then Chen Fan called out toward the small wooden house. "Luzi, let's go, brother's taking you to do something big." Luzi walked out carrying an alchemy furnace taller than a person. Upon seeing Shaolin, it shook its enormous furnace and hundreds of high-quality second-rate qi condensation pills flew out densely. Luzi brayed at Shaolin, and over 100 pills flew toward him. Shaolin watched the strikingly vivid scene of Luzi and the 400 or 500 second-rate pills swallowed hard, pointed at himself, and asked, "These are for me." "Not for you then, for who?" "This stupid donkey hasn't lost its mind. Every time it refines pills, it causes explosions, producing hundreds at a time. Surprisingly, it has quite the talent. All of them are top grade." While changing into casual clothes, Chen Fan casually explained to Shaolin. Cough cough. Shaolin almost choked on his words upon hearing this. Inside the ring, Old Mo's expression turned even more serious as he said to Shaolin, "Little Lindsay, this donkey's alchemy talent exceeds yours." Hearing this, Shaolin's coughing became even more severe. After a while, after Luzi and Chen Fan changed into their clothes, they locked the small wooden house. One person and one donkey followed Shaolin to the affairs pavilion. After completing the team formation, the 2 humans and 1 donkey descended the mountain. Upon receiving news of Chen Fan leaving the mountain, the second elder of Ziki's sacred land wore a dark expression. In contrast, Li Changxing remained calm, quietly observing everything from atop Ziki Peak. Half a month later, the 10,000 mountains. Between the ranges, peaks upon peaks of verdant green ancient trees piercing the heavens, mists curling and drifting through all. As far as the eye could see, the mountains stretched endlessly into the horizon. From the depths of the range came terrifying beast roars. Black crows circled overhead, bleached bones scattered across the ground, and the pungent stench of blood permeated the very air between the trees. Along the overgrown, weed-choked path, 2 men and a donkey moved forward with extreme caution. Shaolin's expression grave, he spoke. "Senior brother, within these 10,000 mountains, what we should fear most is not the demon beasts, but the human heart. There are quite a few bandits in here who specifically prey upon wandering cultivators. We must proceed with the utmost vigilance." Chen Fan chewed on a blade of grass and replied casually, "Bandits? We're the bandits here. Shaolinzi, the deadline for this mission should be 1 year, correct?" Hearing this, Shaolin nodded. Chen Fan displayed an enigmatic smile. "Wait until I show you a truly grand operation." Upon hearing these words, Shaolin felt a twinge of anxiety within. He knew Chen Fan's daring nature all too well. One could even say reckless beyond measure. When he intended to pull off a grand operation, it certainly would not be small. Rustle. A sudden sound of rustling leaves came from ahead. Both Chen Fan and Shaolin tensed their alertness to its peak. Luzi twisted his neck, ready for combat at any moment. "This mountain I have conquered. This path I have carved. Those who wish to pass shall pay the toll." A dozen shadowy figures leapt from the undergrowth, each brandishing a broadsword wreathed in dark energy, their faces concealed beneath black cloth. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao indeed appears. Chen Fan observed carefully. These dozen bandits actually possessed spiritual sea realm cultivation. Shaolin stepped forward, his aura suddenly erupting outward, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble violently. Spiritual. Grandmaster, Senior we meant no disturbance. The dozen bandits, upon sensing Shaolin's unfathomable aura, hastily fled, without daring to remain even for a moment. Even common bandits possess spiritual sea realm cultivation. These 10,000 mountains truly conceal dragons and tigers within. Shaolin picked up the fallen black cloth from the ground, sighing with deep emotion. Chen Fan and Luzi approached, patting his shoulder with profound meaning. Shaolinzi, truthfully, I intend to take up the noble profession of banditry within these 10,000 mountains. What? Senior brother, you're the saint son of the Purple Qi Holy Land. Shaolin's face was etched with utter disbelief as he protested quietly. Yet Chen Fan's expression remained resolute as he spoke unhurriedly. We won't reveal our identities. We only seek fortune, not lives. The bandits of these 10,000 mountains lack all decency. We must lead by example and show them what a high-quality bandit truly is. We'll only do this for 1 year, then we'll wash our hands of it entirely. Shaolin froze for a moment, stammering, That's right. I'm the boss. Luzi is the second boss, and you're the third. Chen Fan's casual words left Shaolin momentarily unable to accept. Had he even agreed to this? Yet he had already been dragged onto the thieves' boat. A mountain stronghold established so simply, and he, Shaolin, was merely the third boss. Accept it, Shaolinzi. Raiding and plundering brings wealth the fastest. This lad has real courage. Elder Mo, residing within the ring, watched the spectacle with relish, never missing an opportunity to stir things up in Shaolin's ear. Very well. Shaolin's gaze carried complex emotions. He straightened his spine, drew a deep breath, and finally made his decision. The bold feast while the timid starve. As long as it violated no heavenly principles, what harm could there be in Shaolin becoming a bandit for once? You're on board now. Chen Fan beamed broadly, repeatedly patting Shaolin's shoulder with evident delight. The two men and their donkey traveled for quite some time before finally arriving at a valley. Based on the intelligence, Shaolin led Chen Fan and Luzi to a certain cave. The cave entrance lay concealed beneath dense vines and overgrown weeds barely visible. This is it. That great demon at the 10th level of spiritual manifestation resides within. When it devoured over 10,000 common folk, an outer sect elder from our Purple Qi Holy Land pursued and drove it here. That beast is vicious beyond compare. Senior brother, please exercise extreme caution. Donkey, brother, you must be careful as well. Saying this, Shaolin produced the mystic heavy ruler, his senses heightened to their absolute maximum. Upon stepping into the cave, a wave of biting cold struck them, and the air was thick with a faint stench of decay. Hiss! The serpent's forked tongue flickered with silk-like delicacy and persistence, sending chills down the spine. Hiss! A colossal creature burst forth from the cave's depths, conjuring a violent gust of wind that swept through the passage. Careful! Shaolin's shout rang out as he charged forward, mystic heavy ruler in hand. Two rare flames transformed into twin fire dragons, coiling relentlessly around the black serpent. It appears this beast yearns for dragonhood. Go, Luzi, assist Shaolin. Chen Fan observed from the sidelines. Luzi thrust forward in an archer's stance, his form instantly appearing above the black serpent's head. Hiss! A mere donkey dares such insolence. This one is of the dragon bloodline. The black serpent's vermilion eyes narrowed to slits as it unfurled its cavernous jaws. Luzi's tail swished as donkey eyes blazed with fire, shoulder muscles bunching with power. Thwack! Caught utterly off guard, Luzi's fist came crashing down. The black serpent's vision spun wildly, its heart struck with great shock. What manner of creature is this? This force is truly terrifying beyond measure. In that moment of disorientation, Shaolin seized the opportunity, hurling twin orbs of rare flames forthwith. Under the searing assault of fallen flame and golden emperor blazing sun flame, the black serpent let out heart-wrenching shrieks, sounds that startled many in the vicinity. Crumble! The black serpent collapsed, its entire body reduced to a charred mass. Luzi tucked both fists into his pockets, turning calmly to return behind Chen Fan. As Shaolin approached to slice open the serpent's skull and claim its demon core, a dozen soft rustling sounds echoed from outside the cave. You gather the core first, Luzi, and I will hold the entrance. After giving the order to Shaolin, Chen Fan gripped the great wilderness dragon halberd, while Luzi took position flanking the cave entrance. Shaolin acted without hesitation, his movements swift and precise. Within a few breaths, he had extracted the demon core. Yet a dozen dark figures materialized, emanating terrifying demonic energy, each possessing strength at the great accomplishment 3rd stage or above. Shaolin, this cave has another exit. Quickly lead Chen Fan away. Do not exit through the main entrance. You've been betrayed and a formation has already been laid there. Elder Mo, after probing with his divine sense, urgently warned. In that critical instant, just as Chen Fan and Luzi were about to step through the exit, Shaolin's figure suddenly interposed itself before them. Senior brother, we've been betrayed. The exit is a trap. Follow me. The two men and their donkey fled deeper into the cave's recesses and finally discovered an extremely well-concealed exit at the opposite end. The other side of this exit lay far from the original entrance, nearly 1,000 meters away. When Shaolin and Chen Fan crawled out, they saw a dozen blood-robed black-clad figures lying in ambush at the original cave entrance. These are people from the demon sect. It seems we've been targeted by the demon sect this time. Shaolin whispered, his gaze complex with emotion. He could not fathom who would betray them. After thorough contemplation, he determined this traitor must be within the Purple Chi Holy Land itself, and their position was certainly not insignificant. An expression of unexpected surprise also crossed Chen Fan's face. He had never expected that someone within the Purple Chi Holy Land would resent his heaven-sent talent enough to sell him out to the demon sect. Indeed, the old saying proved true once more. When a tree rises tallest among the forest, the wind shall fell it. Let's withdraw first. Chen Fan waved his hand, and the figures of the two men and their donkey vanished into the depths of the jungle. After Chen Fan and his companions departed silently, the blood-robed figures outside the cave waited in vain, unable to catch even the faintest trace of Chen Fan's presence. Envoy of the Vermilion Bird, should we venture inside? One of the blood-robes dared to inquire of the crimson-robed figure beside him. Venture inside. That is an innate Tao physique, Saint Fetus. The youth beside him is no ordinary man either. Two people and a donkey toppled the entire 100 Flowers sacred ground. Rashly entering would bring suffering even to one of the great power realm. After the blood cult's Vermilion Bird envoy within the crimson robe spoke, thus the gathered blood robes also grew apprehensive. Half an hour later, the crimson-robed figure suddenly removed his hat, revealing a dark visage with two savage scar marks running across his cheeks, utterly ferocious. He had just used his divine sense to probe the cave and discovered it completely empty. Chen Fan and his companions had vanished without a trace. Damn it! The cooked duck has flown away. The blood cult's Vermilion Bird envoy crushed the nearby boulder to dust with one hand, his crimson sleeves sweeping through the air as fragments scattered everywhere. Let us depart. That Saint Lord's tomb is the real prize. With a sweep of his crimson robe, the surroundings erupted with fierce winds, and over a dozen blood robes dissolved into swirling blood mists, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Shaolin, accompanied by their donkey, followed the guidance of the fragment toward the Saint Lord's tomb. Along the thorny path, Shaolin spoke up. Senior brother, the master of this tomb is a Saint Lord powerhouse. I seek the blue lotus heavenly fire within. Take whatever else you wish, senior brother. I sense we are not the only ones coming, so we must proceed with caution. Chen Fan chuckled, a glint flashing in his eyes, and nodded in reply. Shaolinzi, rest assured. I specialize in tomb raiding. When tracking dragons and dividing gold, observe how mountains wind. Each ridge presents another barrier. If 8 perils guard the pass, surely a noble lies interred here. Witnessing Chen Fan's incantation, Shaolin couldn't help but wonder whether he had truly raided tombs before. After crossing through dense forests, the pair and their donkey arrived at a place where peaks surrounded like stars orbiting the moon. The peaks here stood like vigilant guardians, towering majestically and competing in splendor. At night, the highest peak would catch the moonlight first. Without hesitation, Chen Fan and his companions soared toward the tallest peak. Moments later, they came to a stop upon a massive ancient formation. This is the place. Shaolinzi, insert the grand shift token. Elder Mo residing within the ring directed Shaolin to activate the formation. Bending down, Shaolin slotted the token into the stone aperture. Instantly, the formation disc spun rapidly as a golden beam of light shot skyward. Senior brother moved. The golden light flashed, and Chen Fan, Shaolin, and both donkeys vanished from the formation disc. Chen Fan felt a wave of dizziness, and upon opening his eyes again, everything was shrouded in darkness, so thick he could not see his own hand. Shaolinzi. Here. Luzi. MHM. Thank goodness they hadn't been separated. Chen Fan retrieved a candle from his storage ring and placed it in the southeastern corner. Turning around, Shaolin held up his torch. When had he done that? Seeing Chen Fan's actions, he asked in confusion, Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Chen Fan clapped his hands and pretended to be profound. Shaolinzi, the code of the tomb raiders. When roosters crow and lamps die, we do not plunder gold. Witnessing Chen Fan's earnest demeanor, Shaolin firmly believed he had indeed raided tombs. Even Elder Mo within the ring was momentarily stunned, stroking his beard and muttering, could this be an inheritance from some ancient master? Then, finding the surroundings too dark, Chen Fan produced a night-shining pearl. The pearl's glow emerged like dawn light, faint yet resolute, piercing through layers of darkness and gradually spreading. In an instant, the once dim tomb was illuminated as brightly as outdoors. Spirit treasure, night-shining pearl. Such extravagance. Shaolin glanced at his torch in comparison and realized Chen Fan was simply overflowing with wealth. Beneath the pearl's radiance, Chen Fan quickly spied a massive door and urgently called out to Xiao Lin and the donkeys, "Stop staring. Come quick, there's a door here." As Xiao Lin and the donkeys approached, a clicking sound echoed, and the enormous stone door unexpectedly swung open on its own. Beyond the door lay a corridor below which magma churned, and heat waves rose like a crimson dragon wrathfully devouring flames, casting the surroundings in hellish light. Scattered along the corridor were numerous skeletons, their ribcages pierced by arrows. At the corridor's end stood another massive door. Witnessing this, both Chen Fan and Xiao Lin naturally grew wary. "It seems we must push through this trial." Xiao Lin's gaze turned grave, his large hands clenched tight, knuckles whitening. "How about tossing something first to test it?" "An excellent idea." Resolving this, a roasted leg of lamb appeared in Chen Fan's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the lamb traced an arc through the air above the corridor. In the next instant, over 100 feathered arrows erupted from all sides, each carrying killing power capable of slaying a spirit sea realm cultivator. Worse still, the magma beneath the corridor began surging upward continuously. "Bad!" Chen Fan cried out, about to lead Xiao Lin and the donkeys in retreat, when the magma below suddenly ceased its rise. Looking back carefully, they realized it was because the lamb had landed. After several tests, they finally deciphered the mechanisms. After a brief rest, Chen Fan, the donkeys, and Xiao Lin exchanged glances, and three figures surged forward like thunder toward the corridor's end. Swish! Hundreds of feathered arrows swept toward them. Air Luzi spun gracefully and threw three punches. The fist wind howled like a northern gale, sweeping the earth, shattering every arrow in an instant. As the magma surged upward, Xiao Lin acted two mystical fires in his hands, radiating terrifying heat. Golden Emperor Sky-Burning Flame and Fallen Flame suppressed the terrestrial magma. Just as they neared the end, a three-headed fire python suddenly erupted from the magma below, blocking their path, with the strength equivalent to the 8th layer of the Great Power Realm. Chen Fan, leading the front, produced his Great Desolation Dragon halberd and struck with the heaven-sundering technique in a flash too swift for ears to catch. Empowered by the supreme treasure, Chen Fan's attack carried overwhelming killing power. The three-headed fire python prepared to engage Chen Fan and the others in combat, but that heaven-sundering strike had instilled in it a threat of death. Thus it was forced to dodge the attack. Go! Seizing the opening created by that strike, the two people and their donkeys successfully reached the opposite shore. As the three-headed fire python regained its composure and opened its massive bloody maw to tear the cunning trio apart, the door suddenly swung open. Later, Chen Fan waved goodbye to the furious three-headed fire python and strode into the tomb chamber. The moment they crossed the threshold, they felt another dizzying whirl. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves inside a palace. The palace was modest in size, containing only 5 chambers. Opening the first chamber, what greeted their eyes was, as the door swung open, a fragrant scent of flowers and herbs rushed to meet them. The second donkey flared his nostrils greedily, inhaling the aroma. Only then did the trio realize that the first chamber was actually a spirit herb field. Falling star grass, purple danflower, crimson fruit. We're rich. We're rich. Xiao Lin's gaze fell upon the rows of spirit herbs. He longed to pick them, but remembering his promise to Chen Fan, the hand he had already extended was quickly withdrawn. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to start moving things?" Chen Fan asked, scratching his head as he watched Xiao Lin standing motionless on the ground. Xiao Lin's gaze remained resolute, as if joining some sacred cause. He had his own principles and bottom line. "We'll split everything 50-50. Stop talking nonsense and start packing." "All right then." Since Chen Fan had put it that way, Xiao Lin was not one to be stubborn about such things. In no time, Chen Fan had transferred the entire herb field into his storage ring. Fortunately, his ring was quite spacious, allowing him to barely fit everything inside. The chamber was left completely barren save for some scattered dirt. Not even a table or chair remained. Before the wooden door, the duo and the donkey wore satisfied smiles. Just these spirit herbs alone had made their journey worthwhile. A creaking sound announced the door's opening, leaving the trio completely dumbfounded. The interior was utterly bare, containing nothing but a simple stone bed, the epitome of austere poverty. Paying the barren room no mind, they walked directly towards the next chamber. A sharp creak accompanied the door's opening, causing the second donkey to emit an indignant bray. The third room revealed nothing but a heap of rusted metal scraps. Chen Fan shook his head, muttering, "Such pitiful poverty." Xiao Lin sighed, adding, "Even the Saint Lord's home has no surplus provisions." Their dejected appearance drew hearty laughter from old Mo residing in the ring. What a trio of fools. Ordinary cultivators keep their treasures in storage rings, never leaving them lying about so carelessly. Those spirit herbs were probably forgotten by some powerful cultivator who either couldn't retrieve them in time or never had the chance to. As expected, the fourth chamber contained nothing but a few tattered garments. Approaching the final room, Chen Fan and Xiao Lin rubbed their hands together eagerly, while the second donkey drooled with anticipation. The moment Chen Fan pushed open the door, an invisible barrier dissolved, unleashing a wave of scorching, terrifying heat. A lotus-shaped azure flame danced through the chamber, each flicker resembling ethereal blue-green lotus petals swaying in the wind. The flame-formed petals sparkled like gems emanating a soft blue luminescence. The azure lotus heavenly fire. Senior brother, I need your assistance. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin transformed into a streak of black lightning hurtling towards the flame. Watch and learn. Second donkey cast the net. Chen Fan produced a fishing net woven from 8,000-year-old celestial silkworm threads. With the blessing of the always catch fish enchantment, how could the azure lotus heavenly fire possibly escape? Man and donkey worked in perfect tandem, stretching the net wide. Cornered from three sides, the azure lotus heavenly fire was firmly trapped within. The celestial silkworm threads proved remarkably heat-resistant, otherwise the flame would have broken free. Countless cultivation seals manifested around Xiao Lin's hands. After tremendous effort, he finally subdued the azure lotus heavenly fire into an emerald wooden casket. Phew, Xiao Lin drew a deep breath. Without Chen Fan's assistance, he would have never captured the azure lotus heavenly fire alone. Today I thank you, senior brother. After securing the net, Chen Fan slapped his chest confidently. You're our Tiger Mountain's third leader now. Of course I'd help you. At these words, Xiao Lin broke into a wide grin. With a bandit group name already chosen, it seemed he was destined to join Chen Fan's crew. After securing the azure lotus heavenly fire, the trio finally took a proper look around the chamber. Bang! Every door in the chamber slammed shut simultaneously. No amount of fire slashing or chopping could force them open. A strange creaking sound echoed through the space. The duo and donkey hastily retreated, their eyes drawn to the source of the sound. A golden skeleton writhed and twisted, as if something within was awakening. Old Emma, what's happening? Be careful. This thing refuses to stay dead. It's attempting a soul seizure. Heeding Old Mo's warning, Xiao Lin conjured two flames in his palms. His expression tightened like a drawn bowstring as he murmured, Senior brother, be vigilant. This ancient monster intends to seize your body. Sizzle. Chen Fan gripped his great wilderness halberd, slicing through the air as South Ming separation fire erupted behind him. His left hand prepared the star-plucking divine technique. The second donkey's eyes blazed with thunder and fire, radiating heavenly demon aura. Interesting, the skeleton that should have remained dead rose to its feet, ghostly flames burning in its empty eye sockets. Hands clasped behind his back, the skeleton gazed at Chen Fan and the others, a disdainful smile crossing his bony features. I am Lien Sancher. Today you enter my tomb, disturb my restless spirit, and steal my spirit herbs. I was just lamenting having no one to possess, and then you arrive. Truly heaven aids me. A heavenly Tao divine embryo, heavenly demon aura, and 3 strands of heterodox fire. Ha ha ha. Lien Sancher was ecstatic. He had waited several thousand years for this moment. Chen Fan's exceptional spiritual roots made him almost unbearable with excitement. Before his words even finished, Lien Sancher shot directly toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan responded by wielding his great wilderness dragon halberd, slashing down with a move to sever heaven. The 3 strands of heterodox fire in Xiao Lin's hands fused together. At the moment of near explosion, he hurled them toward Lien Sancher. For some unknown reason, 2 fleshy growths sprouted on the second donkey's head. A heavenly demon aura radiated from his entire body as 2 divine techniques fired from his donkey eyes. For a moment, Lien Sancher felt deeply troubled. His current strength was merely at the 12th level of the Great Master Realm, and many of his techniques required a physical body to be properly executed. Boom! Explosions rang out continuously as smoke filled the air. A cyan lotus beneath Lien Sancher's feet shielded him within its petals. The next instant, the lotus withered, and the skeletal remains vanished, replaced by a wisp of black gas. This black gas was formless. No matter how Chen Fan and the others attacked, they could not harm it in the slightest. At the critical moment, Xiao Lin's entire presence shifted dramatically, as if someone else took control. You are not merely at the Saint Lord realm. Or perhaps, you are not the true master of this tomb at all. Xiao Lin's voice turned cold and detached. A bone-chilling flame manifested in his palm. A remnant soul. You have keen perception. Unfortunately, you all shall die. Lien Sancher abruptly appeared behind Xiao Lin, his claws ready to strike down at any moment. Arrogant. As he spoke, Xiao Lin's flame transformed into an ice dragon. With a wave of his sleeve, the ice dragon lunged forth to tear and bite. In an instant, the black gas had nowhere to hide, torn apart by the ice dragon's assault. Turning around, Lien Sancher flew toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's great wilderness dragon halberd cleaved through the air repeatedly, yet that wisp of black gas endured every strike. In the blink of an eye, the black gas flew into Chen Fan's mind. Not good. Xiao Lin rushed forward upon seeing this. The second donkey also widened his eyes and scrambled desperately toward Chen Fan. Yet the doom-beset Chen Fan showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a strange smile curved his lips. Wally, it's your turn to act. After stepping into Chen Fan's spiritual sea, Lien Sancher froze on the spot. A golden lotus planted within a spiritual sea. Even in his era, no such prodigy had existed. Before he could even process what had happened, a scorching, terrifying aura surged toward him like a wave from behind. Who goes there? Lien Sancher whirled around in a rush. The sky above the spiritual sea had been stained a ghostly blue-white, and 9 incarnations of flame, true dragons twisted their grimacing heads. Above the dragon heads upon a throne forged entirely of fire, Li rested her chin on one hand, pointed a finger, and called out sharply, "You dare trespass in my domain? Then do not blame me for extinguishing whatever lifeline you cling to." Lien Sanchier prided himself on having seen much of the world, yet the woman perched upon 9 dragons filled him with a terrifying aura. The disdain in her gaze made him wonder, who exactly is this person? With a single gesture from the air, Li commanded the 9 true dragons to devour Lien Sanchier in an instant. Outside, Lao Mo, who had been possessing Xiao Lin's body, finally severed the connection because Xiao Lin's physique could no longer withstand it. The moment the possession ended, Xiao Lin stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Just then Chen Fan woke as he and Li finished their conversation. Seeing Xiao Lin sprawled on the ground, Chen Fan chuckled. So young and already sleeping on the job. At that moment, Luzi trotted over to Chen Fan, sticking out his broad tongue to lick Chen Fan's fingers. Only after confirming the taste hadn't changed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sensing the wetness on his fingers, Chen Fan kicked Luzi away. "Scram, I have no interest in you." The kick was perfectly measured, disorienting but harmless to the brain. This familiar sensation only reinforced Luzi's certainty that the person before him was Chen Fan, not Lien Sanchier. Xiao Lin rose unsteadily to his feet, gazing at Chen Fan, and demanded, "Who are you? Lien Sanchier or Chen Fan? What does the third master of Weihu Mountain no longer recognize his own commander?" Watching Xiao Lin's paranoid expression, Chen Fan folded his arms and allowed a playful smirk to form. Xiao Lin carefully observed Luzi's reaction and noticed no change in how the donkey regarded Chen Fan. Examining Chen Fan's gaze more closely, he found that familiar wretchedness still lingering deep within those eyes, and only then did he finally relax somewhat. "Senior brother, please forgive me. I was merely being cautious." Xiao Lin quickly bowed and apologized to Chen Fan. "Enough of that." Chen Fan waved it off casually, and an ink-black storage ring appeared in his hand. This was everything Lien Sanchier had possessed. After sweeping his spiritual sense across it, Chen Fan broke into a wide, foolish grin. Over 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. And more than 10 6th-grade pills. As expected, legitimate cultivation can never match the speed of grave robbing. In life, Lien Sanchier had been not only a powerhouse at the peak of the Sacred Lord stage, but also a 6th-grade alchemist, so most of what he left behind was related to alchemy. Chen Fan tossed over 300 volumes of Lien Sanchier's alchemical notes to Luzi. Such exhausting work was better left to the donkey. Then he pulled a small furnace from the pile and threw it to Xiao Lin, grinning, "Don't rush to refuse. This green lotus furnace is a spiritual treasure. Once you acquire the otherworldly flame, you will inevitably walk the path of alchemy. Luzi already has a furnace, and I can't endure even a fraction of hardship. Keeping it here would only let it gather dust. Better to give it to you." Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Lin reluctantly accepted the green lotus furnace. Gazing at the dense array of treasures filling his storage ring, he could not help but feel moved. Beyond his family, an old someone in this world actually treated him so well. "Senior brother Xiao Lin will never let you down." Xiao Lin looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Noticing that gaze, Chen Fan broke out in goosebumps and cursed, "Get lost. I have no taste for men. Senior brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Xiao Lin hurriedly explained he harbored no such preference. Just as everything seemed peaceful, several voices suddenly echoed from outside. "Bad news, the Vermilion Bird Envoy. Someone arrived first. Saintis, we must hurry as well." The voices drew ever closer, and Chen Fan quickly drew a major teleportation talisman from his ink-black storage ring. "Heaven and earth, boundless, obey." The talisman flared with light, and the figures of 2 people and 1 donkey vanished from the spot in an instant. 3 breaths later, the demonic cult's Vermilion Bird Envoy strode into the chamber with over a dozen blood-robed disciples. At the same time, Saintis Liusu and an old crone arrived just behind them. Well, if it isn't Heavenly Granny Liusu. And the lovely beauty beside her must be Saintis Liusu herself, correct? The Vermilion Bird Envoy, draped in crimson-clouded sleeves, fixed a lecherous gaze on Saintis Liusu's chest and lazily dragged his tongue across his scarlet claws. "How dare you? Zhuchue, do you think I won't gouge out your dog eyes?" The old crone slammed her cane into the ground, and the entire palace began to tremble. "Come on then. If we can't secure the otherworldly flame today, bringing back a Saintis will do just fine." Over a dozen blood-robed disciples drew their blades in an instant, all targeting Saintis Liusu. The Vermilion Bird Envoy's claws gleamed with murderous intent as he lunged at the old crone. 3 days later, deep within the 100,000 mountains, Xiao Lin sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the green lotus heavenly fire. Ahead, Chen Fan and Luzi kept watch for him. Spiritual energy from all around began converging toward Xiao Lin, and jade blue flames started rising from his body. "Don't escape." Several trails of blood-colored light pursued a graceful figure from afar, heading straight toward Xiao Lin's direction. "That woman's ruthless. She knows someone's here and still runs this way. We can't let them disrupt Shaolin's cultivation. Ere Luzi, let's ambush them. Chen Fan hoisted the great desolate dragon halberd and flew straight toward the blood-colored lights. Soon the three groups converged at a bend. Seeing the blood-robed disciples, Chen Fan muttered to himself, "Fate has a cruel sense of humor." The blood-robed disciples were equally astonished to see Chen Fan, their eyes flashing with delight. Today was practically their golden age. The cooked duck had returned. The graceful figure in the center quickly spoke upon seeing Chen Fan and Heir Luzi. "If you assist me in escaping, my Liusu Holy Land will certainly reward you handsomely." Before the figure could react, Chen Fan's lips curled into a wild grin. A dark cloud sweeps across the northern heavens. Crows descend among the phoenixes. "Sorry, but today you're all getting robbed." Robbery. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the 4 or 5 blood-robed disciples burst into laughter. Even the graceful figure paused in astonishment, unable to understand how anyone could be so delightfully foolish. "You scum." Seeing the mockery, Chen Fan growled, and a ball of flames erupted above his head. The Southern Brightness Liberation Fire. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Southern Brightness Liberation Fire reduced one blood-robed disciple to ashes. "This is bad. That kid's not right." Seeing this, the laughter of the remaining 3 blood-robed disciples abruptly ceased. However, a donkey's bray suddenly rang out in their ears. And an NGH, huh? Heir Luzi threw 3 punches with all his might. Thwack! His ashen palms pierced straight through the chests of all 3 men, who stared at the bald, hairy donkey before them in utter disbelief. Heir Luzi merely shook his head, his large donkey, eyes dripping with disdain. In merely a few breaths, this person slew the blood-clad assassins at the Great Ascension 3rd stage. What is his background? The Liusu Saintess, who had been fleeing for her life, frowned slightly as Chen Fan and the 2-eared donkey fought, in perfect coordination, their movements betraying a practiced efficiency. This caused the Liusu Saintess to feel a deep sense of weariness. "At this moment, my spiritual energy is completely depleted. Just when I thought I'd escaped the tiger's den, I've stumbled into the wolf's lair. I hope they only want money. Otherwise, death would be my only option." Chen Fan propped the great wilderness dragon halberd on his shoulder and glared maliciously at the Liusu Saintess, whistling casually. A perfect picture of a ruffian. Ziwaner. Faced with this situation, the Liusu Saintess had no choice but to answer Chen Fan's questions honestly. Place of origin. Liusu's sacred land. Ziwaner's eyes flickered with sharp intelligence as she stared fixedly at Chen Fan. Now that she had revealed her identity, she wanted to see if there would be any trace of fear in Chen Fan's eyes. However, she discovered that not only was there no fear in Chen Fan's gaze, but it was tinged with a playful amusement, as if the Liusu's sacred land meant nothing to him. Troublesome. This person seems to have no sense of reality, not even fearing my Liusu's sacred land. Ziwaner sighed in despair, her heart sinking. Chen Fan glanced at the 2-eared donkey, then walked up to Ziwaner with a smile. "Come along now. You're now a hostage of our mighty Tiger Mountain." Just as Ziwaner was about to make a desperate stand, in the moment she turned to look back, she saw a donkey grinning widely as it reduced those corpses to dust. The scene was extremely bloodthirsty and horrifying, filling her with dread. Her desire to escape instantly dissipated. Soon, when Chen Fan returned to Shaolin's secluded cultivation spot, he rubbed his hands together and spoke to the trembling Ziwaner. "Our mighty Tiger Mountain has one rule: we rob wealth, not virtue. What do you think about that?" Upon hearing this, Ziwaner felt a sense of relief. As the Liusu Saintess, if she had lost her purity here, the consequences would have been unthinkable. A purple glow flickered, and Ziwaner produced several storage rings from her hand. With some reluctance, she spoke. "These 100,000 superior grade spirit crystals are for you and your donkey, to buy some tea and refreshments. Do you think this is sufficient, sir?" 100,000 superior grade spirit crystals at a single gesture. Chen Fan had originally thought he might be able to extort a few hundred medium grade spirit crystals at best. This person's status within the Liusu sacred land must be quite high, and she must be greatly favored. Chen Fan mulled it over, then pulled the 2-eared donkey aside and whispered, "2-eared donkey, 100,000 superior grade spirit crystals. This girl must definitely have other treasures on her. Should we squeeze her a bit more?" The 2-eared donkey vigorously nodded his bare head. The man and donkey turned back around with stern faces. Chen Fan slowly spoke. 100,000 is indeed quite a lot, enough for us brothers to live comfortably for decades. But my brother here still lacks some treasures to protect himself. What do you say?" Ziwaner's heart seethed with anger. This man and donkey are far too greedy. Spirit crystals weren't enough, and now they want treasures too. Anger was anger, but Ziwaner was the fish on the chopping block, while Chen Fan and the 2-eared donkey held the knife. Her very life and fortune rested in the hands of this man and donkey. After all, they could have simply robbed her outright, yet they chose to ask politely. Not giving seemed unreasonable. After much deliberation, Ziwaner produced a gold brick and said, "This is a lower grade magic treasure called the Heaven Descending Gold Brick. With this in hand one can bring down any treasure under heaven. With just one glance the two-eared donkey fell in love with this elegant and dignified treasure. Chen Fan took the gold brick and tossed it to the two-eared donkey to play with. Subsequently Chen Fan took out a bottle of a 6th grade purple gold elixir and casually threw it to Zwaner, instructing, "Your injuries are quite severe. This purple gold elixir is for you. As for the reason, don't ask. If you must know, I'm repaying a favor." With that Chen Fan and the two-eared donkey walked away without looking back. Zwaner stared at the 6th grade purple gold elixir in her hand, somewhat dazed. Whose favor is he repaying? Are all bandits these days so well-mannered? They even understand the etiquette of reciprocation. Should I take it or not? Half a month later, contrary to Chen Fan's expectations, the demon sect had not sent anyone to investigate. It seemed they must have encountered some obstruction. In the verdant bamboo forest the leaves swayed, gently rustling like the notes of an ancient guzheng. Break! With Shaolin's thunderous shout the bamboo grove around him was immediately seized by a palpable tension. At that moment sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows that lifted one's spirits. Upon awakening, Shaolin had formally broken through to the Great Ascension realm. Excited, he wished to seek out Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, he saw Chen Fan and the two-eared donkey engaged in combat. The man and donkey's figures leapt and tumbled through the bamboo forest. Each exchange stirred violent gusts of wind, coiling mist and clouds. Senior Brother's cultivation has already reached the Soul Palace 11th stage. Such terrifying talent. Brother Donkey's body refining talent is equally extraordinary, actually capable of receiving Senior Brother's techniques. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Fan and the two-eared donkey stopped. The man and donkey began to exchange lavish praise. If heaven had not produced you, Donkey Emperor, body refinement would have remained in endless darkness for eternity. In the path of body refinement, you have no equal. The two-eared donkey burst into hearty laughter, shook his head, and praised Chen Fan in return. Urior. Shortly after, both man and donkey were thoroughly satisfied. At this moment Shaolin, who had been watching, appeared beside Chen Fan. "These past days I've troubled Senior Brother and Brother Donkey." Shaolin smiled as he spoke to Chen Fan and the two-eared donkey. "Oh, you've reached Great Ascension. Greetings, Great Ascension Shaolin. Senior Brother, please don't tease me." The next day, on the road leading into the 10,000 Great Mountains, a grand armchair sat in the center of the road with Chen Fan lounging upon it. On a stone beside him the two-eared donkey lolled with drooping ears, basking in the sunshine. "Senior Brother, for the past half-month you two have been robbing people every single day." "That's right, this is our line of work. Though our business is targeted at other mountain bandits." "Other mountain bandits?" Shaolin was somewhat puzzled. Gazing at the approaching figures in the distance, Chen Fan grinned. "Little Lin, there's something you don't know. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains there are over 100 strongholds formed by numerous rogue cultivators. They specialized in preying upon fellow cultivators on these roads. As for us, we specialize in eating other bandits." Hearing this, Shaolin's interest was piqued. He happened to want to test the power of the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame. Just at this moment, the distant shadows rapidly drew near. A raucous voice shattered the air. "Mighty Tiger Mountain, the great head of Toad Mountain has arrived. Surrender now or die." The black shadows descended, containing over 100 Soul Sea cultivators, dozens of Divine Ability cultivators, and 3 leading Great Ascension cultivators. One of the Great Ascension cultivators, sporting a goatee, noticed Shaolin's cultivation level and sneered contemptuously. "Fellow Taoist, among the 72 outer mountains of the 10,000 Great Mountains, our Toad Mountain holds the reins. You've killed people from our Toad Mountain this time. Unless you give us an explanation, blood will surely be shed today." "Toad Mountain, what a distinctive name you have there." "Chen Fan." Chen Fan smiled and rose, walking over to stand beside Shaolin. The two exchanged a glance, the unspoken meaning between them clear without a word. "Qinglian Heavenly Fire." Shaolin struck first. Emerald blue flames instantly engulfed their surroundings, and the scorching heat caught the Hamster Mountain gang completely off guard. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for waiting." The 3 great capacities experts of Hamster Mountain attacked ferociously. Having dominated the 100,000 mountains for years and carved out a fearsome reputation among all 72 strongholds, they were hardly incompetent fools. However, the moment the 3 clashed with Qinglian Heavenly Fire, their faces turned ashen. "This is bad. It's a heterodox flame." The middle-aged man with a goat beard's face contorted in terror. Unlike the other 2, he hailed from a major power, so his perspective was naturally refined and discerning. "These 2 have extraordinary backgrounds. Do not provoke them." Fear deep in his pupils, he prepared to retreat, but the emerald blue flame wave had already reached him. "Stop!" Before he could finish the single character, Shaolin appeared before him like lightning. "Negotiate." Too late. The emerald blue Qinglian Heavenly Fire devoured one of the goat-bearded man's arms, while his other hand turned blackened like dead wood, utterly lifeless. At the brink of death, the goat-bearded man desperately searched for his 2 companions, but when he finally spotted them, he was dumbfounded. He saw Chen Fan up front casually brushing dust from his closed legs crossed whistling, while the second master of Hamster Mountain beneath him dared not utter a single complaint. It wasn't that he refused to resist, he couldn't. A wisp of cyan-white flame from Chen Fan's fingers could end his life at any moment. In just one exchange, this great capacity realm cultivator hadn't lasted 6 moves against Chen Fan's Soul Palace realm. Meanwhile, 2 plumes of white steam rose from Lifzi's nostrils. His Thunderfire donkey eyes fixed relentlessly on the remaining Hamster Mountain members. Behind him lay the third master, a square-jawed man sprawled on his back, every bone and tendon shattered, pitiful beyond measure. This is like kicking an iron plate. The first master of Hamster Mountain with the goat beard felt something was terribly wrong. At this point, survival was all that mattered. Seeing Xiao Lin's murderous intent close, and he spun around, his menacing expression melting into desperate flattery. Thud! The goat-bearded first master fell to his knees, crying out for mercy. Your honor, show mercy. The Hamster Mountain gang watched in disbelief. How could their invincible leader, usually radiating divine, might kneel so readily? Watching this, many bandits showed fear and began backing away, thinking that a few spirit stones a day weren't worth dying for. Elzai sensed the threat and unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning from his donkey eyes without hesitation. Bang! A massive boulder behind the Hamster Mountain gang exploded with a deafening crash. Rock fragments sliced through the air before the gang's eyes, drenching those who had planned to flee in cold sweat. Lifzi's thick lips curled into a smirk, reading every desperate move from the Hamster Mountain gang with ease. Brother, kill or spare. Xiao Lin's dark weight blade hovered mere inches from the first master's carotid artery. His deep eyes turned to Chen Fan for guidance. The scorching heat radiating from the blade made sweat drip down the first master's forehead like dew on a leaf trembling on the verge of falling. Trembling violently, he pleaded with Chen Fan through his eyes. Chen Fan smoothly dismounted, his heel lifting from the ground as his ankle rotated slightly, the suspended leg descending gently before his foot met the earth. A touch of defiant smirk crossed his face. Of course we won't kill him. Our Weihu Mountain has always been cultured bandits. Isn't that right? Chen Fan arched his sword-like eyebrows regarding the first master with amusement. Why, yes. The goat-bearded first master eagerly chimed in, his tongue tripping over itself with nervous excitement. Just as he thought he'd escaped disaster, Chen Fan's tone shifted. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Our manners happen to be left at home today. Attack! As he spoke, the crimson, Nanmingli fire from Chen Fan's palm pierced through the second master behind him without mercy. Xiao Lin responded by swinging his dark weight blade in a devastating arc, a blood-red crescent slicing through the air as a severed head tumbled across the ground. Lifzi's hooves came down with brutal force, ending the third master's life even as he lay unconscious. After collecting their storage rings, the three turned to face the sea of Hamster Mountain gang members. Their terrifying presence made the bandits' faces contort in horror. 200 or 300 men shivered like penguins caught in a frost. Time to go. Don't think it's unjust. You've all got blood on your hands, at least 2 or 3 lives each. No, the gang scattered in every direction, but if the 3 great capacity realm leaders couldn't escape the duo and their donkey, what chance did these men have? Within moments, Hamster Mountain was wiped from the map. By evening, hundreds of fresh graves dotted the road. Mountains rolled like a sleeping dragon along the horizon. Beneath a massive tree that took 10 people to circle, the 2 men and their donkey grinned from ear to ear. Their spoils from dozens of storage rings and hundreds of pouches divided among them. On average, each walked away with 5,000 or 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones, plus numerous magical treasures and spiritual artifacts. This was far more profitable than cultivating upright at the Purple Chi Holy Land. Shaolin finally understood what it meant to say that those who kill and burn wear golden belts. Senior brother, this business is quite profitable. I've heard there are 72 mountain strongholds around the 100,000 mountains. What if we? The substantial gains had stirred restlessness in Xiao Lin, his dark weight blade itching for more action. Not in a rush, Chen Fan replied calmly. We'll take it slow. He glanced at his system panel, watching as the mountain bandit proficiency ticked up to level 3, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Soon after, the duo and their donkey became the bandit killers. In just 2 months, they wiped out 35 mountain strongholds, sending panic through the entire outer region of the 100,000 mountains. Word of their dominance had spread across all remaining 32 strongholds. Wandering cultivators praised Weiwu Mountain, and the phrase, "a cloud in the dark northern sky, crows have fallen among phoenixes," became slang throughout the 100,000 mountains. Any wandering cultivator who quoted these words could leave unharmed when confronted by bandits. Within those 2 months, Chen Fan's mountain bandit proficiency had reached 50. Studying the description on his system panel, he grew puzzled. After so many robberies, aside from that one time when he'd robbed the Liusu Sacred Maiden, he hadn't encountered any major opportunities. Was his proficiency still insufficient? Or had he simply not been thorough enough in his raids? Guess I still need more practice. Sighing, Chen Fan hoisted his great desolate dragon halberd and pressed onward toward the next stronghold. Just then over a dozen direct disciples of the Liusu sacred land appeared at the edge of the 100,000 mountains with the Liusu sacred maiden Ziwaner leading them. They had heard rumors that a secret realm was about to open in the outer reaches of the 100,000 mountains, and this expedition was their chance to seize the opportunity. 2 months later, as she stepped back into the 10,000 great mountains, Ziwaner's heart still stirred with unease. Although she had been robbed of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a spiritual treasure, Chen Fan's purple gold pill had genuinely saved her life. That little thief probably wouldn't have died in the 10,000 great mountains, would he? If I could see him again, I'd tie him up as a hostage and let him feel what it's like to be toyed with. Thinking this, Ziwaner felt a desire to see Chen Fan once more rise in her heart. Senior sister. Senior sister. A clear, melodious voice rang beside her ear. The voice sobered her slightly. Coming to her senses, she looked at the newcomer and offered a sweet smile. Linger, what's wrong? The girl before her was Linger, the biological daughter of the Liusu Holy Lord. As the Liusu Holy Maiden Ziwaner, and she had grown up together since childhood, as close as sisters. The mischievous Linger's jet-black eyes darted about in her sockets as she asked. Senior sister, with this secret realm opening, I fear many great clans and sects will enter it. You'll protect me when the time comes, won't you? Any handsome fellows point them out to me. I want to tease them. Ziwaner smiled helplessly at these words. Linger was bold and carefree, but more importantly, she loved nothing more than teasing men. Sometimes, even the Liusu Holy Lord felt he had made a mistake at birth, that Linger should have been born a boy. Then Ziwaner took out a sheepskin map, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed as she said, this secret realm opens once every 300 years. By now the entrance has become a stronghold, a place called Wulong Stronghold. I wonder what their cultivation is like. We may yet have a fight. If they want to fight, let them come. I'll beat them to death, said Linger beside her, puffing out her chest and placing her jade-like hands on her slender waist, her tone dripping with defiance. A quarter hour later, Ziwaner and Linger's party arrived before a mountain stronghold. The buildings within were neatly arranged, built on bluestone foundations with yellow clay walls and thatched roofs, rustic and natural. Yet an unusual atmosphere pervaded the stronghold at this moment. De Oolong and the other leaders stood nervously in the main hall. Report. Chief, over a dozen women suddenly appeared at the mountain gate, demanding we leave Wulong Stronghold. After discovering Ziwaner's party, the lookout reported without delay. This announcement broke the tension in the hall. De Oolong's lips trembled uncontrollably as he asked, Is there a donkey? The lackey thought carefully before replying. No, Chief. They were all women. All of them beautiful. Hearing this, Oolong sighed heavily and muttered softly. No donkey then. That's good, very good. Coming to his senses, Oolong's mouth twisted in anger. Wulong Stronghold was the second ranked among 72 strongholds in the region. Oolong had always prided himself on his wisdom and courage, yet today, he had been frightened by merely a dozen women. If word got out, how could he survive in the 10,000 great mountains? Let's go. A dozen women dare tell us to leave Wulong Stronghold. Do they think they are the Weihu mountain bandits? What do they take this place for? I'll capture them and let the brothers enjoy some sport. Since they were not Chen Fan, Oolong had nothing to fear. His cultivation at the first stage of the great ability realm was not for show. Soon Oolong and over a dozen leaders from Wulong Stronghold surged forth from the hall in a grand procession. Seeing this, Ziwaner, her injuries fully healed, sneered with disdain. All who had come from the Liusu Holy Land this time were direct disciples, the lowest among them having reached at least the 5th stage of divine power. She herself had already broken through to the 3rd stage of great ability. In her eyes, Wulong Stronghold was nothing more than a mob of rabble. Soon before Oolong even arrived, his loud voice echoed at the mountain gate. Well, look at all the lovely young ladies. Missing some men, are we? This remark incensed the disciples of the Liusu Holy Land. The dozen or so direct disciples' almond-shaped eyes widened with anger flashing within their glistening gaze. Screw your mother. With that sparrow's member, I wouldn't give it the time of day. You son of a bye. Linger's forehead veins bulged, rolling up her sleeves and pursing her red lips as she cursed vehemently. The words she used were incredibly vulgar, making the dozen disciples of the Liusu Holy Land blush. Linger, stay calm, control yourself. Ziwaner beside her quickly stepped forward and covered Linger's mouth. This overwhelming barrage of curses startled even Oolong. She curses worse than I do. Is she even a woman? Oolong appeared at the mountain gate with his blade drawn, pointing the edge at Ziwaner's group, furious. Who was it that cursed me just now? Linger, seeing this, stepped forward and released her pressure as a great ability cultivator at the 1st stage. Oolong looked at the lively Linger in disbelief. Such a lovely girl spoke so foully. This girl had the cultivation of a 1st stage great ability expert. Before Oolong could react, Ziwaner's party revealed their true cultivation levels. A 3rd stage great ability cultivator. Divine power at the peak, divine power at the 8th stage. Clang. Oolong's hand holding his blade suddenly went limp and the weapon fell to the ground with a metallic crash. Waha! Oolong was blind as a bat. Honored ladies, you want Wulong Stronghold? We're leaving immediately. With that, Oolong and his bandits scrambled away toward the side passage of the mountain gate. Seeing his cowardly behavior, Zlinger's eyes filled with a mischievous grin as she shouted, "Wanna leave? Not that easy. Hand over all your storage rings." Hearing this, Oolong's vision dimmed. No matter how he dodged, he still couldn't keep his storage ring. Ting! Seeing Oolong and the others hesitating, a cold glint flashed from Zwanner's unsheathed flying sword. This sound made Oolong shiver. He quickly erased his seal from the storage ring in his hand and offered it palm up to Zling. The bandits behind him, seeing Oolong's action, could only follow suit and present their own storage rings. This sight made Zlinger, the young girl, break into a smile. Just as she was about to reach out and take them, a domineering voice rang out from the sky. Dark clouds across the northwest heavens. Crows landing among a flock of phoenixes. Hearing this voice, Zwanner's heart surged with excitement, waves of emotion dancing in her eyes. "Little thief, is that you?" Swish, swish, swish. 3 domineering dark figures landed, kicking up dust around them. However, these 3 figures did not face Zwanner's party, but went straight to Oolong. Air Lizi's plump donkey-like backside bumped past Zling. Chen Fan and Xiao Lin each placed a foot on Oolong's shoulders. "Do you know who I am? You think this storage ring is your private property? This is public property of my Weihu Mountain." Chen Fan spoke viciously to Oolong beneath his foot, while reaching out to take the storage ring from Oolong's palm and putting it into his own bag. He then exchanged a glance with Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin skillfully took out a black bag and said to the bandits of Wulong's stronghold, "Be obedient and throw them in yourselves. You know the rules of my Weihu Mountain." After several breaths, the dust settled, and Zlinger finally saw clearly who was competing with her for the storage rings. Just now she had been bumped by something unknown and nearly lost her balance. After finally steadying herself, she saw that the storage ring she was about to hand over had already been taken by someone else. How could she accept this? "You two put down that storage ring. That's my spoils." Zlinger, bold as a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, had barely spoken those words before many present were left in astonishment. Of them all, the one most terrified was Oolong, the chieftain of Oolong Fortress. "Sweet grandmother, please don't endanger me." Oolong, the chieftain of Oolong Fortress, made a series of nervous facial expressions and gestured frantically towards Zlinger with both hands. "Hand over your storage rings to me, both of you. Respect the queue, understand?" Zlinger's cherry-like lips wouldn't stop moving. She was so absorbed in her demands that she failed to notice Zwanner and the others behind her already wiping cold sweat from their brows. Chen Fan disregarded Zlinger entirely, leaning down to whisper a chilling threat into Oolong's ear. "If I catch you raiding and looting again, I'll annihilate your souls and condemn you to eternal suffering without any chance of reincarnation." And no, we wouldn't dare. Oolong's heart finally settled. Oolong scurried away in a flash, scrambling on hands and knees, desperate to escape before Chen Fan reconsidered his offer. Then Chen Fan took the black bag from Xiao Lin's hands and strode purposefully towards Zling. "At least you're sensible enough to bring it to me yourself. Since you've shown such goodwill, this miss will generously forgive you this once." Zlinger crossed her arms over her chest, pouted her red lips, and muttered these words to herself. As Chen Fan approached, she reached out to take the black bag, but he spoke first. "Hurry along now. It's your turn." Zlinger was so furious she could hardly breathe, pointing accusingly at herself and gritting her teeth. "Me? I should hand over my storage ring. You? How dare you?" Watching the flustered and enraged Zling, but Chen Fan remained utterly calm and casually whistled between his teeth. Air Luzi and Xiao Lin materialized behind the women of Liusu's sacred land in an instant. "How dare you? We are inner disciples of the Liusu sacred land. My father is the Liusu sacred lord." A flicker of pride gleamed in Zlinger's eyes. She simply could not believe Chen Fan would dare provoke someone connected to their sacred land. Unexpectedly, rather than showing fear, Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement, muttering repeatedly, "Finally, a big fish has come." "You're not afraid?" "I said my father is the Liusu sacred lord." Seeing Chen Fan's eager expression, Zlinger hurriedly asked. Chen Fan responded with obvious impatience. The great wilderness dragon halberd flashed silver in his hand as he thrust the black pouch forward and threatened, "I don't care what sacred land you belong to, and it makes no difference who your father is. Hand over your storage ring." Gazing at the black bag mere inches away, Zlinger conceived a scheme. With a feigned expression of reluctance, she removed her storage ring. But the very instant her hand hovered above the black bag, she suddenly plunged it inside and grasped a handful. Divine ability, flowing cloud flash. Before the words had even finished leaving her lips, Zlinger's figure reappeared before Zwanner and the others. Her delicate hands still clutched more than a dozen storage rings. Bloody hell. Chen Fan rubbed his eyes, his face etched with utter disbelief. Zlinger's maneuvers had been so fluid and seamless that even he hadn't had time to react. He had hunted geese all his life, yet today he had been pecked in the eye by one. This time Chen Fan was truly enraged. Air Luzi blocked their escape route. "Xiao Lin, stop holding back those abnormal flames. Unleash every last one of them." Upon hearing Chen Fan's command, Xiao Lin's entire body radiated a terrifying aura. Golden Emperor's Heaven-Burning Flame, Fallen Meteor Flame, and Green Lotus Heavenly Flame. 3 distinct abnormal flames instantly swirled together in the sky. The 3 flames danced, fiercely roaring like beasts before the hunt, their thunderous momentum shaking the heavens and unsettling every soul present. Tongues of fire licked at the surrounding air, instantly reducing everything to scorched earth. Scorching waves swept through withering vegetation and sending sand and stones flying in all directions. This is bad. These are abnormal flames, and 3 different kinds. Junior sister, you've caused a monumental disaster this time. The inner disciples of Lyosu's sacred land stood on edge, their voices trembling with fear. Possessing 3 abnormal flames simultaneously was something they had never heard of. Zwanner drew her sword, her expression fraught with anxiety. She had never expected Chen Fan's companions to be so formidable. Last time he had traveled with only a single person and a donkey. Hee-haw! A donkey's bray rang out. Behind the women of Lyosu's sacred land, ere Luzi trod upon wind and thunder, his nostrils exhaling 2 strands of terrifying white vapor like those of a mighty ox. Within his enormous donkey eyes burned a fearsome thunderfire power. He too was furious at Zlinger for stealing from under his very nose. Those storage rings contained a share that belonged to him. The demonic aura radiating from Luzi's entire body was profoundly terrifying. The inner disciples of Lyosu's sacred land felt as though ancient vines 1,000 years old were coiled tightly around their necks, exuding a suffocating fishy fragrance. We're finished. This donkey is actually a great demon, and moreover a body-refining great demon. Its aura is far more terrifying than any great demon we have ever encountered. Junior sister, quickly return the ring in your hand, or we shall all perish soon. Zwanner spoke hesitantly, her grip tightening around her flying sword. Zlinger herself was equally at a loss. She took a step forward and, gazing at Chen Fan's darkened expression as he approached, stammered, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it back. Seeing this, Chen Fan snorted coldly. He controlled the black bag in his hand as it flew toward the women of Lyosu's sacred land, and declared, hand over your storage rings. Otherwise there will be no negotiation on this matter. Hearing these words, the women of Lyosu's sacred land exchanged worried glances. A cultivator's entire livelihood was essentially stored within their storage rings. Asking them to surrender these rings was tantamount to asking for their lives. This is too much provocation. A purple-green flying sword materialized in Zlinger's hand as she prepared to charge forward and fight Chen Fan to the death. At that moment, Zwanner grabbed her and pulled her back, stepping forward herself. Her hand slowly removed her veil, revealing an exquisite and delicate countenance. My junior sister has behaved improperly today. Please accept my apology. Could you show us mercy? I imagine you have also come for the secret realm. If we were to clash, would we not merely be playing into the hands of those who come afterward? Chen Fan recognized Zwanner at a glance. Listening to her words, he glanced back at Mount Wulong behind him and suddenly understood. It appeared this group had come to Mount Wulong specifically for the secret realm within it. It seemed quite a few more people would be arriving as well. At this thought, a peculiar gleam flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. Shortly afterward, Chen Fan stepped forward. His previously stern expression broke into a hearty laugh. Well, who do I have the honor of meeting? It's you, Zwanner. We are old acquaintances after all. How about this? I'll give you a discount. Each of you hands over 60,000 high-grade spirit stones, and we shall consider our past matters settled. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lyosu's sacred land turned their gaze toward Zwanner at the forefront. What? The Holy Maiden actually knows this bandit. In that case, our storage rings can be preserved. 60,000 high-grade spirit stones is considerable, but compared to everything else within the storage rings, it is not an unbearable sacrifice. Each woman weighed her thoughts carefully, and most were quite satisfied with this outcome. Agreed. You truly are a bandit of considerable refinement. Zwanner also breathed a sigh of relief. She well understood Chen Fan's prowess. Even the combined strength of the Lyosu sacred land might barely suffice for a single strike against him, not to mention with Luzi and Shaolin now present. After a short, while an amusing spectacle unfolded before Olong Fortress, the esteemed inner disciples of the dignified Lyosu sacred land actually formed a neat orderly queue to surrender their spirit stones. When it came to Zlinger's turn, she directly produced 200,000 high-grade spirit stones and said with a grievous expression, I'll pay for all the senior sisters. Seeing the reddening at the corners of her eyes, Chen Fan closed his lips in a faint smile. After accepting Zlinger's spirit stones, he remarked, send my regards to your father on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Zlinger stood frozen in place. Beside her, Zwanner hurried forward and whispered urgently, say nothing more. Do not provoke this person. Soon the disciples of the Lyosu sacred land entered the Wulong stronghold to rest. Senior sister, you really have wide connections. If not for you today, Linger would have likely caused trouble for everyone. Zlinger sat cross-legged on the ground, cast a glance at Chen Fan, and then turned to thank Zwanner beside her. Zwanner shook her head, looking at the 2 people and a donkey dividing spoils at the entrance of the Wulong stronghold, and said with a complicated expression, I don't have any special connections. I was merely robbed by him once. Last time she saved my life and gave me a purple gold pill in exchange for the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones he plundered from me. She said it was to repay a personal debt. I believe this good karma was established by the sacred master. After Zwanner recounted everything, Linger finally understood. No wonder senior sister didn't acknowledge him at first. She was afraid of being robbed again. Linger, having forgotten her past troubles once healed, showed a teasing expression. Didn't you end up getting robbed anyways? You girl, be more careful next time. People who play the fool to prey on others are the ones you should be most wary of. Zwanner flicked her finger against Linger's forehead, speaking with exasperation. Linger cried out in pain, several red marks appearing on her forehead, and clutching her head asked, "Senior sister, are they here for the secret realm?" That person just asked me many questions about the secret realm, which shows they don't know about it yet, but now they do. Why are you asking about this? I was thinking, with their strength, if they could travel with us, we could walk all over the secret realm. Without any connection, you should stop dreaming. The important thing now is to recover your spiritual energy. At that moment, in front of the Wulong stronghold, Chen Fan divided a collection of storage rings into 3 equal portions and said slowly, "I just asked the Liusu Holy Maiden. There is a secret realm beneath the place where this Wulong stronghold was built. It contains countless opportunities. Every time it opens, it attracts a crowd of cultivators." Hearing this, Shaolin's pupils trembled slightly, and a smile curled his lips as he asked, "Senior brother, what are you suggesting?" Chen Fan smiled. "If we collected an entry fee at the entrance of the secret realm, that would be a huge amount of spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Luzi enthusiastically agreed with both hands and feet, while Shaolin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Senior brother, could this backfire? What if powerful clans or major sects send their protected cultivators?" Shaolin voiced his concern. In his approach to matters, he insisted on nothing going wrong. Chen Fan gave a calm smile. "As long as they are not at the sacred master realm, I am invincible." With every gesture, an effortless confidence radiated from Chen Fan. He exuded an aura of invincibility, as though all the land under heaven lay within his control. In just 2 sentences, Chen Fan made Shaolin feel the presence of one before whom all heroes of the world would bow. After pondering for a long while, old Mo from the ring suddenly spoke. "Shaolinzi, your senior brother already possesses the heart of an invincible one. He is forging the path to invincibility." Hearing this, Shaolin glanced at Chen Fan and sighed. He himself now felt somewhat inferior. Having cultivated for only about half a year, Chen Fan had already reached the peak of the Soul Palace realm. His combat strength was truly terrifying. He was the strongest in every realm, and slaying enemies 1 or 2 major realms above him was nothing unusual for Chen Fan. "I cannot fall behind. I must keep pace with my senior brother." Shaolin made a silent vow. After this matter was over, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. A short while later, the 2 people and the donkey sat cross-legged on the ground to recover their spiritual energy. Thunder rumbled on the horizon as dark clouds gathered, and heavenly dragon-like tornadoes surged straight toward the sky. Spiritual energy surged across the Wulong stronghold like boiling water, and the gate to the secret realm slowly appeared amidst intertwining lightning. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the foundation of the Wulong stronghold, and the entire stronghold began to collapse. In an instant, bricks and stones flew everywhere as dust billowed, and the Wulong stronghold was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. At the side of the ruins, an ancient cyan-colored gate appeared. As its doors opened and closed, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures seemed to shimmer within. The commotion attracted quite a few people, and the disciples of the Liusu sacred land were the first to enter. The 2 people and the donkey exchanged glances before each donning a black robe. Soon dozens of streaks of light appeared in the distance. Roar! A dragon's cry shook the 9 heavens, and steadily standing atop the dragon's head was a man in white robes. The man's long black hair hung loosely, and a faint air of indifference and aloofness lingered between his brows and eyes. His jade-like skin set against white robes made him extraordinarily elegant, forbidding one to meet his gaze. He truly embodied the line, "A gentleman like jade, unmatched in this world." Suddenly, strange lights slashed across the sky, causing subtle turbulence between heaven and earth. Chen Fan focused his gaze and saw to his surprise a 1,000-foot centipede soaring through the air. Its 1,000 legs moved in unison, and its wings, composed of countless tiny scales, produced a metallic clanging sound as they vibrated. Standing atop the 1,000-foot centipede was a man in black, none other than the Poison Young Master, one of the 4 young masters of the demonic cult. "Oh, the demonic cult's Poison Young Master has arrived too. This is quite an impressive display." A towering figure appeared, draped in solar radiance and crowned with gold like a brilliant morning sun illuminating all directions. His gaze burned like molten gold under the scorching sun, too intense to look at directly, yet impossible not to admire. Hearing this, the Poison Young Master atop the 1,000-foot centipede's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Great Sun Saint Young Master, cut the nonsense. Calling out just my name in front of so many people. Do you really think I don't understand your petty schemes? A look of disdain appeared on the great sun, Saint Young Master's sharply carved face. Golden flames of the great sun, true fire, manifested in his hand, as he angrily retorted, "Humph. What do you know?" Words failed between the two, and just as they were about to fight, the white-robed young master who had arrived riding the dragon spoke, "Noise. Do not disturb my peace." Hearing this, both the great sun, Saint Young Master, and the poison young master turned their gaze toward the man in white robes. Has Jiangshi, the #1 prodigy of the ancient Jiang family, also come? It seems there must be something extraordinary inside this time. The moment the two saw the white-robed man, they couldn't help but frown and fell silent. Standing before the secret realm's gate, Chen Fan was thrilled at the sight of so many people. In his eyes, each one represented a fortune in spirit stones. On the other side, Xiao Lin's hands trembled constantly, not from fear, but from excitement. Those who had come were the gifted prodigies of major powers. The thought of fighting such opponents sent thrills through him. Seeing the timing was ripe, Chen Fan stepped forward and loudly addressed the crowd of prodigies in the sky. "We are the special envoys of this secret realm. An entry fee in spirit stones is required to enter. Please form a queue and pay your spirit stones." The prodigies overhead frowned at these words. When did a secret realm even have special envoys? And now there was an entry fee. Oomph. I think these three are just putting on a show. Where would a secret realm get envoys? Just kill them. The poison young master atop the 1,000-foot centipede snorted coldly, his circular moonblade gleaming with chilling light, as killing intent erupted like a full moon. The 1,000-legged centipede shimmered with a dark emerald luster, its countless feet wriggling like threads weaving through the air. It moved at blinding speed, arcing through the sky, toward Chen Fan. Playing tricks. Let Poison Lord deal with you. Poison Lord was shrouded in black aura, his fingers slightly spread as his palm transformed into a claw, swiftly striking toward Chen Fan's head. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, yet the crushing force everyone anticipated never materialized. A massive hand seized Poison Lord's wrist, stopping the black aura claw inches from Chen Fan's face, completely immobilized. How is this possible? I am at the peak of heavenly ability yet. He actually withstood my Yama-in claw. A flicker of shock flashed through Poison Lord's eyes as his arm muscles tensed, desperately attempting to break free from that enormous grip. Poison Lord, is this all? Chen Fan glanced down at the demon man in his grasp, a sneer curling his lips. Ha ha ha, Poison Lord is nothing special. How could the renowned one of the demon sect's 4 lords be mocked so? Poison Lord nothing special. Among the prodigies gathered above, the spectators eagerly stoked the flames of conflict. Poison Lord's face burned with humiliation. How dare Chen Fan mock him before so many witnesses? This was beyond endurance. Death Wish. Yama Great Hand Seal. From Poison Lord's other palm emerged a chilling dark energy, coalescing into a massive black hand seal. Above the seal, black mist swirled like ink, spreading through clear water, carrying the wailing cries of countless wronged souls. Chen Fan's brows furrowed as the cacophony of so many tormented spirits made him deeply uncomfortable. He raised his hand with 2 fingers extended, forming a sword seal. I initially showed mercy, but I had no idea your hands were stained with so many lives. If that's the case, then you shall serve as my warning to others. Chen Fan raised his fingers, 2 together, carving through the air with effortless grace and relaxed composure. The sword light flowing from his fingertips held domineering intent, erupting with full force in an instant. Bad. He's pretending to be weak to devour the strong. Escape. This overwhelming sword intent made Poison Lord's heart tremble. With a ruthless decision, he deliberately snapped his own captured right arm free. The broken bone was clearly visible at the fracture, the torn flesh ghastly to behold. Poison Lord's face contorted in agony as the pain pierced to his marrow, yet he bit down hard on his teeth and remained silent. From the severed arm, blood gushed like a spring, instantly drenching his clothes in crimson. Suddenly, a terrifying sword gleam reflected in his eyes. No, no, no. After a piercing scream, Poison Lord was cleaved completely in 2 by that single strike. His entrails, brain matter, and blood merged into a pool of crimson fluid. Chen Fan's sword thrust surged toward the heavens with irresistible force, tearing a massive rift through the thick clouds. That single slash appeared to cleave the sky itself in 2. The sword chi surged across heaven and earth, transforming the landscape as wind and thunder roared in resonance. Sword chi spanning 3,000 zhang. Senior brother, what a magnificent strike. Xiao Lin nearby raised his gaze to the colossal scar in the sky, applauding in admiration. Chen Fan's forehead twitched at the words, his eyes rolling in exasperation. His single strike against Poison Lord left the observers above stunned. None had anticipated this outcome. The prodigies' hearts still racing turned their gaze to the terrifying sword scar in the heavens. With sunlight blazing overhead, the sword scar stood out starkly, a rift in the heavens itself dividing the sky into 2 halves, one bathed in light, the other shrouded in shadow. As the wind swept past the sword scar, the prodigies could almost hear the lingering echo of sword chi tearing through the void, reverberating through the clouds above, making them swallow hard. Then everyone in the heavens shifted their attention back to the great Sun Saint Child and the young man in white robes. The great Sun Saint Child's heart sank. Poison Lord's strength was only half a step behind his own, yet he had been slain in a single blow. He had no desire to be the first to fall. The young man in white, noticing the fear in the great Sun Saint Child's eyes, shook his head and said, "Pathetic cowards, watch how I single-handedly crush these three." The young man in white walked upon empty air as if descending invisible steps, strolling across the heavens. Below his feet clouds and mist swirled in an ethereal dance. Each stride he took cracking like shattered stars, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring. "I am Jiangshi of the Jiang clan. Those who see me shall kneel to survive." Jiangshi in white looked down with contempt, his dominance forged since childhood through the weight of an ancient clan's heritage crushing all before him. All who beheld him, Jiangshi would exclaim, a posture of a divine king. Figures like the great Sun Saint Child and Poison Lord simply didn't operate on the same level as he did. Shaolin below spoke up, seeing this. "Senior brother, he's even more pretentious than you. How about I go up and test the waters?" "Wait." Chen Fan reached out to stop him, glancing back at Shaolin and refuting, "Junior brother, you're mistaken. In terms of aura, he is nothing special." Chen Fan waved his hand and instantly thunder and lightning erupted in the heavens as the clouds churned into a massive vortex. He looked up at the cold Jiangshi, hands clasped behind his back, and took a single step forward. Boom! The thunder rolled across the heavens like a divine being beating war drums. "Senior brother, is he about to break through to the divine ability realm?" Shaolin gazed at the tribulation lightning above with deep thought. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiangxi's normally calm eyes. This person is only at the Soul Palace realm. The Soul Palace realm can slay a heavenly expert. Other prodigies also showed expressions of terror as the tribulation lightning above continued to brew the horrifying purple flashes, making everyone's hearts race with dread. "Lord Jiang, please kill him quickly. If he undergoes tribulation here, we are all within range. In that case, the tribulation lightning might become heavenly punishment." The great Sun Saint Child, now in panic, cried out loudly. Jiangshi snorted coldly, his voice crisp and chill. "If you fear death, just rush into the secret realm together. I will join you after I kill this person." To Jiangshi, killing Chen Fan seemed like a trivial matter. Hearing this, the great Sun Saint Child and the others perked up with hope, and dozens of light trails instantly shot toward the secret realm's entrance. "Donkey brother, it's our turn. No payment. None of you pass through." Shaolin and second donkey transformed into two streaks of light, darting toward the cluster of figures ahead. In an instant, fierce winds erupted, sweeping up clouds of dust that spiraled into massive vortices, ravaging the heavens above. Soared chi in the wind, anomalous flames, demonic energy from celestial beasts. Various divine abilities interweaved and collided, making the entire sky unstable and turbulent. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Jiangshi faced each other across the void. Jiangshi spoke first. "You are impressive. I will grant you the position of my follower. What say you?" It must be said Jiangshi's arrogance was undeniable, his condescending aura radiating with every gesture. After hearing this, Chen Fan burst out laughing. "Are you insane? What did you say?" Jiangshi suddenly raised both arms, his sleeves rolling like waves as an invisible power erupted from within his body. No one had ever dared to insult him. Jiangshi. Seeing Jiangshi lose his composure, Chen Fan repeated word by word, "I said, you. By tch." Hearing these words, Jiangshi clenched both fists, veins bulging on his knuckles like angry pythons. "Die!" A thunderous roar exploded from his throat, the sound waves rolling like the bellow of an ancient deity. "Be my guest." Star-plucking hand. Qilin art. A colossal hand woven from starlight descended from the heavens, its 5 massive fingers radiating awe-inspiring divine might, as if capable of blocking the sun and plucking stars. Jiangshi formed seals with both hands and silently chanted incantations. In an instant, a Qilin light and shadow manifested around him, its radiance interweaving as a domineering Qilin soared through the highest heavens. "Go!" With a gesture from Jiangshi's finger, that domineering Qilin charged toward the star-plucking hand. Boom! At the moment of impact, Chen Fan felt an unusual pressure. He had guessed Jiangshi was at least a master in the 10th layer of the Great Ability Realm. Spirit Sea plants Golden Lotus. The Spirit Sea boils, the Golden Lotus blooms. Spiritual energy exploded around Chen Fan's body as his 200,000 Zhang Spirit Sea churned violently, his mana surging like a mighty river and the heavenly river cascading downward. In an instant, the star-plucking hand grew even more terrifying in its might. This vast mana astonished Jiangshi as well. What a monstrous talent this person possesses. If I delay, complications will arise. I must kill him swiftly. With this thought, Jiangshi unleashed the oppressive pressure of his Great Ability Realm. He intended to use the immense divine sense power of his Great Ability Cultivation to crush Chen Fan's soul. However, the Golden Lotus in Chen Fan's mind burst forth with radiance, and the divine sense power of the 24 halls ensured Chen Fan held his ground completely in their spiritual clash. Draw. Tai Su's sword. Seeing he could not overcome Chen Fan through divine sense Jiang, she had no choice but to draw the antique sword hanging at his waist. On the hilt, a Jiang character emitted an aura of primeval antiquity. When the sword was drawn, streams of multicolored radiance burst from its blade, followed by sword energy piercing the heavens, as if capable of slicing through stars, while the surrounding space trembled wildly. Gripping the sword Jiang, she took a deep breath. Those who can make me draw this sword, you have reason to be proud. This void sword was the personal blade of an ancient ancestor of the great ability realm from his Jiang family. This sword was an ultimate treasure with unmatched killing power. One strike could topple mountains, overturn seas, destroy cities, and slay immortals. At the moment this sword was drawn, Chen Fan knew he could not afford to be careless. The Dahuang dragon halberd materialized instantly in his hand, and he no longer held back the third form of the halberd technique he had always feared to use. The Dahuang dragon halberd blazed with brilliant light, a true dragon coiling around its shaft. This dragon's might was countless times stronger than that of a flood dragon. Slash. At that moment Jiang, she brought down the Tai Su sword in a single strike. Witnessing its earth-shattering killing power, Chen Fan exhausted all his mana and delivered 3 halberd strikes. First form heaven-splitting. Second form earth-cleaving. Third form creating the human world. The halberd's radiance and the sword's light collided, producing a dazzling brilliance. Rumble. Dark clouds churned overhead, lightning flashed, and thunder rolled. Heart-stopping bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents, tearing the cloud layer to shreds. Whoosh! Downpour rained relentlessly, raindrops striking like sharp arrows, accompanied by fierce winds that formed walls of water, blotting out the sky and sun. After the halberd light and sword aura vanished, the surroundings fell into a white mist. A hand emerged from the fog. Chen Fan dragged Jiang, she's body out of the mist, the Tai Su sword now hanging at his own waist. Raindrops continuously struck Jiangxi's face. In this moment, heavily wounded, he possessed not a trace of strength, his eyelids slightly parted and dampened by the falling rain. His voice was hoarse and choked, all his pride vanished in this instant. An invincible heart shattered right then. A heavy rain had destroyed his invincible dream. Chen Fan was not faring any better. His clothes were tattered, blood continuously seeping from wounds in thin streams. Stepping on Jiangxi's chest, Chen Fan said coldly, "Remove your divine sense from your storage ring. Otherwise I'll kill you." Cough, cough, cough. How could I possibly? I am a member of the Jiang family. Before Jiangxi could finish, the Tai Su sword was already at his throat. The cold blade cut his skin, the sharp pain clearing his mind considerably. He said deeply, "Fine. I lost today. You may have the storage ring, but not the Tai Su sword. It is our clan's ultimate treasure. Without belonging to our family, it is merely a magical artifact in anyone else's hands." Saying this, Jiangxi removed the ring from his finger. Chen Fan took the ring and disdainfully tossed aside the Tai Su sword. The moment the sword was in his hands, he discovered it could not be used. After Jiangxi's explanation, he finally understood. The sword recognized its wielder. Holding the Tai Su sword, Jiangxi watched Chen Fan's retreating figure. His eyes, pelted by the heavy rain, could barely open, filled with red veins. He shouted, "The humiliation of today. I will personally reclaim it. Leave your name." Yutian Du. Chen Fan answered without hesitation, his face unchanged. At that moment, Yutian Du, who was in seclusion at the Purple Cheese Sacred Land, sneezed and frowned in puzzlement. "Who is plotting against me?" Following this, she crushed a talisman in his hand and disappeared from the spot with that flood dragon. On the other side, Chen Fan glanced at the thunder tribulation brewing in the sky and pulled out several 6th-grade pills from his storage ring. After taking the pills, his injuries and mana steadily recovered. The battle before the secret realm was fierce. Shaolin and second donkey, one man and one donkey, fought evenly against over a dozen prodigies. Why do I need to undergo a tribulation just to enter the divine ability realm? Does heaven not allow me? After catching his breath, Chen Fan looked up at the thunder about to fall from the sky. This is bad. That person actually defeated Jiangxi. What? The over a dozen prodigies fighting Shaolin reacted with astonishment. Seeing Chen Fan coming toward them, the prodigies grew anxious and immediately shouted to Shaolin, "Friend, stop fighting. Just tell us how to let us in." "Yes. Friend, do you want spirit crystals or magical treasures?" As Chen Fan approached, the fear on the prodigies' faces grew increasingly visible. The thunder overhead showed signs of turning from purple to black. This was not a tribulation lightning, but heavenly punishment. These people were not fools. When heavenly punishment fell, not only would they perish, but even a powerhouse at the Saint Lord realm would be reduced to ash. Better to lose wealth and avert disaster than be struck dead by heavenly punishment. "We will hand over half our possessions. Let us in quickly." Boom. The thunder above had turned black. Heavenly punishment was upon them. Shaolin now held over a dozen storage rings in his hands as he hesitated whether to enter the secret realm. Chen Fan's voice came. "Shaolin's Erlfzi, you two enter the secret realm and wait for me." After sending off Shaolin and Erlfzi, Chen Fan immediately sat cross-legged to prepare for breaking through to the divine power realm. A prodigy of this caliber is not tolerated by heaven. Chen Fan had reached the peak of Soul Palace realm in less than half a year of cultivation, a speed comparable to the ancient sages. Heaven would never allow such a prodigy to exist in this world, hence the heavenly punishment. However, the great Tao provides 50 possibilities, the heavens change 49, and one escapes. As long as Chen Fan survives this thunder tribulation, he will gain tremendous benefits. Crack. Suddenly a shackle within Chen Fan's body broke open. The barrier between Soul Palace realm and Divine Power realm shattered easily, and his strength underwent a qualitative leap. Upon entering the Divine Power realm, one can unleash the full power of divine abilities. The most accomplished practitioners within the Divine Power realm can even create their own divine abilities based on their personal enlightenment. The moment Chen Fan stepped into the first heavenly layer of the Divine Power realm, a voice echoed in his mind. Awakening trait: human lightning rod. During tribulation, thunder and lightning cannot approach the body. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile at this trait. With it, his confidence in surviving future tribulations became absolute. Rumble. Above the firmament, thunder intertwined like silver serpents, dancing wildly, flickering unpredictably. Suddenly, a purple-black thunderbolt descended from the heavens like divine punishment from the 9 heavens, striking down from the depths of the clouds with terrifying force. Its form resembled a dragon tumbling through the air, its light as bright as daybreak, instantly illuminating the entire universe. Where it passed, space was torn asunder and the ground shattered. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, mountains and rivers crumbled. All living things prostrated themselves in reverence before this divine punishment descending from the heavens. As this purple-black thunder punishment was about to strike Chen Fan's head, it veered off course. The heavenly punishment curved away from Chen Fan's head, striking deep into the 10,000 mountains instead. On a mountaintop deep within the 10,000 mountains, a great demon that had taken human form watched the incoming thunder with horror, frantically shouting, "Don't come here." It wasn't me. Heaven seemed to sense it had struck the wrong target. So above the heavens, another punishment gathered. This one was far more terrifying than the last. Fine threads of purple-black divine lightning darted through the clouds, weaving together into dense webs of electric force. The air carried an oppressive weight that seemed to steal breath itself. The commotion proved too much for the great demons hidden in the 10,000 mountains. One emerged from seclusion, cursing furiously, "Which monster-brained fool is attempting their tribulation near my 10,000 mountains? That ungrateful wretch." Far away at the Purple Chi summit, Li Chongxing frowned, sensing an ominous disturbance. Could that kid be attempting his tribulation? Crack. A massive purple-black thunderbolt descended from the clouds like an ancient spear, piercing downward with overwhelming force. The lightning twisted like a colossal serpent, radiating destruction as it lunged toward Chen Fan. Yet the moment before impact, under some inexplicable rule, it veered away once more. The devastating purple-black bolt struck the depths of the 10,000 mountains instead. What's happening? Again? When the purple-black lightning fell, an invisible shockwave erupted outward from its impact point with indiscriminate fury. Every tree and plant on Fengsuan Mountain bent and snapped under this force. Cliffs and rocky outcrops shattered into fragments. Even the earth trembled, cracking open with terrifying fissures. From within the thunder's heart came the agonized wail of this demon, the legendary greatest monster of all time. The entire 10,000 mountains echoed with his scream, shocking even the most powerful demons into trembling silence. They could only speculate about what kind of forbidden art he was attempting to master. Otherwise, how could 2 heavenly punishments fall in succession? Investigate. Find out immediately. Whoever is attempting their tribulation near the 10,000 mountains. Regardless of who you are, I will demand compensation for this karmic debt. Meanwhile, Chen Fan pulled himself up from the ground, gazing at the dissipating clouds above with confusion. Is that it? His words seemed to stir something in the heavens. The vanishing clouds suddenly churned and reformed as if preparing to strike again. It's really coming. Heaven might not tire, but Chen Fan was exhausted. He raised his hand toward the sky and waved dismissively, "Go back, don't bother. You can't touch me anyway." Chen Fan felt no fear. But deep within the 10,000 mountains, a great demon was absolutely terrified. My ancestors, who in their right mind provokes heaven like this? Please no more. The demon watched the lightning serpents dance across the sky, palms pressed together in genuine supplication to the heavens. Then a colossal eye opened in the heavens, suspended above the 9 tiers, surveying all of creation. Chen Fan realized this massive eye was fixed upon him, and for the first time felt genuine unease. Strangely, the great eye merely observed silently, as if unable to detect Chen Fan's presence at all. Though it neither spoke nor acted, its gaze carried more weight than any words. Within its depths, every karmic cycle and all of creation's fates were laid bare. The demon on Fengsuan Mountain dropped to the ground, repeatedly striking his forehead. It wasn't me, truly it wasn't me. Ancestors of the demon realm, protect me from the eye of heaven's notice. The vast eye fixed its gaze on Chen Fan as if he were invisible, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Once the eye receded, Chen Fan's tension faded. With the secret realm's gate flickering, he seized the final moment to slip inside before it sealed shut. Before departing, his gaze lingered on the depths of the 10,000 mountains as he whispered softly, "Wonder, whose thick skin helped me weather 2 heavenly punishments." On Fangsuan Mountain, the demon chief allowed himself a moment of relief, silently resolving to honor the demon ancestors more frequently with incense. Recalling the horror of what had transpired made his heart race. First came the heavenly punishment, then the eye of heaven descended. He'd come dangerously close to death. The resentment burned bright, having endured 2 punishments meant for someone else. Golden light erupted from his eyes as an overwhelming demonic aura surged forth. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Transmit this throughout the 10,000 mountains. From this moment, no human may enter the 10,000 mountains for the next century. All human forces encamped at the mountain's edge are to be eliminated without exception." This decree sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. The previously reclusive demon lords emerged from their seclusion, drawn out by the proclamation's implications. Several took advantage of this turmoil to venture into the mortal realm. The situation escalated when several elders from human sects ventured into the mountains to negotiate, only to be met with fury from the demon chief himself. "Get lost. There will be no discussion. I suffered 2 heavenly punishments entirely unprovoked for some human whelp. Do you even comprehend what heavenly punishment means?" Word quickly spread throughout both realms about who had triggered such devastating tribulations in the depths of the 10,000 mountains. While the outside world roiled with celestial upheaval, Chen Fan remained oblivious within the secret realm. Within the secret realm lay a small haven, though one might more accurately describe it as a mere town. Surrounding the town was nothing but emptiness, with only a stone path leading directly to it. On the path, Chen Fan strolled along with a blade of foxtail grass between his lips, his hands clasped behind his head. As he drew nearer, he noticed the mottled city walls resembled an elderly man's face weathered by the passage of time. At the town entrance stood a dilapidated memorial archway, leaning precariously as if ready to collapse. The characters inscribed upon it had long since faded into illegibility, leaving only the marks of erosion, yet Chen Fan could faintly make out the 2 characters Dahuang. Closer still, the streets were lined with collapsed houses and scattered rubble. Weather-beaten doors and windows were crisscrossed with spiderwebs, while the occasional mournful cry of a crow echoed through the deserted alleys. Chen Fan scratched his head at this desolate place. Is this really a secret realm? Suddenly shouts erupted from around the corner. "Catch that robed figure and the donkey. They've got a dragon." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan turned to see 2 figures emerge from the corner, one clad in black robes cradling a large water vat, with a donkey holding a spiritual herb in its mouth. "Senior brother, Bray." Chen Fan laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Lin, while LV the donkey hurried over to nuzzle against him. "What happened to you 2? Chen Fan asked anxiously, noticing both were out of breath. Xiao Lin glanced down at the large water vat in his hands and said, "Senior brother, you might not believe this, but LV and I discovered a dragon in the water vat within this town." "A dragon living in a water vat? How can I possibly believe that?" Saying this, Chen Fan leaned over to peer into the vat. The water was crystal clear to the bottom, lined with fine sand, and curled within it lay a true dragon cub. The young dragon measured roughly a foot in length, its scales shimmering with a pale silver glow like stars scattered across the night sky. Its whiskers swayed gently like silk threads, while its tail unfurled and coiled like brocade. Each movement sent cascades of crystalline water droplets flying. The dragon's head emerged from the water, and with each breath the atmosphere seemed to shift like an approaching storm, its aura pulsing with the distant rumble of spring thunder. "Holy crap! It's truly a dragon." Chen Fan could not help but show astonishment. He could feel that the dragon pressure radiating from the cub surpassed even that of Long Zun, the ruler of the 8,000 li aquatic domain. Just then, the group of prodigies who had been relentlessly pursuing Xiao Lin from behind finally caught up. LV turned around and brayed defiantly at them, "Bray bray." With Chen Fan present, it felt confident and fearless. Xiao Lin set down the water vat behind him, stretched his neck, and said to Chen Fan, "Senior brother, these people have no honor. Seeing my brother donkey and me discover a treasure, they come to snatch it away. They're bullying us because we're few in number." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan looked across the street at Dari Shengzi and his companions. He slowly walked forward, and they grew flustered, gradually backing away. Soon Chen Fan was standing before Dari Shengzi. Glancing at the sun tattoo on his face, he asked in disbelief, "Tattoo gangster." Panting slightly, Dari Shengzi tried to maintain his composure and asked, "How did you survive? You should have perished under heavenly punishment. What cultivation realm are you? Are you human or ghost?" Chen Fan swept his gaze over the group before him, and with a wave of his wide sleeve summoned a fierce gust of wind. He declared, "Those who know what's good for them will get lost. That thing is beyond your reach. If anyone remains here within 3 breaths, don't blame me for showing no mercy." As his words fell, the prodigies cast reluctant glances at the large water vat behind Xiao Lin's side and turned to leave one by one. "What a pity such a pure-blooded true dragon," Dari Shengzi muttered before departing sullenly. The might of Chen Fan had already been etched into the minds of all prodigies since his victory over Jiangxi. Though a true dragon was precious, no treasure was worth one's life. After everyone left, Chen Fan returned to Shaolin and Air LV. Gazing at the ruined surroundings, he asked, "What exactly is this secret realm?" Shaolin replied slowly, "Senior brother, I don't know either. As soon as we entered, we appeared on the stone path. I occasionally overheard people ahead say that this secret realm appears once every 300 years, and each time is different. This time it seems to have manifested as an ancient site from the primordial era." "What is an ancient site?" Chen Fan asked in confusion. Shaolin explained, "Time flows like a great river and eras are marked by age. Ancient texts record that world history is divided into the primordial era, the ancient era, the desolate era, and the chaotic era. We are currently in the chaotic era, and this town was left behind by our ancestors from the ancient era." Hearing this, Chen Fan finally understood. The aged objects around them were indeed not of this era. Afterwards, the two men and their donkey continued exploring the town, which broadened their horizons greatly. Amidst the crumbling walls and ruins, wildflowers grew freely and turned out to be spiritual herbs. Even those weeds were medicinal plants. After gathering the herbs, the two men and their donkey returned to the courtyard where Shaolin had first discovered the true dragon. The small courtyard was in disrepair with an ancient well at its center. The stone steps beside the well were shattered, the rope had snapped, and no one drew water anymore. Only rings of moss had spread around the well's edge. Shaolin and Air LV had been in such a rush earlier that they hadn't had a chance to examine what lay within before leaving. This time, returning to the spot, they were determined not to miss anything. The two men and their donkey gathered around the well's opening and peered downward. It was pitch black and they could see nothing. Shaolin tossed a torch down, but it extinguished after falling only about 1 meter. "I have a feeling this place is not ordinary," Chen Fan said. "Why don't we go down and take a look? We might make an unexpected discovery." A true dragon was placed outside. You can imagine how precious the treasures inside must be. Chen Fan tempted them persistently. Persuaded by his words, Shaolin and Air LV followed Chen Fan and leaped into the ancient well. Below, the space within the well expanded and grew increasingly cold. Even with Chen Fan holding a luminous pearl, he could only see the immediate surroundings. The lacquer redstone bricks appeared deeply eerie. 2 hours later, the two men and their donkey finally landed. The moment they touched ground, blue nether flames flickered to life all around them. Soon the entire underground chamber was bathed in light, though these flames were unnatural, seemingly forged from the remains of some great demon. Clang! Boom! 2 sharp sounds echoed, and suddenly a massive beam of light erupted before them. No one knew its origin, but it radiated scorching heat. "Senior brother, look." Shaolin pointed excitedly at the base of the light beam. Chen Fan focused his gaze and saw a bronze coffin gradually emerging from beneath the beam. The coffin was forged from bronze, heavy and solemn, its surface adorned with intricate patterns depicting the totems of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. The 4 walls of the bronze coffin bore carved mountains, rivers, stars, sun, and moon, as if the mysteries of the entire world were condensed into this confined space. 9 chains of unknown materials secured the bronze coffin, extending from its 4 corners through stone rings to fasten it firmly upon the stone platform. Ancient talismans were carved into the chains, seemingly suppressing some unfathomable power within the coffin. Who could possibly be buried in this? Could it be an ancient great emperor? Shaolin stopped to gaze at the 9 lives bronze coffin, voicing his puzzlement. After carefully observing the coffin, Chen Fan stroked his chin and chimed in. "It looks grand, elegant, and understated, yet luxurious. Clearly something extraordinary. Even if it's not an ancient great emperor, it must be some supreme being." Upon hearing this, Earlsey's donkey eyes widened to their limits, and thick drool dripped from his moist lips. The Wudao Jifa Demon Lord's coffin was 10 times smaller than this, yet it held so many treasures. What invaluable burial objects might lie within this 9 lives bronze coffin? With these treasures, how luxuriously could he live his donkey life? At that moment, he would find 10 little female donkeys. The mere thought of his future blissful life with beauties on both sides made him unable to suppress his wicked laughter. The sudden burst of laughter sent Chen Fan and Shaolin's scalps tingling with fright. They hastily retreated more than a dozen steps. After catching their breath, they realized the laughter had come from Earlsey, and only then did they dare to approach slowly. "Naya, Naya." A large hand grabbed Earlsey's ear, and Chen Fan's voice rang out. "Earlsey, you almost got yourself killed. Didn't you know that a donkey's brain can scare people to death? If the person inside were awakened by your noise, what then?" Earlsey snapped awake from his beautiful dream. Chen Fan increased his grip, causing Earlsey's mouth to twitch and his hooves to tremble as he desperately begged for mercy. Creak! The lid of the 9 lives bronze coffin slid up and down, the grinding sound echoing through the surroundings. "Senior brother, the coffin. It seems to have moved." Shaolin swallowed hard. One hand shielding the true dragon behind him, while the other firmly gripped the heavy Xian ruler. Chen Fan and Earlsey instantly turned to face the direction of the bronze coffin. A flash of halberd light erupted as the great wilderness dragon halberd appeared in Chen Fan's hand in an instant. A glittering golden brick hovered above Erlvzi's head. The man and the donkey instantly assumed combat formations. Chen Fan gathered his courage, stepped forward, and ventured. Who was inside? However, nothing answered except his own echoing voice. Creak. Suddenly the lid of the 9 lives bronze coffin slid off the coffin body. A tremendous oppressive force emanated from within, making it difficult for Chen Fan and the others even to breathe. What on earth is inside? Shaolin felt as if standing on needles, resisting the oppressive force. Only one way to find out. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Every step forward felt like a majestic mountain descending upon his shoulders. At this moment, a glint of light flickered from the dragon's eye at the tip of the great wilderness dragon halberd. This light seemed to share the same origin as whatever lay within the 9 lives bronze coffin. Chen Fan suddenly felt the weight lift from his body. Gazing at the scalding great wilderness dragon halberd in his hand, he seemed to understand what was happening. He quickened his pace, and finally the contents of the coffin came into view. Inside the 9 lives bronze coffin was blood, and it was merely a single drop of blood. This drop of blood was unlike that of mortal beings, which is typically opaque. This was a unique golden red hue, like gold burning within flames, its terrifying aura comparable to a sea of blood and pagodas of suffering. Suddenly this single drop of blood flew into Chen Fan's brow with lightning speed. The moment the blood merged with his brow, his skin felt as if scorched by raging flames, every inch radiating searing agony. His chest felt crushed by enormous boulders. Every breath was like a knife slicing through every heartbeat, like a hammer striking. Oh! Chen Fan collapsed to the ground, his screams piercing the air. Naya! Senior brother! Shaolin and Erlvzi cried out in desperation, but the terrifying aura prevented them from taking even a single step forward. Creak! At this moment the lid of the 9 lives bronze coffin actually closed on its own. 9 chains trembled ceaselessly. Mysterious runes on the 9 lives bronze coffin illuminated, and waves of profound aura spread through the space, causing the surrounding space to shatter into cracks. From within the cracks, an enormous hand seemed to have traversed time and space, crossing the river of time against its current. In the blink of an eye, the 9 lives bronze coffin along with the 9 chains vanished without a trace, all traces around completely erased. As if the 9 lives bronze coffin had never existed at all. This ethereal scene left Shaolin and Erlvzi dumbstruck. Shaolin dared to swear that even immortals could not accomplish such a feat. The moment the great hand appeared, the elder Mo in Shaolin's ring vanished, as if he had never existed, not revealing even a trace of his presence. This made Shaolin's spine chill. This being was even more terrifying than elder Mo. When they came to their senses, sensing that the presence in the air had vanished, Shaolin and Erlvzi rushed forward to help Chen Fan up. Chen Fan lay unconscious on the ground, emanating a subtle aura. That single drop of blood was fusing with his innate Dao body, sacred embryo constitution. It seemed as if it was creating an even more terrifying physique. When Shaolin and Erlvzi approached Chen Fan, the great wilderness dragon halberd automatically protected its master, keeping the man and donkey 3 feet away from Chen Fan. In the next instant, 3 flowers bloomed above Chen Fan's head as he floated calmly in midair, his feet resting upon a lotus. Seeing this scene, Shaolin and Erlvzi halted their steps. Chen Fan's condition did not seem life-threatening. It appeared he had stumbled upon a great fortune instead. Chen Fan's consciousness remained in a state of primordial chaos, surrounded by nothingness. Looking up, he discovered 3 flowers above his head, and beneath his feet stood an azure lotus. Where is this? What are these 3 flowers and the lotus? Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. At this moment he couldn't help but think of that drop of blood. Whose blood was that? But soon a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Despite his desperate attempts to stay awake, he ultimately succumbed to sleep. After a long while his eyes grew dim, and 2 silhouettes appeared before him. Once his vision cleared, he recognized them as Shaolin and Erlvzi. Are you alright, senior brother? Shaolin stepped forward and asked, his hands constantly checking Chen Fan's arms and legs. Erlvzi, however, rushed to Chen Fan's feet, first to sniff his scent. Only after confirming he hadn't gone bad did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Right now I feel refreshed and invigorated. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the heavy stone in Shaolin's heart finally settled. Just moments ago he had truly thought Chen Fan might die. After all, elder Mo in his ring had simply glanced at that great hand and immediately fell into a deep slumber. Such was the overwhelming power of that hand. Senior brother, what was inside? It was actually so terrifying. Both Shaolin and Erlvzi wore curious expressions. The man and the donkey had not dared to look up just moments ago, having no idea what lay within. Chen Fan let out a long breath, swallowed hard, and gazed into Shaolin and Erlvzi's eyes, saying, inside was a drop of blood. A terrifying drop of blood. This single drop was more terrifying than even my master. Senior brother, then you've stumbled upon a great fortune. Do you feel any changes in your body? Not really. I just feel much lighter. The moment the two exchanged words, the ground suddenly began to shake. Surrounding rocks started falling rapidly, and the entire underground space was collapsing in all directions. Run! This place is collapsing. Not only was the Gujing collapsing, but the surrounding town was also beginning to crumble. The original broken walls and ruins directly turned into a wasteland of rubble, streets rapidly cracking as the entire secret realms heaven and earth were in collapse. At this moment a crack appeared at the entrance of the small town, and people from within the town began to fly out one after another. During this time many prodigies had made considerable gains, but everyone knew that Chen Fan and his group had reaped the greatest rewards. The instant the crack closed, Chen Fan accompanied by Xiao Lin and Erlifzi all squeezed through. Close call. Just barely. The 2 men and 1 donkey appeared on a patch of grass, and after landing steadily Chen Fan took deep breaths of the air. Xiao Lin and Erlifzi also felt they had escaped disaster by a narrow margin, though if they had been trapped inside they feared they might never escape in this lifetime. After everyone left the small town, a decayed old man emerged from a courtyard. A pair of turbid eyes stared at the receding backs of the group, and it slowly spoke. The heavens darken over Dahuang, do not go out. Seizing a stretch of the river of time, who is behind this scheme? Meanwhile Chen Fan lay resting on the grass, while beside him Xiao Lin was in the process of signing a contract with the True Dragon, and Erlifzi was counting storage rings. Chen Fan opened his system panel. Host Chen Fan. Cultivation, Shintong, 3rd Heaven. Standard affixes fishing, without returning empty-handed max, heavenly melody max, mountain bandit max, humanity, lightning rod. Techniques, great derivation art. Avoid crossing, heaven severing sword, art, great wilderness, star plucking hand, great wilderness, halberd technique. Just the power of a single drop of blood had allowed him to step directly from the 1st heaven to the 3rd heaven, and Chen Fan could clearly feel his physique had undergone changes, even his cultivation speed increased significantly. Then Chen Fan sat down and sensed his own body, finding absolutely no issues. The only issue was that wholly the spirit of Nanmingli fire was in slumber. However, he could still command the Nanmingli fire, though its power was somewhat diminished. Bang! Bang! During Chen Fan and others' rest, several explosion sounds suddenly came from nearby. It seemed someone had engaged in a fight. Senior brother, we cannot stay here for long. Xiao Lin stepped forward and said to Chen Fan. Upon closer look, a small dragon was coiled around his wrist, presumably indicating he had successfully established a contract with the True Dragon. Chen Fan nodded, kicked Erlifzi, who was counting spirit crystals, and uttered, retreat. The 2 men and 1 donkey kept hurrying toward the outside of the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains had now begun restricting people, with several prodigies who had escaped from the secret realm already perishing, and many great demons were fully blockading the entire mountain range. Halfway through, Chen Fan's group reached a corner and encountered some familiar faces. There Ziwaner and Zilinger, along with a group of direct disciples from the Liusu sacred ground, were surrounded by 3 great demons. The 3 great demons were not like the demons in the outer reaches of the 10,000 Great Mountains. All 3 had demon heads and human bodies. One had a tiger head, one a wolf head, and one a snake head. Ha ha ha. A few months ago the Great Sage already issued an order prohibiting anyone in the outer 10,000 Great Mountains. How dare you appear so openly in my 10,000 Great Mountains? Do you take us 3 brothers for vegetarians? Ziwaner held her sword to protect Zilinger, and the others behind her stepped forward and spoke with evident apprehension. Venerable elders, we are from the Liusu sacred ground. We entered the secret realm not long ago. Who knew that 1 day in that realm equals 3 months in the outside world? We just emerged and have no idea about this news. We beg the 3 elders to spare us, and the Liusu sacred ground would be endlessly grateful. The moment Ziwaner finished speaking, Chen Fan and others appeared. Sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Chen Fan waved his hand. Just passing through, carry on. As he said this, the 2 men and 1 donkey were about to slip away openly between the 2 groups. Presumptuous. Stop. The tiger-headed great demon and Ziwaner spoke simultaneously. Seeing this, Chen Fan and Xiao Lin took off running without looking back. As for Erlifzi, that damn thing ran on 4 legs incredibly fast, far ahead of Chen Fan already. We run too. Seeing this, a plan formed in Ziwaner's mind, and she ordered with a swing of her sword. The tiger-headed great demon, seeing everyone fleeing, looked at the Liusu sacred ground people, and then at Chen Fan and Xiao Lin. 3rd brother, you go chase that group with the donkey. My 2nd brother and I will pursue the Liusu sacred ground crowd. As he spoke, the snake-headed monster revealed its true form, a jiaosha over 10 meters long, and as thick as a water barrel, flicking its snake tongue as it darted relentlessly toward Chen Fan's group. Its bloodline was extraordinary, its scales shimmering with a cold luster, each one like a fragment of ice crystal radiating chilling light. Chen Fan and Xiao Lin ran for over 10 li before realizing the jiaosha behind them. The 2 exchanged a glance and revealed a triumphant smile. As the jiaosha looked at the 2, stopped ahead, somewhat puzzled. It did not know that at that moment a donkey was slowly appearing behind it. Why have you stopped running? The jiaosha constantly coiled in the air, its cold-colored serpent eyes icy and ruthless, like frozen glacial ice, radiating a chilling aura. Are you intending to resist to the end? Great ability first heaven and Shintong first heaven I advise you. The Jiaosha's words were cut short, its piercing cold serpent eyes staggering as it suddenly felt a terrifying dragon aura. This dragon pressure made it somewhat breathless. Looking closely, it saw a true dragon the size of a loach on Shaolin's wrist staring right at it. Camel head, shrimp eyes, ox nose, lion, mane, deer horns. This is a dragon. The Jiaosha wore an expression of utter disbelief. In the 10,000 great mountains, let alone a dragon, he had never even seen a single dragon whisker. To see a true dragon today left him somewhat stunned. However, in that very instant of distraction, a massive golden brick smashed down heavily. Just as he was about to turn his head, he saw 3 streams of heterogeneous fire already at his front. These moves caught him completely off guard. Bang! 3 colorful flames collided, producing sparks, and the Jiaosha at the 5th heaven of great ability breathed its last with resentment. Before dying, looking at the face of a donkey, it showed an expression of deep unwillingness. After collecting the demon core, Chen Fan was just about to leave when a crisp voice rang out from the nearby forest. Help! Chen Fan frowned, looking at Erlfzi and saying, Erlfzi, do you remember those 2 immortals from Yotsuan back then? This little girl is his daughter. Tell me, should we rescue her or not? Erlfzi nodded simple-heartedly, who, although not exceptionally talented, it was a little donkey that knew gratitude and repaid kindness. This junior brother is willing to go. Ahead, the tiger-headed great demon licked the blood on its claws, revealing a mocking smile. Little girl, your voice is quite crisp. This is the great sage's order. Even if your father, the Liusu sacred lord, comes himself, it will be of no use. Zilinger, Ziwaner, and the injured direct disciples of the Liusu sacred ground behind them felt their hearts grow cold upon hearing this. The opponent's strength was not only profound, but also indifferent to their sacred lord. In this case, they were inevitably doomed to die. Just as the tiger-headed great demon was about to begin its hunt, it suddenly felt a sharp pain on its face, only to see a pair of wooden thong sandals stamp heavily upon its face. A commanding figure materialized from the void, bringing down a thunderous kick. Boom! A piercing sound split the air. The tiger-headed demon's body spiraled backward like a broken kite, tumbling through the air several rotations before finally stabilizing. Who saved us? Zilinger and Ziwaner exchanged a puzzled glance. In that fleeting instant, they hadn't been able to react either, barely catching a glimpse of an unusual wooden sandal. That sandal seems so familiar. Could it be him? Zilinger gazed at the wooden flip-flop floating in the air, her dark eyes flickering with recollection. She remembered Chen Fan wearing this very pair when he had stepped onto the black dragon's shoulder. Standing there gawking. What are you waiting for? Run! Chen Fan's voice drifted from behind. He activated Void Crossing, transforming into a dashing figure that flashed past the group of women, instantly appearing before Zilinger and Ziwaner. Gazing at this unrestrained, free-spirited silhouette, Ziwaner and Zilinger felt their eyes light up, as if they had found their savior. Chen Fan glanced back over his shoulder sleeve, sweeping through the air, his gaze meeting Zilinger's large eyes. Remember, this favor is for your father's sake. Don't expect such luck next time. You should go now. Leave the rest to us. As the words fell, Erlfzi and Shaolin materialized on either side of Chen Fan. An inexplicable sense of reverence washed over Ziwaner as she stared at the backs of these 2 figures and 1 donkey. Even Zilinger felt an overwhelming sense of security gazing at Chen Fan's silhouette, as if with him present there was nothing to fear. I will repay this debt of gratitude. I'll be waiting for you at Liusu Holy Land. Zilinger raised her delicate hands in a formal salute toward Chen Fan, an unmistakable emotion glimmering in her eyes. Zilinger, Ziwaner, and the rest of the Liusu Holy Land cultivators transformed into a dozen streaks of light, soaring toward the outer regions of the 10,000 mountains. Seeking death. The tiger-headed demon's brow creased with murderous intent. Instinctively touching his shattered nose, he let loose a savage roar. Zhonggui. The tiger-headed demon howled, his eyes flung wide like bronze bells, shooting forth razor-sharp intensity. The whiskers on either side of his face stood rigid like steel needles, razor-edged and menacing. A dozen spectral cultivators, each bearing the power of the great eminence first stage, materialized around Chen Fan, appearing like drifting smoke, their faces deathly pale. These were all cultivators who had perished beneath the tiger-headed demon's claws. Bound by the demon's heavenly talent, divine ability, becoming tigers for the ambitious, they had been transformed into Zhonggui, cursed spirits forbidden from reincarnation. Daring to rescue them. It seems my 3rd brother has already fallen to your poison. Pity. I had wanted to make him into a Zhonggui, yet you killed him first. Your crimes are unforgivable. As he spoke, the tiger-headed demon unleashed his bloodthirsty spiritual pressure. The king-sized mark atop his head grew increasingly pronounced, even emitting a faint crimson glow. Insect chirping ceased throughout the surrounding 10-li radius. All living creatures fell silent, their breath held by this overwhelming malevolence. This tiger has some skill, Chen Fan remarked. Be careful. A crimson glow shimmered across Chen Fan's palm as he summoned the great wilderness dragon halberd. After issuing a warning to Shaolin and Erlifzi behind him, he transformed into a bolt of thundering lightning rushing toward the tiger-headed demon. The tiger-headed demon's tiger claws stirred. A dozen Palajong at the Great Eminence first stage instantly contorted their bodies, preparing to tear Chen Fan asunder. These creatures, leave them to me and my donkey brother. Shaolin's darkweight ruler swept forth with 3 chi of blade wind. Erlifzi emanated his heavenly demon aura, thunderous flames gathering in his eyes, poised to erupt. Chen Fan's toe grazed the ground, and in the next instant he appeared behind the tiger-headed demon. The great wilderness dragon halberd swept outward in a devastating arc. Yet the halberd blade passed through the demon's body entirely. Nothing but an illusion. Chen Fan's brow furrowed. Trap, where are you looking, insignificant creature? Divine ability, Tiger's Howl. The tiger-headed demon materialized behind Chen Fan. Wave after wave of sonic force rippled outward from his gaping jaws. The tiger's howl cascaded forth like a waterfall unleashed, majestic in momentum, overflowing with soul-shattering might. Below, Shaolin and Erlifzi writhed on the ground, clutching their ears. Their very spirits threatened to tear free from their bodies. Chen Fan, by contrast, remained entirely unscathed. Grasping the great wilderness dragon halberd, his 3 halberd techniques erupted like wind and rain. Under this terrifying halberd light, the tiger-headed demon was driven backward over a dozen steps, compelled to cease his divine ability. Impossible. He endured it unscathed. Could a soul at the spiritual manifestation realm possibly rival my Great Eminence 6th stage? I refuse to accept this. The tiger-headed demon twisted his features into a savage grimace, preparing to unleash the technique once more. He refused to believe Chen Fan could truly withstand it. Yet this time Chen Fan would grant him no opportunity to deploy his divine ability. Void crossing was pushed to its absolute limit. Chen Fan's figure instantaneously appeared behind the tiger-headed demon. Where are you looking, insignificant creature? These words I return to you. A fierce grin spread across Chen Fan's lips. His hand clenched. Power he had been gathering for some time. The star-plucking palm ruthlessly descended. The tiger-headed demon's vision plunged into darkness. His tiger eyes darted upward as his previous bravado vanished entirely, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Star-plucking palm. You're from the Purple Chi Holy Land. Fall. Chen Fan's single word rang out. The colossal palm descended. A terrifying blast wave convulsed the surroundings. The star-plucking palm. Its momentum capable of seizing sun and moon, its power sufficient to pluck stars from the heavens. One who cultivated it to great completion, spreading 5 fingers wide, could capture every scattered star across the firmament. Across the entire 3,000-year legacy of the Purple Chi Holy Land, only 2 individuals had ever successfully mastered this divine ability. One was Chen Fan. The other was. The tiger-headed demon was reduced to dust beneath the star-plucking palm. The horde of Zhang plaguing Shaolin and Erlifzi below dissolved into wisps of ethereal ash. Chen Fan descended beside Shaolin, flicking the ash from his sleeve. Let's go. Shaolin stared blankly at the nonchalant Chen Fan. Only now did he comprehend why Elder Mo had warned him never to compete with Chen Fan. A cultivator at the spiritual manifestation realm, annihilating a Great Eminence 6th stage demon with a single palm. This simply wasn't human. Monster, Shaolin murmured, dazedly gazing at Chen Fan's departing form. Beside him, Chen Fan draped one arm around Erlifzi's neck. Erlifzi, from now on remember this. Either don't intervene at all or reduce them to ash and scatter the remnants. Erlifzi's eyes widened with sudden comprehension. He raised a hoof in acknowledgement toward Chen Fan. Shaolinzi, what are you standing there gawking at? The man and his donkey walked ahead, waving for Shaolin to follow. Coming. Shaolin hastily quickened his pace to match Chen Fan's stride. Before long, the trio finally arrived at the outermost reaches of the 10,000 mountains. Just a few hundred meters more, and they would have completely escaped the 10,000 mountains. Gazing at the distant chimney smoke, both Chen Fan and Shaolin exhaled in relief. As the trio prepared to continue forward, a hand suddenly materialized on their shoulders. 2 human brats, slaying so many of our demon clan warriors, and simply walking away. Did I give you permission to leave? This voice carried an otherworldly, chilling quality, as if not belonging to this mortal realm. It could pierce directly into the soul, sending an involuntary shiver of dread down one's spine. Each syllable seemed carved from millennium-old ice, cold and biting, yet undeniably commanding. Chen Fan and Shaolin's bodies stiffened simultaneously. They turned to look. Chen Fan and Shaolin glanced back, catching only a towering figure. Raise your gaze higher. The massive figure behind them let out a mocking laugh. Chen Fan and Shaolin raised their heads and finally made out the newcomer's face. His eyebrows were rugged like blades slicing through the night sky, with deep wrinkles between them, as if carved by the passage of time. His eyes were wide pupils, deep and profound like 2 bottomless ancient wells. A crimson robe billowed in the wind, dancing like leaping flames. Both Chen Fan and Shaolin tried to step forward, but no matter how hard they strained, their legs were fused to the ground, utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Erlisi ahead sensed something was wrong. Why weren't Chen Fan and Xiao Lin following? He looked back and immediately collapsed in terror. That crimson robe was no human. It was a great demon, an overwhelmingly powerful one. Little donkey, I sense heavenly demon chi within you, so I shall spare you. But do not be ungrateful. The red-robed great demon's expression was unreadable, then pointed at Erlisi. Before finishing his words, 2 crimson chains erupted from his wide sleeves and wrapped around Chen Fan and Xiao Lin's necks. Chen Fan unleashed his full spiritual power to struggle, but the red-robed demon merely sneered. Not that Chen Fan. Even a Saint Lord Realm cultivator could not escape his grasp. After the chains were secured, the red-robed demon dragged Chen Fan and Xiao Lin away while humming a tune. Seeing this, Erlisi quickly crushed a transmission token and charged toward the red-robed demon with his hooves. Soon another chain emerged from beneath the red-robed demon's sleeve. Xiao Lin and Chen Fan watched Erlisi, and their hearts sank. How could this donkey be so foolish? Little donkey, let alone you. Even if the heavenly demon incarnate himself appeared, I would fear him not a bit. The red-robed demon glanced back with a smile and continued. Stop struggling. Go ask across the 4 seas. Heaven and earth will tell you, I am the greatest demon in all of history. As for you two, you are far too green. Hearing these words, Erlisi's heart turned to ice. He had once received a transmission token secretly given to him by Li Changsheng before departure. But hearing the red-robed demon's boasting, he felt that even if Li Changsheng came himself, it would hardly help. NNGH. Erlisi sighed in his heart. Chen Fan was even more bewildered. Hadn't he only slain a tiger at the 6th layer of the mighty expert realm? The greatest demon in all of history was personally coming to capture him. Could this tiger-headed demon be the son of the red-robed demon? Chen Fan's heart grew as cold as ice. This was clearly targeting him specifically. Master, oh master. At this point, Chen Fan thought of his cheap master, who was famed for his sword sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earthly realms. Soon the iron chains the red-robed demon dragged grew heavier and heavier until he could barely pull them. He looked back and saw, by some unknown time, a sword strike had descended from the west. A lone figure in azure robes, 1 person and 1 sword, had already appeared behind him. Thud. Setting down the chains, the red-robed demon regarded the azure-robed figure with keen interest and said, Sword Tao of the world is split in half. Azure-robed Saint Lord, red-robed demon king. Now that the red robe remains Li Changsheng, can your azure robes still draw their sword? Your injuries should still not have healed, correct? Hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression remained calm, slightly raising the white flying sword in his hand as he said indifferently. Even if I, Li Changsheng, suffer grave injuries and have fallen from the Saint Lord realm, the moment my sword is drawn, sword cultivators across the world will still only kneel and cry out to the heavens above. If you wish to test me, then come and try. Hearing these words, the red-robed demon still felt some apprehension. The sword wound on his back made him somewhat cautious. The moment I saw the star-plucking hand, I knew that boy was your disciple. If the 2 of us fought, what would become of these 100,000 mountains? How about this? We each strike once with our swords, and then let our disciples settle it between themselves. What say you? The red-robed demon had given himself an elegant way out. His true purpose this time was to probe Li Changsheng's injuries. If Li Changsheng was merely feigning injury, he would not be able to kill him in a real fight. Then, to Chen Fan and Xiao Lin's astonishment, the red-robed demon released their shackles. The 2 of them and the donkey quickly scrambled behind Li Changsheng. Chen Fan ran to Li Changsheng's side and loudly cried out, Master, you must chop that bastard to pieces. He has no honor. A cultivator of such a high realm personally capturing a mere divine ability realm practitioner like me. This is simply inhumane. Li Changsheng tugged Chen Fan's ear and scolded in a low voice. And you have the nerve to complain. You killed his nephew. Do you expect him not to act? Hearing this, Chen Fan froze. What? The tiger-headed demon was the red-robed demon's nephew. No wonder the red-robed demon would humble himself to personally intervene. Li Changsheng pulled Chen Fan behind him and casually remarked, Wait, keep your eyes on my sword. It will benefit you greatly. At this moment, a humanoid great demon also appeared behind the red-robed demon, though its features remained youthful. Qingxue watched Li Changsheng's sword later. If you can comprehend even a fraction of it, it will be enough for you to slaughter your way through the 100,000 mountains. The Qingke demon's face darkened with confusion. Hearing these words, he asked, perplexed, Master, is Li Changsheng truly that formidable? Is he even stronger than you? Master, you are the sovereign of the 4 seas, the #1 demon in all of history. The red-robed demon did not know how to respond, only feeling that this disciple of his was far too blunt. I will not hide it from you. Before Li Changsheng was injured, I engaged him in 12 sword trials. 4 ended in draws, and I lost the remaining 8. Speaking further will not benefit you. You only need to know, wherever Li Changsheng's height reaches, so too does the sword Tao of this world. These words swept through Qingxue's mind like a roaring river. He turned toward Li Changsheng's direction and nodded dully, the sword wrapped in blue cloth on his back gleaming. The red-robed demon watched Qingke, gazing up at Li Changsheng, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Could this kid develop admiration for Li Changsheng? Cough cough. Very well, you may look at the person beside Li Changsheng. He will be your greatest rival for the next 1,000 years. With that said, the red-robed demon stepped forward and drew a demonic sword in hand. Seeing this, Li Changsheng also stepped forward and softly uttered Qingping. A cyan flying sword materialized before his eyes, while countless pure white swords merged into it. Gripping the Qingping sword, Li Changsheng advanced with a sharp stride. Li Changsheng and the red-robed demon exchanged glances, no more words needed. In an instant, the entire sky split in two, half blood-red, half evergreen. Suddenly, from within the softness that wrapped around the finger, the edge was revealed. Sword intent surged like a rainbow. As one sword was delivered, it pierced through sun and moon without leaving a trace. On the other side, the red-robed demon also moved. His crimson robe whipped forth 10,000 feet of sword aura, wild and untamed like a demonic wind ravaging the mortal realm. Where the sword tip pointed, heaven and earth trembled. Wherever the sword aura reached, rivers and mountains were severed. Boom! The sound in the sky was like divine drums played by heavenly beings, boundless and magnificent. Half an hour later, both Li Changsheng and the red-robed demon withdrew their swords. Li Changsheng pointed at Chen Fan and leaned down to speak to Chen Fan. From now on, he will be your opponent. Chen Fan immediately shook his head and said, "No way, I absolutely refuse to practice swordsmanship." Rebellious disciple. After a while, Li Changsheng disappeared into the horizon with Chen Fan and the others. After watching Li Changsheng depart, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of the red-robed demon's mouth. Wiping it away, he muttered darkly, "I knew you were fine." At that moment, Chen Fan beside him bluntly spoke, "Master, you lost." The red-robed demon's expression stiffened. Rubbing his temples, he explained, "What do you know, boy? That was because of heavenly punishment." Half a day later, Li Changsheng returned to the Purple Chi Sacred Land with 2 people and a donkey. At the mountain gate, stone steps wound upward like a dragon's spine, ascending level by level toward the clouds. Towering ancient trees lined both sides, their green canopy shading the sun. Birds sang and flowers perfumed the air, while a faint sandalwood fragrance permeated the atmosphere, filling one with serene delight. Chen Fan glanced around twice, but found the sweeping monk from earlier nowhere in sight. Looking toward Li Changsheng's retreating back, he asked, "Master, where is that old sweeper?" Li Changsheng turned his towering figure around and said indifferently, "His term is up. He has gone down the mountain." "Why do you ask about him?" Chen Fan scratched his head and chuckled, "Master, I'm simply showing care for the elderly. I saw how difficult his life is cleaning all those steps alone." Hearing this, Li Changsheng waved his sleeve and gazed westward. He is not struggling. He confines himself within these walls to contemplate meditation. Now within a 1,000-year dark chamber, a single lamp brings illumination. A great sage is about to emerge from the west. Upon hearing these words, both Chen Fan and Xiao Lin trembled slightly. Neither had imagined that an ordinary old sweeper could carry such profound significance. Herr Luzi felt especially grateful, inwardly rejoicing that he had not crossed paths with that old man. "Master, what is the great sage realm?" Chen Fan turned his sly eyes toward Li Changsheng, his gaze carrying a hint of relentless curiosity. Li Changsheng clasped his hands behind his back, stepped lightly onto the stairs, and smiled faintly. "The great sage realm is not something you could understand at present." With that, Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon Xiao Lin, lingering only for an instant. Then he opened his mouth slightly, and a gentle voice resonated near Xiao Lin's, "Dear little one, you are quite capable. I hope you do not stray onto the wrong path in the future." Li Changsheng's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through all things, sent a shock through Xiao Lin's heart. He could not help but wonder, could the sacred lord have known about Elder Imo all along? Only after these words faded did Li Changsheng finally turn his gaze upon Chen Fan. "Rebellious disciple. In a month's time, if you cannot claim the first-place title in the martial tournament, do not come to see me, and do not claim to be my disciple, Li Changsheng's student. By then you will roll down the mountain with that donkey of yours. Last time it was the 100 Flowers sacred lord, this time a great sage of the demon race. Next, are you planning to provoke an immortal?" "Humph." Seeing this, Li Changsheng waved his sleeve and strode away in large steps. Though his tone carried a chill, the instant he turned his head, the corner of his mouth involuntarily rose in a faint smile. Secretly murmuring to himself, this rebellious disciple seems to have stumbled upon yet another great fortune. Truly blessed beyond measure. His talent for causing trouble surpasses even mine in my youth. He is indeed worthy of being my disciple, Li Changsheng's. My Purple Chi Sacred Land has enjoyed 3,000 years of immense fortune alone, and now it reaches its end. Could this fortune be rebounding from its lowest point? Why are there more little monsters within than ever before? After Li Changsheng departed, Xiao Lin offered Chen Fan a complex troubled greeting, and then followed soon after. At the mountain gate, only Herr Luzi and Chen Fan remained ruffled by the wind. Herr Luzi was trembling with fear from Li Changsheng's words, tears welling in his donkey eyes, even occasionally sobbing MMM. In contrast, Chen Fan remained composed, stretching out his hand to wrap around Herr Luzi's neck and comfort him. "Herr Luzi, what are you afraid of? Look at your pathetic state. Our master was merely saying that to scare us. Would he really abandon a genius like me?" I saw it clearly. When he turned around just now he could barely suppress his smile. Our cheap master is quite the hidden flirt. After a round of comfort, Luzi finally regained his jovial laughing demeanor. The two of them, one person and one donkey, headed cheerfully toward the bank of the heavenly river. In the early evening the sky and river merged into a single hue free of any dust. Fine waves gently caressed the shore, leaving strings of foam in their wake. Chen Fan and Luzi finally returned to their own small wooden hut. Gazing at the familiar sandy beach, the little wooden house, and the familiar river water, Chen Fan's poetic spirit surged. Stepping upon the soft sand with his foot raised high, he declared the great heavenly river, so vast and grand, harbors a great lotus within. Upon the lotus sits a toad, who just a poke, and it leaps away. Understood. Show your applause. Chen Fan smugly glanced at Luzi beside him and raised his eyebrows. Luzi, having never attended school, verse so catchy that he immediately clapped his flippers together, producing enthusiastic slapping sounds. Splash. The river water suddenly began to churn like dragons and serpents dancing, as though a divine being wielded a brush. The surging waters split down the middle. On the left bank waves rolled like 1,000 armies charging, on the right bank spray flew like silver serpents in frenzied motion. By order of the dragon's third princess's birthday, we specially invite the sacred sun to attend. A shrimp soldier named Ben Boerba broke through the waves carrying a golden dragon king imperial decree. Upon the decree dragon patterns coiled, and the characters shimmered with a faint silver glow. Behind him stood hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals radiating immense might. Clad in silver-white armor and wielding steel tridents, each had a rather poor gaze, their sesame seed-sized eyes appearing remarkably amusing. Chen Fan and Luzi exchanged a glance, and whispered, "The little miss is celebrating her birthday and treating us to a feast. Luzi, go. If we don't go, we're missing out. Let's have a proper feast." At that moment Ben Boerba, whose burly frame and prominent whiskers stood out, waddled over on his shrimp legs to Chen Fan's side and hastily whispered in a low voice, Sacred son, this is the princess's sincere goodwill. You must give her face." After managing to finish speaking, Ben Boerba panted heavily. Not only was he exhausted from speaking, Chen Fan and Luzi were tired from listening. "It is the little Miss's birthday. As her uncle, how could I not appear to give her face? Lead the way." As Chen Fan was about to step forward, Ben Boerba hurriedly produced the Dragon King imperial decree in his hand and stammered, Hold the decree, and 10,000 waters shall not penetrate." Only after Ben Boerba's reminder did Chen Fan notice the Dragon King decree in his hands. The decree was approximately 3 chi long and over a chi wide, made from deep-sea silk as its base. Upon it 9 dragons were embroidered, playing around a pearl, each scale lifelike and vivid. The edges of the decree were inlaid with coral gemstones, their brilliance dazzling, making the entire scroll appear all the more solemn and sacred. What a precious treasure. It is mine now. Chen Fan and Luzi exchanged a glance, a knowing smile curling their lips. Then impatiently the person and the donkey took the Dragon King decree from Ben Boerba's hands. The instant the Dragon King decree entered their possession, the surrounding water automatically parted from Chen Fan and Luzi, forming a spherical space filled with air around them. Let's go. Let's go. The parted waters of the 8,000-li heavenly river slowly began to move like 2 enormous bolts of silk, gently brushing against each other's edges before rapidly intertwining and merging. In less than 15 minutes the river surface calmed once more. On the other side atop the purple Chi Peak, Li Chongqing observed all of this and instinctively rubbed his temples, muttering in mild reproach, not a moment's peace. They are truly 2 living burdens. 300 to 500 shrimp soldiers and crab officers moved unimpeded through the 80,000-li heavenly river. Upon the Dragon King's edict rested the imperial seal, its crimson mark vivid as blood, strikingly resplendent. It was the symbol of authority belonging to the lord of the 80,000-li water mansion. None dared to defy it. Once this edict was issued, all the water creatures of the heavenly river bowed their heads in submission. There was simply no demon or monster who would dare to target Chen Fan and his companions. After galloping for an extended distance, Chen Fan and Luzi finally caught sight of a magnificent architectural complex rising in the distance. A towering dragon palace stood upon coral reefs, crystal tiles for its roof, pearl curtains for its windows, coral for its beams, amber for its pillars. It was simply dazzling to Chen Fan and Luzi's eyes. At the dragon palace entrance, carriages and horse-drawn boats flowed like water, bustling with lively energy. Masters from all corners of the realm gathered here, some riding whale sharks, others astride dragon steeds, all come to present tributes to the Dragon King. Ben Boerba caught the look of astonishment in Chen Fan and Luzi's eyes and could not help but straighten his posture proudly. "Let us go. I will lead you inside." Chen Fan and Luzi trailed closely behind Ben Boerba, gazing left and right as though country folk newly arrived in the city, their faces radiating wide-eyed wonder. At the great gate a white-robed man with a jade dragon horn upon his head frowned as he watched Chen Fan and Luzi. Just as they were about to enter, the man in white opened his mouth and shouted Binboer Ba. The third princess may act whimsically, but must you follow her in folly? Do these barbarians really expect the Father King to personally deploy the Dragon King's edict on their behalf? Can you not see what these two wretched creatures are? How could they possibly enter my 80,000-ly heavenly river water mansion? The man in white scrutinized Chen Fan, and Air Luzi up and down, his expression of utter disgust laid bare. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan and Air Luzi were instantly furious. If not for the little girl's personal invitation, they would never have come here in the first place. Which destitute household has the audacity to attempt attaching themselves to our water mansion's illustrious branch? Simply ridiculous. I reckon he is just a common donkey-begging boy from the mortal realm, presuming that a casual acquaintance with the third princess entitles him to attend this longevity celebration. As if he is someone of consequence. Crown Prince Yulong speaks justly of such freeloaders ought to be cast out. What an embarrassment. One possessing divine power at the third heaven stage and an exceedingly ugly donkey. Find yourselves a cooler place to loiter. Upon seeing the white-robed man's evident dislike for Chen Fan, representatives from the various factions present rushed forward, launching into a barrage of sharp-tongued taunts. Listening to these words, Chen Fan's once great mood was thoroughly ruined. Beside him, Air Luzi exhaled 2 streams of terrifying white breath from his nostrils. This handsome donkey had been called an ugly one. Chen Fan's expression darkened. From the corner of his storage ring, he withdrew a small notebook and shouted to those who had just spoken, "All of you who spoke ill of me, state your names. I will devour this banquet and then storm your ancestral halls personally to serve you a feast." Hearing Chen Fan's words, the assembled factions burst into hearty laughter. In their eyes, Chen Fan was nothing but a clown. "Aunt, I will tell you my name so you may tremble. I am the son of the great elder of Qinghua Mountain, Wang Hao. This humble one is the foremost enchantress disciple personally inherited from the Hawan sect. You dare seek revenge upon me. Dare you not fear that I shall devour you first? Day Sacred Realm lies to the north. Dare you come?" After recording each name, a shadow crossed Chen Fan's eyes. He was a man who might not repay every kindness, but every grievance would undoubtedly be settled in full. After stowing away the notebook, Chen Fan and Air Luzi approached Binboer Ba. "Here are 3 6th-grade pills. Present them to the young miss as birthday gifts from both Air Luzi and myself." Chen Fan unhesitatingly withdrew pills from his storage ring and handed them to Binboer Ba. 3 6th-grade pills. It would be remarkable to find even 5th-grade ones. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Hao, standing beside the white-clad Crown Prince Yulong, sneered mockingly. Chen Fan's face turned ashen, veins bulging upon his forehead like 2 raging dragons coiling forth. "I have endured this one too many times. Do they truly take me for a vegetarian? Air Luzi, bring forth your weapon." Chen Fan roared, the Da Huang dragon halberd materializing in his hand as he flashed forward in a single instant to appear before Wang Hao. Witnessing this, Crown Prince Yulong hurried forward a step, assuming the bearing of a host, and barking sharply, "How dare you? Within my water mansion do you intend to commit acts of violence?" Originally, Chen Fan had wished to honor the dragon venerable and give him face, so he had refrained from pressing the matter with Crown Prince Yulong. But now even the Heavenly King himself could not stop Chen Fan. Smack! Chen Fan slapped Crown Prince Yulong away with a single palm strike, cursing fiercely, "If I had not been sparing you out of respect for your father the dragon venerable, would you truly consider yourself someone of consequence?" Crown Prince Yulong spun several circles through the water, his right cheek burning with pain. What do you intend to do?" "I am the son of the great elder of Qinghua Mountain. The lord of our Qinghua Mountain is a great power at the Saint Lord realm. How dare you lay a hand on me? I possess divine ability at the great completion stage." Seeing Chen Fan charging toward him with halberd in hand, Wang Hao's voice trembled, his lips quivering. He hesitated, his teeth chattering faintly. Chen Fan regarded his trembling form with disdain. "So Qinghua Mountain is this pathetic? And you raise disciples of only this caliber?" His expression shifted, and with a single strike of his halberd, bang! Wang Hao stumbled and fell to his knees. His divine power at the great completion stage had merely been purchased with pills. His true strength did not even reach the 6th heaven of divine ability. A casual sweep of Chen Fan's hand had already exceeded Wang Hao's limit. "Which direction lies Qinghua Mountain? Point the way." Chen Fan looked down upon Wang Hao, who had earlier spoken so boastfully, and asked coldly, "Travel south for 5,000 li." Wang Hao's finger pointed tremulously toward the south, his body instinctively curling inward, shoulders hunched as though seeking protection. Meanwhile, Air Luzi had already toppled Hu Meier with a single strike of his golden brick, even as she clashed with Bei Xiang of the Day Sacred Realm. Suddenly, Chen Fan's figure appeared behind Bei Xiang. "A great power at the 1st heaven stage. No wonder you are so arrogant." Chen Fan cast a casual glance at Bei Xiang, then pinched his fingers in a single motion. A star-plucking giant hand manifested from the void. Crack! Crack! Before Bei Xiang could react, he felt his entire frame gripped tightly by the colossal hand. Day Sacred Realm. Qinghua Mountain. And that demonic cult, the Hawan sect. all of you shall pay. Just as Chen Fan was about to crush Bei Xiang's life from his grasp, a towering figure suddenly materialized at the Dragon Palace entrance. The newcomer was none other than the Dragon Venerable. Such commotion outside, and as the host he could not remain idle. Each step the Dragon Venerable took carried the weight of heaven and earth. His posture stood tall and dignified like a towering pine straight as bamboo, with a dragon-like spine that commanded reverence without the need for anger. However, what he had initially taken for a minor matter quickly shifted the moment his gaze fell upon Chen Fan. He realized this issue would not remain small. Upon seeing the Dragon Venerable, Wang Hao scrambled and rolled toward him, playing the villain first. Pointing at Chen Fan, he loudly complained, "Dragon Venerable, you have finally arrived. This man has humiliated me so grievously. I beg you to render justice for me." Just as the surrounding factions prepared to watch how the Dragon Venerable would avenge Wang Hao, the Dragon Venerable instead furrowed his brow and kicked Wang Hao away. "Who do you think you are demanding I intervene? Begone." Then, to the utter astonishment of all present, the Dragon Venerable hurried toward Chen Fan and whispered softly, "Nephew, are you unharmed?" Chen Fan noticed that the Dragon Venerable still wore a displeased expression upon his arrival, so he curled his lips and shot back, "Take a good look at these miserable wretches. Dragon Venerable, did you issue an edict commanding me to come here and endure such humiliation?" Hiss. The representatives from various factions at the entrance of the Dragon Palace all drew sharp intakes of breath upon hearing Chen Fan's words, their gazes fixed upon him as their minds raced with speculation. This person dares to slight the Dragon Venerable face to face. What formidable backing must he possess to act with such audacity? This youth is terrifying beyond measure. The Dragon Venerable's countenance shifted upon hearing these words. He raised his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough twice, then sent a private transmission to Chen Fan. "Brother, this matter was mishandled by my Dragon Palace. Please do me the favor of showing restraint." The voice entered Chen Fan's ears, and his expression shifted dramatically. After letting out a cold snort, he folded away the great desolate dragon halberd from his hand, while simultaneously releasing his grip on Xiang Bei of the Day Sacred Land. The moment Xiang Bei's feet touched the ground, his legs gave way completely, and his complexion darkened to a sickly hue. For in that split second, he had glimpsed the King of Hell waving him over. "This person is certainly beyond my ability to provoke." Panting heavily, Xiang Bei cast a complicated glance at Chen Fan before slipping away from the Dragon Palace. Had he stayed another moment, he feared Chen Fan might crush him to death with a single thought. Meanwhile, Wang Hao stood nearby in utter disbelief. The injured party was clearly him, yet the Dragon Venerable seemed more concerned about Chen Fan's well-being. The Dragon Venerable's thunderous command to get lost drove home to Wang Hao just how grave a mistake he had made by provoking the wrong person. If not now, when? Wang Hao watched as Xiang Bei disappeared dozens of li away, then cast a fearful glance at Chen Fan, engaged in conversation with the Dragon Venerable before fleeing, without hesitation, even activating a life-preserving great teleportation talisman as he fled. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan immediately moved to pursue, but the Dragon Venerable's large hand pressed down on him to stop him. "Give me face today. My daughter's birthday calls for no bloodshed." The Dragon Venerable's gaze burned intently upon Chen Fan, carrying a hint of entreaty. A satisfied smile played on Chen Fan's lips as he eyed the 3-foot-long Dragon King's edict, chuckling softly. "This spiritual artifact isn't bad. It'll do to soothe my wounded pride. Given the Dragon Venerable's generosity, I suppose he'll present it to me." Chen Fan's dark, piercing eyes fixed on the Dragon Venerable as his words elevated him even higher. The Dragon Venerable's expression stiffened at these words. He had spent considerable effort crafting only 3 Dragon King edicts to uphold the prestige of his 800 li water estate, and Chen Fan's demand for one struck him as deeply painful. The Dragon Venerable's lips twitched repeatedly as he searched for an excuse to deflect Chen Fan's request. However, Chen Fan feigned a trembling voice and murmured, "I imagine my master would surely come to tea with you if he learned of the great insult I've suffered. No, the edict is yours." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the Dragon Venerable hastily responded. Others remained unaware, but he understood the situation all too well. During their previous encounter beneath the water, he had realized the rumors of Li Changsheng suffering grievous injuries and falling from the Sage Lord realm were fabricated. If Chen Fan were to summon Li Changsheng, would his Tianhe Water Mansion still stand? Deal. The moment Chen Fan heard the Dragon Venerable agree, his expression shifted faster than turning a page. The feigned weeping vanished, instantly replaced by a beaming smile. Chen Fan's maneuver left all the representatives from major factions utterly stunned. In an instant, all his grievances had vanished. No more crying. Where was his dignity? The Dragon Venerable let out a sigh, wiped his spiritual consciousness from the Dragon King's edict, and slowly handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan snatched the Dragon King's edict with one hand, pressed his lips to it, and declared, "What a fine treasure, what a fine treasure. Everyone enter the palace and rest. I wish to catch up properly with my young nephew." With a wave of his hand, the Dragon Venerable dispatched the representatives from various factions at the Dragon Palace entrance into the water estate, using a mighty palm force. Thus, only 4 figures remained at the gate: the bewildered Crown Prince Yulong, heir of Chen Fan, and the Dragon Venerable. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Dragon Venerable's majestic features as his gaze fell upon his eldest son, Crown Prince Yulong. Yulong, come here. The Dragon Venerable's voice carried immense authority, causing Crown Prince Yulong's body to tremble as he stumbled fearfully forward. With a cold stare fixed on his son, the Dragon Venerable pointed toward Chen Fan and commanded, "Kowtow to your Uncle Chen." Hearing this, Chen Fan adopted an amused expression, clearly sensing the underlying tension between the Dragon Venerable and Crown Prince Yulong. Crown Prince Yulong stared at Chen Fan, his palm clenched tight, refusing to bow his head. "Rebel son, you think I'm unaware of the schemes you've been orchestrating? As long as I draw breath, you shall remain but a crown prince." The Dragon Venerable's whiskers and hair flowed majestically as he pressed Yulong's head down to the ground with one hand. "Brother, I failed in raising my son properly. Please don't take offense." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan hurriedly helped Yulong to his feet and addressed the Dragon Venerable with feigned wisdom. "Children who won't listen need discipline. They don't learn without it." The Dragon Venerable burst into hearty laughter and led Chen Fan and heir Lifsi into the water mansion. Slowly raising his head from the floor, Crown Prince Yulong's eyes turned icily cold as he gritted his teeth. "You old wretch, just wait. I'll kill you. Neither this person nor that donkey will escape." After entering the hall, with his hands clasped behind his back, the Dragon Venerable kept glancing at Chen Fan and shook his head. "Brother, did you notice?" A subtle cunning flashed across Chen Fan's eyes as he deliberately played naive. "Notice what? Isn't it just domestic discipline? It's normal. I beat heir Lifsi all the time too." "Domestic discipline?" The Dragon Venerable sneered, tugging at his flowing dragon whiskers. "That's an interesting term indeed. Yulong has held the position of Crown Prince for far too long. As long as I remain alive, he grows increasingly desperate for the authority of master over these 800 miles of waters. I merely used this opportunity to keep him in check. Pray, brother, do not hold it against me." Chen Fan shot the Dragon Venerable a dismissive glance and muttered, "I have no interest in mediating your family affairs." Then with a touch of dissatisfaction he added, "One moment I'm called nephew, the next brother. Our generations are getting quite muddled." The Dragon Venerable explained upon hearing this, "If I address you as brother in front of others, wouldn't that place me a generation below your master Li Chongqing? Would I really have to address him as junior uncle?" That made sense. Being the master of the 800 Li water estate, the Dragon Venerable could hardly accept ranking a generation beneath someone like Li Chongqing, given his proud nature. "Brother, that was the great wilderness halberd in your hand earlier, wasn't it?" Mid-stride, the Dragon Venerable suddenly asked. Chen Fan acknowledged it without hesitation. "Correct." "How did you know?" "How would I know?" the Dragon Venerable replied. "Brother, that demon lord of the ultimate law perished within my 800 Li Tiana River. How could I not be aware? I'm reminding you out of goodwill, brother. The powerful figure who once seized this weapon is still alive, so you must be cautious. Remember, wealth should not be displayed openly." "It's fine. My master will handle it." The Dragon Venerable. Soon Chen Fan and heir Lifsi followed the Dragon Venerable deeper into the water mansion. Noticing that they were gradually alone, Chen Fan sensed something amiss and quickly asked, "Dragon Venerable, where are you taking me? Isn't this about celebrating the little girl's birthday?" The Dragon Venerable glanced at Chen Fan, speaking meaningfully. "Brother Chen, I shall be frank with you. I have a request. I wish for you to help me beat my youngest son, Kuang Long. He looks down on others due to his remarkable talent, claiming true dragon heritage. Neither the Grand Sun Sage Sun nor the Grand River Sage Sun can match him, and as a result this lad is showing signs of an unstable Dao heart. I want him to recognize his own limitations and see what a truly peerless genius looks like." Speaking this, the Dragon Venerable turned to Chen Fan. "I'm sorry, but my back's been acting up lately. Without tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals, I doubt I could even make a move." Chen Fan rested one hand on his waist, his thumb and index finger rubbing together as he shot the Dragon Venerable a look that plainly said, "No spirit crystals, no way." The Dragon Venerable observed Chen Fan's manner, muttering to himself, "As expected, no profit, no motion. This boy's outwardly honest and simple, but inwardly as cunning as a monkey. Very well. 4 Kuang'er's path to invincibility, what are a mere handful of spirit crystals?" The Dragon Venerable flicked his fingers and a storage ring flew toward Chen Fan. 100,000 top-grade spirit crystals, brother. Pray do not refuse them." Chen Fan promptly accepted the ring, then waved his hand and said, "Eldest brother, you honor me too greatly. For my nephew's Dao heart as his uncle, this is my duty." Though Chen Fan spoke thus, he had already cursed the Dragon Venerable dozens of times in his heart. "You old thing, what Dao heart tempering. You just want me to be your son's whetstone. Do you take me for clay? Wait until later. If I don't shatter your son's Dao heart, I'll abandon my surname Chen." Seeing Chen Fan accept the ring, the Dragon Venerable beside him rejoiced inwardly. With spirit crystals received, this was a voluntary arrangement. Even if Li Changsheng were to question and order otherwise, he would have justification. Last time he had been thoroughly beaten by Li Changsheng, this time, he would make his son restore his honor. Moreover, this would also temper his son's Dao heart. If he accidentally shattered Chen Fan's Dao heart in the process, he could hardly be blamed. Soon Chen Fan and Erlifzi followed the Dragon Venerable to the deepest point of the 80,000 Li water mansion, the Dragon Transformation Pool. Legend held that any aquatic creature bathing in this pool would achieve the carp's leap over the Dragon Gate, shedding its mortal form to become a dragon. Emerald bamboo surrounded the Dragon Transformation Pool like a natural barrier isolating the waters from the outside world. Beside the pool stood a massive stone stele carved with ancient runes radiating an aura of mystery. Within the pool, countless bolts of lightning flickered faintly. Father, is this the opponent you found for me? He's only at the triple heaven of spiritual power. Plus a donkey. Too weak. I fear I might kill him. A haughty voice echoed from within the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the next instant, lightning flashed across the entire pool, and a dragon man, who commanded thunder and lightning, emerged from the waters bare-chested. His skin bore a faint purple hue gleaming with mysterious light, like dragon scales. As he moved his arms, lightning danced at his fingertips with a deafening crackle of ZST. The Dragon Venerable feigned anger at Kuang Long's display. Audacious. This is the sage son of the purple Qi sacred land. You'll know his power soon enough. You rebellious son, looking down on all under heaven like this. When your Dao heart shatters from being beaten, I shall not lift a finger to save you. The purple-skinned Kuang Long rubbed his brow upon hearing this, replying dismissively. Father, he's merely at the triple heaven of spiritual power. How could he possibly be the sage son of the purple Qi sacred land? Besides, with such a wretched look in his eyes, how could someone like him hold that title? I think you've been deceived, father. With those words, Kuang Long's foot landed on the pool's surface, sending water splashing everywhere as he turned to depart. Brother Chen, look at his arrogant demeanor, the Dragon Venerable urged. Do not hold back. Beat him mercilessly. Even if he's beaten to a smoking wreck, I will not intervene. After speaking, the Dragon Venerable turned to leave, confidence radiating from his belief that his son had grown significantly stronger. He was absolutely certain Kuang Long would utterly defeat Chen Fan. With the Dragon Venerable gone, Kuang Long had ample room to maneuver. Should Chen Fan end up broken-armed or leg, it would only be due to his own weakness. Brother Chen showed no mercy. Before departing, the Dragon Venerable earnestly cautioned Chen Fan. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan could barely suppress the grin spreading across his face. These were the Dragon Venerable's own words. Given this, how could he not give Kuang Long a proper reception? Erlifzi, when the time comes, swing that golden brick and give it to him. Smash his head to pieces. Chen Fan rubbed his hands as he spoke to Erlifzi beside him. I advise you not to court trouble, Kuang Long stated from his seated position atop the Dragon Transformation Pool, his resolute features and unwavering gaze complemented by a confident smile, curving his lips. Otherwise, I won't hold back. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing with the movements of lightning around him, making him appear exceptionally majestic. Witnessing this, Chen Fan stepped forward, planting his foot on the pool's surface while wearing a sinister smile. Second nephew, let uncle teach you the meaning of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Upon hearing this, Kuang Long's expression darkened with embarrassment as a sphere of thunder formed in his palm. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me. With a thunderous boom, dozens of thunderbolts thick as pythons descended upon the Dragon Transformation Pool, sending ripples across the water's surface and causing spray to erupt as the lightning flashes illuminated the chaotic scene. Yet the moment the thunderbolts reached Chen Fan's position, they unexpectedly curved and struck Kuang Long instead. What's happening? Why are my own thunderbolts targeting me? As the lightning crashed down, Kuang Long's eyes snapped open, and he darted about, frantically dodging the unexpected assault. Crack! Over a dozen thunderbolts exploded against the jagged rocks near the pool's edge. White smoke rose from the water's surface as a massive hand swept through the haze. Swiftly the smoke vanished. Chen Fan stood firmly on the Dragon Transformation Pool, his expression twisted into a wicked grin as he advanced toward Kuang Long, the Da Huang Dragon halberd gripped in his hand. Kuang Long had devoted himself entirely to the path of thunder, his innate talent in lightning arts rivaling that of the Lord of the Thunder Marshes, and he believed none in the cultivation world could match him except the true Lord of 10,000 thunder techniques. The notion of his own thunder striking him was entirely unprecedented. A dozen bolts won't kill you, he mused, then I'll unleash hundreds, thousands. I swear I'll strike you down. Kuang Long's body grew increasingly purple as visible arcs of lightning encircled him, and a lightning sigil manifested between his brows. 10,000 thunders, obey my command. Kuang Long's voice rang out with the authority of the Lord of the Thunder Marshes himself. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed through them like silver serpents weaving through the heavens. Suddenly a rift tore across the sky as thunder roared. 1,000 bolts of lightning surged forward, each like a colossal python rending the clouds asunder. Descend. Kuang Long pointed directly at Chen Fan, commanding the heavens' 1,000 thunderbolts to strike. Yet as thousands of thunderbolts converged above Chen Fan's head and were about to fall, they veered off course again. Unable to find their target, the thunderbolts redirected and struck Kuang Long instead. Countless thunderbolts fell ferociously upon Mad Dragon, who had nowhere to flee and could only endure them with his body. Amidst the flashing lightning, his figure swayed violently in the maelstrom as though moments away from being torn to shreds. His garments lay in tatters, scorched skin bearing the marks of lightning across his frame. His expression contorted in agony as his mouth twitched convulsively. The flowing hair that had once been so majestic now stood rigid and wild like grass trampled by a fierce gale, resembling a burst crown. A belch escaped Mad Dragon's lips as black smoke curled upward. His entire body went numb, and wide-eyed astonishment filled his gaze. "You? What manner of monster are you?" he gasped. "Why won't my lightning strike you? I cannot even hit that ugly donkey beside you." Mad Dragon, with his explosive hairdo and face blackened like charcoal, shrieked hysterically at Chen Fan. "Second nephew, shall we try again? Perhaps what happened just now was merely an accident," Chen Fan urged with a mischievous smile. "Come now, do you truly lack confidence in your lightning arts?" Chen Fan's expression turned wily as he gazed at Mad Dragon, while Second Donkey also displayed an equally roguish grin. Could it truly have been an accident? Just then, they seemed to ponder. "Shall we heed their suggestion and attempt again?" the pair proposed in unison. Hearing the recommendations from the man and donkey, Mad Dragon's conviction wavered. From the moment of his hatching, he had enjoyed heaven's favor for the lightning Dao possessing the innate thunder tyrant body. Could mere occasional, inexplicable failures make him doubt his eternal path? After much inner turmoil, Mad Dragon swept back his broom-like hair and declared firmly, "Very well, let us try. A cultivator grasps the miracles of heaven and earth. How could temporary setbacks sever one's eternal Dao?" He shouted these words with renewed determination. "I refuse to believe I cannot obliterate you and that donkey." With a thunderous command, divine technique, lightning marsh crocodile, silver serpent-like bolts descended under his control, coiling through the air like a dragon of living electricity, heading straight toward the dragon transformation pool. In that moment, Mad Dragon's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, as if he were indeed a son of the thunder god wielding dominion over all lightning in the mortal realm. Rumbling, the thunder crashed down like the wrathful roar of a lightning deity, shaking all creation. The lightning within carried immaculate power infused with hints of heavenly majesty. Even one at the sacred Lord realm would surely perish from such an attack. Just as Mad Dragon felt victory was assured, another mishap occurred. Mad Dragon watched in horror as the thunder crocodile reaching Chen Fan's head suddenly swerved mid-air, changing its trajectory entirely. "Are you blind? How can it turn like that?" he screamed in disbelief. "Are you mocking this crown prince?" Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Mad Dragon completely lost his composure. The lightning crocodile, possessing just enough sentience, paid no heed to his curses. Upon hearing Mad Dragon's furious shouts, it twisted its electric true form and launched itself back at him. Hey, don't come any closer." "Ah!" Another heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Above the dragon transformation pool, the acrid smell of burning flesh permeated the air. Black blood trickled from Mad Dragon's mouth as his entire body turned charcoal black, his explosion hairdo giving him an uncanny resemblance to an African native at first glance. Mad Dragon fell into deep contemplation. In that critical instant, had he not possessed the Thunder Tyrant body with its natural lightning immunity, he would certainly have become a lifeless corpse. "I should never have listened to that man and donkey," Mad Dragon muttered, gazing at his charred palms with an expression of profound regret. Chen Fan and Second Donkey watched Mad Dragon, questioning his very existence after being struck by his own lightning, clutching their bellies as they erupted in laughter. Second Donkey, "Does the Dragon Venerable's second son lack any brain matter?" He said. "Try," and he tried. "Truly a case of ample limbs, but meager intellect," Chen Fan chuckled. "What a complete fool." Their unguarded laughter carried clearly to Mad Dragon's ears, each note cutting like a knife into his heart. "Insolence! What damn technique do you practice that allows you to evade my lightning?" Mad Dragon, infuriated and embarrassed, pointed accusingly at the man and donkey as he roared. However, after exchanging glances, Chen Fan and Second Donkey began methodically approaching the severely injured Mad Dragon, each rubbing their hands in anticipation. Sensing ill intent from the pair, Mad Dragon's gut reaction warned him of danger. Taking several steps back, he hastily stammered, "Wait. What are you planning to do? This is my 80,000-ly heavenly river water residence." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively as the great desolation dragon halberd stirred the waters, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "What do we plan to do?" "We are the ones your father invited to temper your Dao heart," Chen Fan explained smoothly. "Second nephew, rest assured, I shall be gentle." Witnessing this, Mad Dragon swallowed hard and frantically waved his hands, his voice trembling. "No thank you. My Dao heart is already perfectly firm. I shall not trouble you further." Before his words finished, echoing Chen Fan had already appeared before him. A cold voice whispered in Mad Dragon's ear, "We decide whether to act or not. What do we look like to you?" "Xing." The great desolation dragon halberd swept horizontally. Severely wounded Mad Dragon had no chance to evade and received the full force of the strike squarely on his back. Before Mad Dragon could beg for mercy, second donkey stealthily approached with his golden brick. Humph. Hearing the donkey's grunt, Mad Dragon's vision was suddenly dominated by a gleaming golden brick smashing relentlessly toward him. Ugh. Naturally endowed with extraordinary strength, second donkey's power had grown exponentially after cultivating the heavenly demon body refinement technique. This single blow flattened Mad Dragon's once victorious features into a plain pancake-like visage. But stop. Stop hitting me. Mad Dragon managed between gasps his sunken face and shattered front teeth, making speech impossible. Uncle Donkey. Woo. Yet despite Mad Dragon clasping his hands together in continuous supplication, neither Chen Fan nor second donkey showed any intention of sparing him. Soon piercing screams echoed throughout the dragon transformation pool. Those cries of agony rang with terror and despair, wavering between high-pitched shrieks and low moans, eventually deteriorating into hoarse, broken whispers. 1 hour later, the previously turbulent dragon transformation pool lay completely still, its surface an endless expanse of jade-green water, windless and waveless, resembling a massive bronze mirror reflecting the drifting clouds above. At the pool's edge, Chen Fan and second donkey gazed at the near-death Mad Dragon, whose eyes had grown hollow and vacant. Both man and donkey sensed they might have pushed things too far. Mad Dragon's Dao heart had completely shattered, leaving him with profound psychological trauma inflicted by Chen Fan and second donkey. If Dragon Venerable sees Mad Dragon in this wretched state, he'll surely come seeking retribution, Chen Fan worried. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved the corpse-wrapping bandages of the pathless demonic monarch from his storage ring and meticulously wrapped Mad Dragon layer after layer until he resembled a living mummy. Brother, how fare you both? It is time to celebrate the young Mrs. birthday. Just then Dragon Venerable's voice carried from afar. Chen Fan quickly stuffed a sixth-rate healing pill into Mad Dragon's mouth, then tightly bound his head with additional wrappings to ensure complete silence. In due course, Dragon Venerable strode in with dragon-like grace, anticipation visible on his face. Upon seeing Chen Fan and second donkey unharmed, that hopefulness in his eyes instantly dimmed. After scanning the surroundings, Dragon Venerable asked with puzzled expression, "Brother, where is my worthless son?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and second donkey exchanged hesitant glances before pointing toward the mummy lying on the ground. "Brother, you mean this white maggot wriggling on the ground is my dashing and romantic son Kwang?" "Brother, surely you jest." Dragon Venerable gazed at the incessantly squirming white maggot upon the ground, his eyes brimming with unmistakable disgust. His son possessed the innate Thunder Sovereign physique. Such a dashing figure, how could he be this wretched thing on the ground? Seeing this, Chen Fan and Erlofzi exchanged awkward glances. Chen Fan pointed at the dragon on the ground. "Indeed, he is your son. I merely struck a bit harder than usual. But I dare say this time your son will certainly become humble and courteous. Erlofzi and I have thoroughly purified his soul. No need to thank me." Having said this, Chen Fan and Erlofzi, man and donkey alike, pretended ignorance, glancing left and right with feigned innocence. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Dragon Venerable hurried forward. Gazing at the bandaged Kwang Long, his expression brimmed with heartfelt anguish. Yet he could only swallow his grievances in silence, having no recourse but to endure it. He was the one who summoned them and paid with spirit stones. Now that his son had been reduced to a mummy, he could only blame his son's insufficient strength. Sigh. Dragon Venerable seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He withdrew a pill of unknown grade from his garments and stuffed it into the unconscious Kwang Long's mouth. "Someone take the second crown prince away." Dragon Venerable uttered it casually, yet a shadow materialized beside him in the next breath, shouldering Kwang Long and vanishing from sight. After seeing to Kwang Long, Dragon Venerable looked at Chen Fan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, chuckling, "Young ones, give us pause. You surpass even your master at his prime." Dragon Venerable gazed at Chen Fan with a complex expression. He understood Kwang Long's prowess best of all, nearly invincible below the sacred sovereign realm. Yet here he was reduced to this state by Chen Fan's hands. It spoke volumes of Chen Fan's terrifying gifts. Dragon Venerable found himself wondering if the extraordinary talents before him were even more formidable than his own, a thought that weighed heavily on his mind. What manner of beings are this man and donkey? They may well turn the entire cultivation world upside down. Dragon Venerable's headache intensified, and he instinctively pressed his palm to his forehead. Chen Fan's curiosity piqued at the mention of Li Changxing. "Brother, was my master truly formidable in his youth?" At these words, Dragon Venerable's eyes clouded with a memory he'd rather forget than sharpened with something else as he replied, "Formidable indeed, exceedingly so. Bold beyond measure. Even more reckless than you, and nearly abducted the previous flowing cloud saintess into his residence." "What?" Chen Fan was taken aback. He could never have imagined that his upright master, so dignified in his daily bearing, was once so brazen and unruly. Let me recount the details. Dragon Venerable led Chen Fan and Erlofzi out of the dragon transformation pool, unburdening himself with tales of bygone days as they walked. Chen Fan listened intently, while Erlofzi pricked up both ears, terrified of missing a single word. The man and donkey passed through numerous pavilions and towers before reaching the main hall of the 800 million Li water mansion, the Crystal Palace. Within the palace, the crystal floor gleamed like polished glass, mirroring the light of the galaxy above and weaving ethereal ribbons of luminescence. The inner halls were layered upon layers, adorned with treasures dredged from the ocean depths, coral pearls agate, all displayed in breathtaking abundance and radiance. At the center of the main hall sat Dragon Venerable's throne, carved from ancient timber, over 1,000 years old, studded with countless gems that blazed with splendor. Behind the throne stood a massive crystal screen, its surface engraved with the thriving splendor of the 800 million Li water mansion. Jade ruby scepters, luminous cups, and mermaid silk curtains. Such treasures were nothing more than common furnishings here. The hall was filled with figures representing the most prestigious factions in the cultivation world. As the man and donkey entered, every gaze fell upon Chen Fan and Erlofzi. Word of Chen Fan's fearsome prowess had already spread among them, and their looks held no trace of condescension, only a measure of reverence. Take your seats. The banquet is about to begin. Dragon Venerable gestured toward a place on the left nearest the Dragon King's throne. Soon after, Chen Fan and Erlofzi took their seats and surveyed the jade platters and delicacies laid out. The man and donkey fell to devouring with reckless abandon. While others admired the enchanting dancers, Chen Fan and Erlofzi barely glanced up, consumed entirely by their feast. Erlofzi, save me some of these chilled shrimp. Don't drink all the 500-year-old turtle soup. You dog-like bastard, how could you finish it all? Didn't I tell you to leave some for me? Their table manners left much to be desired. Even Dragon Venerable could bear it no longer and waved his hand repeatedly. Eat more slowly, both of you. What propriety is there in this? In short order, the table was cleared by the man and donkey. At that moment, Chen Fan caught sight of a familiar figure, Hu Meyer of the Hahuan sect. Rising from his seat, Chen Fan walked past the stares of the gathered crowd to stand before Hu Meyer. Gazing at his grave countenance, her heart trembled with apprehension. What do you want to do? Her body quivered slightly, her breathing rapid and ragged, each gasp laced with tremolo, as though she might suffocate at any moment. Dragon Venerable likewise noticed Chen Fan's movements and quickly interjected, Chen Fan, what are you about? Show this old man some mercy and let her go. All present in the great hall held their breath, desperate to know what Chen Fan intended. It seemed as though a grand drama was about to unfold. Will you be eating this dish or not? What? I'm asking if you're done with this food. If you can't understand human speech, shall I summon Erlofzi to explain it to you? Hu Meyer blinked in bewilderment at these words, utterly disbelieving. Is he here for the food? Her face drained of color, yet a forced blush rose to her cheeks as she murmured, I will not eat. Please proceed, sir. And so Chen Fan returned to his seat with 8 dishes cradled in both arms, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. This left the assembled masters of various factions utterly dumbfounded. Such a fearsome countenance, and for merely 8 dishes. How long had he gone without a proper meal? Dragon Venerable massaged his temples vigorously. Only now did he grasp why Li Changxing wore such an exasperated expression whenever Chen Fan was mentioned. This boy was missing a bolt or two in the head. An hour later, Dragon Venerable raised his hand and rose to his feet, announcing loudly, Today marks the birthday of my daughter San Yuan. It is high time she made her appearance before everyone. No sooner had he spoken than Long San Yuan, bright-eyed and spirited, came bounding in from the rear chambers. She barely acknowledged the gathered crowd in the hall, not even paying heed to Dragon Venerable, and made straight for Erlofzi's back. The little girl, with chubby fingers pressed to her lips, asked Chen Fan with a wide grin, Little uncle, did you bring me candied hawthorn osmanthus cake, Donjia's crispy duck rice cakes, steamed lamb braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour sausage, and dried pork jerky? Her large eyes sparkled like stars, and a glistening thread of drool hung from her tiny mouth. Smack! Chen Fan froze, stunned by the little girl who had recited 42 different snacks in one breath. The chicken drumstick in his hand slipped, falling onto the table. The little girl recited the menu with remarkable clarity, her pink tongue gently licking her lips. She looked like a tiny glutton waiting to be fed. Chen Fan picked up a handkerchief from the table to wipe the grease from his hands, but after searching through his storage ring, he could only find a string of candied hawthorn. After handing over the candied hawthorn, Chen Fan gently scratched the little girl's rosy nose. You little glutton, all you think about is food all day long, he teased. The little girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes swaying back and forth as they followed the dangling hawthorn. She took the candied hawthorn and gently bit into one of the berries, the sugar coating cracking between her teeth as the sweetness instantly bloomed on her tongue. The little girl's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Sweet. Watching his daughter's delighted expression, Dragon Venerable could not help but smile warmly as a proud father. Unconsciously, he found Chen Fan much more likable. Dragon Venerable strolled over to the little girl and bent slightly, speaking with a warm smile. My little princess, today is your birthday. Let us see what father has prepared for you. As he spoke, he produced a jade-green bead about an inch in diameter, within which swirling clouds shifted mysteriously, emanating a faint draconic aura. The little girl perched atop Air Lucy took the bead in her small hands and examined it closely, sensing an inexplicable familiarity with it. Thank you, Father King. Grinning, the little girl accepted the gift and looked at Dragon Venerable with a happy smile. The Grand Sun Sacred Land presents the third princess with the heaven-confining divine silk. The Hahuan sect presents a pair of divine bells. In an instant, the various major factions in the Great Hall presented their carefully prepared gifts. Only Chen Fan and Air Lucy the man and the donkey remained silent. All eyes turned toward them, for everyone wished to see what gifts such close companions of third Princess Long would offer. Even Dragon Venerable, stroking his beard, fixed his gaze upon Chen Fan. He too was curious about what this youngster would present to his daughter. Chen Fan glanced around at the expectant faces, perplexed. Do we still need to bring gifts once inside? No one told me about that. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent, many calculating minds in the Great Hall began their verbal jabs. Surely this man has not failed to prepare a gift for third Princess Long. Alas, how third princess treated him with such warmth, yet he shows no regard for her at all. Indeed. If I had such a friend, I would surely regret it for 3 lifetimes. The mocking words made Chen Fan's stomach churn. What's the big deal about treasures? My family's wealth far exceeds yours. You bunch of backbiting snakes. Can you not speak properly? Need me to teach you some manners? Chen Fan snorted coldly and whirled around to glare at the crowd. Then he turned his gaze toward the little girl, whose face was full of anticipation. He said, San Yuan, wait a moment, and uncle will give you a grand gift. With that, the storage rings on Chen Fan's hands began to glow. Dozens of storage rings floated before him. All the treasures he had plundered from the 100,000 mountains. Snap! Chen Fan cracked his fingers, and 3 white jade porcelain bottles materialized in midair. First gift, 3 6th-grade pills, just for you to eat like candy. The crowd in the hall froze at these words. 3 6th-grade pills, being eaten like candy. Was this even real? Hearing this, many still could not quite believe what they were hearing. A mocking smirk crossed Chen Fan's lips as he raised his hand, releasing the rich medicinal fragrance from the 3 jade bottles. Absolutely genuine. They truly are 6th-grade pills. This person must have extraordinary origins and powerful backing. The crowd, who had been sneering just moments before, fell silent all at once upon catching that potent medicinal scent. Divine treasures were impressive, but compared to 3 6th-grade pills, they paled considerably. Seeing the crowd fall quiet, Chen Fan stuffed his hands into his pockets and stepped forward, calling out, "That all you got to say? What tier are you even at? Comparing yourselves to me, Chen Fan? Do you even have the strength to compete?" Several hot-headed youths in the crowd were about to challenge Chen Fan's arrogance, but were firmly restrained by those behind them. Don't be rash, you can't even defeat that donkey. Anger him, and you'll suffer the consequences. These words hit like cold water, instantly dousing the young man's burning anger. TCH. Seeing him back down, Chen Fan smirked and paid no mind to the clowns behind him. Snap! Another sharp click of fingers echoed nearby. Over a dozen large lacquered chests suddenly appeared before the little girl, arranged in neat order, their lids slightly ajar, revealing a vibrant aura of vitality. Hundreds of spirit herbs filled the chests, lush and emerald green, a faint luster flowing between their leaf veins. Light mist coiled above the herbs, as if imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, filling one's heart with serenity. These are just vegetables to supplement your vitamins. Having said that, Chen Fan cast a dismissive glance at the previously noisy crowd. The little girl did not know what vitamins were, but she knew these spirit herbs were extremely precious. Many of them priceless and unavailable even with all the wealth in the world. 9-leaf dragon whisker grass. This is simply impossible. Meteor star grass. Isn't that a 5th-grade spirit herb that went extinct long ago? Is that blood purple orchid? Even 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals might not guarantee acquiring such treasures. In an instant, gasps and exclamations of awe rose from the crowd, many frantically wiping their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing before them. Uncultured. Never seen the world. Exactly. In contrast, Chen Fan and Air Lucy chimed in harmony, their soft words causing great discomfort to the representatives of major factions. Dragon Venerable's weathered face crinkled with delight at the treasure before him. Thank you, little uncle. The little girl whispered softly toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan gazed at the little girl's chubby cheeks, his earlier hesitation finally easing somewhat. Before long, the sun dipped below the western hills, the rosy clouds at the horizon gradually fading. Above, stars began to emerge, speckling the darkening blue sky. All others in the Great Hall had already departed, leaving only Dragon Venerable to keep Chen Fan and Air Lucy. Dragon Venerable, what do you intend? If you do not let me leave now, I will call upon my master. Chen Fan looked at Dragon Venerable, blocking his path, his tone utterly unyielding. Upon hearing this, Dragon Venerable hastily forced a smile. Brother, wait. I have urgent matters to discuss with you today. Yet within his deep eyes a trace of gravity was faintly visible. Worry seemed to knit between his brows, impossible to ease. Though his smile was bright, it could scarcely conceal the profound thoughts weighed upon his heart. Then, as if having made some resolve, Dragon Venerable looked at Chen Fan and spoke in a low voice. Brother, should the 18,000-li water palace one day prove too small to shelter San Yuan, might I ask you to guard her journey? Chen Fan had no intention of listening to the Dragon Venerable's rambling, but upon hearing that this matter involved the little girl, he stopped in his tracks. After listening, Chen Fan looked at the Dragon Venerable and asked, Dragon Venerable, are you joking with me? The little girl is the daughter of the Lord of the 800,000-li water palace. With you here, who would dare to bully her? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Venerable fell silent. His muddy dragon eyes fixed on Chen Fan, his expression grave as he said, with me here, naturally no one dares to harm San Yuan. But what if I am not here? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan hurriedly asked, Dragon Venerable, are you planning to die? Cough cough. The Dragon Venerable nearly choked on his breath upon hearing this. If not for the consideration that Chen Fan was a disciple of Li Chongqing, the Dragon Venerable would have really wanted to beat him up himself. Could it be that apart from dying, ascension is the only other path available to me? You look down on me so much. The Dragon Venerable's spittle flew everywhere as he pointed at Chen Fan and cursed him profusely. Listening to these words, Chen Fan muttered under his breath, my master hasn't even achieved ascension yet, and you can't even defeat my master. What ascension are you talking about? Hearing this, the Dragon Venerable's eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. After composing himself, he restored his dignified bearing as the lord of the 800,000-li water palace, and said to Chen Fan, you think your master cannot achieve ascension? You underestimate your master too much. Ordinary immortals are no match for your master. So it's useless to say so much to you. I just want to ask you to look after San Yuan a bit to prevent her from being bullied after I'm gone. After hearing this, Chen Fan answered without hesitation, it's a small matter. The little girl was a junior niece, he had acknowledged. Whoever dared to lay a hand on her would not blame Chen Fan for being ruthless. Before long, Chen Fan pulled Air Luzi and strode out of the Crystal Palace. Before leaving, he waved to the Dragon Venerable inside and said, rest assured, even if you die, the little girl will be fine. The Dragon Venerable stumbled, watching the figure of man and donkey receding into the distance, muttering curses under his breath. This kid's words are truly unpleasant. Soon the man and donkey stealthily made their way out of the 800,000-li Tianhe water palace. Before departing, he even picked off 2 red gemstones from the gate. The 2 shrimp soldiers guarding the door were stunned to see this. What are you, a saint's son, doing picking red gemstones? Having witnessed Chen Fan's ferocity, they could only pretend not to see anything. Seeing the shrimp soldiers remain motionless, Chen Fan and Air Luzi grew bolder and actually placed the 2 jade lions guarding the water palace entrance into their storage rings in broad daylight. At this moment, Ben Bo Air Ba, who had been watching from the side, could no longer contain himself. He hurriedly walked to the water palace entrance, looking at the sneaking man and donkey, and stammered, almost. That's enough. Why are you 2 still stealing and taking things? Realizing their scheme had been exposed by Ben Bo Air Ba, Chen Fan and Air Luzi blushed, awkwardly chuckled, and simply said, just taking some souvenirs, before quickly turning to leave. Only after flying 10 li outside did Chen Fan and Air Luzi slow their pace. After walking a few steps, a captivating woman appeared before them. The woman moved with light, graceful steps like a lotus floating on water, each step creating ripples on the surface. Her flowing sleeves rippled like seaweed swaying beneath the sea, dancing with the wind, revealing an ethereal beauty. Her face, reflected in the shimmering water light, appeared even more enchanting and alluring. This humble one is Humayr, paying respects to your honor. Chen Fan, looking at the suddenly appearing Humayr, asked, what are you trying to do? Robbing the road. Humayr quickly waved her hands upon hearing this. She couldn't even defeat Chen Fan's donkey, so how would she dare to rob Chen Fan on the road? Today I waited here to inform you of 2 matters. The first is to tell you that Prince Yulong has set an ambush ahead for you. I implore you to take another route. The second is I wish to ask if you have heard of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa. Upon hearing this final sentence, Chen Fan's lips curled upward, as he had largely guessed Humayr's true purpose. A hint of cunning flashed across Chen Fan's eyes as he retorted, I have heard of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa. Why do you ask about this? After Chen Fan admitted it, a clear spark of excitement appeared in Humayr's eyes, but it quickly faded into composure. She shook her head and casually explained, my master has some connection with the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa. I just smelled an unusual fragrance on your hand earlier, so curiosity got the better of me. Having obtained the answer she wanted, Humayr wanted to leave quickly. She needed to inform her master of this matter quickly because her master was the daughter of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa, Ing Jiao Jiao. The fragrance on Chen Fan's hand was exactly the same as that on her master, Ing Jiao Jiao. She knew that peculiar scent too well. The moment Humayr turned around, a donkey had somehow appeared behind her. Its 2 donkey eyes were extremely perverted, its bald donkey head gleaming, and its paw holding a golden brick that could make treasures fall, with a wicked grin on its face. At this moment Chen Fan's voice sounded, "Did you smell the fragrance on my hand?" That must be it after all, there was still some residual fragrance on that bandage. In that case you should have some relation to the daughter of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa. Chen Fan held the Da Huang halberd radiating a powerful aura that instantly enveloped Hu Maier. Hu Maier's delicate body trembled. Seeing Air Luzi dragging the golden brick and advancing continuously, a sharp pain struck the back of her head. The memory of being knocked unconscious by the golden brick was still vivid. She hurriedly shouted loudly, "My mastering Jiao Jiao, the sect master of Huan sect, is indeed the daughter of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa." Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan put away the Da Huang dragon halberd in his hand, and Air Luzi also put away the golden brick. After all, they had received the legacy of the demon lord Wu Dao Gfa back then, and always owed him a favor. Seeing the man and donkey put down their weapons, Hu Maier's anxious heart finally relaxed somewhat. "Sir, could I leave now?" Hu Maier trembled all over, her voice shaking slightly. After Chen Fan and Air Luzi exchanged glances, Chen Fan stepped forward. Looking at the pitiful Hu Maier, he extended his hand and said, "Robbery. Hand over your storage ring." Upon seeing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Hu Maier's face and anger stirred within her heart. "I have never encountered such a shameless person. Am I the one from the demonic cult, or is he? This man and donkey are truly despicable." However, although she was extremely unwilling, one cannot defy those with greater power. The mere sight of Air Luzi holding the golden brick terrified Hu Maier. In the end, she bit her lip and shamefully handed over her storage ring. Her face flushed red as she released an alluring aura and whispered softly, "There are quite a few of my intimate garments inside." Unexpectedly, Chen Fan immediately took out all her belly bands from her storage ring and handed them back to her. "Go bother someone else. Don't disturb me counting spirit stones." With reluctance, Hu Maier glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes holding the clear ripples of spring water, the corners of her lips curving into a half-smile. "Young master, won't you even cast a glance at my undergarment?" Her pitiful voice rang out, yet it failed to attract even a fraction of Chen Fan's attention. Chen Fan and Air Luzi were bent over counting spirit stones, paying no heed to Hu Maier's words whatsoever. "Young master. Young master." A flash of irritation passed through Hu Maier's eyes as she called out to Chen Fan several times in succession. "What is it? Do you still have spirit stones you have not handed over?" Chen Fan turned his head, his expression thoroughly impatient. And no. All of Hu Maier's enchanting charm instantly vanished beneath Chen Fan's words. A trace of disappointment appeared on her face. After casting a glance at Chen Fan and Air Luzi, she hurried away. Before departing, she pouted softly, such a lack of romantic sentiment. After Hu Maier had left, Chen Fan and Air Luzi stowed away the spirit stones and continued marching forward with long strides. Neither the man nor the donkey gave the matter of an ambush a second thought. "Air Luzi, how many spirit stones do you think Crown Prince Yulong is carrying?" The man and donkey strolled and chatted leisurely while colorful fish darted through the water around them, twinkling like stars in the heavens. Suddenly the man and donkey halted, their gaze fixed upon the dragon being ahead in the river. At the same moment, Crown Prince Yulong above the waterway was also watching Chen Fan and Air Luzi. Crown Prince Yulong wielded the Tianhe Sheiji fan in his hand, his eyes shadowed with malice as he barked toward Chen Fan, not far away. "This Crown Prince has awaited you for far too long. My father's sworn uncle." The corners of Crown Prince Yulong's lips curled slightly. Cold words slowly seeped between his teeth, each one like an ice spike piercing through the frigid Tianhe waters, carrying an imperceptible aura of slaughter. Upon sensing this killing intent, Air Luzi's bristles instantly stood on end. Beside him, Chen Fan reached out to press the fur down, while chuckling toward Crown Prince Yulong ahead. "Oh, dear nephew, has it been but a short while since we last met, and already you miss your Uncle Chen? Would you like me to give you a hug?" At Chen Fan's teasing, the Tianhe Sheiji fan in Crown Prince Yulong's hand snapped shut with a sharp crack. One hand gripped the fan handle tightly, while the other clenched into a fist. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, impenetrable, concealing boundless chill within. "Excellent. You have successfully angered me. That old wretch allowed Kuang Long to reside in the Crystal Palace, intending to strip this crown prince of his status. Using you to suppress this crown prince. Do you think yourself worthy, eh?" As the words fell, Crown Prince Yulong gently swept his hand, and 10,000 zhang of billowing waves obeyed his will like an army of thousands marching in submission. Divine ability overturned rivers and seas. Crown Prince Yulong flicked his finger lightly, and the surging water spiraled around his digits, forming vortexes, exuding the aura of the abyss all around Chen Fan. Strangle. Chen Fan's body sank as countless vortexes carrying the fury of the waves and endless killing intent closed in upon him. Air Luzi's nostrils exhaled 2 trails of white mist. Just as he was about to fight desperately, Chen Fan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, truly worthy of being a dragon. This innate divine ability to command water is indeed terrifying. I merely wonder whether this 800 Li Tianhe obeys your father or obeys you. Then Chen Fan retrieved the Dragon King's decree from his storage ring. The characters upon the decree danced like dragons and serpents wrought, with silver hooks and iron strokes that penetrated the paper every stroke and sweep imbued with supreme draconic authority. Suppress. Chen Fan spoke the word, and the Dragon King's decree in his hand instantly blazed with a radiance. The frenzied waters of the Tianhe beneath the decree's majesty seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand instantly, losing their clamor and ferocity, becoming as tranquil as a sleeping infant. The surrounding vortexes fell silent once more, and the river flow returned to calm. Witnessing this, veins bulged upon Crown Prince Yulong's forehead as he ground his teeth. The Dragon King's decree. He actually handed the Dragon King's decree to you. All those years I begged him for 3 full years, yet he refused to give it to me. Now he has given it to you. Snap. Crown Prince Yulong wielded the Chen Fan, revealing his true form. His entire body was crystal clear, radiating a warm, jade-like luster. His elongated body coiled and wound, his scales set like countless tiny jade pearls, each one shimmering with cold light, resembling frost beneath the moon, serene yet noble. His dragon head was held high, twin horns curving like coral branches, exuding an aura of majesty and dignity. No wonder he is called Yulong. He does possess quite the bearing. After Chen Fan and Erlifzi scrutinized Crown Prince Yulong's true form from head to toe, they offered their teasing remarks. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Crown Prince Yulong flashed through the Tianhe waters and appeared instantly behind Chen Fan. Roar! His cavernous maw opened wide, and the dragon head tore downward in a bite. The Dahuang dragon halberd materialized instantly in Chen Fan's hand, sweeping horizontally at the very moment the dragon's fangs descended. Bang! Crown Prince Yulong's vision went dark as the massive dragon head was smashed into the fine river sand with a single strike of the halberd. In a daze, he saw his dragon horns severed by the halberd, his blood streaming away with the river current. A muffled voice reached his ears, so fragile. No wonder Dragon Venerable takes no liking to him. This strike ensures he'll be stupefied without injury to the brain. Crown Prince Yulong's consciousness sank into a heavy darkness. Shortly thereafter, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself upon the back of Binbo Erba, completely stripped by Chen Fan. His storage ring and the spiritual treasure Chen Fan had both vanished, leaving him with nothing but a pair of shorts. Wake up! Dragon Venerable sent me to collect the eldest Crown Prince's remains. Crown Prince Yulong's mind was hazy and groggy as he spoke weakly. Binbo Erba, where are my storage ring, my Chen Fan, and my Yulong robe? Binbo Erba's 2 shrimp-like eyes flashed with a trace of sympathy as he slowly replied, robbed by someone. Before Crown Prince Yulong could summon his rage, a severe pain assaulted his mind. Hiss! Overcome by fury, he fainted once more. Within the 800-li underwater mansion, Dragon Venerable regarded his 2 sons with mounting frustration. After Kuang Long awoke, his Dao heart shattered, and he developed a peculiar affliction. Whenever he heard the sound of a donkey's bray, he would tremble uncontrollably. It seemed Chen Fan's donkey had inflicted lasting psychological trauma upon him. As for Yulong, who had returned stark naked, he had thoroughly disgraced Dragon Venerable. Dragon Venerable gazed at his 2 worthless sons with a complicated expression, and an unconventional thought arose within his heart. Perhaps this seat should wed another 80 concubines. Meanwhile, after trekking through most of the night, Chen Fan and Erlifzi finally returned to the banks of the Tianhe, beside the purple Qi sacred land. As they stepped ashore, the sun rose in the eastern sky, bathing all in 10,000 rays of rosy light. The horizon shifted from pale white to golden yellow, and a crimson sun breached the skyline. At that moment, a noisy clamor drifted from the bustling shore. Is that figure upon the shore the Holy Sun? We must not mistake him for another. Just then, Elder Wang III of the Scripture Pavilion, who was strolling along the Tianhe bank with a prominent belly, pointed at Chen Fan and addressed the crowd, distinguishing Chen Fan. Is that not simple? This elder shall impart a trick to you today. From afar he appears a dog, upon closer inspection a man, and upon yet another look, that is the Holy Sun. By sheer coincidence, these words reached the ears of Chen Fan, who had just ascended the shore. Wang Sanpang, you're the dog, your whole family is dogs. Chen Fan glared at Wang San with his hands clasped behind his back and his large beer belly protruding, feeling a surge of irritation, and cursed without any hesitation. Seeing Chen Fan striding up from the water's edge with fury, Wang San slipped away like grease beneath a pan and vanished on the spot. He had no desire to entangle himself with Chen Fan. While others might not understand, Wang San knew all too well that tangling with someone as shameless as Chen Fan was simply asking for trouble. Seeing Wang San vanish, Chen Fan pressed on relentlessly, baring his teeth in fury. Wang Sanpang, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll go down and beg our 3 ancestors in the scripture repository to strike you down with divine thunder, you dog of a man. The dozen disciples nearby watched Chen Fan's display, nervously wiping sweat from their brows as they thought to themselves, is the Holy Sun always this bold? After his outburst, Chen Fan suddenly noticed the dozen disciples nearby. He quickly composed himself, attempting to salvage his image, and said with a smile, don't misunderstand, Elder Wang, and I are close friends. This is merely our way of strengthening our bond. With that, Chen Fan forced out an amicable, harmless smile. The next moment, the dozen disciples exchanged glances, then broke into awkward, sycophantic laughter together. Suddenly shifting topic, one of the disciples stepped forward holding a token and announced loudly, "The core disciples ranking competition will commence in 3 days. The Holy Son and Senior Brother Lu are requested to proceed to the Grand Purple Bright Peak for the selection drawing." Chen Fan counted the days on his fingers, realizing he had already spent nearly a year at the Purple Chi Holy Land. Have you not heard? Time is like a galloping horse whipping past, and days like falling flowers drifting away. Chen Fan clasped his hands behind his back and let out a sigh. At first glance, aside from his somewhat lecherous gaze, he truly did possess the bearing of a poet. Hearing this, the group of disciples' eyes lit up. They hastily offered flattery to Chen Fan. What profound insights from the Holy Son. We still have others to notify. Farewell. With those words, the disciples flew away on their swords, leaving only Chen Fan and Erlifzi by the celestial river. The man and his donkey tidied themselves up, changed into matching suits, and flew toward the Grand Purple Bright Peak. Along the way, the man and donkey didn't know the directions and asked several disciples, causing quite a stir. Have you heard? The Holy Son scatters spirit crystals whenever he asks for directions. Really? And all superior grade spirit crystals at that. What? The disciples spread the news like a chain reaction, growing from 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Gradually, this commotion even reached Li Chongqing's ears. Hearing this, Li Chongqing couldn't help but furrow his brow, somewhat puzzled. Where did this kid get so many spirit crystals? I must go take a look. With so many spirit crystals, he won't be able to manage them. As his master, I should help him bear this burden. Besides, I'm short on some wine money anyway. At the Grand Purple Bright Peak, the palaces stood majestic and grand. Crystal towers and jade buildings rose everywhere, with purple gold roofs and glazed tiles glittering brilliantly under the sunlight, like pearls fallen from the 9 heavens. Just as Chen Fan and Erlifzi finished drawing lots and walked out of the palace, they spotted a figure in green robes at the entrance. Good disciple. How have you been lately? Li Chongqing flashed a sunny smile, his gaze toward Chen Fan, filled with doting affection. Something's wrong. 12 points wrong, actually. Master usually calls me rebellious disciple. But why did he change his address today? When things are abnormal, there must be something amiss. Chen Fan pulled Erlifzi back several steps, carefully watching Li Chongqing as he ventured cautiously, Master, did you take the wrong elixir today? Hearing this, Li Chongqing's brow creased into the shape of the character, Chuan, suppressing the fury in his heart as he forced a tender smile. Disciple, at my age, how could I possibly take the wrong medicine? Chen Fan felt even more that something was amiss. Looking at Li Chongqing's stiff expression, he felt genuinely unnerved. Master, is there something you need from me? Just say it directly. This attitude of yours toward me feels quite strange. Hearing this, Li Chongqing dropped the act, his expression turning cold. Rebellious disciple. I hear you've recently struck it rich. Even giving superior grade spirit crystals when asking for directions. Seeing Li Chongqing return to his normal self, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I did make some small fortune. During my time away from the mountain, I engaged in some side business in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Li Chongqing couldn't care less about what shady dealings Chen Fan had conducted in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, he only knew that his disciple possessed spirit crystals, considerable spirit crystals. With that, Li Chongqing didn't stand on ceremony, directly extending his palm. My master has recently been short on funds. Give your master some spirit crystals. This caught Chen Fan completely off guard. A master asking his disciple for spirit crystals. A first in all the land. Chen Fan hastily waved his hands, rummaging through his pockets with an awkward expression. Master, my pockets are cleaner than my face. Besides, as a sect master, how could you possibly be short on spirit crystals? Hearing this, Li Chongqing suddenly burst into violent coughing. Between coughs, Li Chongqing clutched his chest tightly, his face contorted in pain. A trace of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had actually coughed up blood. The droplets fell onto his green robe like plum blossoms in early winter, hauntingly beautiful, yet shocking to the heart. Now that things have come to this, I can only tell you. When I rescued you last time, I suffered severe injuries, and have been hiding this from you all along. Right now, I'm still short 600,000 superior grade spirit crystals to purchase a 7th grade healing elixir. This matter cannot be spread abroad or publicized for fear that those with ulterior motives might hear of it. Seeing Li Chongqing's face as pale as paper with faint traces of illness between his brows, Chen Fan showed an expression of nervousness for the first time. He was convinced that Li Chongqing's appearance indicated genuine injury. Therefore, he hastily took out several storage rings from his hand, and after surveying his surroundings, whispered quietly, Master, here are 700,000 superior grade spirit crystals. Please take them first. If it's not enough, I'll go rob someone. Chen Fan's brow furrowed tightly, his lips trembling slightly, his expression one of flustered helplessness. Seeing this, Li Chongqing was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this convenient disciple of his to be so filial. However, one thing is one thing. Filial piety is filial piety, but spirit crystals are still spirit crystals, and he would accept them all regardless. After Li Changsheng impolitely took the storage rings, he turned his gaze to Erltzi. The donkey kept whimpering, extending its hoof to offer up its entire life's possessions. After obtaining all the storage rings, Li Changsheng took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pale face instantly regained a rosy complexion as a powerful aura radiated from his entire being. Having disciples like the two of you, I have no regrets. Furthermore, there are too many spirit crystals. You won't be able to manage them. The grave crime of squandering spirit crystals is something this master shall bear for you. With those words, Li Changsheng left without looking back, running off at full speed. Chen Fan and Erltzi exchanged a glance, and the shrieks of man and donkey alike reverberated throughout the grand purple bright peak. It's a scam. It's a scam. My spirit crystals. My spirit crystals. The pitiful state of the man and donkey shocked all the disciples present. Having lost all their belongings in a single day, the resentment emanating from the man and donkey was chilling to behold. At the apex of purple chi, Li Changsheng sipped wine immortals brewed costing 10,000 spirit crystals per bottle, chuckling triumphantly. Try to scheme against Li Changsheng. Practice for another few hundred years first. 3 days later, crimson chi filled the skies above the purple chi holy land. A domineering killing intent abruptly manifested as a formidable constitution rapidly awakened. Above the heavens a figure passed by in a single glance, causing all creation to submit. With every movement wind and thunder followed. With each step taken, boundless pressure was unleashed, causing mountains and rivers to change color and stars to dim. In the end, this figure actually transformed into a streak of bloodlight and flew into Yu Tiandu's body. Within the secret chamber of Zhongdu Peak in the purple chi sacred land, Yu Tiandu's eyes were cold and sharp. He clenched his fist and felt the domineering power surging within his bloodline. His strength surged rapidly after the bloodline awakening, ascending to unprecedented heights in the blink of an eye. His cultivation base exploded to the fifth heaven of the great ability realm. His physical power had reached a terrifying level. With a casual wave of his hand, he could make the air erupt with explosive sounds and stir up swirling sand and flying stones. My heavenly domineering body has awakened. Yu Tiandu's lips curled upward as he let out a long shout, giving voice to years of pent-up frustration. Beyond Li Changsheng, within the purple chi sacred land, no one truly knew his origins. He was a descendant of the heavenly domineering body, yet from childhood, he possessed not a single trace of its bloodline. This led his father to regard him coldly and eventually cast him out of the family. Without the domineering blood, you are unworthy of being my son Yu Shinji. Then perhaps the young chieftain's position should go to your younger brother. A voice heavy with authority echoed through Yu Tiandu's mind. My foolish younger brother. Do you think you can hold steady the position that belongs to me, eh? At that moment, the sound of war drums drifted from the distant great purple sun peak. Thump. The direct disciple ranking competition begins now. All direct disciples must reach great purple sun peak within the time it takes to burn one incense stick. Hearing this, Yu Tiandu stepped into empty air and instantly appeared above the heavens. Beside him stood Nangong Yanran in a flowing immortal-style dress with wide sleeves, holding a delicate paper parasol with bone-thin ribs. Its surface depicted a faint ink landscape painting, as though capturing the very essence of poetic beauty between heaven and earth into a single square inch. Young master, you've awakened. Nangong Yanran gazed at Yu Tiandu, whose commanding aura only grew stronger, her lips trembling slightly. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied calmly, My bloodline purity has reached its zenith. It rivals our founding ancestor. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yanran's slender fingers tightened around the parasol's frame until her knuckles turned white, betraying her inner excitement. I congratulate you, young master. From this day forward you shall rise to the heavens in a single moment of triumph. Nangong Yanran's voice carried a slight tremor, yet radiated profound strength. Every word fell like pearls striking jade, resonant and unyielding. Let us depart, Yanran. It is time we made another appearance before that fisherman. A fierce battle lust ignited in Yu Tiandu's eyes as he folded his arms across his chest and stepped upon the void itself. Each step lacked physical foundation, yet remained as steady as a mountain, as though invisible stairways lay beneath his feet. Within 15 minutes, dozens of streaks of light converged upon Great Purple Sun Peak. Yu Tiandu's emergence immediately drew all eyes. Everyone in the purple chi sacred land had witnessed the celestial phenomena just moments before. As Yu Tiandu savored their admiring gazes, a braying cut through the air, nay, and instantly all attention shifted toward the distance where the sound originated. Against the weight of all those stares, Chen Fan and Erltzi descended rapidly, both radiating palpable resentment. Erltzi's coat was disheveled, his eyes glistening with sorrow, occasional low whinnies escaping his lips. Chen Fan's face bore the marks of exhaustion, his gaze heavy with despair and anger. Walking along, he muttered under his breath, Master, you have no idea how ruthless you can be. I calculated everything, yet never once did I expect you to treat your own life like a game. The older ones truly know best. The gathered direct disciples observed the palpable resentment radiating from both master and beast, and their whispers grew animated. What has occurred with the Holy Son? So much hostility. Have you not heard? The Holy Lord has swindled him of over 1 million high-grade spirit crystals. Rumor has it those were his blood and sweat earnings. Even the donkey beside the Holy Son was not spared. The rumors claim the Holy Lord also bilked him of the spirit crystals meant for purchasing a mare. At these words, Yu Tiandu's lips curved upward in quiet satisfaction, delighting in Chen Fan's misfortune. Even Elder Lu Qibian, who presided over the ranking tournament, couldn't suppress a startle upon seeing the defeated pair muttering to himself, such immense resentment. The Holy Lord is far too ruthless. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan and Heir Lotzi made their way to their assigned seats with heavy sighs. After Elder Lu Qibian tallied the participants, a miniature arena materialized in his palm. Decree. Upon his command, that small platform expanded rapidly until it dwarfed a small mountain. Ancient patterns carved into the arena's surface flowed like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, each stroke pulsing with profound magical energy. Forged from gung metal, the arena's unfathomable hardness made it a treasure on the verge of supreme rank. Then Lu Qibian unrolled the scroll and slowly read aloud the first pairing. Group Jia, Lu Rian versus Chen Fan. Who the devil drew these lots? Lu Qibian sucked in a sharp breath, his expression deeply uncomfortable. Even he hadn't anticipated this outcome. In his anxiety, he turned urgently toward his daughter, uneasy within, and projected his voice through the air. Rian, do not show off on the arena. Surrender immediately. Looking up at her father's deep eyes, Lu Rian scoffed inwardly. The Holy Son has only cultivated for a year, while I have practiced for over a decade. Who will lose, and who will win remains to be seen. Lu Rian ascended to the gung metal arena as a white jade sword materialized in her grasp. Clad in white robes with flowing hems that drifted like mist, and clouds, a slender silk belt cinched her waist, rippling gently in the breeze. Several pale plum blossoms embroidered upon her white garments added an air of chill detachment and proud dignity. Gazing down at Chen Fan, she commanded, Please, Holy Son, grant me your instruction. Chen Fan mounted the arena with an ill-humored expression, utterly unwilling. Casting a glance at Lu Rian opposite him, he offered rare courtesy with a warning, step down. You are no match for me. Enraged by these words, Lu Rian suspected Chen Fan looked down upon her and lashed out with several sword chi from her white jade blade. Holy Son, do not despise others. I address you as Holy Son only to show respect to the Holy Lord. Otherwise, by your own strength alone, you would not warrant the title of Holy Son. It's over. Watching from below, Lu Qibian's vision darkened at his daughter's words. He stumbled and nearly fell. My foolish daughter, are you? Are you truly that naive? Why provoke him? We are finished. On the gung metal arena, Chen Fan's lip twitched repeatedly. Having already been scammed of everything he owned, he was furious, and Lu Rian's words only fueled his temper further. Great desolation. Star-plucking hand. In an instant, a sky-blocking giant hand descended from above, turning heaven and earth as winds and clouds swirled. With each sweep, wind rose and clouds surged, as if grasping the entire cosmos within its palm. Every grasping motion carried the might to pluck stars and seize the moon. Every clenched fist held the potential to shatter the void itself. Witnessing this, Lu Rian's pupils dilated to their limits upon the arena, suddenly acutely aware of her own insignificance. Clang! Her white jade sword slipped from her grasp as terror rendered her motionless, frozen in place. Below, Lu Qibian stamped his foot in desperation. Surrender quickly. Hurry! Yet consumed by overwhelming fear, Lu Rian could not force her lips to move. As the great hand loomed to strike, Lu Qibian urgently projected his voice. Holy Son, hold. Spare my daughter. I shall compensate you with 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals shortly. Chen Fan had deliberately delayed his attack, waiting precisely for these words from Lu Qibian. The moment Lu Qibian's voice reached him, the sky-blocking hand on the gung metal arena vanished without a trace. Lu Rian collapsed onto the arena floor, her eyes vacant and lifeless beads of sweat forming on her forehead. For today I shall grant your father the courtesy. From this day forward, whenever you see me, Chen Fan, you shall see as one sees a deity. Afterward, beneath the admiring gazes of the core disciples, Chen Fan calmly descended the arena and approached Lu Qibian, rubbing his thumb and index finger together with a suggestive grin. Lu Qibian reluctantly tossed out a storage ring, then hurried onto the arena to help Lu Rian down. Father, are people really so different from one another? Silly child, I told you just to concede. Why be so stubborn? Our sacred son never learned to read in his life, only knowing the great wilderness star-plucking hand. Why did you provoke him? Soon after, Lu Qibian adjusted his mindset and stepped back onto the arena. Glancing at the next matchup list, a glint flashed across his eyes as he looked toward Chen Fan, and Heir Lizzie fighting back laughter as he announced, Group B, the jade-faced little donkey lord of heaven and earth versus Yu Tiandu. At the name, Heir Lizzie brushed aside the few precious strands of hair on his balding head and confidently stepped onto the Gungjin arena. The core disciples burst into laughter upon hearing the name. Simply put, it was far too pretentious and bore no resemblance to Erlisi at all. A bald, clownish donkey calling itself the jade-faced little donkey lord of heaven and earth. Only Erlisi could possess such thick skin to bear such a title. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Erlisi, you bloody genius. Erlisi glanced at the crowd with undisguised contempt in his eyes. He knew they were simply envious of his looks. Indeed, being too handsome always attracted attention. Erlisi gradually sank into self-admiration. Suddenly, Yu Tiandu stepped onto the arena with a stern expression. What are you spacing out for, you ugly donkey? Yu Tiandu mercilessly shattered Erlisi's delusions, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Erlisi snapped back to reality, his two donkey eyes glaring at Yu Tiandu as he emitted grunting sounds. Yu Tiandu could not decipher their meaning. He glanced down at Chen Fan, and a playful gleam flashed in his eyes. Ugly donkey, how many punches do you think you can withstand from me? Confronted with Yu Tiandu's provocation, Erlisi reared up on his hind legs, his donkey fists tightening with audible cracks. Tilting his neck to the side, both his eyes radiated pure disdain. Chen Fan is fierce, and this donkey of yours is equally stubborn. Today I shall crush you with a single hand. As the words fell, Yu Tiandu's fists burst the air around him, and his figure instantly appeared above Erlisi. Boom! A punch descended like Mount Tai, crushing down unstoppable. Fist energy surged and receded, stirring winds and clouds, while the spiritual energy atop Mount Daziming roiled wildly. However, Erlisi was no pushover. Such close-quarter combat was precisely his forte. The heavenly demon body refining technique specialized in physical prowess, and since Yu Tiandu sought a fight, he would see it through to the end. Facing this punch, Erlisi did not dodge, even slightly. His heavenly demon aura erupted like a raging tornado, stirring the winds and clouds of the nine heavens. NGHH. Erlisi swung his own fist. The shadow of this blow was like a heavenly demon descending upon the mortal realm. Fist energy surged and receded, causing the winds and clouds to change color. Erlisi's eyes were as cold and sharp as stars, brimming with killing intent, resembling a ferocious demon of the world. Bang! After the tremendous clash, Yu Tiandu's heart jolted with disbelief. A donkey can actually match me blow for blow. The two traded blows for hundreds of rounds on the Gungjin arena. The fist momentum released by human and donkey alike stirred up skies full of sand and dust, forming tornadoes that whistled past. The core disciples below had already gaped in astonishment, covering their mouths with a collective sigh. Perhaps we are even inferior to a donkey. The battle intensified further. Yu Tiandu facing the troublesome Erlisi shouted, ugly donkey. This ends here. As the words fell, Yu Tiandu's aura shifted entirely. A domineering power subtly descended upon the mortal realm. His upper garments lay in tatters, revealing muscles forged like copper and iron, every tendon brimming with world-shattering force. Across his skin, mysterious light flowed as though ancient runes were carved into his flesh, each rune containing the boundless power of the great Tao. His eyes resembled two bottomless ancient wells, profound and mysterious, shimmering with starlight-like brilliance. His hair billowed like dark storm clouds, each strand standing erect as if bearing the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Bang! Yu Tiandu stepped forward, each footfall leaving a deep mark upon the indestructible Gungjin arena. His aura swept like a violent tempest, devouring all before it. Too overwhelming to face directly, demanding only kneeling reverence. Divine ability, Heavenward Palace. Yu Tiandu raised his finger into the air, poised to strike. Suddenly, Erlisi produced a white flag he had prepared in advance and waved it frantically. The victor is Yu Tiandu. The next moment, Lu Qibian's voice echoed beside Yu Tiandu's ear. You. A man and a donkey are truly cut from the same cloth. Absolutely shameless. Yu Tiandu gritted his teeth, glaring at Erlisi, his composure on the verge of collapse. The terrifying divine ability Heavenward Palace, moments away from striking Erlisi, could only fall upon empty air. Seeing this, Erlisi exhaled deeply in relief and proudly shook his massive hindquarters toward Yu Tiandu. That donkey is utterly shameless. Keep your voice down. That's the sacred sun's donkey. You wouldn't have beaten it anyway. Before long, the sun sank toward the western horizon, dusk deepening as the sky was draped in a golden veil. After an entire afternoon of competition, the top four core disciples were determined: Chen Fan, Shaolin, Gu Yishi, and Yu Tiandu. These four reached the finals exactly as expected. Gu Yishi and Yu Tiandu both desperately hoped to draw Chen Fan, while Shaolin fervently prayed for the opposite. For a brief moment, all four pairs of eyes fell upon Lu Qibian. The semifinal matches. First match, Chen Fan versus Yu Tiandu. Second match, Shaolin versus Gu Yishi. After Lu Qibian finished reading, over a dozen streaks of light, bearing mighty auras, flew in. Elders and powerful figures from the Purple Qi Holy Land took their seats one by one. Li Changxing Wang, San the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and others all occupied the spectator stands. They certainly would not miss a battle between four prodigies. This contest was rare in a millennium. Upon hearing the matchup arrangement, Yu Tiandu burst into hearty laughter, as I wished. With that, Yu Tiandu showed no restraint in unleashing his aura. His cultivation base at the fifth heaven stage of great power erupted his upper garments, shredding into tatters and revealing those fearsome muscles. Chen Fan meanwhile strolled leisurely onto the arena. Watching Yu Tiandu's sudden clothing rupture, he quipped, "Fight if you must. Why strip? Who are you showing off for?" Yu Tiandu's brow furrowed even more deeply at these words, and he retorted angrily, "Chen Fan, I have waited long for this day. You arrive and immediately become the sacred son. Do you deserve it? I have rendered merit to the sect. I have shed blood for the sect. In the genius tournament, I have never retreated half a step. All for the glory of my purple chi holy land." The excited voice caused the atmosphere around the Gungjin arena to suddenly change. The fury mixed within Yu Tiandu's tone made people shiver with fear. Yu Tiandu merely standing on the arena appeared terrifyingly powerful. Those eyes were like brilliant stars radiating light with burning battle intent. In each gesture, as if a divine dragon swept through, causing winds to rise and clouds to churn. Lightning crackled around him like intertwined pythons. Hearing Yu Tiandu's questioning, Chen Fan grinned, "My master is the Saint Lord. If you're dissatisfied, go find him. If you have the ability, kill him, then I can get my spirit stone back." As he spoke, Chen Fan's eyes, carrying a hint of resentment, looked at Li Chongqing sitting below the arena. The elders below the arena all shifted their gazes toward Li Chongqing. Yet Li Chongqing, having cultivated for centuries, would not feel ashamed simply because of a few dozen gazes. Li Chongqing did not dodge Chen Fan's gaze. Instead, he grinned broadly and smiled toward Chen Fan. Yu Tiandu snorted coldly. He had no interest in the grievances between Chen Fan and Li Chongqing. He only knew that upon defeating Chen Fan, he would become the saint son of the purple chi holy land. That was enough. "Fisherman, I hear you're the innate Dao Body holy embryo. Today Yu Tiandu shall test whether my heaven-subduing hegemon body surpasses your innate Dao Body holy embryo." Having finished speaking, Yu Tiandu soared into the sky, waving a single hand. The white clouds in the heavens split open and a massive dragon shadow appeared at the cloud's edge. The dragon shadow was vast and majestic, its serpentine body coiling like mountain ranges, its blood-red eyes dripping crimson. Draconic might press down upon the world below. Shriek. A phoenix's cry shattered the 9 underworlds. A python sparrow unfurled its sky-obscuring wings, and in a single flash devoured that heavenly dragon entirely. An apparition. This is an apparition. An apparition that only holy bodies can awaken. The cluster of elders witnessing the python sparrow devouring the dragon rose excitedly, trembling, hands outstretched. At this moment, their faces were filled with undisguised anticipation and excitement. A clash between the heaven-subduing hegemon body and the innate Dao Body holy embryo. Such a thing had never been seen, even in the ancient primordial era. Today they were fortunate enough to witness it. This was already witnessing history. Compared to the elders' excitement, Li Chongqing appeared remarkably calm. He glanced up at the python sparrow devouring dragon apparition in the heavens, lifted the wine gourd in his hand, and sighed softly. What an era of great contention. "Two little ones, I truly look forward to seeing which of you will prevail." On the arena, Chen Fan stepped forward. His expression transformed. The irreverent demeanor vanished, replaced by grave solemnity. This battle he must win. He wanted to tell the entire Purple Chi sect that his master Li Chongqing had not chosen the wrong person. 10,000 eons of azure sky, a single lotus. Chen Fan soared into the sky to confront Yu Tiandu. With a wave of his hand, the half-heaven behind him changed color. A verdant lotus rose from nothing, ascending segment by segment. Within the primordial chaos, a green lotus bearing an ethereal essence burst into bloom. Both the lotus flower and leaves radiated inexhaustible oppressive might. The core disciples witnessing the confrontation collapsed one after another from the immense pressure. Only Shaolin Guishi and another young woman managed to barely withstand it. Witnessing this catastrophic phenomenon, the cluster of elders stood transfixed, mouths agape, unable to refrain from a fervent sigh. Python sparrow devours dragon, chaos plants green lotus. The collision of two supreme apparitions, beyond rare in countless ages. Li Chongqing's eyes flickered with a theatrical expression, and mysteriously a dish of peanuts had appeared on his table. Savoring such a scene while eating peanuts and drinking spirit wine truly offered a unique taste. As Yu Tiandu observed this apparition and was about to speak, Chen Fan's action caused him extreme alarm. "Yu Tiandu, today I shall show you why I am the saint's son." Chen Fan pointed one hand toward heaven, the other toward earth, and roared, "Above the heavens and below, I am supreme. Immortal king descends 9 heavens, chaos plants green lotus. Sacred moon rises from the sea, 9 lives slaughter the immortal." Boom. As Chen Fan recited each word, 4 terrifying apparitions instantly flooded the entire celestial expanse. A grand moon illuminated countless eons. A verdant lotus remained eternally green amid chaos. An immortal king stood with his back turned to all mortal beings. A fallen immortal had slain across the myriad heavens. This. The cluster of elders was so astonished they could not speak. They had witnessed supposed geniuses, yet at this moment, they realized those so-called geniuses merely constituted Chen Fan's threshold. Slap. Li Changsheng lost his balance and tumbled from his seat. The gourd in his hand hastily concealed the surrounding heavenly secrets. Chen Fan, surrounded by the 4 terrifying heavenly apparitions, exclaimed in surprise, "You little rascal, you've hidden your depths well." Yu Tiandu, confronting Chen Fan in the heavens, was equally dumbfounded. His trembling finger pointed at Chen Fan as he stuttered, "F4. Huh." Yu Tiandu could hardly conceal his inner shock. He had believed his unparalleled apparition, the Python Sparrow-devouring dragon, could overwhelm Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan possessed 4 equivalent apparitions. This was utterly inconceivable. What? Cat out your tongue. Chen Fan's lips curved upward, his gaze tranquil as he regarded Yu Tiandu. Yu Tiandu, seeing Chen Fan's cultivation at the 3rd stage of spirit manifestation, managed to recover a shred of superiority. His hand clenched as he declared with forced confidence, "What good are 4 apparitions? You're merely at the 3rd stage of spirit manifestation. I have already entered the 5th stage of great capability." Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan smiled dismissively. His eyes no longer carried that cunning look, replaced instead by boundless supremacy. He gestured calmly toward Yu Tiandu. He stated, "Within these apparitions, below the Saint Lord, I am invincible. Above the Saint Lord, we destroy each other." Chen Fan spoke this truth with absolute calm, for now he had achieved an unassailable position. Crack. Yu Tiandu's indomitable heart shattered beneath Chen Fan's words, seemingly quiet, yet overwhelmingly powerful. The profound sense of powerlessness facing Chen Fan triggered a flood of painful memories in his eyes. In his childhood, he had personally witnessed his mother being skinned alive by his father. Her skin was sliced off piece by piece until her entire body was unrecognizable, drenched in blood. This brutal memory drove Yu Tiandu into a frenzy. Such a thing shall never happen again. I, Yu Tiandu, shall never admit defeat. I will shatter the ancient aristocratic families. I will avenge my mother. I cannot halt here. Chen Fan, come and fight. With these words, Yu Tiandu charged forth. His entire being radiated an unyielding will, unbreakable as eternal steel. Yu Tiandu's bare upper body rippled with muscles seemingly containing world-shattering power. His shoulders broad as mountain peaks, his arms strong as dragons or elephants capable of shaking mountains and rivers. With each step, wind and thunder rumbled. In one stride, he closed in on Chen Fan. Chen Fan deeply admired such unyielding determination, but today he must claim victory. Annihilate. Chen Fan's shout rang out, and 4 cosmic phenomena behind him instantly burst forth with golden radiance. Yu Tiandu's phenomenon of the serpent sparrow devouring the dragon was in an instant crushed and reduced to ash by the other 4 phenomena: an immortal sovereign, a green lotus, a banished immortal, and a bright moon. The moment the serpent sparrow devouring the dragon vanished, Yu Tiandu, who had charged toward Chen Fan, froze completely. Before he could blink, Chen Fan had somehow reappeared behind him. "Prodigies are merely a threshold to seeing me." As his words fell, Chen Fan's De Huang star-plucking palm descended. With a single sweep, the heavens changed color and the stars dimmed. His hand rose and fell as though he could pluck the stars from the 9 heavens. One palm strike later, and Yu Tiandu was sent hurtling from the sky, like a severed kite, crashing down onto the Gungjin arena. The invincible Gungjin arena bore a massive depression from Yu Tiandu's impact. Blood continuously seeped from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the chaos above his ears, ringing with Chen Fan's words. "Prodigies are merely a threshold to seeing him. Prodigies are merely a threshold to seeing him." Soon Yu Tiandu's massive hands slowly rose, grasping at nothing, growing weaker with each passing moment. Those hands, clawing at the air, resembled the final struggle of a drowning man or a silent resistance against an unseen fate. The wind drifting through the surroundings seemed to wail in sorrow, brushing past his fingertips with only cold desolation. "I have lost." At this moment, Yu Tiandu finally acknowledged his defeat. But the next moment, seeing Yu Tiandu lying motionless on the arena, Chen Fan panicked. "Don't tell me he's dead." Hurriedly, he waved his hand to dissipate the phenomena above and strode toward the Gungjin arena. Stepping forward, Chen Fan pinched Yu Tiandu's chin forcefully and shouted loudly, "Don't you dare die. If you die, I'll be fined spirit stones. Now I'm broke and I simply can't afford it." Yu Tiandu winced in pain, the fierce ache forcing his closed eyes open halfway. "The philtrum isn't on the chin." Hearing Yu Tiandu speak, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not dead, that's fine. Chen Fan's attitude shifted instantly, and the hand that had been supporting him relaxed at once. Thud. Yu Tiandu's head slammed directly onto the Gungjin arena floor. "Chen Fan, you bastard." With his last ounce of strength, Yu Tiandu cursed before collapsing into unconsciousness. Seeing no response, Chen Fan quickly glanced downward. Below the arena, Lu Qibian remained lost in the phenomena from moments ago, unable to snap out of it. The other elders were in the same state. Li Changsheng snapped his fingers sharply. At the sound, the assembled elders gradually returned to their senses. Lu Qibian looked up at Chen Fan on the arena, his eyes overflowing with profound reverence. Raising his hand, he loudly proclaimed, "First match, Chen Fan versus Yu Tiandu. Saint Disciple Chen Fan prevails." The announcement echoed throughout the entire Deziming Peak, rousing the inner disciples who had fainted. Upon waking and hearing of Chen Fan's victory, all eyes turned to him with utmost respect, none daring the slightest disrespect. An immortal sovereign descending upon the 9 heavens, chaos, birthing a green lotus, the bright moon rising over the sea, 9 lifetimes of slaughtering immortals. Each phenomenon was beyond anything they could have imagined. In that moment, every disciple regarded Chen Fan with the same reverence they held for Li Chongqing. Watching all of this, Gu Ishi gazed at Chen Fan with a grave expression, stroking his chin as he quietly pondered, is Chen Fan truly a person of this age? Could he be a reincarnation of an ancient great power? No, even an ancient powerhouse would not be this terrifying. Although this Ziqi sacred land alone enjoys 3,000 years of supreme fortune, surely not enough to produce such a monster. Beyond comprehension, beyond words, beyond explanation. Truly a divine being. On the other side, Shaolin's face lit up with joy. He had known Chen Fan would win. Yet he too was curious about why Chen Fan possessed so many phenomena. Just as he puzzled over it, Old Mo's voice rang out from the ring again. "Boy, do you think he is an innate Dao Body, Saint Wum?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shaolin eagerly asked, "Old Mo, when did you wake up?" "I woke during the battle between Chen Fan and Yu Tiandu." Then glancing at Chen Fan on the arena, Shaolin continued, "Old Mo, you're saying the Saint Disciple is not an innate Dao Body, Saint Wum?" Old Mo within the ring nodded. His eyes shimmered with the memory of that single drop of blood spanning eternity, and he slowly spoke. "The reason I fell into a coma was because of that drop of blood. Having merely glanced at it, I plunged into deep slumber. Within that blood drop, I saw a solitary figure's back. If my guess is correct, that blood should be a move placed by some existence reaching the heavens. And it was precisely that drop of blood that altered Chen Fan's constitution. Rather than calling him an innate Dao Body Saint Wum, now one might say he is a chaos Dao Body Saint Wum. A single drop of blood enabling the return from innate to chaos. The true form of that existence must have reached a realm beyond my imagination." Old Mo's voice trembled slightly. Even as a great power of the immortal realm from 1,000,000 years ago, he could never achieve such terror, nor could he have even at the height of his prime. Upon hearing this, Shaolin finally understood, though he could not help but feel apprehension toward that existence. Soon after, Chen Fan descended from the arena, meeting the utterly reverent gazes of all present. Yu Tiandu, defeated and accepting his loss, was helped down from the Gongjin arena by his handmaiden, Nangong Yanran, who supported him with one hand, while holding a bone umbrella in the other. Among the assembled disciples, a young woman with a high ponytail watched this scene, and thought to herself, Yu Tiandu actually lost. This is somewhat unexpected. Her gaze then shifted to Chen Fan, and a competitive fire gradually ignited within her eyes. When the sun and moon occupy the sky, I Wu Xiener still hold half a move's advantage over heaven itself. Chen Fan may be strong, but I am far from weak. After a while, when the sky grew calm, and still Chen Fan returned to his seat. Bored, he glanced around. A quick look revealed that the dozens of inner disciples beside him were secretly placing bets on whether Shaolin or Gu Ishi would win. Such a perfect opportunity to make a profit. How could Chen Fan let it slip? Unfortunately, his pockets were empty. Seeing Shaolin preparing to enter the arena nearby, Chen Fan strode overconfidently. "Little Lin, lend me some spirit stones for a wager." "Senior brother, how many do you need?" Shaolin smiled as Chen Fan approached. 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. None. 400,000. None. 200,000. After a round of haggling, Chen Fan finally secured 200,000 spirit stones from Shaolin. He then wagered the entire sum on Shaolin in one go. The others watched this spectacle and swallowed hard. Shaolin was at 3-to-1 odds, while Gu Ishi was at even money. A single loss in this match could reduce them all to poverty. From that point on, every pair of eyes turned to Shaolin and Chen Fan. Second match, Shaolin versus Gu Ishi. At Lu Qibian's command, Shaolin and Gu Ishi exchanged a glance before slowly flying toward the Gongjin arena. Below, Luzi, seeing that Chen Fan had already placed his bet, licked his lips with his large donkey tongue and trotted over to the betting station in 3 or 2 strides. Donkey brother, are you betting too? But I heard you've already lost all your capital to the Holy Lord. We don't accept IOUs here." Wan Guihai, the senior disciple in charge of the betting station, waved his hands urgently upon seeing Luzi's excited eyes. Luzi grinned widely, his gray-white ears perking up as 2 storage rings emerged from his ear holes. MMH. Luzi pressed his hoof onto Shaolin's name, indicating his bet. Wan Guihai pinched his nose as he accepted the 2 storage rings that contained some extra cargo. Just as Luzi was daydreaming about making a huge profit, Chen Fan's furious voice erupted from behind. "You were hiding storage rings in your ears. Oh, this is great, really great. You really are a good brother of mine." Suddenly, Chen Fan's hand grabbed Luzi's gray-white ear and twisted it hard as he shouted loudly, "Aren't you supposed to be out of spirit crystals?" Didn't you make me pay for lunch this afternoon? I treat you with an open heart, and you play games with me, is that it? As he spoke, Chen Fan tightened his grip a bit more. A wave of pain struck, and Lucier's body contorted as he let out a mournful howl, his mouth pointed skyward. His mouth hung slightly open as if to speak, but instead he pressed his hooves together in a pleading gesture toward Chen Fan, begging for mercy. Humph! Chen Fan declared loudly to Wan Guihai, before releasing Luzi, the bet he placed. Wins count as mine, losses count as his. Luzi knew his actions had been dishonest, so he swayed his tail gently and parted his pink lips into an endearing, foolish smile. That expression seemed to promise he wouldn't dare do it again. Chen Fan wasn't one to hold grudges. After all, they were brothers in all but blood. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. With those words spoken, the man and his donkey leaned together, watching the battle above. Upon the Gungjin arena, Gu Ishi stood clad in white robes like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. His snow-white garments, free from any blemish, shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Gu Ishi maintained a noble temperament untouched by worldly dust, preserving his transcendence and detachment amid the chaos of the mortal world. Seeing Shaolin's fierce combat intent, he spoke slowly. You will undoubtedly lose this battle. What need is there to struggle? This wasn't empty boasting on Gu Ishi's part. He was a reincarnated great emperor, and with the cultivation experience from his past life, backing him, various divine techniques came naturally to him, his cultivation firmly established at the third heaven of the great power realm. Gu Ishi possessed absolute confidence in his ability to defeat Shaolin. Observing Gu Ishi's assured expression, Shaolin remained silent. In the next moment, the Xuanzhong blade in his hand erupted with demonic flames. The scorching fire spoke volumes about his stance. A mayfly gazing at the blue sky, he remarked, showing no awareness of one's own strength. Gu Ishi shook his head, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since he intended to fight, he would strike with the speed of thunder to defeat Shaolin. Divine abilities, space-shattering finger. In that instant, Gu Ishi stood beneath the vast sky, perfectly composed and graceful. The next moment, his 5 fingers aligned as he concentrated power at his fingertips, his finger shadows dancing like phantom images, leaving Shaolin dizzy from the spectacle. His single finger thrust forward, tearing through the air with a hissing sound, sending an invisible force blasting outward that sliced through the heavens and struck directly at Shaolin. This formidable finger attack surged forth like a violent storm, unstoppable in its power, churning the air and raising clouds of dust wherever it passed. Little Lindsay, be careful. This person's combat awareness is far too formidable. Elder Mo, observing Gu Ishi's ruthless and vicious techniques from within Shaolin's ring, immediately shouted warnings to him. Witnessing this, Shaolin steeled himself with utmost caution. Though he possessed divine abilities and techniques, none matched the caliber of Gu Ishi's power. Gu Ishi's finger techniques were exquisite and his movements graceful, as though he breathed with heaven and earth itself radiating with the brilliance of sun and moon. It was clear he had refined the space-shattering finger divine ability to perfection. Divine ability, wave-devouring blade. Shaolin's arms trembled as he swung his Xuanzhong blade, concentrating power at its tip, the blade's motion resembling a flood dragon emerging from the sea. Golden Emperor's heavenly burning flame erupted from the blade's point alongside an invisible force, colliding instantly with the overwhelming finger energy of the space-shattering finger. Boom! The collision's thunderous roar split the heavens, shaking the Gungjin arena, as if the surroundings were being torn apart, violent winds sweeping across the battlefield and lifting leaves and dust into swirling cyclones. After the explosion, a scorched odor permeated the air. Gu Ishi sniffed the air, his expression shifting as he fixed his gaze on Shaolin. You actually possess demonic flames. It seems today will require some effort. Shaolin stood firm, waving his blade as his black robe billowed in the wind, his momentum unyielding. Stop boasting. Who will fall today remains to be seen. In the instant those words left his lips, both figures dissolved into afterimages, colliding in a ferocious clash. After dozens of exchanges, they separated with a final impact, each bearing wounds. Shaolin's black robe bore several large tears, while Gu Ishi's ink-black hair had been scorched in patches. Within 3 rounds I'll take you down, Gu Ishi said, gazing at his foul-smelling hair before tightening his fist. Shaolin stood with one foot on his Xuanzhong blade, and the other hand behind his back, showing no fear. I'm more than willing to oblige. Suddenly Gu Ishi pinched a leaf between both hands and ascended into the air, declaring, with this divine ability unleashed, your defeat is sealed. Divine ability, withered leaf, triple heaven. First stage drifting, second stage wild dance, third stage heaven sealing. Above the Gungjin arena, countless spiritual leaves materialized out of nowhere, forming a sea of falling leaves that blanketed more than half the sky, blocking out the sun. In the next moment, Shaolin immediately sensed his magical power diminished by fully 30%. Strangle. A quiet voice sounded as Gu Ishi's phantom-like figure constantly flickered among the countless spiritual leaves swirling through the sky. Seeing this, Shaolin no longer held back, and 3 demonic flames manifested in his hands. The flames coiled and slithered like dragons exhaling scorching heat that left no trace of life in their path, carrying an awe-inspiring might capable of burning heaven and boiling the seas. The three terrifying demonic flames merged into a three-light lotus, its radiance illuminating half of Shaolin's face. Go! Three-light fire lotus. The moment the lotus collided with the spiritual, leaves the entire sky above purple aura sacred land erupted with a blinding light, and a wave of explosive heat surged across the heavens. When the light faded, Shaolin was utterly weakened, his entire body supported by the Xuanzhong blade. This strike had exhausted all his magical power. Opposite on the arena, Gu Ishi lay on the ground blackened like charcoal. Seeing this, Lu Qibian was about to declare Shaolin the winner when suddenly a voice materialized out of nowhere. Divine ability, Heavenly Silkworm Rebirth. In an instant, Gu Ishi rose stiffly from the arena, as if resurrected from the dead. Crack! After rising, Gu Ishi swiftly moved behind Shaolin and brought down a knife hand strike. Shaolin was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground unconscious. Those below who had bet on Gu Ishi were overjoyed at the sight, while Chen Fan and Air Luzi were at their wits' end. Shaolin, if you lose, I'll make you repay all the spirit crystals I owe. When that happens, I'll take your demonic flames to settle the debt. Shaolin, who had been unconscious, somehow managed to stagger to his feet upon hearing those words. While others remained oblivious to Chen Fan's temperament, he knew it better than anyone. Chen Fan would truly commit something as detestable as using the strange flames to pay off debts. For the strange flames he had painstakingly collected, he could not afford to lose. Come out, little mudloach. Shaolin flicked his sleeve gently, and a black shadow flickered in and out of view before bursting forth from his sleeve in an instant. A true dragon no larger than a mudloach wrapped in wind and thunder rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to dozens of zhong in size. Shaolin's true dragon from his sleeve seized Gu Ishi in its jaws and flew high into the air. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and the dragon's golden scales shimmered with mysterious brilliance against the inky heavy clouds like scattered stars. In that instant the winds rose and clouds gathered, and the thousand-li sky fell into turmoil. The fierce wind howled, lifting fallen leaves from the ground and forming countless tornadoes. The clouds like a colossal beast churned endlessly, seemingly celebrating the arrival of the true dragon. Its horns stood tall and unyielding as mountain peaks, while its whiskers drifted like silver threads dancing gently in the wind. A pure-blooded true dragon. Shaolin actually possesses a pure-blooded true dragon. The elders of the Ziki Holy Land glanced at each other, disbelief etched across their faces. Greed blazed in the eyes of the second elder of the Ziki Holy Land. Beneath that gloomy gaze lurked immense demonic energy, and his heart raced with excitement. Mine. Mine. All of it will be mine. On the other side, Li Chongqing also furrowed his brow, muttering softly. By rights, after the battle 3,000 years ago, only that little one should have remained as the sole pure-blooded true dragon. Where did this one come from? It seems this aura also carries a trace of ancient primordial energy, concealing a dragon within his sleeve. Shaolin is no ordinary person either. While everyone else wore expressions of shock, only Chen Fan and the Tuerzi remained calm. In fact, this man and his donkey were chatting and laughing as they discussed a profound topic. Tuerzi, which do you think tastes better when roasted? A hybrid dragon sovereign or a pure-blooded true dragon? Naya, what? You choose the pure-blooded true dragon. You don't know that the older ones are more chewy. Above the Gingjin arena, with the pure-blooded true dragon's blessing, Shaolin had already secured victory. I concede. Before Shaolin could continue his attack, Gu Ishi spoke first to admit defeat. Continuing the fight would be meaningless. Gu Ishi's white robes were in tatters, stained with blood. His face and body bore scratch marks from the dragon's claws, bleeding profusely, a ghastly sight. Gu Ishi sighed in his heart. If only I had the fortune to obtain a powerful spirit beast. His hair was disheveled with patches torn away by the dragon's claws, exposing the scalp beneath. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, yet determination. In that moment just now he had nearly been bitten to death, escaping by the slimmest margin. His face was covered in sweat and blood, making his features pale and contorted. His lips were cracked, his throat parched. He looked truly wretched, nothing like his former elegant self. The second match, Shaolin versus Gu Ishi. Shaolin wins. When Lu Qibian's voice fell, it triggered an uproar. It's over. It's over. We're going to lose our underwear. Wah wah. Soon after, Shaolin waved his sleeve to retract the pure-blooded true dragon and descended from the arena. When he wanted to thank Chen Fan in person, he discovered that Chen Fan had already gone mad. The moment Lu Qibian announced the result, Chen Fan and Tuerzi rushed directly toward the gambling table. One man and one donkey, moving faster than thunder. Don't anyone move. Triple the odds. I'm betting 200,000 superior spirit crystals, plus Tuerzi's 10,000 spirit crystals. You owe me 630,000 superior spirit crystals. Hand over the spirit crystals. Chen Fan and Tuerzi, one man and one donkey, behaved like bandits. Chen Fan's demeanor seemed to say that if he couldn't get full payment today, he would overturn the entire Ziki Holy Land. The assembled core disciples hastily handed over their spirit crystals in fright. In no time Chen Fan looked at the 10 storage rings on his hand and burst into hearty laughter. At this moment Shaolin walked over. Seeing Chen Fan's extravagant appearance with 10 gleaming storage rings on his fingers, he quickly asked, "Senior brother, about my 200,000 spirit crystals." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes darted about as he clasped his hands behind his back, feigning ignorance. "What spirit crystals? Little Lindsay, don't you dare slander me. We're brothers from different parents, but closer than kin. Talking about spirit crystals hurts our feelings." Hearing this, Shaolin managed a faint smile. The spirit crystals had been meant for Chen Fan anyway, and he could accept not getting them back. Then Shaolin looked at Chen Fan puzzled and asked, "Junior brother has a question I'm curious about. How was senior brother's voice able to reach my mind? At that time I had already fallen unconscious. Logically, I shouldn't have been able to hear any sounds." During his unconscious state, Shaolin couldn't even hear Elder Mo's voice, yet he could hear Chen Fan's. This puzzled him greatly. Chen Fan, while counting spirit crystals, said casually, "You wouldn't know about this. My mouth here, not to mention you, it could even make the dead weep back to life." Hearing this, Shaolin thought Chen Fan was joking, so he replied with a smile, "Senior brother, you're being a bit hyperbolic." Suddenly Chen Fan turned his head to stare at Shaolin, wearing an enigmatic smile. "Junior brother, would you like to meet your ancestor? You only need to tell me where your family grave is. To Urtzi, and I will go weep there. It'll definitely bring your ancestor back to life for a moment." Really? Seeing Chen Fan's serious expression, Shaolin actually began to believe his words. "Of course, but it also depends on what cultivation level your ancestor is at. If the realm is too high, they might not wake up either. This is a private gig, about 1,000,000 superior spirit crystals. Let me give you a discount. Just 999,999 pieces. Just one piece less." Shaolin's face turned black as he asked back, "Hey, don't be so formal. One piece is already quite a lot. Even the landlord's family has run out of grain. Then let's forget it. I'll talk again when I have spirit crystals." Chen Fan and Shaolin's conversation wasn't quiet at all. Yu Tiandu, who had been recuperating nearby, heard every word. Yu Tiandu had also heard rumors about how Chen Fan had once wept and brought an ancestral master back to life for a moment. Of course, at the time, he naturally didn't believe it. But now, after witnessing Chen Fan's terrifying abilities, Yu Tiandu was convinced that incident must be true. Soon, due to Shaolin's voluntary concession, Chen Fan successfully claimed first place in the core disciple ranking competition. In the end, after the elders' deliberation, second place went to Yu Tiandu and third place to Shaolin. In 3 years, the three of them will represent the Ziki Holy Land in the 6th Great Holy Land's 60-year tournament. Soon, everyone dispersed. Chen Fan had a dogtail grass dangling from his mouth, hands clasped behind his head, and strode away leisurely. Behind him, Tu Urtzi followed with a swaying gait. After descending from the Dazi Ming Peak, Nangong Yanran appeared before the man and donkey, holding a bone parasol. "My young master invites the Holy Sun to discuss matters on Zhongdu Peak." "No." Chen Fan and Tu Urtzi didn't even glance at Nangong Yanran, simply passing by, as if she didn't exist. Watching the backs of the man and donkey, Nangong Yanran quickly said, "There's a reward of 1,000,000 superior spirit crystals." In an instant, the man and donkey actually turned and ran over. Chen Fan walked up beside Nangong Yanran, lead the way. Along the way, Nangong Yanran carefully observed the man and his donkey, while holding a bone umbrella. Upon closer observation, she simply could not fathom how a man and his donkey could be so utterly contemptible. Not only did Chen Fan carry himself with a slovenly air, but even that donkey adopted the same nonchalant demeanor. This must be the most contemptible saint son in the 3,000-year history of the Purple Chi Holy Land. Even the donkey is not a proper donkey. Can he truly help the young master? Nangong Yanran sighed, having no faith whatsoever in Chen Fan or Erluzi. Zhongdu Peak soared aloft, piercing the clouds like a massive jade hairpin adorning the edge of the sky. The mountain was cloaked in verdant pines and cypresses, evergreen through all seasons, its atmosphere remarkably cold and desolate. Before long, Chen Fan and Erluzi, the man and his donkey, came swaggering toward a cliff, humming a carefree tune. There Yu Tiandu was seen with bandages wrapped around his upper body, a pale pallor flickering across his face as blood continuously seeped through the gaps in the cloth. Beneath the bandages, traces of blood seeped through in scattered spots resembling crimson plum blossoms scattered across snow, startling and heart-wrenching to behold. Yet he wore an air of nonchalance, gazing calmly at the approaching man and donkey. "Did I hit that hard? Perhaps you should stop the bleeding first." Chen Fan scratched his head as he looked at Yu Tiandu's condition. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiandu clenched his fist tightly, and in his agitation, he tore open another wound. Hiss! Enduring the pain with gritted teeth, he forced out through clenched jaw, "It's unnecessary. Compared to the pain your words bring, this wound is nothing at all." Seeing this, Chen Fan rubbed his head awkwardly. The next moment, Yu Tiandu signaled with his gaze, and Nangong Yanran promptly descended. Then Yu Tiandu patted the two empty spots beside him, gesturing toward Chen Fan, and Erluzi, please sit. Chen Fan and Erluzi had no idea what Yu Tiandu had up his sleeve, but for the sake of that million superior spirit crystals they decided to give Yu Tiandu the courtesy of their presence. For some inexplicable reason, at first glance the three figures possessed a certain comical charm. On the left, Erluzi's massive fat rear occupied a large swath of space. On the right, Chen Fan wore wooden flip-flops while picking his toes. Yu Tiandu found himself wedged between the man and the donkey. Yu Tiandu glanced first at Erluzi on his left, then at Chen Fan on his right. One was picking his toes while the other was plucking donkey hair. Had he not been in need of Chen Fan's help, he truly would not have wanted to be sandwiched between this man and donkey. I have a request. I wish for you and brother donkey to weep for my mother. Yu Tiandu sat cross-legged, his voice carrying a mixture of resolve and sorrow. Very well. 1 million superior spirit crystals. Chen Fan winked at Yu Tiandu. A storage ring appeared in Yu Tiandu's hand, containing all his worldly possessions. I only have 500,000 superior spirit crystals right now. Yu Tiandu carefully counted all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his ring, his brow, furrowing, his eyes flickering with difficulty. Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately rose to leave, cursing as he walked. Do you think I'm blind? You came to find me only because you overheard my conversation with Shaolin, didn't you? 1 spirit crystal less, and I won't do it. Just as Chen Fan turned to leave, Yu Tiandu grabbed him tightly by the hand. Can I owe you first? I will definitely repay you. Yu Tiandu's voice trembled, slightly laden with helplessness and desolation. In his tone lay a plea like a solitary lamp flickering in the night. Chen Fan looked at Yu Tiandu, noticing that his abdominal wound had bled profusely due to his agitation. Seeing this, Chen Fan grew curious. Why was Yu Tiandu so insistent? Why would someone so proud be willing to bow before his arch-rival for his mother's sake? There must be a story behind this. With this thought, Chen Fan sat back down, supporting himself with both hands on the ground, gazing into the distance as he asked, if you tell me your difficulties, the Saint's son might give you a discount. Just as Yu Tiandu was about to recount his tragic tale, he felt something soft and warm licking his abdominal wound. Looking down, he saw an extremely red, plump, and tender donkey tongue licking up his blood. Ma. Erluzi embarrassingly rubbed his bald head and quickly pulled his tongue back. Better to let this heavenly tyrant blood be put to good use than to let it go to waste. Seeing this, Chen Fan rubbed his temples and quickly found an excuse for Erluzi. Don't misunderstand, Erluzi has no ulterior motives and absolutely isn't craving your body. Erluzi simply doesn't want to see that blood go to waste. Hearing this, Yu Tiandu's face darkened, nearly wanting to slap Erluzi across the face. After composing himself for a moment, Yu Tiandu with a mournful expression recounted his story. I am from an ancient desolate clan. My father, who carries the tyrant bloodline, was the reviving ancestor of the ancient desolate clan, while my mother was the last spirit clan member in the mortal realm. However, upon my birth I inherited neither spirit clan blood nor the heavenly tyrant bloodline. You're not your parents' child? Chen Fan couldn't help but interject. Don't interrupt me. Yu Tiandu could no longer hold back his rage and roared at Chen Fan, who immediately offered an awkward smile. Continuing slowly, Yu Tiandu said, I was neglected from childhood. Later my father remarried and I was burdened with cold mockery and ridicule from a young age. My mother journeyed to a divine mountain to pluck an immortal herb on the verge of transformation, all to improve my spiritual aptitude. On her return journey, my father led 38 high-level experts from our clan to ambush and kill my mother. I witnessed my father flay my mother's skin and my clansmen divide and devour her. They chewed my mother's flesh and blood with abandon, casually playing with her hand bones. When my mother was departing to comfort me, she said she would bring me candied hawthorns on our next meeting. She broke her promise. When we met again, what I held in my hands was only her severed head. As for that promised bunch of candied hawthorns, I have never been able to eat them to this day. As he spoke, Yu Tiandu unknowingly let 2 streams of clear tears fall. After hearing this, Erluzi beside him had tears welling up in his 2 large donkey eyes, his gaze toward Yu Tiandu filled with nothing but sympathy and compassion. Even Chen Fan was rendered speechless after hearing this. Chen Fan extended a hand, placing it on Yu Tiandu's shoulder, murmuring softly, if I'd known you suffered so much, I would have held back my strength. Yu Tiandu gazed up at the heavens, trying his best to prevent his tears from falling. He choked as he said, so Chen Fan, can you let me see my mother one last time? I will not be short a single spirit crystal. Chen Fan sighed lightly and waved his hand. Forget it. I'll take the loss. 500,000 it is. I'm not that cold-hearted person after all. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiandu rose and departed slowly, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Thank you. After he departed, a faltering voice drifted into the ears of Chen Fan and Erluzi. In the night, Yu Tiandu, wrapped in blood-stained bandages, walked out with his head bowed, both hands cradling a small square wooden box. Beside him, Erluzi and Chen Fan rarely shed their usual grins, their faces etched with solemnity. Erluzi rummaged through his storage ring and produced a suona. After drawing a deep breath, the mournful reed instrument echoed across the chilly Zhongdu peak. Do. The dirge lingered low, wailing like sobbing and pleading. Every note of the suona seemed to tear at the heart, each one striking heavily against Yu Tiandu's chest. Behind them, Nangong Yanyan waved her hand, sending the morning banners fluttering and paper money swirling into the air, which grew thick with the faint scent of burning incense. Chen Fan, tears and snot streaming down his face, began to wail his lament. The sound waxed now low like an echo reverberating through a deep valley, profound and desolate, now sharp as a blade slicing through the night sky, tightening the hearts of those present. Blessed by the voice of the heavenly sounds, trait Chen Fan's morning cries resembled a lonely wild goose at midnight, plaintive yet resounding, piercing the silent night sky and reaching straight into their hearts. Amidst the somber and mournful atmosphere, Yu Tiandu, bearing the brunt of it, could no longer hold back. Woo! His groans intermingled with sporadic sobs like tattered threads swaying uncertainly in the air. Each wail seemed to rend his very lungs and heart, bringing others to tears as they listened helpless against the sorrow. After a while, Chen Fan raised his voice and cried out, "O spirit, return." He sought to summon the soul back to the realm of the living. Yet nothing changed around them. Unwilling to accept it, Chen Fan let out a heart-rending scream, "O spirit, return." As that desolate cry left his lips, a fierce gale erupted atop Zhongdu Peak. Morning banners danced across the firmament, while paper money swirled through the heavens. The air carried a faint melancholy thick with the scent of tears emanating in ineffable sorrow. At that very moment, a gentle breeze stirred, flashing through the mortal realm before drifting toward the purple chi sanctuary. From the severed head above, a faint luminous glow emanated. In an instant, the glow merged with the breeze, and a graceful figure quietly materialized. A slender jade-like hand rested upon Yu Tiandu's head, followed by a voice dripping with tenderness. "Tiandu, it has been too long. You have grown so tall. And you have been eating well, have you not?" Yu Tiandu trembled all over, his face already drenched in tears, utterly unable to speak. That gentle voice, he would never mistake it for another. The figure reached out and wiped the tears from Yu Tiandu's face, murmuring softly, "Crying like a child when you're so grown up. How can you ever hope to reign supreme in the world?" With that, she produced a candied hawthorn skewer from behind her back. She apologized somewhat regretfully. "That little one's call awakened me for the first time just now. I merely took a trip to the mortal realm and picked up this skewer for you." Yu Tiandu's usually decisive and ruthless hand now trembled violently as he strained to take the candied hawthorn. So she had not forgotten her promise to her own son. Even unto death, she remembered. The graceful silhouette turned toward Chen Fan, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Little one, thank you." Witnessing such deep mother-son affection, Chen Fan found his own eyes stinging with tears. He hurriedly waved his hand. "You're welcome, you're welcome. I did get paid after all." Then the graceful figure cast a meaningful glance at Nangong Yanyan, her expression complicated, torn between joy and sorrow. Soon after, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. As her form gradually dissipated, she watched with her own eyes as Yu Tiandu swallowed a piece of the candied hawthorn before asking, "How does it taste?" Head bowed, he ate through his tears, the bitter salt mixing with the sweet coating. "Sweet," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than her gentle presence vanished entirely, a lingering smile on her lips as she departed. Even the skull within the small box faded from existence. After collecting their spirit stones, Chen Fan and Erlofsi descended the mountain without looking back. Neither a man nor a donkey could bear such scenes. Months later, at the Purple Chi Sanctuary upon the rear mountainside of Little Purple Forest Peak, the second elder of the Purple Chi Sanctuary glared at his direct disciple Wan Gahai and rebuked him angrily. "Are you telling me you lost the sanctuary's activity spirit stones to Chen Fan? Hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, all gone." Wan Guihai prostrated himself on the ground, daring not lift his head, his voice trembling with fear. "Second elder, I didn't want to, but the Holy Sun placed the bet himself. I couldn't very well refuse." Upon hearing this, the second elder's aura erupted like a violent storm, chilling to behold. His once deep eyes bulged with rage, flickering with ferocious light, like wolf fire in the darkest night, cold and menacing. "You, if not for the sanctuary's grand design, I would kill you where you stand." The elder's face twisted in wrath, his eyebrows pointing sharply upward like twin swords piercing the heavens, radiating an aura of brutal violence. Slowly he addressed Wan Guihai. "The Holy Sun Chen Fan's strength is too great. It already threatens our sanctuary's grand design. If we allow him to grow unchecked, who's to say he won't become another Li Chongqing? Therefore Chen Fan must die. Listen carefully. Soon I will arrange for Chen Fan to visit the affiliated sects to collect tributes. You will go notify the 4 envoys of the sanctuary so they can ambush him together." Atop the Purple Chi Summit, Wang Sen, the third elder of the Scripture Pavilion, waddled over to Li Chongqing with his prominent belly. "The fish can wait no longer. Shall we cast out the bait?" Li Chongqing sat in meditation, but upon hearing Wang San's words, he shook his head. "The rougher the storm, the larger the catch. The bait is still fishing right now. It's not the time to release it. But it's time he learned a thing or two. Send him to make contact." Hearing this, Wang San puffed out his cheeks and glared, shouting in protest. That kid. Send him to make contact. Man and donkey might just sell out that old bastard's true identity. Li Changxing's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile. He couldn't if he tried. That lad is sharp as a tack. Besides, he isn't bait anymore. Soon he'll be the one casting the net. As he spoke, Li Changxing pointed toward the banks of the heavenly river. Wang San followed his gesture, and in the next instant his pupils dilated as he cursed in awe. What a monster. How long has it been since he broke through to the great power realm? Above the heavenly river, thick layers of dark clouds piled upon one another. A colossal spiritual vortex irrationalistically devoured all the surrounding energy. Beneath the vortex, Chen Fan stood upon the 800-li span of the heavenly river with a single foot. As his heel descended, the river churned with hundreds of zhang of towering waves in his wake. Those surging waves crashed and galloped across the river's surface like a herd of wild horses broken from their restraints, spraying countless sheets of white foam. Break! Chen Fan roared, and with that single shout he astonishingly stepped into the great power realm. Months of dedicated arduous cultivation paired with nearly monstrous aptitude had propelled his progress to an unbelievable pace. Only at the very moment of his breakthrough did Chen Fan truly comprehend what it meant to be a powerhouse. Congratulations, host. Trait awaken cataracts. Cataracts, your vision will be completely obscured for 100 days. Upon reaching proficiency perfection, the double pupil trait will awaken. Before Chen Fan could even process the notification, darkness swallowed his vision. His eyeballs turned entirely white, yet within them a domineering power was beginning to simmer. Fortunately, the divine sense of the great power realm was formidable, allowing him to perceive everything around him regardless. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Chen Fan quickly sourced 2 pieces of black stone and crafted himself a pair of round-framed sunglasses. To his own surprise, wearing those shades made him feel qualified to play the eru on the streets for coins. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Rebellious disciple, hurry to the Purple Chi Summit. Recognizing Li Changxing's summons, Chen Fan shades perched on his nose transformed into a streak of light. Moments later, atop the Purple Chi Summit, Li Changxing gazed at Chen Fan's new look at a loss for words. He merely thought the sunglasses made the young man look utterly despicable, perfectly fitting Wang San's jest. From a distance, a dog. Closer, a man. I really close. It's Chen Fan. He then turned his gaze to Chen Fan. As the future holy lord of the Purple Chi Sanctuary, it is time you contributed something to the sect. What kind of thing, master? Let's get one thing straight first. I absolutely refuse to suffer hardship. Noticing Chen Fan's attempts to wriggle out of it, Li Changxing quickly replied, it's a trivial matter. Official business on the sanctuary's tab. Really? Chen Fan found it hard to believe those words were actually coming from Li Changxing's mouth. Our sanctuary has a mole embedded within the demonic sect. This time you are to make contact with him. What a... Master, are you serious? You want me, the dignified holy son of Ziki's sacred ground, to handle such a dangerous mission? Aren't you just throwing me into the fire? I'm not going. Not even a dog would go. Chen Fan crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head, and wore an arrogant expression. Li Changxing's lips trembled, his fists clenched tight. He rose to his feet and pointed at Chen Fan's nose, cursing bitterly. Do you even remember that you are the holy son of Ziki's sacred ground? Others like Yu Tian have bled and suffered for Ziki's sacred ground. What about you? What have you ever done for the sect as its holy son? You've only consumed the sect's resources without contributing a thing. You're useless at everything except eating. Number 1 at that. You're going this time whether you like it or not. Hearing Li Changxing's scolding, Chen Fan quickly lowered his head and stole a furtive sideways glance at the elder's ashen face. Indeed, since arriving at Ziki's sacred ground, Chen Fan had never contributed anything. On the contrary, he had collected every single month's spirit stone allowance without fail. The man and his donkey spent their days cultivating and heading straight for Tianshi Pavilion. Not only did they eat on credit, but the bills were always charged to Li Changxing. The mere thought made Li Changxing boil with rage. He quickly added, don't think I don't know about you putting your meals on my tab. I haven't even eaten a single bite, yet you've racked up 98,000 high-grade spirit crystals on my account. You took some spirit crystals from me, and now you're the one acting wronged. This mission has to be you. And keep it low-key. Li Changxing's voice resonated like an ancient temple bell, piercing the clouds with an authority that allowed no rebuttal. Sigh. Seems like there's no escaping this. After muttering a few complaints under his breath, Chen Fan reluctantly accepted the arduous task. Who could forget he was the holy son of Ziki's sacred ground? Remember, the secret code for the rendezvous is heaven and earth without limit. Ziki returns to its origin. When you're out there, stay low profile. Li Changxing kept repeating his instructions, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing Chen Fan's careless demeanor, he couldn't help but feel nervous on the young man's behalf. After making a note, Chen Fan pursed his lips and replied with a casual got it, then strode away with an unrestrained gait. Halfway, their resentment still bubbling, he suddenly turned back with tearful eyes and shouted at Li Changxing, Master, it's not like you took a little from me. You took 708,421 high-grade spirit crystals. That's my entire fortune. Li Chongqing had assumed Chen Fan turned around to bid farewell. But the moment he heard those words, dark lines creased his forehead. In a flash, Li Chongqing appeared behind Chen Fan and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Get lost. Who told you to put your meals on my tab? Before Chen Fan could regain his footing, he lost his balance and tumbled head over heels down Ziki Peak. The sun was setting in the west, painting the horizon with a rosy glow like a maiden's blushing cheeks. By the banks of the Tianhe River, inside a small wooden cabin, Chen Fan and Erlifzi were packing their belongings. Erlifzi, we can't make too much noise this time. Our purpose is to make contact. Same as always. Keep a low profile, and then keep it lower. While digging through worn-out clothes, Chen Fan removed the gleaming storage rings from each of his fingers. Erlifzi may not have understood what making contact entailed, but sensing Chen Fan's tension, the donkey grew restless too. Creak. Soon the wooden door of the cabin opened. Chen Fan wore black round-framed glasses, carried an eru, and was dressed in tattered rags. Even his face, usually his greatest pride, was smudged with dust. Erlifzi required no disguise whatsoever. His balding donkey head paired with that remarkably knowing gaze looked completely authentic. Let's go. The man and his donkey followed the map Li Chongqing had given and slipped down the mountain unseen. Atop Ziki Peak, Elder Wang San, who had appeared at some point, watched the figure of man and donkey and couldn't help but chuckle. Where exactly is this pair headed? Begging for food. With this appearance, even that old geezer would be shocked. Li Chongqing beside him was equally bewildered. He had asked for low-key, not disguised as a beggar. If other sacred grounds caught sight of Chen Fan in this state, how humiliating. It wasn't just Chen Fan's face being lost. It was the face of Ziki's sacred ground itself. Sigh, this kid, I can never predict what he'll do next. By the way, what is that old man plotting with Wang Guihai? Li Chongqing asked. Elder Wang San quietly beside him. Wang San, belly protruding, munching on peanuts, replied nonchalantly, what else could it be? Just those brats, isn't it? I did spot an interesting disciple, though. Oh, who? Wu Xianer. Not long after having endured 3 days of arduous travel, Chen Fan and Erlifzi arrived at the designated rendezvous point, Yongsheng, a day ahead of schedule. The man and his donkey found a corner on the street and sat down. You wouldn't believe it, but this unusual pair attracted considerable attention from passers-by. Many people, seeing Chen Fan's tattered clothes and the listless donkey beside him, felt pity and tossed copper coins their way. Rather than growing angry at the continuous stream of coins, Chen Fan not only smiled but thanked each donor with a respectful fist-to-palm gesture. Thank you. Eventually, he borrowed a large begging bowl from a nearby foul-smelling beggar. Leaning against a wall corner, Chen Fan produced his eru while Erlifzi brought out a suona behind him with a large white porcelain bowl, yellowed and chipped, placed before them. After clearing his throat, the melody of Chen Fan's eru rang out. Combined with his heavenly voice attribute and Erlifzi's suona accompaniment, the performance instantly attracted a crowd. The strings wailed mournfully like dewdrops falling gently from withered lotus leaves in autumn rippling across a pond. Each stroke of Chen Fan's bow seemed to methodically unravel the warmth in people's hearts, bringing tears to their eyes. When the piece concluded, Chen Fan's begging bowl was already overflowing with gold and silver. Soon after, as night deepened, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Chen Fan pushed the bowl brimming with gold and silver toward the beggar beside him. The pockmarked beggar looked at Chen Fan, then glanced back at the bowl filled with wealth. After studying Chen Fan from top to bottom, the grimy pockmarked beggar accepted Chen Fan's kindness. With that done, Chen Fan and Erlifzi returned to a wall corner and crouched down once more. At that moment, the pockmarked beggar chased after them with the begging bowl. Young man, I'll keep the gold and silver, but you take this bowl. Consider it my small token of appreciation. The beggar handed the bowl to Chen Fan. Chen Fan stared at the bowl in his hands in utter astonishment, and in the instant he looked back, the pockmarked beggar had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the yellowed, chipped begging bowl, Chen Fan let out a bitter smile. Well, 3 hours of work, and I earned a bowl. A sure deal with nothing to lose. The next day the sky began to lighten at the horizon. Chen Fan and Erlifzi were still asleep when the begging bowl before them suddenly rang out with a crisp ding, a sound that was strangely familiar. The sound of spirit crystals colliding. Chen Fan and Erlifzi sprang awake instantly. The man and his donkey were both extremely sensitive to that particular noise. This humble monk has no words left. I beg you, sir, to play a piece on your eru for me. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan looked up and saw a young novice monk with large, innocent eyes gazing at him sincerely. The little novice monk was innocent and carefree, his eyes sparkling like stars, clear and unblemished, his smile pure as morning dew. Whenever he laughed, a pair of small dimples would appear on his cheeks. Though the little novice was simple and pure, Chen Fan's gaze at this moment was fixed solely on the spirit stone in his begging bowl. After exchanging a glance with his donkey, Chen Fan's spiritual sense caught sight of a storage ring on Wu Yu's ring finger. To prevent any mishaps, Chen Fan cautiously asked, "Little master, did you come out here alone?" The innocent and guileless Wu Yu nodded. This time the abbot had generously given him 300,000 superior great spirit stones as travel expenses, allowing him to wander the world and experience the hardships of mortal life. Yesterday as he passed by Chen Fan, he heard that air melody, filled with sorrow and joy. In that instant he suddenly achieved a moment of enlightenment about the hardships of the mortal world. Unfortunately Chen Fan only played for a short while, and Wu Yu could only sense a fragment of it. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's lips could not be restrained, and he grinned widely. Little master, the Dharma is not for 6 ears. My era music is not something ordinary people can appreciate. With that, Chen Fan casually weighed the spirit stones in his begging bowl. Wu Yu possessed spiritual roots and was no fool, so he took out another spirit stone and placed it in the bowl. Yet Chen Fan continued shaking his head. This left Wu Yu speechless, and he quickly interjected, "Benefactor, this is greed." Chen Fan shook his head and slowly recited, "Bodhi has no tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Buddha nature is always pure, where can there be dust?" At these words Wu Yu stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. His lips parted slightly, and the way he looked at Chen Fan changed instantly. Wu Yu was astounded internally. To speak such profound Zen verse as this must be a great master. Gradually he fell into a moment of enlightenment. However, in the instant he was dazed, Chen Fan had already slipped the storage ring off his finger, and even the alms bowl that Wu Yu carried for collecting donations had been pocketed by Chen Fan. Soon Wu Yu awoke, and within his profound pupils now resided a 7-treasure Bodhi tree. "Many thanks, senior." Wu Yu formed a flower-touching gesture and bowed respectfully toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan handed over the alms bowl and storage ring, chuckling as he replied, "No need for thanks. Erase your spiritual sense." Looking at his own storage ring and the alms bowl for collecting donations, Wu Yu's expression stiffened, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Forget it, having gained such a great fortune. What are mere spirit stones and an alms bowl? After much hesitation, Wu Yu ultimately erased his spiritual sense. The next moment the ring and bowl vanished into a swift black hand. Run! Before Wu Yu could even speak, the man and his donkey had vanished from sight with lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu could not help but find it amusing, sighing softly. What an interesting senior. It's just that the alms bowl was a gift from the abbot, and that will be hard to explain. Not long after Chen Fan and Air Luzi appeared on the street, once more Wu Yu's figure having long since disappeared from this place. Chen Fan and Air Luzi, one man and one donkey, huddled against a wall, gloating secretly. Chen Fan's entire being was focused on the spirit stones in Wu Yu's storage ring, completely oblivious to a figure rapidly approaching. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Heaven and earth unlimited." Yet at this moment the man and donkey's attention was entirely elsewhere, and they heard nothing. Cough, heaven and earth unlimited, cough. Cough. The visitor's throat was nearly coughing itself raw, yet neither man nor donkey budged. Seeing this, the visitor had no choice but to poke Chen Fan. The instant his finger touched Chen Fan leapt to his feet with a furious roar. "How dare you? Trying to snatch the spirit stones, aren't you?" This shout terrified the visitor, who frantically glanced around. Only after confirming there was no one else did he finally relax. "Heaven and earth unlimited." The visitor glared at Chen Fan with indignation. "I don't care if it's unlimited or not. Wait, purple." She returned to origin. Chen Fan stared at the visitor, his expression darkening, and his heart instantly sank. He lamented inwardly, "This isn't my fault. It's all because of those spirit stones. Come with me." The visitor spoke in a hoarse voice beneath which hid immense fury. Following this, the man and donkey followed the black-robed figure into an elegant room of an inn. After the black-robed figure set up formations around the room, he removed his robe, revealing a face contorted with rage. A torrent of abusive language then erupted toward Chen Fan. "Which son of a turtle sent you here? Someone like you. How could you be the contact? If there had been anyone tailing me just now, one glance would have exposed everything. You're absolutely hopeless, you fool." These torrents of abuse left Chen Fan thoroughly dressed down. With no alternative, Chen Fan handed over a storage ring, apologizing softly. "Elder, please don't be angry. Here are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones." The next moment the tirade ceased, abruptly replaced by a kindly, amicable smile, a diamond in the rough, a dragon among men. Hearing this, a hint of a smile crept across Chen Fan's face. Slowly raising his head, Chen Fan finally saw the visitor's true appearance. A mustache, mismatched eyes, and a thoroughly villainous face. No wonder he had gone undetected for so long, lurking about. This face was even more demonic than those of the demon sect. As Chen Fan was musing to himself, a mournful sigh rang out. 3 years more, another 3 years, and 3 years after that. When will I, Zhao Jinxian, ever return to the Purple Qi Holy Land? In the past I had no choice. Now I just want to be a good person. Zhao Jinxian clasped one hand behind his back, the other stroking his mustache, gazing at the wall as he fell into deep contemplation. Then Zhao Jinxian turned around, his mismatched eyes falling upon Chen Fan. "Boy, who exactly are you? The Holy Land would never choose a useless fool as a contact." Chen Fan, observing Zhao Jinxian's untrustworthy appearance, gave a vague reply. "Personal disciple Yu Tiandu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxian scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe, rubbing his chin as he questioned. "In cultivation circles it said that Yu Tiandu is dashing and elegant. How is it that when I look at you today you're not even as handsome as this elder? Well, perhaps this elder has already reached the pinnacle of appearance. Hearing these words, Chen Fan's mouth twitched. He had always thought his own skin was thick enough, but Zhao Jinxian's was clearly even thicker. Later Zhao Jinxian glanced at the air Luzi behind Chen Fan, and a giant question mark appeared above his head. Why does this donkey have 12-pack abs? And some bald spots? Then he turned to Chen Fan, and said this donkey's aura is quite fitting with yours. As he spoke, Zhao Jinxian's hand manifested a scroll. His expression shifted, becoming grave as he personally handed it to Chen Fan. This is very important. You must deliver it to the Holy Lord. After Chen Fan accepted it, the two walked out of the room one after another. Just as they were about to leave, cold voices rang out. Elder Zhao, we've been waiting until the flowers have wilted. Who would have thought the traitor was you? Hearing that voice, a look of shock flashed across Zhao Jinxian's mismatched eyes. Yet quickly he forced himself to remain calm and walked out of the gate with composure. Facing the gaze of the demonic sect elders ahead, he roared indignantly. You dare accuse me, Zhao Jinxian, of being a double agent. This is slander. The three demonic sect elders who had come to apprehend Zhao Jinxian could not help but applaud his formidable mental fortitude. Elder Zhao truly is the backbone of our demonic race, remaining so composed even at this critical juncture. We must admit we are somewhat impressed. However, Elder Zhao, do you truly believe we would dare ambush you without the Grand Elder's command? The three kept their eyes fixed upon Zhao Jinxian after speaking these words. Those piercing gazes carried an element of scrutiny. Observing this, Zhao Jinxian thought to himself, where did I slip up? Impossible. I, Zhao Jinxian, could not have betrayed myself. They are trying to deceive me. Having served as a spy for years, Zhao Jinxian's conduct had been even more ruthless than that of the demonic sect itself, and he believed there was not the slightest flaw in his actions. Perhaps the three before him were simply here to test him, sent by the Grand Elder of the demonic sect. With this thought, a look of certainty filled Zhao Jinxian's eyes, and he firmly stepped forward. His hand rose slightly, and with a tearing sound his chest garment was ripped apart. This move startled not only the three demonic sect elders, but also caused Chen Fan behind them to withdraw his broadsword. Zhao Jinxian gazed at his scarred chest, lowered his head, and said, You dare accuse me, Zhao Jinxian, of disloyalty? Do you even have the right? All 16 scars upon my chest were earned for the demonic sect. What right do you have to judge me? Zhao Jinxian's accusing voice resonated like a great bell, deep and powerful, echoing through the open surroundings. He continued to walk toward the three demonic sect elders, step by step, hands open, projecting an air of innocence. As the distance grew shorter, the three demonic elders grew unsettled. One of them stepped forward, pointing at Chen Fan behind Zhao Jinxian, and demanded, Elder Zhao, did you travel 1,000 miles merely to meet this person? How do you explain this? Hearing this, Zhao Jinxian glanced back at Chen Fan. A flicker of panic crossed the corner of his eye before he loudly declared in front of the three, Son, I have no choice but to reveal myself. I am the third elder of the demonic sect. You need not pretend any longer. Chen Fan was no fool. He naturally understood Zhao Jinxian was putting on an act. Yet the fact that Zhao Jinxian openly exploited him grated on his conscience. However, facing three demonic sect elders who far surpassed the great achievement realm, Chen Fan, with no other choice, and prioritizing the greater good, forced himself to call out, Father. At this moment, the three demonic sect elders scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. They noticed that Chen Fan's clothing was tattered, covered in overlapping patches of varying colors, its original form long since unrecognizable. A grass rope served as his belt, fluttering in the wind and exposing his dark limbs, while wooden sandals clattered on his feet. Under any circumstances, this did not resemble someone sent by a prestigious orthodox sect as a contact. Most cultivators prided themselves on their extraordinary bearing. How could they dress so shabbily? Moreover, the three noticed that Chen Fan's sleazy aura was utterly identical to Zhao Jinxian's. Gradually, the three began to believe the truth that Chen Fan was indeed Zhao Jinxian's son. After exchanging glances, the three wore expressions tinged with apology. Together they cupped their fists and carefully offered apologies to Zhao Jinxian. Third elder, we sincerely apologize. This was arranged by the sect leader as a test. We were merely following orders. Hearing this, a trace of hidden satisfaction curled the corners of Zhao Jinxian's mouth. He had known it was a test. The demonic sect had no need to dig too deeply when dealing with traitors. The moment the three appeared without striking immediately, Zhao Jinxian had already sensed something amiss. Excellent. They investigate spies and come after me, Zhao Jinxian. I will demand an explanation from the Grand Elder regarding this matter. Zhao Jinxian's voice rang out cold and sharp as a drawn sword, piercing straight into the three elders' eardrums. Behind him, Chen Fan watched in admiration as Zhao Jinxian actually reversed the unfavorable situation. Truly worthy of being a spy, his psychological resilience is harder than brick. Seeing Zhao Jinxian's anger, the three quickly explained, Third elder, you misunderstand. This test was arranged by the sect leader, and all elders are under assessment. It was not directed solely at you. Hearing this, Zhao Jinxian snorted derisively, waved his sleeve, and strode resentfully to stand before Chen Fan, saying, Son, let us go. Wait. The three demonic sect members quickly surrounded them. One of them wore a sinister smile. Third elder, your kin should accompany you back to the holy cult. If he does not come, we shall not dwell upon it further. However, the sect leader might not be pleased. The voice was like the low croak of an owl, dark and chilling, emanating a suffocating aura. Each word was oppressive and low, every syllable seeming like ice chunks squeezed from between clenched teeth, radiating biting cold. Zhao Jinxian froze before Chen Fan. His reason told him that now was far from the time to expose his true identity. Chen Fan, hearing this, was also stunned. Was he to be dragged into the demonic sect as well? This was precisely my intention. No need for you to worry. Turning to Chen Fan, Zhao Jinxian commanded, my dear son, go pack your belongings. Your father will personally take you into the holy cult. As he spoke, Zhao Jinxian pointed toward Air Luzi behind Chen Fan, his eyes repeatedly sending signals. After glancing at Air Luzi, Chen Fan instantly understood Zhao Jinxian's intention. Chen Fan strode into the tavern, faintly sensing several pairs of eyes tracking him from behind. He glanced at the bewildered Air Luzi, then in the blink of an eye wrote a small note. Pressing the storage ring containing the scroll and the folded note into Air Luzi's hands, Chen Fan leaned close to his ear and whispered, Air Luzi, once we go out, just sprint all the way back to Purple Chi Sacred Land. You. Suddenly Chen Fan fell silent, glanced toward the people outside and hurriedly instructed Air Luzi, when the fighting starts, you run. I'm going to the demonic sect for a couple of days. With those words, Chen Fan strode out of the pavilion. Amidst everyone's puzzled stares, he grabbed hold of a young novice monk who was desperately trying to hide. Sir, release me. Let go. This humble monk does not wish to be targeted. But Chen Fan paid no heed, gripping Wu Yu tightly with both arms and hanging onto him like a burr. With Wu Yu's petite 5-foot frame burdened by the 6-foot giant, he struggled to breathe. Chen Fan whispered in his ear, on the alms bowl you gave me there is a sutra inscription bearing the seal of the abbot of Small Lane Temple. You must be from the western Small Lane Temple, correct? Wouldn't slaying demons and vanquishing evil be precisely your duty? Hearing Chen Fan's laughter, the young novice monk Wu Yu felt a chill crawl up his scalp, and a terrible premonition rose from the depths of his heart. Please don't. I'm still a child. The next moment Chen Fan suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly toward Zhao Jinxian and the three demonic sect elders. I have captured the Buddha's heir from the western Small Lane Temple. Come quickly, everyone. The western Little Thunder Temple and the demon sect also harbored considerable ill will toward each other. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Zhao Jinxian and the three elders of the demon sect hurried toward him. Wu Yu appeared flustered. With a palm strike, he shoved Chen Fan aside and scampered off on his two short legs, crying out repeatedly as he ran, how treacherous is the human heart. Such wickedness abounds in the world. All those down the mountain are bad people. No wonder the abbot refused to let me descend. Wu Yu's monk robes billowed in the wind, his loose sleeves carving graceful arcs through the air as if dancing with the breeze. The narrow sash at his waist bounced with each frantic step, lending a touch of humor to the scene. Yet how could he possibly escape the grasp of the four demon sect elders? Three demon sect elders materialized before Wu Yu, while Zhao Jinxian blocked his retreat behind. Seeing the dark aura mingled with killing intent on their hands, Wu Yu understood that peace was impossible. No longer holding back, he pressed his palms together and intoned Ba. In the next instant, a composure and gravity that belied his tender years emerged upon his youthful face. His eyes closed slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his entire focus settled upon the hand seal he was forming. His hands interlaced, palms facing upward, thumbs touching, while the remaining 8 fingers curved naturally to form the mudra of the immovable Wisdom King. Every joint radiated puissance, as though capable of suppressing all demonic forces. The immovable Wisdom King mudra. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to congeal, an invisible pressure spreading outward that compelled evil spirits to retreat and phantoms to conceal themselves. Behind Wu Yu, a towering figure of the immovable Wisdom King emerged with 3 faces and 6 arms radiating Buddha light. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the 3 demon sect elders burst forth in astonishment, exclaiming, Ancient Temple Silverhook, such youth. He truly is the Western Buddhist heir. Zhao Jinxian cried out in disbelief. It truly is the immovable Wisdom King mudra, the untransmitted secret of the Little Thunder Temple. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse. Even Chen Fan had not expected that his casual words would unexpectedly reveal a Western Buddhist heir. The young novice monk's expression was one of utter exasperation. He had barely borrowed something and already encountered several demon sect elders. Divine ability extreme, in hand. Divine ability wind, transformation technique. Divine ability shadow, afterimage formation. Divine ability poisonous dragon drill. Although the young Buddhist heir Wu Yu possessed profound strength, he was powerless against the combined assault of 4 demon sect elders. Witnessing the divine abilities descending upon him like a sky-shrouding deluge, Wu Yu's heart turned to ash. It's over. Wu Yu did not know how long he had lain unconscious. When he opened his eyes once more, he beheld a familiar figure. Upon seeing that wretched figure, Wu Yu could barely contain his anguish. The human heart is so treacherous. Morals decline day by day. Abbot, I wish to return to the Thunder Temple. Chen Fan, positioned ahead, pretended not to hear. His objective had already been achieved. Just moments before seizing the brief interval when Wu Yu was engaged with the 4 demon sect elders, Chen Fan had secretly sent Will Tzi away. Moreover, he had pinned a handwritten letter to Li Chongxing. As for Wu Yu being the Buddhist heir of the Little Thunder Temple, the demon sect would never dare to kill him. At most, they would use him as bargaining chips to negotiate greater benefits with the Little Thunder Temple. After all, no one wished to push another established lineage to the point of annihilation. Soon Chen Fan and Wu Yu were escorted back to the territory of the demon sect. Wu Yu was bound tightly by 3 elders prepared to be presented to the demon lord, while Chen Fan was taken by Zhao Jinxian to his own Futu Peak. Kid, watch yourself. I will find a way to send you away during this period. Fights to the death are commonplace within the demon sect. Under no circumstances are you to leave my Futu Peak. Having finished his instructions to Chen Fan, Zhao Jinxian suddenly received a summons from the demon lord. Before departing, Zhao Jinxian continued to urge Chen Fan earnestly, do not leave Futu Peak. Once Zhao Jinxian had left, Chen Fan, with nothing to occupy him, took a stroll upon Futu Peak. As he walked, he suddenly collided bodily with another figure. Is it you? Is it you? 2 voices of shock rang out simultaneously. Do you realize what place this is? You actually dare to come here. Aren't you walking straight into a trap? Hu Meier's bewitching eyes filled with bewilderment. How could the heir of the Purple Cheese Sacred Land appear upon a peak belonging to a demon sect elder? At that moment, Hu Meier suddenly recalled something. Rumors of spies within the demon sect had been flying about. Could the traitor possibly be the 3rd elder? Hu Meier's gaze toward Chen Fan shifted instantly. If I expose his true identity, wouldn't that be a meritorious achievement? By then I, Hu Meier, shall rise swiftly through the ranks. Thinking thus, a smile curled the corners of Hu Meier's lips. She turned to flee Futu Peak, intending to report Chen Fan's true identity to the assembled elders. However, Chen Fan was no naive man. In a single glance, he perceived that Hu Meier was acting strangely. In the blink of an eye, the great wilderness star-plucking hand descended upon her. Hu Meier's toes had barely left the ground when a massive hand seized her and slammed her back to the earth. Immediately afterward, another large hand appeared, covering her mouth and rendering her speechless. Then Chen Fan's voice murmured by her ear, don't be nervous. Dizziness is quite normal. Sensing the breath of death, Hu Meier quickly altered her tone. Don't. I can help you. Just let me go. I'll do anything. The moment the words left her lips, Hu Meier heard the sound of her own skull shattering, and then darkness swallowed her. She died instantly. In her final moments, an expression of utter disbelief frozen upon her face. Had Chen Fan's ruthlessness been so decisive? Could he be so merciless even toward a woman of her beauty? Attempting to seduce me. And who do you think you are? A high-grade spirit crystal? Having spoken, Chen Fan wiped the rouge from his hand, slung Hu Meier's corpse over his shoulder, and flickered away at great speed toward the rear mountains of Futu Peak. Soon in the rear mountains of Futu Peak, where the trees stood tall and their branches formed a dense canopy overhead, Chen Fan placed Hu Meier's corpse in a secluded spot. A wisp of southern Ming Li fire flickered forth from his hand. The extraordinarily enchanting corpse, still radiating warmth, gradually reduced to ashes under the licking flames. Just as Chen Fan prepared to depart, panting sounds drifted toward him from a distance. Someone is here. Chen Fan hastened toward the source of the sound. The closer he drew, the more peculiar it became. Indeed, the sound was panting, yet it carried with it an unmistakable undercurrent of wanton moans. Good heavens! This can't be. Realizing this, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party had not witnessed his act of reducing bones to ash, all would be well. Just as he turned to leave, a man and a woman rose from the ground, having just concluded their affair. At that moment, the air fell utterly silent, and the man locked eyes with Chen Fan. I've taken a wrong turn. Carry on. Best of luck, Chen Fan said with a genial smile, turning to depart. The man hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized something was amiss. He hastily shouted, hold it. Swallowing hard, he continued, who are you? You saw everything just now, didn't you? The man cast a glance at Chen Fan, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. He was the holy son of the demonic cult, caught in a clandestine meeting with the eldest elder's daughter. Should this scandal leak out, it would inevitably cast a dark shadow over his standing. Moreover, the eldest elder of the demonic cult had always looked down upon him. If he were to discover such behavior, he would surely direct his wrath toward him. The more the man thought about it, the graver the consequences seemed. His sharp gaze carried deep apprehension and murderous intent as he spoke. Who exactly are you? Chen Fan's right hand, concealed behind his back, continued to gather energy, ensuring the great desolation star-plucking hand was ready to strike at any moment. He looked at the somewhat demonic-looking man and replied, my father is Zhao Qianjin. This is my first time at Futu Peak, and I merely took a wrong turn. I saw nothing of consequence. Upon hearing this, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes as he scratched his head. Are you the offspring of the third elder? Seeing Chen Fan nod, the murderous intent in the man's eyes dissipated like smoke. He chuckled warmly. It seems the floodwaters have rushed into the Dragon King's temple. The third elder and I are close friends across generations. Who are you? Chen Fan asked, his right hand already primed with the great desolation star-plucking hand. Me. Listen well, little brother. I am Jun Xieme, the charming, handsome, holy son of the demonic cult, who can take a woman's virtue 4 or 5 times within a minute without breaking a sweat. Are you impotent? Chen Fan blurted out the question abruptly, his voice sharp and piercing. The woman beside him, already dressed, couldn't help but burst into laughter at these words, adding he's not exactly capable in that regard. In the next instant, Jun Xieme's face flushed crimson. He desperately tried to explain, waving his hands continuously, that was just exaggerated talk. How could I possibly? After a moment, Jun Xieme placed his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and said to the woman, "Today I must accompany my esteemed younger brother to the pleasure quarters of the Hahuan sect. You should return on your own. Be careful not to catch any diseases and spread them to me. If you get sick, half the women in the entire holy cult would catch them too. Watch yourself. Don't worry, I'll be careful." The woman rolled her eyes, swayed her hips, and left without looking back. Is the demonic cult this liberal, eh? The sheer volume of information from their conversation left Chen Fan somewhat astonished. At this moment, Jun Xieme whispered boastfully in Chen Fan's ear, "Little brother, you're new to the holy cult and don't yet know your brother's prowess. My charm is unquestionable. No matter what kind of woman, after my relentless pursuit, she will fall deeply in love." Seeing Chen Fan remain silent, Jun Xieme suddenly sprang into the air, supporting Chen Fan with one arm, while laughing loudly. "Little brother. Brother will take you to see the world. You've never been to the Blood Sea, have you? That's where most of the girls are. Let's go to the Blood Sea first, then to the pleasure quarters." Chen Fan watched the gradually receding Fatu Peak and muttered to himself, "Zhao Qianjin, this isn't about me wanting to visit the pleasure quarters. It's Jun Xieme who's dragging me along. I absolutely don't want to go." Soon Chen Fan followed Jun Xieme as they leaped over 4 mountains and 86 peaks, passing through numerous spiritual formations until they arrived before a vast expanse of bloody sea. At first glance, the Blood Sea stretched endlessly, its waves surging violently, scarlet tides churning like molten iron pouring down from the heavens. Bloody flowers bloomed along the shore, reflecting across this desolate crimson domain, with faint phosphorescent fires dotting the landscape like ghosts winking. Fierce winds howled, rolling up storms of bloody rain. At this moment, Jun Xieme's voice reached Chen Fan's ears. "Little brother, cultivating demonic arts in the Blood Sea is extremely beneficial. There are many women in this Blood Sea. If you take a fancy to any of them, just tell me, and I'll knock them out and drag them to a room for you." "Is that even allowed, eh?" Chen Fan asked, utterly bewildered. Jun Xieme laughed heartily. "Little brother, in the demonic cult there are no worldly moral constraints. Here the strong prey on the weak. Fights are commonplace. What is chastity worth? It's worth less than a single blood drop in this Blood Sea." Hearing this, Chen Fan finally understood why Jun Xieme had harmed nearly half the women in the demonic cult, from the top to the bottom. Jun Xieme's relentless pursuit was literally relentless pursuit. Chen Fan then asked, "Blood drops? What are those?" Blood drops are condensed essences of flesh and blood formed by powerful experts, shaped like fist-sized pearls. They are extremely difficult to capture within this Blood Sea. If you can obtain one, those women would crawl and scramble to get close to you. Soon Chen Fan followed Jun Xieme deep into the Blood Sea. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air above the sea, forming a thin layer of crimson mist. Within the mist, dozens of figures sat cross-legged, both men and women. But Jun Xieme's gaze remained fixed on the women, his intention unwavering. He stared intently at the lower bodies of the women below their waists, a strand of crystalline saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He appeared exceedingly vulgar, no less so than Chen Fan himself. Beside him, Chen Fan stealthily retrieved his 8,000-year fishing net. 2. After spitting twice, he swept his hand, casting a large net into an unoccupied area of the Blood Sea. After waiting a while, Chen Fan rubbed his palms together, preparing to retrieve the net, when Jun Xieme emerged from the blood mist, carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder. "Little brother, do you want a wife or not?" Upon hearing such generous words from Jun Xieme, Chen Fan waved his hands hastily with a bashful expression. "If you don't want her, then this old brother won't be polite." Jun Xieme laughed heartily, desire plainly visible on his face. "Put her down. She's my junior sister. Jun Xieme, the #1 beast of the holy cult." At that moment, a figure cloaked in blood-red robes soared through the sky. A vermilion mark between her eyebrows resembled a demonic seal, marking her extraordinary identity. Her long black hair danced wildly in the wind, her eyes flashing with cold light that seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. She gripped a congealed blood longsword, its blade flowing with netherlight, droplets of blood falling from its tip, radiating intense killing intent. "The Blood Young Master has arrived. It seems the Holy Sun and the Blood Young Master will be having a confrontation today. Who asked the Holy Sun to kidnap the Blood Young Master's junior sister?" A fight would be even better. That beast, Jun Xieme. From the 800-year-old ancestral elders down to the 18-year-old junior sisters. Who hasn't fallen victim to him? In an instant, the demonic cult disciples all over the Blood Sea erupted into heated discussion. Hearing that most of these remarks were curses directed at Jun Xieme, Chen Fan quietly whispered to the man beside him, "Senior brother, should we retreat first? The situation doesn't look promising." Jun Xieme looked at Chen Fan standing behind him and comforted him, "Don't worry, little brother. Brother's strength exceeds your imagination." In the next moment, Jun Xieme spread one arm while holding the unconscious woman with the other soaring gracefully into the sky above the Blood Sea. "Is this your junior sister? No wonder she's so plump. If you want her, come and take her." Jun Xieme looked at the Blood Young Master with a provocative expression. The Blood Young Master flew into a rage and commanded the dozen or so powerful experts behind him attack. Kill that accomplice below as well. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly gathered his fishing net. The 8,000-year heavenly silk fishing net was pulled out of the Blood Sea with more than a dozen fist-sized blood drops clearly visible within it. What? Blood drops? That person has more than a dozen blood drops in his fishing net. Kill. At this moment, the spectators who had been merely watching could no longer resist their restless hearts. Chen Fan hurriedly collected the blood drops and fishing net into his storage ring. Activating his void-crossing divine ability, he stepped forward and flew into the sky. Looking at the dozen or so people behind him whose eyes were filled with killing intent, Chen Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. He took 3 or 2 steps backward, placing Jun Xieme in front of him as a shield. "Big brother, hold them off." "Damn it. Brother, you smoothly slipped behind me like that. Don't you see how many people are here?" Jun Xieme maintained his standoff with the crowd while giving Chen Fan an incredulous look. "It's tight. Scatter." Chen Fan activated his void-crossing technique, his entire body transforming into a streak of light that vanished on the horizon. "Wait for me." Jun Xieme was also coveting the dozen or so blood drops in Chen Fan's hands. Throughout his life, even with extraordinary luck, he had only obtained 6 while Chen Fan had just caught more than 10 in one net. Who wouldn't be tempted? Want to leave? You think you can escape? The Blood Prince and his followers instantly surrounded Jun Xieme within a sea of blood. Jun Xieme watched the advancing crowd and grabbed the woman's throat, threatening them. "Whoever takes another step closer. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the Blood Prince's group visibly panicked. If you kill her, what does it have to do with us?" Meanwhile, another group showed no fear of Jun Xieme's threats and pressed forward step by step. At the critical moment, Jun Xieme hurled the burden in his hand thousands of meters away, his hair wild, and shouted loudly, "Heavenly Demon, true resolution." In an instant, fierce winds erupted, raising clouds of dust and sand, changing the color of the sky above the vast Blood Sea. Waves of black, demonic energy surged upward, interweaving into demonic nets that completely obscured the sun, moon, and stars. Lightning crashed as silver snakes danced wildly, with deafening thunder rolling like it would strike any moment. "Retreat quickly. The Heavenly Demon, true resolution cannot be matched by force." The crowd that had been surging forward was frightened back hundreds of meters by Jun Xieme's terrifying display. Many even summoned their defensive magical treasures. Despite his reckless behavior, Jun Xieme could maintain his position as the holy son of the demonic cult thanks to his formidable strength. If not for their overwhelming numbers, how would they dare to provoke him? Seeing him wield such a peerless divine ability, they naturally wanted nothing to do with it. However, once the crowd retreated to a safe distance, they discovered the terrifying celestial phenomena had completely disappeared. When they looked back, there was no trace of Jun Xieme in the sky. A lingering voice of Jun Xieme echoed in everyone's ears, "What a bunch of idiots." Hearing this, everyone felt their faces burning with embarrassment, followed by a wave of relief that they were still alive. Meanwhile, after Chen Fan ran for dozens of li, he found no one behind him except Jun Xieme, so he simply stopped. When Jun Xieme caught up, Chen Fan hurried forward with an apologetic expression. "Brother, I went to fetch reinforcements for you." Upon hearing this, Jun Xieme's eyes rolled back in exasperation as he quickly responded, "Please, you're the son of the third elder after all. Slick at selling people out without so much as a blush or racing heart." A flicker of irritation crossed his face. Being made a fool of like this rankled him more than a little. "Brother, don't ever say that about me. My admiration for you flows endlessly like a mighty river." Chen Fan's words rang with such sincerity that his brotherly devotion seemed almost tangible. For a moment, Jun Xieme wavered. Had he misjudged the boy? But then he snapped back to reality. Chen Fan had only just arrived at the demonic cult and couldn't even find his way around. How could he possibly have gone to fetch reinforcements? Since we're brothers, how about giving me a few of those blood drops? Jun Xieme rubbed his hands together, looking at Chen Fan with pleading eyes. Seeing this, Chen Fan held up his hand and shook his head, saying, "Brother, talking about blood drops would hurt our friendship." Upon hearing this, Jun Xieme's lips twitched. He remembered they had only just met that very day. Where was there any friendship to speak of? "Brother, that's rather insensitive of you. Taking everything for yourself is asking for trouble. As he spoke, a menacing glint of killing intent surfaced in Jun Ximei's hands. Chen Fan remained utterly unfazed, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Brother, I suggest you calm down. If you want those blood drops, you'll have to kill me first. Don't come crying to me afterward." Hearing this, Jun Ximei snorted coldly and grabbed Chen Fan by the collar, threatening him in a chilling voice. "Young man, I advise you not to be so reckless." Suddenly, Jun Ximei felt a chill between his legs and looked down, breaking into a cold sweat. A rusty machete was pressed against his most vulnerable spot, and one wrong move from him would mean the blade would fall without hesitation. "Fine, you've got guts." Jun Ximei released his grip and raised his hands high in the air. But Chen Fan remained unmoved, keeping the rusty machete pressed against Jun Ximei's lower body, while a cunning grin spread across his face. "Robbery. Hand over your storage ring." Chen Fan was curious whether this would trigger the mountain bandit trait. Jun Ximei's lips turned purple with rage, his entire body trembling, as his sinister eyes locked onto Chen Fan, as though he wanted to devour him whole. He, the dignified holy son of the demonic cult, was being robbed at knife point in a place like that within the very heart of the demonic sect. It was an incomparable humiliation for Jun Ximei. But then again, what was a bit of humiliation compared to the matter of his second child? He barely lasted a minute as it was. If he lost, even that, could he still call himself a man? All right, just remove the blade, and I'll hand it over." Jun Ximei held his head with both hands, eyeing Chen Fan with deep wariness. For someone as cunning as Jun Ximei, Chen Fan always left no room for hesitation. Chen Fan tightened his grip and smiled ruthlessly. The blade sliced through Jun Ximei's trousers, the rusted tip pressing against his most vulnerable spot. "Here, I'll give it." Jun Ximei was truly frightened. The sharp pain below made him drop his resistance. All his schemes and plots crumbled like paper in that moment. Jun Ximei might go without food, but he couldn't afford to lose that particular advantage. After a while, Chen Fan looked at the crimson storage ring in his hand and grinned foolishly. "Can you let go now?" Jun Ximei tried shifting his lower body. However, no matter what he said, the blade remained unmoved. "Sir, from now on I'll call you sir, and you call me brother. I beg you to show mercy." Jun Ximei's voice carried a desperate plea as he clasped his hands together in supplication toward Chen Fan. Unlike Jun Ximei's anxiety, Chen Fan scratched his head in confusion. Could it be there's no great opportunity this time? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Fan's gaze hardened with murderous intent toward Jun Ximei. Just as he was about to strike, a blood-colored puppet emerged from that sea of blood. Standing 100 zhang tall, it resembled a towering statue of a demonic deity. Its body was formed from countless drops of blood flowing with a dark luster on its surface, pulsing as if alive. The puppet's expression was blank, its eyes hollow, yet it radiated an evil aura that sent chills down the spine. A voice like the nine nethers echoed. "As long as the blood sea endures, the yellow springs shall never die." Then the heaven-piercing puppet began to consume the sea of blood and the demonic cult disciples beside it. The standoff between Chen Fan and Jun Ximei was also broken by this blood-colored puppet. Jun Ximei seized the opening to escape, but before he could even catch his breath, a large hand suddenly appeared beneath him, and a light voice reached his ears. "Monkey breaks peach." Jun Ximei let out a heart-rending howl, his legs tightly clenched as his entire body crashed to the ground. Face down, hands covering his lower body, his expression pale and cold sweat pouring down. He stammered, "Broken." Chen Fan glanced down at the shrieking Jun Ximei, the crimson southern brightly fire erupting in his left hand, while his right, already charged with the Dahuang star-plucking palm, descended without mercy. Zheng. The crimson Dahuang dragon halberd swept through the air with blinding speed, unleashing dozens of halberd slashes. Chen Fan then pressed two fingers together and chanted coldly, "Heaven-severing sword draw." Jun Ximei on the ground felt a chill race down his spine. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, he endured the pain and narrowly evaded the scorching Nangongli fire. Yet in the very next instant, his pupils began to dilate wildly. Halberd gleams soared intent, and a monstrous palm descended from the heavens. 3 strikes converging in a single moment. Moments later, Jun Ximei knelt upon the ground, blood spurting from his lips, his hollow eyes gazing upward at Chen Fan against the vast sky. With a look of utter contempt, Chen Fan flicked his finger, igniting a flame that reduced Jun Ximei to ashes. A sweep of his sleeve erased all traces, as though the man had never existed in this world at all. "Brat, you have too much courage for your own good. Didn't I tell you not to come out?" Zhao Jinxian appeared before Chen Fan, riding a gigantic wine gourd. With another demon lord stirring from his slumber, and the demonic cult plunged into internal strife, Zhao Jinxian had seized the moment to slip out of the Elder Hall unnoticed. Who would have guessed that upon returning to Fudu Peak, he would overhear servants reporting that Chen Fan and Jun Ximei had gone to visit the pleasure quarters together. His heart nearly leapt into his throat, and he rushed out frantically in search of Chen Fan. Instead, he had scarcely exited when he collided with Chen Fan himself, having just slain Jun Ximei. Chen Fan turned to Zhao Jinxian and quickly reported, Elder Zhao, I have killed Humayr, the top disciple of the Hahuan sect, and the demonic cult's holy son Jun Xiame as well. What? Rest assured I have reduced both to scattered bones and ashes. What? I even ventured into the blood sea and retrieved over a dozen blood droplets. Why you? Zhao Jinxian's mustache nearly fell from sheer shock. In merely half a day, Chen Fan had not only slain Humayr, but also the demonic cult's holy son Jun Xiame. Such events were beyond even his wildest dreams, but years of undercover training allowed Zhao Jinxian to swiftly compose himself. His expression grew deeply complicated as he looked at Chen Fan and hurried to say, the demonic cult is in turmoil now. You must seize this opportunity to leave. I will publicly declare that you perished at the hands of the Blood Sea puppet. The righteous path lies ahead at Yutian City. Leave immediately. If you do not escape now, you may never get another chance. As he spoke, a radiance manifested in Zhao Jinxian's palm, intended to escort Chen Fan out of the demonic cult. Chen Fan felt a stream of luminous wind continuously drawing him away from the cult grounds. As he departed, he observed Zhao Jinxian's face. Though it still bore that shifty quality, there lingered an undercurrent of righteousness. I cannot speak for the first half of my life, Zhao Jinxian reflected. Nor can I guarantee the second. Why should you of all people follow me into this life of espionage? Men are meant to live in the sunlight. With those words spoken, Zhao Jinxian shed his earlier demeanor and reclaimed the aura of a demonic cult elder, his body wreathed in surging demonic flames as he charged toward the blood sea. His agonized wails rang out intermittently, Nether Demon Lord, return my flesh and blood. Zhao Jinxian's cries were so heart-wrenching that they seemed to condense every ounce of sorrow in the world, bringing tears to any who heard them and shattering every heart. The sonic vibrations shook mountains and rivers, even the vegetation seemed to mourn, and all living beings within the demonic cult's territory felt his paternal grief in that very moment. Mid-flight, Chen Fan paused, watching Zhao Jinxian's performance with silent admiration. Elder Zhao truly deserves every accolade for acting, he thought. Soon after Chen Fan had fully exited the demonic cult's domain, Zhao Jinxian launched himself at the towering blood-colored puppet with reckless abandon. This sheer ferocity stunned even the Nether Demon Lord perched atop it. Attack! Kill him! The Nether Demon Lord's wrinkled, withered cheeks tightened as his skeletal fingers rested upon the colossal blood-colored puppet. The blood-colored puppet stood grounded in the sea of blood, surrounded by swirling crimson mist that exuded an atmosphere of mystery and terror. Columns of bloody water surged into the puppet, forging a massive blood-red broadsword, whose blade coiled like a river of gore, radiating a nauseating stench. A single sweep of the puppet's sword summoned a storm of blood and gore. Zhao Jinxian deliberately exposed a weakness, and the puppet, taking it for granted, struck with its blade. The force of the blow was neither too great nor too small. It was precisely calibrated to send Zhao Jinxian flying. A gruesome wound marred his chest, his vital energy hanging by a thread. Let me calculate. It should be about time now. After being sent flying backward, Zhao Jinxian's gaze turned toward the demonic cult's main hall. He refused to believe the Holy Master would stand idly by and watch him die. After all, Zhao Jinxian was one of the demonic cult's most indispensable pillars, a cornerstone of the entire organization. Boom! As expected, an explosion rang out from within the main hall. A domineering figure streaked through the sky like a crimson thunderbolt, steadily catching Zhao Jinxian midair. Third brother, you have borne much hardship. Rest well. Leave the rest to me. The demonic cult Holy Master wore flowing black robes that rippled, without wind flapping ominously. His imposing figure moved with deliberate, measured steps, each footfall carrying the force of 1,000 thunderclaps, striking awe into all who witnessed it. His gaze cut like a blade, flashing with icy brilliance. A single glance could instill dread and brook no defiance. At that moment, two more elders emerged from the main hall. The second elder's brows held the weight of millennia of frost, his very presence commanding authority without need for anger. Gazing upon Zhao Jinxian's battered form, he turned and roared at the first elder beside him, eldest brother. I said it. Third brother is unharmed. Listening to the second elder's loud reprimand, the first elder pondered for a long while before his expression darkened, and he personally handed Zhao Jinxian a 6th-grade healing pill. Then stepping forward, he said with a hint of apology, Third brother, lie still and watch your elder avenge you. The Nether Demon Lord faced the approaching figures without a trace of fear. As long as the Blood Sea endured, he would remain invincible. Just as the first elder prepared to act, the demonic cult Holy Master spoke. Stand down. The Nether Demon Lord awakens once every 300 years, yet this awakening has come 30 years early. His power has clearly grown further. This time this seat will annihilate him. The Holy Master radiated an oppressive aura that stifled the breath, towering like an impassable mountain range. His black-robed back was broad as a wall, radiating an unshakable solidity that seemed capable of weathering any storm the world could throw. The first elder felt the abyssal aura surging from the Holy Master and halted in his tracks. The Nether Demon Lord's expression shifted to one of wariness. The Holy Master's presence made him feel as though he sat upon pins and needles. Boy, I seem to have seen you before. The Nether Demon Lord stood upon the blood-colored puppet, his eyes narrowed, his voice grating, like tearing cloth, shrill and piercing. Oomph. When heaven and earth are overturned, I shall dye the blue sky with my own blood. This one is Yi Xiao. With those words, Yi Xiao stepped upon empty air and soared toward the blood-colored puppet. As he walked, demonic energy swirled around him like rolling black clouds, blotting out the sky and devouring all light. That domineering silhouette was revered as a deity by the demonic cult's disciples and feared as a nightmare by the righteous world. Hearing this name, the Nether Demon Lord's eyes shifted dramatically. He had heard this name 3 centuries ago. It's you. You have truly become the Holy Master. Old man's judgment proved correct after all. Only now did the Nether Demon Lord remember. The person before him was the demonic path's #1 prodigy who had shattered the blood-colored puppet with 3 punches 300 years prior. The demon cult leader's toes barely touched the air as he materialized before the blood-colored puppet, his eyes brimming with contempt. 300 years ago, he could have shattered the blood puppet with merely 3 punches. What of now? Huang Quan, surrender the Huang Quan demon-subduing diagram, and I, Yi Xiao, may spare your life. Upon hearing this, the ancient demon Huang Quan, emerging from within the blood puppet, snorted coldly and retorted, "Humph. I, Huang Quan, was once a powerhouse at the threshold of the great sage realm. How dare a mere youth address me thus? Come, let me see the extent of your growth over 300 years. The ancient demon Huang Quan placed his massive hand upon the blood puppet's head. Instantly the puppet went berserk, summoning waves of crimson blood, rising 10,000 feet high, and swung its blood-red long sword toward the demon cult leader Yi Xiao. My 3 punches back then were not formidable enough. Huang Quan, test this strike of mine now. Yi Xiao's figure flickered, transforming into a black streak of light that instantly pierced through the surging blood sea, appearing before the blood puppet. His right fist clenched tightly, demonic energy coalescing, the fist wind howling as though capable of tearing through all obstacles. Boom. With one punch delivered, a world-destroying aura instantly erupted from the air. Where the fist wind passed, space distorted and dust swirled. All vitality beneath that single blow seemed destined to be annihilated. The blood puppet's body shattered piece by piece, dissolving into droplets of blood. The ancient demon Huang Quan fell from the puppet's head, desperately clutching the Huang Quan demon-subduing diagram before him to shield himself from the punching wind. You actually transcended the ascension realm and reached the great sage level. 300 years, and you've become this powerful. Hunching his back, the ancient demon Huang Quan's withered hands, like dead wood, continuously activated the Huang Quan diagram in his grasp, his expression grave as he gazed at Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao disdainfully flicked the bloodstains from his hands, tilted his head to gaze at the sky, and murmured softly, 300 years is still too late. It cannot compare to Li Changsheng. Hearing this, the ancient demon Huang Quan interjected, Who is Li Changsheng? Grant me mercy, and I shall help you slay him. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao suddenly paused, his expression shifting, a smirk spreading across his lips as he sneered at the ancient demon Huang Quan. In my lifetime, I smile upon all living beings indifferent to their loneliness. I gaze down upon heroes with pride, unbothered by fortune or misfortune. Only one in azure robes could rival me. And you would seek to kill? Do you even deserve to exist before me? Die. Yi Xiao's voice was cold as bone, saturated with boundless killing intent. The ancient demon Huang Quan grew even more furious. Was it really necessary to be this enraged over merely mentioning someone's name? Does he truly take me for some trivial opponent? Until the blood sea runs dry and Huang Quan ceases to exist, what can you possibly do against me? The scroll in the ancient demon Huang Quan's hands unfurled, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth. Within the painting, swirling mists and clouds seemed to carry the wailing of ghosts and the cries of the damned, resonating through the deepest abyss. Huang Quan River emerge. The ancient demon Huang Quan was a demonic grandmaster from thousands of years ago. The Huang Quan demon-subduing diagram had claimed countless righteous experts, including many at the great sage realm. Ranked among the top 3 most brilliant figures in the demonic path over the past 10 millennia, Huang Quan's name was undeniable. But alas, he had encountered Yi Xiao. Indeed, a formidable technique. Unfortunately, you've crossed paths with me, Yi Xiao. The demon cult leader Yi Xiao's towering frame erupted with a thunderous sound, his fists radiating supreme, demonic might, carrying an overwhelming momentum that sought to crush all opposition. With one punch, he severed the connection between Huang Quan and the Blood Sea. With 2 punches, the ancient demon Huang Quan was sent flying backward. Before the third strike could land, the desperate demon Huang Quan poured all his spiritual energy into activating the Huang Quan demon-subduing diagram to escape. Who commands the fate of this vast world? The demon lord commands all. As the words fell, the third punch was delivered. Wherever the fist's power reached, the boundless blood sea trembled, and 10,000 demons of the cult shuddered in terror. This single strike annihilated the remnant soul of the ancient demon Huang Quan, trapped within the Huangquan demon-subduing diagram. The sweeping force of the punch sent the diagram soaring 10,000 zhang away, lost beyond sight. At this moment Yi Xiao turned and approached Zhao Qianjin, whispering softly, "My condolences. From henceforth none within this demon cult will dare question you." Zhao Qianjin outwardly expressed gratitude, but inwardly he harbored deep apprehension toward Yi Xiao. With such terrifying strength, how many in the world could possibly match him? As Chen Fan emerged from the demon cult's territory, preparing to examine the blood drop, a streak of light came hurtling toward his head at incredible speed. Thud! Chen Fan stumbled and fell flat on his face. Soon he rose to his feet, glanced around, and noticed a yellowish scroll lying on the ground. What is this thing? Who the hell is littering? Do they have any idea they hit someone? After muttering curses to himself, Chen Fan picked up the yellowish scroll from the ground. Upon opening it, he saw the painting, the path of Huangquan wound and twisted with red spider lilies blooming along the way, their crimson hue like blood, as if recounting the impermanence of life and death. A river of unknown length seemed to emerge from the painting, its waters black as ink flowing, without a ripple, cold as frost. To touch it was to feel the chill of the netherworld seeping into one's skin. A fine treasure. Since no one wants it, it's mine. In the span of a single breath, Chen Fan had already secured the Huangquan demon-subduing diagram. Shortly after, he fully activated the void-crossing technique and hastened toward the purple Qi sacred land. As he passed through hundreds of mortal dynasties along the way, the aura that Chen Fan casually emitted terrified the worldly experts, who shivered and cried out, "Immortal above." Halfway through his flight, a golden figure descended from the west. His expression was far from pleasant. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes at the figure, sensing a vague familiarity. After careful recollection, he realized the newcomer was the former sweeping monk of the purple Qi sacred land. As Chen Fan observed the sweeping monk, the monk also took notice of him. In a single thought, the sweeping monk appeared before Chen Fan. Upon perceiving Chen Fan's cultivation level, he was internally astonished. In just a few months, he's already reached the great power realm. The talent of the innate Dao body and sacred fetus is indeed terrifying. Noticing the sweeping monk's hurried demeanor and a trace of worry on his face, and seeing that he was headed toward the demon cult, Chen Fan immediately deduced the monk's purpose. He was going to ransom someone. "Little benefactor, it has been some time since we last met. What brings you here?" The sweeping monk Wuxin spoke first. Having shared a previous encounter, he harbored considerable fondness for Chen Fan, whose pure-hearted nature stood out. "Nothing much, just strolling." Chen Fan cupped his hands behind his head to conceal his embarrassment. If Wuxin discovered that Chen Fan had sold the young monk, Wu Yu, the monk might teach him what it meant that even Buddhas could grow angry. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Wasting no time, Chen Fan politely bid farewell to the sweeping monk Wuxin before vanishing into the horizon. Wuxin gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure and sighed. What a remarkable person. A pity he has no affinity with Buddhism. Inside the demon cult's great prison. I didn't provoke him in the first place. I came out to travel, and Master said I should yield and keep a low profile. Sigh, is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? The little novice monk Wu Yu sat cross-legged in his cage, chubby hands supporting his round chin. His once clear black and white eyes were now filled with sorrow, a hint of melancholy lingering at the corners of his lips. Without warning, Wuxin appeared at the demonic cult's headquarters. "Wuxin, please inform the holy lord of the demonic cult to come out for a conversation." Wuxin stood above the demonic cult, his hair and beard completely white, his face kind and serene, with the weight of years evident in his brows. Those deep eyes seemed to perceive all the karma of the world. He wore a Buddhist robe washed pale with time, its collar gently swaying in the wind, making him appear exceptionally transcendent. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Xiao's domineering figure instantly materialized before him. Looking at Wuxin before him, Yi Xiao quipped, "Has your term of labor ended?" Wuxin showed no anger at these words. Instead, he lightly turned his prayer beads and replied, "It has been completed in fullness." 1,000-year dark room lights up with a single lamp. His voice was deep and resonant, each word carrying a power that soothed the heart. Such profound Buddhist nature. "Wuxin, have you entered the great sage realm?" Yi Xiao could sense the Buddhist essence in Wuxin's every word and deed. He was momentarily startled, but soon composed himself. Wuxin was someone who could stand alongside them, so his entry into the great sage realm was hardly unexpected. Wuxin looked at Yi Xiao, his heart uneasy. He could clearly feel that Yi Xiao's strength still surpassed his own. At this moment, he could only hope Yi Xiao would grant him the favor of rescuing Wu Yu. "I have come only for my disciple. He is still so young. Could you do me this favor?" Wuxin glanced tentatively at Yi Xiao, his thin, yet strong fingers repeatedly turning his prayer beads. Hearing this, Yi Xiao spread his hands and thundered, "Favor? How many spirit stones could that be worth?" "Very well, I'll give up the little novice monk. I've heard you cultivated the golden body of Zhonglu. I want 3 drops of your vital essence. What say you, I? At most 2 drops. Wuxin held up 2 fingers, attempting to negotiate with Yi Xiao. "Do you think I'm haggling over vegetables? Can I get a discount then?" Yi Xiao cast a cold gaze over Wuxin, his voice laced with endless demonic might. Very well, very well. 3 drops it is. Yi Xiao, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Yi Xiao licked his lips, projecting the bearing of a warlord, and let out a loud cry. You have the small thunder sound temple at your back. I would never break my word. After all, Wuxin was backed by the Western Sacred Land, the first holy site, the small thunder sound temple. Even if Yi Xiao wanted to renege, he would need to consider the consequences carefully. Then Wuxin extended his weathered hands and gently bit his fingertip. 3 drops of crystal clear vital essence slowly condensed, shining like precious gems. A flash of resolve appeared in his eyes. Those 3 drops of vital essence contained profound Buddhist teachings. But to save Wu Yu, even if it meant draining all his blood, Wuxin would not hesitate. Marvelous! I can hardly wait to taste this. Yi Xiao gazed at the 3 drops of vital essence with rapt fascination, his tongue darting out to moisten his cracked lips, as if overcome with insatiable hunger. Here, Yi Xiao swept his hand forward, and Wu Yu, who had been meditating in the demonic cult's great prison, materialized out of nowhere before Wuxin. The instant Wu Yu saw Wuxin, his mouth trembled, and he bit down hard on his teeth before crying out, Master, I don't want to go down the mountain anymore. There are only bad people down there. Wu Yu's bright large eyes now glistened with tears, the corners reddened, long lashes wet with droplets that trembled softly. His lips curved downward, dimples hidden beneath tear tracks revealing boundless grievance and sorrow. Wuxin's face had gone pale. His thin bony hand rested on Wu Yu's small head as he comforted him. Let's go home. Soon a large hand grasped the small one, and the old and young gradually faded from sight above the demonic cult's grounds. With Yi Xiao's command given, not a single person dared to stop them. Yi Xiao too feared that the newly ascended great sage Wuxin would fight to the death. If the heavens and earth were shattered in such a battle, the demonic cult would suffer the greatest losses. 3 hours later, Wuxin led Wu Yu by the hand out of the demonic cult's territory. Along the way, Wu Yu's small nose twitched gently, emitting faint sobs like a wounded creature, stirring an irresistible instinct to protect. Master, I was really keeping a low profile. It's all that person's fault. He came over, grabbed me, and rendered me immobile, exposing my identity right in front of 4 demonic cult elders. 4 whole demonic cult elders. I'm just a child, I couldn't fight them. Wu Yu's head hung slightly lower, his once rosy cheeks now pale, making him all the more pitiable. Wuxin frowned deeply upon hearing this, wondering, has Wu Yu been schemed against? He comforted Wu Yu and asked gently, Tell Master, what did he look like? Wu Yu replied, he wore tattered clothes about 1.80 meters tall with wooden slipper sandals shaped like human figures. His eyes were quite lecherous and his behavior had absolutely no boundaries whatsoever. The more Wuxin listened to the description, the more familiar it seemed. He swallowed hard and asked Wu Yu, did this person also wear round black spectacles and was extremely fond of spirit stones? Wu Yu nodded excitedly at this. Master, you know him. Upon hearing this, Wuxin clenched his fist. Despite years of cultivating patience and self-control, he couldn't help but burst out, Chen Fan, that bastard son of a bitch. After cursing, Wuxin sighed deeply. Those hundreds of years of sweeping floors at the Purple Qi Sacred Land had shown him the terrifying strength of Li Chongqing. Grievance, endure it, and it would pass. Vital essence, nourish it, and it would return. Wu Yu, from now on when you see this person, you must keep a wide distance. This person has no morals, no boundaries whatsoever. Wu Yu, the little novice monk, saw that Wuxin knew Chen Fan's true identity and asked in confusion, Master, since you know him, why don't we go demand justice instead of avoiding him? Wuxin listened to this and flicked his finger on Wu Yu's forehead, saying, if I were to go demand justice, I'd probably end up sweeping steps for another 300 years. Purple Qi Sacred Land, Peak of Purple Qi. Beside Li Chongqing lay a letter and a scroll along with his flying sword, Qingping. 2 days. If you don't return in 2 days, I will slash through the entire demonic cult with a single sword. You brat, when you come back, I'll beat you soundly for daring to enter the demonic cult. Such reckless behavior. Just as Li Chongqing was worrying, an unprecedented voice rang out. Master, your precious disciple is back. Look, I brought you some demonic cult specialty, blood dippers. Chen Fan somewhat nervously carried 7 or 8 blood dippers and slowly climbed up to the peak of Purple Qi from the cliff behind. You young man really have no sense of your own limits. Wait, are those blood dippers? You went wholesale shopping. Li Chongqing half turned his body, a look of astonishment on his face. This kid truly knows how to shock the world. Every time we meet, he manages to surprise me. Then Li Chongqing rose to his feet, waved his wide sleeves and sneered. You think these blood drops could calm my anger? Feeling Li Chongqing's wrath, Chen Fan gathered the blood drops from his hand and muttered under his breath, if you don't want them, fine. But return my 7 to 8 4-to-1 spirit crystals. Hearing this, Li Chongqing's hand about to descend hesitated for only an instant. Slap. His long fingers landed on Chen Fan's neck with measured force, enough to sting without causing real harm. Hiss. Chen Fan clutched the red handprint on his neck, gasping in pain, his clouded eyes welling with tears as he burst into wails. I'm going to your ancestors' grave to accuse you of abusing your disciple. Crying as he turned to leave, he declared, "Dare you?" Li Changxing stepped in front of him, looking down at the boy as the sword known as Qingping materialized in his grasp. Then with a twist of his hand, a flash of cold light erupted like dawn breaking over frost, like a meteor tearing through the night sky. Where the sword intent passed, the air grew still, and even grass and trees seemed armed. "Master, I was wrong." Chen Fan's knees buckled, and he knelt before Li Changxing, his apology genuine and sincere. Watching him, Li Changxing felt a quiet satisfaction. "The little rascal. I can handle you." Seeing Chen Fan's sincere demeanor, Li Changxing sheathed Qingping, his expression shifting as he leaned down and whispered into the boy's ear, "Good disciple. You've had me so anxious. I should think it proper you'd show some gratitude and offer a small compensation for the distress. At least some compensation for emotional damages." Chen Fan's clouded eyes stared directly at Li Changxing, speaking with grievance. "Master, please have some dignity." "Enough nonsense. Those blood drops are saturated with demonic energy. If not purified first, they're useless to you." Li Changxing spoke with such conviction it seemed genuine. Reluctantly, Chen Fan pulled out over a dozen blood drops, each one glistening and full crimson and alluring. 18 blood drops. You've got remarkable fortune, lad." Chen Fan's eyebrows rose and his lips curved as he patted his chest in modest pride. "Oh, it's nothing. Those blood drops are child's play. I've already reduced the Elixir sect's top disciple and the demonic cult's holy son to ash." Sensing Chen Fan's growing arrogance, Li Changxing doused him with cold water. "Look at you, nose in the air. When I was your age, I was already unmatched among the youth of the world. Get out." After collecting the blood drops, Li Changxing waved him away without turning around. As Chen Fan retreated, he kept calling back, "Master, don't you dare keep my blood drops. 5 were meant for you as a gift, but the rest are mine. Don't you dare." He repeated every 15 steps, worried Li Changxing might miss it. Only after Chen Fan had left Ziki Peak did Li Changxing finally feel some peace. Fingers joined together, sword point extended forward, his overwhelming sword intent purged all the demonic nature from those blood drops. Li Changxing stood on Ziki Peak, gazing down at that careless figure retreating below, his voice heavy with unspoken concerns. "Brat, grow stronger quickly. Soon I must depart. This world is already rejecting me." By the banks of Tianhe River, Chen Fan's spirits were high as he strolled along, hands behind his head, humming a tune to himself. "I have a little donkey, I never ride him." After half an hour's walk, just as he approached his home, he noticed an unexpected grave mound beside the wooden cabin. "Who died at my place?" Chen Fan hurried over. Beside the mound, a massive pit lay dug, its twisted, unnatural shape suggesting it wasn't meant for a human burial. A wooden plaque bore a crude stick figure, its shifty eyes strikingly similar to Chen Fan's own. "This grave, it's mine." Chen Fan pointed at himself in bewilderment, questioning everything. "Hee-haw." Just as he pondered, a mournful donkey bray echoed through the air. Chen Fan darted toward the sound. As he passed the cabin, he spotted a massive figure by the shore. Erlofzi sat on the soft sand with his broad rear draped in a burial robe he'd somehow found. The burial robe fit perfectly around his neck, making him look like a person in a shroud wearing a giant donkey's head. Erlofzi clutched stacks of joss paper, weeping and wiping his tears with them. "Does this fool think I'm dead? Did it dig that grave for me? And is it planning to bury itself alive?" Chen Fan watched helplessly from behind, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Torn between amusement and speechlessness, he muttered, "What a stupid donkey." Erlofzi gazed at the setting sun before slowly rising to its feet. Wiping its tears with an elbow, it resolved to follow Chen Fan in death. Hee-haw, hee-haw. But when it turned around, Chen Fan's dark, angry expression made it bray in terror. "What are you shouting for? Look at yourself. Look at the mess you've made. Digging my grave and drawing me this ugly." Chen Fan grabbed the donkey tightly with one arm, smacking its head repeatedly with the other. Recognizing the familiar grip and scent, Erlofzi's grief turned to joy as it licked Chen Fan eagerly. Chen Fan stumbled and fell, his head twisting just slightly. The donkey's thick red lips pressed accidentally against his mouth. Their eyes met briefly before both pulled away in shock, dry heaving separately. Then a scream rang out. "Erlofzi, that was my first kiss." Great desolation's star-plucking hand. Soon the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ink-wash hues as day gave way to dusk. Chen Fan had rinsed his mouth 36 times, yet still felt sick. Erlofzi limped beside him, glaring with utter disdain. Erlofzi pouted its swollen lips, suddenly feeling unclean and wondering how it could ever face the young female donkeys again. "Young man, you truly astonish me. Kissing a donkey, you're unprecedented in all history." A ethereal voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind, clear, yet gentle with a hint of otherworldly grace. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Fan's heart leaped with joy. He sank his consciousness into the spirit sea and saw the tall woman before him smiling. "Huili, you're finally awake." Huili looked at Chen Fan's silhouette, a trace of distaste flickering across her face. "Stay away from me. Your mouth has been kissed by a donkey." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan ground his back teeth until they nearly shattered, but ultimately let out a soft sigh. "Huili, since that eerie town you fell into a deep slumber. Was it because of that single drop of blood? Hearing Chen Fan's words, an image from long past surfaced within Huoli's eyes. At that time she had intended to glimpse the origin of that drop of blood, but before she could react, the colossal hand wreathed in terrifying momentum materialized in an instant. Within a single heartbeat, she was plunged into eternal slumber. Boy, that entity is far too terrifying. I still feel trembling at the memory to this day. But it seemed to harbor no malicious intent, otherwise both you and I would have perished within that town. When Huoli spoke these words, her voice wavered noticeably, her lips quivering as though gripped by lingering dread. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, remained silent. Vaguely he detected the scent of conspiracy woven into her words. Just then Huoli abruptly remarked, "Boy, your master is about to depart." What a... Chen Fan's train of thought was shattered by Huoli's exclamation. Upon hearing that Li Changxing was leaving, Chen Fan was instantly unsettled. If it were not for Li Changxing covering for him, how would he manage his future pillaging and thievery? Huoli stood upon a golden lotus, her delicately carved nose twitching as she inhaled the lotus fragrance, and spoke slowly. The cultivation realms are divided into 10 great stages. Physical body, spiritual sea, soul, palace, divine ability, powerhouse, sacred lord, dragon, gate, mortal, transformation, feathering, and ascension, with each great stage further subdivided into 12 minor stages. Beyond ascension lies the Great Sage stage. Upon reaching Great Sage, one is rejected by the mortal realm and may remain for no more than 1 or 2 years. From the perspective of 10,000 years, your master should have long since ascended to the upper realm. Yet in recent days it seems he fell to a lower realm through injury, employing secret techniques to evade heaven's detection. But that sword strike delivered across the 100,000 mountains has already awakened this realm's vigilance. I estimate he has at most 1 year remaining, or perhaps less than half that. Remember to make arrangements in advance. Upon hearing Huoli's words, Chen Fan stood frozen, struggling to accept the reality that Li Changxing would soon depart. Creak. The sound of a wooden door opening echoed beside Chen Fan's ear. He instantly snapped back to clarity, sweeping his divine sense across the figure before him, and asked with bewilderment, "Yu Tiandu, what brings you here?" The visitor was indeed Yu Tiandu, accompanied by his maid Nangong Yanran. He was utterly transformed from before. Having unraveled his inner entanglement, Yu Tiandu had not only advanced further in cultivation, but also attained a higher state of mind. To Chen Fan, his great benefactor, Yu Tiandu now harbored not the slightest resentment. Instead, a profound calmness filled his heart. Their feud had long dissolved into smoke the moment Chen Fan scattered spirit money atop Zhongdu Peak. Yu Tiandu casually fetched a small wooden stool from the cabin, strolled leisurely toward the beach, and plopped down upon it with ease. "Hey, I say, how thick-skinned can one possibly be? Taking my stool without even a word of greeting." Chen Fan and the second donkey approached Yu Tiandu, all 4 eyes, 2 human and 2 equine, staring at him in question. A trace of relief touched the corners of Yu Tiandu's mouth as he glanced toward the nearby mound, offering a playful reply that sidestepped the question entirely. "Your tastes are rather distinctive. Building an honorary tomb for yourself. That crude stick figure above you. Indeed, with those wretched eyes, there exists but one such pair under heaven." Chen Fan's forehead veins bulged, and a frosty chill settled over his cheeks as he coldly demanded, "What exactly are you here for?" Yu Tiandu sat upon the small stool reluctantly, turning his gaze toward the distant purple Qi, sacred land, a trace of reluctance lingering at his lips. "I have come today to bid farewell. I am leaving, just came to let you know." A faint melancholy clouded Yu Tiandu's eyes. His attachment to the purple Qi sacred land ran profoundly deep. During his darkest hours, when he nearly perished on the streets, it was Li Changxing who had brought him to the sacred land. That was precisely why he had shed his blood relentlessly for the purple Qi sacred land, for this place had long ceased to be merely a sanctuary and had become his home. "Oh, were you dismissed? What did they catch you plotting a coup?" Chen Fan paid no mind to Yu Tiandu's words. He knew Li Changxing's nature all too well. How could someone so extraordinarily gifted, merely a hair's breadth behind his own Chen Fan, ever be willing to let Yu Tiandu go? Yu Tiandu, hearing Chen Fan's teasing, rose with a helpless sigh. Beside him, Nangong Yanran quietly took her place, holding a bone-handled umbrella. "No more words will change anything. Until our paths cross again, I depart." The two, Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran, marched off in determined strides. At that moment, a streak of radiance flashed from the summit of Purple Qi Peak and materialized instantly beside the heavenly river. Li Changxing, clad in azure robes, cast his gaze toward Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran's receding forms, barking, "I count to 3. Scram back here now." Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran, having traveled 1,000 paces away, froze upon hearing his voice. They exchanged a glance, hesitating. By then Li Changxing had already reached 2. In a desperate display of divine abilities, the pair summoned their powers at the last possible moment, arriving before Li Changxing just as he uttered his final count. Chen Fan, watching the two panting heavily, sneered, "Keep walking. Why'd you stop? Look at your big deeds. Purple Qi sacred land, you just show up and leave whenever you please." Li Changxing turned his head sharply to glare at the interrupting Chen Fan, thundering, defiant disciple. I am still alive. Why don't you take over then? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan quickly lowered his head and tilted it sideways, feigning nonchalance. Having dealt with Chen Fan, Li Changxing shifted his gaze back to Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran. The gaze was remarkably calm, yet for some inexplicable reason both Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran instinctively lowered their eyes, unwilling to meet Li Changxing's stare. Why must I depart? Because the Yu family has already discovered my presence. They will not permit the hegemon blood to leak outside. Furthermore, with the immortality elixir in my possession, they will never rest easy. I fear I might drag the sacred land down with me. The usually aloof Yu Tiandu before Li Changxing resembled a chastised kitten, gently confessing the concerns weighing upon his heart. You are not to leave. Henceforth you will take charge of the scripture pavilion, succeeding Elder Wang. So what if they are an ancient noble house? For me, Li Changxing of everlasting youth, they are nothing worth mentioning. The aura radiating from Li Changxing as he spoke allowed everyone present to truly comprehend what it meant to reign supreme in the world. Then Li Changxing's gaze turned solemn as he fixed his eyes upon Chen Fan and Yu Tiandu, and he spoke calmly. There are certain matters I must reveal to you now. 3,000 years ago, the true dragon clan wreaked havoc across the mortal realm, leading a cataclysmic war between the demonic races and humanity. Our Purple Chi Sacred Land's holy lord at that time served as heaven's envoy, slaying the true dragons of the mortal plane with tremendous force and saving all living souls. From that moment forth, our Purple Chi Sacred Land alone inherited the immense fortune of the true dragon lineage and the heavenly envoy's mandate, a span of 3,000 years. Throughout these 3 millennia, countless paragons have emerged from our Purple Chi Sacred Land, and even in the upper realm today, we remain unmatched. Now that the 3,000-year cycle of overwhelming fortune has concluded, those sects and reclusive clans suppressed for 3,000 years are stirring, eager to join forces and carve up the Purple Chi Sacred Land's extraordinary fortune. This confrontation extends beyond the mortal realm. Similar circumstances plague the upper heavens as well. Therefore, after I depart, the defense of the Purple Chi Sacred Land must rest upon your shoulders. After Li Changxing finished speaking, his words hung in the air for a moment. Chen Fan, having been warned by Holy, was already prepared in his mind. Beside him, Yu Tiandu remained utterly dazed, struggling to snap out of it. Half a year from now, I will ascend to the upper realm. Before I depart, I shall take all the great sage realm experts under heaven with me. After I am gone, the Purple Chi Sacred Land will have to rely on you all. The river wind stirred Li Changxing's ink-black hair, his tone carrying a faint undertone of sorrow. Tiandu, the greatest rule of our Purple Chi Sacred Land for the past 3,000 years has been to fiercely protect our own. As long as you remain a disciple of the Purple Chi Sacred Land, no one will dare lay a hand on you, not even the ancient Desolation clans. His words gradually faded into the wind, and Li Changxing's towering figure vanished along with it. Watching Yu Tiandu, still lost in a dazed, Chen Fan gave him a swift kick straight into the large pit Lizai had dug. Yu Tiandu hadn't even registered what happened before he plummeted headfirst into the pit, covered head to toe in yellowish mud. Beside them, Nangong Yanyan, who had been holding an umbrella, didn't show a hint of anger. Instead, she covered her mouth and let out a soft giggle. After taking a face-first fall, Yu Tiandu finally came to his senses. Staring at the mud caked on his palms, he roared in fury, Chen Fan. Kicking off the ground, he burst out of the pit and was about to demand answers from Chen Fan when the latter spoke first. You owe me money, and now you're planning to bolt. This is what happens. Believe it or not, next time I'll bury you and that maid of yours together. Chen Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, wearing flip-flops, a threatening sneer playing on his lips. Hearing this, the fire in Yu Tiandu's heart was doused like water on flames. Unable to fight him and unable to outwit him, he gritted his teeth and turned to Nangong Yanyan, who was still chuckling, managing only a strained, "Let's go." If he couldn't beat him, he could certainly avoid him. Watching the retreating figures of Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanyan, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked within his spiritual sea Holy, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Within Chen Fan's spiritual sea, Holy stepped upon golden lotus flowers, each step rippling across the surface. While bending to pluck the blossoms, he spoke casually. You kid, your instinct for heavenly materials and earthly treasures is no less sharp than that of an adult treasure-hunting rat. The umbrella-carrying woman beside Yu Tiandu isn't human. She is a kind of immortal grass. The reason she holds that umbrella is because it completely conceals her aura. Wait till you have designs on that immortal grass. Holy manipulated the southern Ming separation fire to form a magnificent throne, settling himself upon it. If my guess is correct, that immortal grass has already developed feelings for Yu Tiandu. If you make a move on her, he might just fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan kept his hands in his pockets, glanced at Lizai beside him, and muttered under his breath, "Who would be interested in that woman? I was just wondering how many spirit stones I could fetch if I sold her." Hearing Chen Fan's muttering, Holy burst into hearty laughter from within the spiritual sea. "You kid, you really surprise me. Surprised by your handsomeness. Surprised by your sheer shamelessness." Days later, Colored clouds painted the horizon, their reflections shimmering on the heavenly river waters, resembling a breathtaking ink-wash landscape scroll. Beside the small wooden cabin, the scenery was uniquely serene. Break! A deafening crash echoed from within the cabin. A massive aura erupted from the surroundings. Chen Fan had broken through to the second stage of the Daneng realm. Pushing open the cabin door, he stepped to the rear. Upon the fine soft sand stood a colossal cauldron, its bronze body carved with auspicious dragons and phoenixes entwined with cloud patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious allure. Modeled after Chen Fan, Luzii wore round-framed glasses on his donkey head, dragged an iron chain in his hoof, and roared at the four divine ability great demons before the pill furnace Hia. Upon hearing the command, the four divine ability demons immediately activated their magical powers, unleashing their demonic flames. The four streams of fire converged at the base of the pill furnace. In no time, wavy green smoke rose like ethereal, immortal mist, shooting straight into the clouds. Inside the furnace, fierce flames churned, shifting through crimson, orange, yellow, and green in unpredictable patterns. With his other hoof, Luzii held a long fan to regulate the heat, his eyes focused with intense concentration. After roughly a quarter of an hour, the four divine ability demons were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the beach in a heap. Luzii parted his lips and quickly spat out a breath of thunder fire. Flames danced within the furnace, accompanied by rolling thunderclaps, much like a divine dragon writhing in the skies. The thunder boomed while the firelight glowed brilliantly. Lightning flashed across the furnace, strands of thunder weaving into a net that struck directly at the furnace's core. The power of thunder and fire was both fierce and pure, refining away every impurity from the medicinal herbs. Luzii remained unmoved, skillfully manipulating the thunder fire to temper the pills to perfection. With every strike of lightning, the temperature inside the furnace surged dramatically. Under the baptism of thunder and fire, the medicinal materials gradually merged, emanating a soul-captivating, extraordinary fragrance. Hee-haw! As the thunder fire gradually subsided, Luzii collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, groaning continuously. Only after the alchemy concluded did Chen Fan slowly approach the pill-refining donkey. Spotting Chen Fan, Luzii instantly scrambled to his feet, strutting over with an arrogant gait. Pointing a hoof at the furnace, he boasted, "Hee-haw-hee-haw." "Cut the crap," Chen Fan retorted. "Without me hauling four great demons proficient in fire arts from the heavenly river, you wouldn't have succeeded. Open it up now, so I can see how they turned out." Following that, Luzii stepped up to the furnace, held his breath, and focused his spirit. With a sharp crack, the lid was instantly thrown open. Thousands of third-rate pills lay quietly inside, their color resembling amber, their luster flowing like the purest gems forged between heaven and earth. With a sweep of his hoof, Luzii sent the pills soaring out of the furnace. They floated in the air, radiating dazzling brilliance like the stars in a vast sky. Seeing this, Chen Fan clapped Luzii firmly on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Luzii, you truly are a qualified pill-refining donkey. One furnace per year, enough to last a whole year." Luzii, equally proud, struck a pose with hands on his hips and laughed uproariously. Witnessing this scene, the four half-dead divine ability demons were so astonished their jaws nearly hit the ground. 3,000 pills produced in a single furnace. What immense talent was this? The striking part was that it was a donkey who had achieved it. It was simply unbelievable. Chen Fan and Luzii had divided the 3,000-plus pills to the last one. The four divine ability demons had only caught a whiff of the aroma, looking like beggars outside a restaurant, drooling endlessly. "This human and donkey are so stingy. Give us just one from all these, what's the harm? This is abuse." Pouting, the four demons silently roasted Chen Fan and Luzii over 100 times in their minds. "What are you staring at? Go fold those quilts for me." Chen Fan barked at the four great demons. Still limp on the ground, the four demons were so startled by the shout that every hair on their bodies stood on end. In a flash, they scurried into the small wooden cabin, dividing the chores, meticulously folding quilts, washing dishes, sweeping floors, and wiping tables. Woo-woo. The four demons sniffled quietly as they worked. They had never witnessed such abuse toward demons. It was nothing short of an insult to their dignity. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Luzii lounged in chairs, feeling the river breeze and enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea. Shortly after, a massive rift suddenly tore open in the sky. Boom. The once sunny sky instantly plunged into darkness, successive rumbles of thunder echoing relentlessly. A flying boat soared toward them, its momentum like a rainbow, exuding unparalleled domineering aura. The vessel's skeleton was crafted from a millennium-old divine wood, its roof tiled with dragon scales. Its overall structure was primitive, yet majestic, radiating the weathered charm accumulated through ancient eras. On both sides of the boat, wings resembling clouds hanging from the sky stretched, as if ready to take flight. They were painted with stars, the sun, and the moon dazzling to behold. As the boat moved, it seemed as though it drove the very rotation of celestial bodies. At the bow stood a massive banner embroidered with the character, "You," snapping loudly in the wind. "Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. Enough with the neighing, Luzii. It's just the ancient Desolation clans arriving." Come on, Earlsy, let's go see what kind of worthless creature this ancient primordial clan that devours people without spitting bones really is. MMA. After Earlsy made a hand seal to store the alchemy furnace into his abdomen, he followed closely behind Chen Fan's footsteps. One man and one donkey transformed into a streak of light soaring toward the purple Qi Holy Land. The four great demons with divine abilities in the small wooden cabin were overjoyed to see them leave. The four demons transformed into four streams of light and plunged into the 80,000-li heavenly river, fleeing desperately, as if their lives depended on it. For the sake of freedom, they decided to flee as far away as possible. They never wanted to see this man and his donkey again. Before long, the four streams of light rushed toward the territory controlled by the affiliated sects tens of thousands of li away from the purple Qi Holy Land. On the other side, everyone in the entire purple Qi Holy Land noticed this majestic flying ship. Wang Sen walked out of the scripture library, lightning flickering across his hands. His gaze was no longer sinister but carried a fierce fighting intent. Darkness falls, thunder approaches. With those words, Wang Sen vanished without a trace. A terrifying bolt of lightning streaked from the scripture library toward the purple Qi summit. Dong! The Qianyuan bell of the purple Qi Holy Land rang with a thunderous peal, its sound piercing the clouds and echoing beyond the heavens. Whether disciples and elders were in seclusion or not, all rushed toward the main hall upon hearing this sound. The purple Qi Holy Land had an unwritten rule: when the Qianyuan bell rings, a formidable enemy has arrived. In an instant, flying swords filled the skies above the purple Qi Holy Land. Silver light glimmered as sword shadows intertwined, resembling an inverted galaxy. Over 10,000 disciples stood tall, with heroic bearing, each gripping a sword and rising to defend their sect. At this moment, Chen Fan and Earlsy arrived. The man and his donkey came against the wind with unrestrained, bold postures. The tens of thousands of disciples, upon seeing this man and his donkey, felt their confidence greatly bolstered. "You've all come, I see." Chen Fan waved his hand around, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a powerful enemy at their gates, not a single person in the purple Qi Holy Land had fled. This demonstrated the people's hearts were steadfast. "Please, Saint, enter the great hall." The moment the 8 top disciples who had risen to become inner sect elites saw Chen Fan, they knelt on one knee and presented their flying swords. "We join in this request. Please, Saint, enter the great hall." Following the lead of these 8, the tens of thousands of disciples of the purple Qi Holy Land all extended their flying swords. Tens of thousands of flying swords glittered like stars suspended in the void, forming a staircase of blades leading to the heavens, where the sword points gleamed brilliantly, resembling a silver celestial river cascading down from the 9 heavens straight to the mortal realm. The sword stairs rose in orderly layers, each sword forged from refined steel, its blade gleaming with cold light, and its tip pointing directly toward the heart of heaven. The spacing between the swords was uniform, as if carefully arranged, with each level serving as a step toward the purple Qi Great Hall. Witnessing this spectacle, both Chen Fan and Earlsy were momentarily stunned. Neither the man nor the donkey had imagined they held such a lofty position within the purple Qi Holy Land. What they didn't realize was that the disciples of the purple Qi Holy Land had already begun viewing Chen Fan as the next Li Changxing. Though everyone knew Chen Fan had a thick face, it in no way diminished his future invincibility across all realms, nor did it dampen their reverence for him. How can one refuse such overwhelming enthusiasm? "Come on, Earlsy." Chen Fan waved his sleeve and stepped onto the sword stairs, walking step by step toward the purple Qi Great Hall, while scattering high-grade spirit crystals along the way. Earlsy behind him was even more extravagant. In such a grand display, Earlsy did not want to lose face either. He scattered the pills he had refined recklessly, as if they cost nothing. The gathered disciples looked at the spirit crystals and pills in their hands, thinking to themselves, "Forgive us, Holy Master. From now on we must follow the saint. Can't help it, the saint gives too much." Chen Fan climbed each step, releasing his aura without any reservation. When he reached the foremost position, he paused momentarily. Looking up, he saw Xiao Lin in the left, his black robes fluttering gracefully in the air, while Yu Tiandu and Nangong Yanran stood to the right. "Please, Saint, enter the great hall." Xiao Lin summoned, his dark heavy ruler personally crafting steps for Chen Fan. Yu Tiandu took a deep breath, smashed a massive boulder with 3 punches, then lifted the boulder with one hand and shouted, "Please, Saint, enter the great hall." After Chen Fan exchanged glances with the two of them, he strode forward. Gazing at Chen Fan's retreating figure, Yu Tiandu murmured, "What harm is there in me?" Yu Tiandu serving as the scripture storage elder for Chen Fan. From within his black robes, Xiao Lin observed Chen Fan striding forward with such spirited vigor and smiled foolishly. "Indeed, my senior brother is worthy of being called unparalleled in the world." Many female disciples among the crowd gazed at Chen Fan in utter fascination, with Lu Rian sinking deeper and unable to pull herself away. Even Wu Xian'er, who prided herself on being unique beneath the sun and moon, had to acknowledge that the present Chen Fan truly possessed unmatched magnificence. Such a magnificent spectacle, how utterly soul-stirring, that even the 10 elders within the purple Qi Great Hall couldn't help but exclaim, Our purple chi Holy Land's people's hearts are steadfast. The saint has unknowingly gained such people's hearts. He truly lives up to the Holy Master's expectations. 1,000 swords serve as stairs. How magnificently grand the saint truly is. As Chen Fan approached slowly, all the elders rejoiced, except for the second elder, who tightly clenched his fist, hiding a lurking murderous intent. Greetings, saint. The group of elders bowed to Chen Fan, with perfect precision, their movements identical to when they had bowed to Li Changsheng. Observing this scene from the Purple Chi summit, Li Changsheng felt both elated and troubled. This kid's trying to seize power and usurp the throne. I'm not dead yet, am I? Forget it, it's all his eventually. After Chen Fan and Earlsy entered the great hall, the tens of thousands of disciples descended onto the vast plaza before the hall. At this moment, the flying ship in the heavens stopped at the perimeter of the Purple Chi Holy Land. At the fore of the flying ship stood a rugged man, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with contempt. In his heart existed a belief: sacred lands endure for 1,000 years, but ancient primordial clans last for 10,000. Therefore he had never truly regarded the Purple Chi Holy Land. The only person he genuinely respected was Li Changsheng alone. He stopped his flying ship at the Purple Chi Holy Land's periphery merely to give face to Li Changsheng. Yu Xinji stood as majestic as a mountain before the flying ship, sword-like brows shooting into his temples, eyes bright as stars, exuding an imposing aura of supreme dominance even without anger. I am Yu Xinji. Today I come to reclaim the tyrant blood. Hand over that unfilial son, or in an instant I shall reduce the entire Purple Chi Holy Land to ashes. His voice exploded like thunder, deafening all who heard it. Each word fell like precious metals and stones, striking the ground, shaking the hearts of all. The supreme might contained within his voice seemed capable of shattering mountains and trembling rivers, leaving none daring to disobey. Witnessing this, Yu Tiandu's breathing grew rapid, his robust body trembling continuously, eyes blood red, killing intent solidifying into tangible form. At this moment, Chen Fan's large hand pressed down on the agitated Yu Tiandu, saying, "Don't be impatient. Wait for my master." Before Chen Fan's words even finished, a domineering voice rang out across the Purple Chi Holy Land. "Yu Xinji, what bold audacity you have." From the Purple Chi summit, a sword came from the west. A single cyan robe fluttered gently in the wind, resembling a fallen immortal descending to the mortal world. Upon the cyan robe, the patterns were simple, yet faintly radiated traces of sword energy. Li Changsheng's brows radiated sword energy, his gaze cold and profound as autumn waters. His hair danced in the wind, untamed yet tinged with a thread of aloofness. The Holy Master has arrived. Some sharp-eyed disciple of the Purple Chi Holy Land was the first to cry out. The Holy Lord has arrived. With the shouts of the disciples, Li Changsheng appeared in the Purple Chi Grand Hall clad in a green robe. After scanning the crowd, Li Changsheng turned his gaze toward the heavens. Meanwhile, Yu Xinji aboard the flying vessel watched him with grave alarm. In that fleeting instant, Yu Xinji detected that Li Changsheng's sword aura remained laced with lethal intent, contradicting the rumors of grievous injury. Li Changsheng, surrender, Yu Tiandu. Yu Xinji's eyes flickered with apprehension as he crossed his arms, his voice lacking the power it once carried. Li Changsheng raised his gaze, and with a mere thought he materialized before Yu Xinji. His spiritual sense swept across the ancient vessel, revealing over 1,000 powerful cultivators aboard. 80+ holy masters, 30 Dragon Gate realm experts, and 3 half-saints. Such an impressive formation. It seems you are determined to take Yu Tiandu today, Yu Xinji. Despite the overwhelming strength arrayed against him, Li Changsheng's tone remained sharp and unyielding, his voice cutting through the tension with challenges. Looking at Li Changsheng before him, Yu Xinji sneered and roared. He is my blood. I have come to bring him home. Do you think you can stop me? Do you still believe I am the same Yu Xinji whose Dao heart was shattered by your 13 sword strikes all those years ago? I have already reached the half-step great sage realm. Now in his middle years, Yu Xinji's hysteria stemmed not from instability, but from the inner demon he had carried since youth, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng harbored deep contempt for Yu Xinji, who had abandoned his wife and child. Coldly he said, "What manner of thing are you? Do you dare compare yourself to me, Li Changsheng? Yu Tiandu belongs to our Purple Chi Holy Land. You will not take him today, not even if the heavens themselves came. It is I, Li Changsheng, who speaks these words." As his words fell, a shimmering light emerged in Li Changsheng's palm, cascading across the entire Purple Chi Holy Land. In an instant, a massive banner materialized above the Purple Chi Holy Land, and as it swept through the air, a fearsome formation encircled the sacred grounds. Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Grand Formation. It is the protective formation of our Purple Chi Holy Land. The assembled elders gasped in awe as they beheld the banner. When the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Grand Formation activated, the surrounding world seemed to sense the awakening of this immense power. Clouds darkened and winds shifted as heaven and earth fell silent. Above the clouds, dense black masses spilled like ink across the sky, swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, until day became indistinguishable from night. Fierce gales erupted, whipping up swirling dust, and sand that bent beasts to the ground and fractured mountains and boulders alike. Lightning tore through the heavens in a cacophony of thunder, its silver serpentine flashes seeming to rend the very fabric of sky and earth. Each bolt illuminated the green-robed figure hovering above the purple Qi holy land. Chen Fan and the donkey, one man and one beast, stood transfixed by the spectacle. A lone figure in green robes faced a sky-darkening flying vessel, one barely 9 feet tall, the other stretching 10,000 zhang into the heavens. Yet that solitary figure's aura pressed down upon everyone aboard the vessel, stealing their breath. Li Changxing, does my ancient clan fear one man? Yu Xinji's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, for Li Changxing's legend had long echoed through the cultivation world. Even with his family's considerable strength arrayed against him, confronting Li Changxing still filled him with dread. And what of this old man? A voice thundered forth, wrapped in dozens of lightning strikes crashing like divine bolts from the highest heavens and reverberating across the sky. Who approaches? An elder emerged from behind Yu Xinji and bellowed toward the source of the sound. In that instant, a massive figure descended from above the purple Qi holy land. Heaven's thunder shakes the firmament, 5 thunderbolts strike the head and set the cosmos right. I am Wang San, true lord of 10,000 lightning methods. He strode to Li Changxing's side, his hand bound in 9 arcs of violet lightning paunch, prominent, utterly dismissive of the Yu family. The true lord of lightning arts. A prodigy of the lightning path, unmatched in a millennium. Is he truly still living? Was he not said to have died? A century ago he ascended to the flight realm. By now he must have reached the legendary great sage stage. Upon hearing Wang San's words, the Yu family members lost all composure. Practitioners of the lightning path were known for their fiery tempers. When Wang San first emerged into the cultivation world, he had eradicated 3 great powers of the demonic sect, with a single finger of thunder, later claiming the title of Supreme Lightning Master through his own strength alone. A reputation truly fearsome. Though the ancient clans scorned worldly affairs, that did not mean they ignored major events. They maintained their own measures for judging whom to provoke and whom to leave untouched. I say it once more. Hand over Yu Tiandu. Noticing his clansmen wavering, Yu Xinji silently donned a pair of gauntlets. These were supreme treasures said to be the legacy of an emperor, passed down through generations of the Yu family. The legacy of an emperor. That old dog Yu Xinji intends to challenge the Holy Lord himself. Upon seeing the gauntlets, Yu Tiandu's heart clenched with worry, his eyes flickering with fear. Beside him, Air Luzi tapped his shoulder and grunted. Yu Tiandu turned to see Air Luzi wearing round-framed glasses, his gray-white ears drooping, those full sensual lips curled into a hook-like grin. Brother Donkey, are you telling me not to worry? Very well. If even you have such faith in the Holy Lord, then I should as well. After all, the Holy Lord endures through eternity. The tension in the heavens mounted thick, with unseen currents ready to erupt. The air crackled with hostility, and the elders and disciples of the Purple Qi Holy Land waited for Li Changxing and Wang San to make their move. Aboard the vessel, the Yu clan awaited Yu Xinji's strike. Li Changxing, this time I shall not fall. In a heartbeat, Yu Xinji struck with ferocious intent, not merely for Yu Tiandu, but for the younger self he once was. Since you seek a fight, Li Changxing replied, then fight. Qingping. Li Changxing summoned his natal flying sword, and as he moved, his form dissolved into a blade of light. Twang. The sword tip pierced the air with a piercing screech. With one strike, Li Changxing concentrated 10,000 threads of sword qi into a massive blade aura. The clash between them shattered the stalemate. Wang San struck first, sending 10 Dragon Gate cultivators flying with a kick, while dragging over 30 Holy Master opponents upward into the 10,000-meter sky. Meanwhile, an elder at the Dragon Gate level on the Yu family vessel focused his energy, forming hand seals to activate the ship's hidden techniques. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance coalesced at the bow of the vessel, blazing like a star. The light of breakthrough forged from the essence of heaven and earth. Break! With a sharp utterance from the elder, the breakthrough light surged from the ship, cutting through space and time like a beam of illumination, striking directly at the formation flag hovering above the Purple Qi Holy Land. The 10 elders of the Purple Qi Holy Land exchanged glances before surging toward the vessel in unison. Elder Lu Qibian of the Myriad Affairs Pavilion bellowed, "All disciples heed my command. Form the 3,000 sword array." In an instant, winds erupted and clouds swirled as sword hums roared across the sky above the Purple Qi Holy Land. Over 10,000 disciples swung their blades in unison, creating a sight as vast as the ocean itself. At the point of each blade, cold light flashed like frost and snow blanketing the earth. The sweeping arcs of steel carried momentum as tremendous as collapsing mountains and reversed rivers. Chen Fan stomped his slipper and pointed at the Yu clan members in the sky, roaring, "Let's fucking do this." A man, a donkey, and a horse led the way as Chen Fan's Da Huang dragon halberd suddenly materialized in his hand. Go! Chen Fan hurled it forward with all his strength. The halberd tore through the air with a deafening crack, its velocity akin to a wildly galloping divine dragon. Clang! The dragon halberd struck straight into the mainmast of the Yu clan's flying vessel, a mast that would require 3 people to embrace. The very next moment Chen Fan appeared perched atop the halberd's tail, and his toes lightly grazing the weapon arms hanging naturally at his sides. Gazing down at the thousands of mighty cultivators from the Yu clan, Chen Fan bared his teeth in a manic grin and roared, "You have been surrounded by me." The Yu clan disciples looked up at Chen Fan, hovering in midair, their eyes burning with restless anticipation. "Presumptuous brat, I shall kill you. How arrogant. Do you take us for the ancient clan of Huanggu and think us utterly powerless?" As descendants of an ancient prestigious clan, each of them was a towering genius capable of elevating any sacred land to greatness. Yet it was that pair of scornful eyes of Chen Fan's that rankled them the most. A mere young master of a sacred land, yet speaking so arrogantly, uttering such reckless blasphemy, truly blind to his own mortality. With those words spoken, thousands of Yu clan disciples surged forth like arrows loosed from a bow, leaping from the flying vessel and pressing their attack upon Chen Fan and Air Lotzi with irresistible momentum. Chen Fan stamped his foot upon the Da Huang dragon halberd, bending it into a crescent moon shape, then launched himself upward with a tremendous rebounding force, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. His black-framed glasses were swept away by the fierce gale, revealing Chen Fan's pair of snow-white eyes. Though unable to see anything with those eyes, Chen Fan's divine sense still encompassed the entire battlefield with perfect clarity. After spinning rapidly through the air several times, the Da Huang dragon halberd transformed into a streak of brilliant light and flew back toward Chen Fan. Meanwhile, the thousands of Yu clan masters followed the halberd's trajectory, also ascending toward the 10,000-meter heights. Da Huang, star-plucking hand. Witnessing this, Chen Fan brought his palm down in a single strike. A resplendent beam of light slashed across the vast sky as if a celestial god had descended among mortals. Above the 10,000-meter heavens, a colossal hand radiating an otherworldly glow descended rapidly from the location where Chen Fan stood, its momentum as crushing as Mount Tai pressing down upon the earth, carrying an overwhelmingly domineering aura of suffocation. Retreat. Quick retreat. As the Yu clan disciples beheld the enormous hand descending from the sky, terror gripped their faces, and they scattered in every direction, fleeing for their lives. Seeing this, a smirk of satisfaction curved Chen Fan's lips. Standing on one foot amid the firmament like a deity, he extended a single finger. "Shaolinzi, Yu Tiandu, Guishi, and also Wu Xianer, annihilate these scum for me." As Chen Fan issued his command, Yu Tiandu felt his very blood boil with fury. His fists clenched tight, as though grasping the sun, moon, and stars themselves. His knuckles were forged like iron, his sinews bulging like coiled, furious dragons, perpetually poised to unleash the entirety of his heaven's domineering physique. Fierce wind howled around his fists, the very air trembling in response. An invisible pressure field erupted from his center, radiating outward in every direction. "Yu Tiandu receives your command." In this moment, Yu Tiandu had waited far too long. The death of that gentle woman had remained an unhealed wound in the depths of his heart, a barrier he could never cross. Kill, kill, kill. Yu Tiandu's entire body burned with blazing blood. Each step he took shattered the colossal stone bricks before the main hall as he charged toward the heavens. Yu Tiandu. You good for nothing, you dare come kill us. Do you not know how exquisite the taste of your own mother's blood was? Ha! The Yu clan youth showed no fear before Yu Tiandu. After all, everyone in the Yu clan knew that Yu Tiandu was a crippled waste, bullied since childhood, and his mother reduced to blood rations for the entire clan. Even though he had now entered the purple cheese sacred land, what of it? Could a fish truly transform into a dragon? Upon hearing these words, Yu Tiandu trembled with rage. His mother, that was the one inviolable scale upon his back, the one place he could not bear to be touched. For the dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it and death is certain. His fists clenched tightly, and with each swing wind and thunder followed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yu clan disciples were crushed and killed. Yu Tiandu's assault was extraordinarily vicious, attacking relentlessly, without any defense, his eyes already bloodshot with killing intent. 3 Light Fire Lotus. A figure cloaked in black robes appeared instantly behind Yu Tiandu, wielding a lotus of exotic flame. I shall aid you. Yu Tiandu and Xiao Lin stood back to back, each exposing his rear to the other without hesitation. Yu Tiandu trusted that Chen Fan would never misjudge a person. Xiao Lin also trusted that Chen Fan would never side with the wrong man. At the same moment, the white-clad Guishi and Wu Xianer joined forces, holding off another 500 to 600 Yu clan disciples, preventing them from reinforcing the battlefield where Yu Tiandu fought. Oh, my poor dear brother. Do you know how exquisitely sweet the heart of your concubine mother tasted? Do you know that my heaven's domineering physique has already surpassed our distant ancestors? Today you shall all die. As those words fell from his lips, upon the second floor of the flying vessel, a stern young man stepped forward, each stride of his 7-star step covering 1,000 meters. Flanking him on either side stood a man and a woman, both peerless geniuses of the Yu clan. This Lord Mu Tianxia, young master of the Yu clan, When the age of reincarnation comes, speak my name, and I shall grant you a future life. With those words, Yu Tianxia, accompanied by the two Yu clan prodigies, charged directly toward Yu Tiandu's position. Clang! Without warning, a domineering halberd materialized out of nowhere, intercepting the three of them. Even a stray dog dares to block me, Yu Tianxia. Seeking death. Yu Tianxia saw Chen Fan slowly approaching, his lips curling into a vicious sneer as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan swept his wide sleeve, and a star-plucking giant hand dragged Yu Tiandu's body out from the fray. A subtle glance passed through Chen Fan's eyes, and Lotzi, understanding the signal, immediately dashed toward Shaolin to shoulder some of the pressure. Yu Tiandu glanced back at Lotzi's departing figure, concern flickering in his gaze. Fear not. Lotzi is far more durable than you are. What remains for you now is to settle this once and for all with your beast of a brother. I promise no one shall disturb you. Not even that escort hiding upon the second floor of the flying vessel to protect your bastard brother. I will hold them back. If you lose, I myself will slay you where you stand. Yu Tiandu glanced at Chen Fan beside him and silently whispered a word of gratitude. Then his brows lifted with unyielding resolve. Young master, fear not. If I, Yu Tiandu, suffer defeat, I shall take my own life to answer for my failure. Yu Tianxia sneered, coldly gestured to the two Yu clan prodigies beside him, and set his feet upon the 7-star step, charging toward Yu Tiandu. In an instant, Yu Tiandu and Yu Tianxia clashed fiercely upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, the two Yu clan prodigies nearby turned their killing gaze toward Chen Fan. You foam of the Yu clan. You lay of the Yu clan. We bid you farewell to this world. Chen Fan observed the two who had attacked him first, raising a hand slightly and blinking. Two scoundrels at the 9th heaven of Danong. Who dare chatter before me, Chen Fan? Willy. Chen Fan stood with both hands clasped behind his back and simply moved his lips, calling out a single word. Here. A crisp, ethereal voice responded. Behind Chen Fan, a wisp of cyan-white flame suddenly erupted, and in the next moment, that single flame blossomed into an immense sea of fire. The blazing light shot skyward, illuminating the entire firmament, as though intent on melting all things within heaven and earth into this boundless searing heat. The power of the southern Ming severing flame continued to expand, dyeing the entire sky an eerie crimson red, a color resembling fresh blood striking dread into every heart that beheld it. The air grew thick with scorching heat, every breath felt as though drawing in flames, suffocating and unbearable. Within the sea of fire, the two Yu clan prodigies let out agonizing screams. They strained with all their might to break free from the flame's grasp, but the southern Ming severing flame clung to them like a parasite rooted to bone. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. As the flames devoured them, their bodies grew thin as paper on the verge of death. Upon the second floor of the flying vessel, the two cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm could no longer remain idle. You dare, you brat. Two experts at the Longmen realm flew out from the second floor of the flying boat. The Yu family's Shenzhou realm expert and the Longmen realm experts were basically tied up by the 3,000 sword formation and the top experts from the Purple Qi Sacred Land. But the experts from the Purple Qi Sacred Land were also tied up with no time to spare, sending reinforcements to Chen Fan. This is bad. The Sacred Sun is in danger. Lu Qibian, commanding the 3,000 sword formation, gripped his hands tightly until his knuckles turned white and shouted loudly. Is Chen Fan going to die? Gu Yishi, engaged in fierce combat with the Yu family members nearby, felt a pang of regret upon witnessing the scene. Alas, to never have truly clashed with him. What a regret for this life. Such an unparalleled figure in the end is destined to perish. As expected, a genius who never grows up is merely someone else's prey. Wu Xianer's lips parted slightly, and a sigh drifted out like an orchid's fragrance, carrying faint sorrow and endless thoughts echoing gently in the air. Elder Imo, take possession and save my senior brother. Shaolin, seeing the situation, screamed desperately to the old man in his ring, while simultaneously releasing the puppet forged from the corpse of the demon lord of the unparalleled demonic technique. Elder Imo within the ring did not waste words, immediately preparing to take possession, though he had no full confidence in rescuing Chen Fan against two peak Longmen realm experts. Yet since Shaolin had pleaded, what harm was there in trying? Moreover, he had always harbored some fondness for someone as audacious as Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, just as a trace of icy cold flame began to emerge from Shaolin's body, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. That dragon's roar sounded like thunder rolling across the sky, akin to a 1,000-fathom waterfall cascading down, stirring up countless waves. Dragon's cry. Upon hearing that piercing dragon cry, Lu Qibian finally relaxed his worried heart. He quickly reorganized the disciples of the Purple Qi Sacred Land to deploy the 3,000 sword formation again. After hearing this dragon cry, Chen Fan flipped off the two Longmen realm experts with his middle finger and taunted, my big brother is here. Aren't you two running yet? Kill him before the dragon venerable arrives. The two Yu family experts at the Longmen realm exchanged glances and with tacit understanding rushed toward Chen Fan to kill him. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a grimace, and with a shake of his hands, four terrifying Dharma idols appeared instantly behind him. The chaotic seed green lotus, the immortal king, descends upon the 9 heavens. The bright moon rises above the sea, the 9-life slaughter immortal. In an instant all eyes were drawn to these terrifying phenomena. They saw an immortal king whose face was obscured, draped in robes woven from the sun, moon, and stars, wearing a purple gold crown, and standing on auspicious clouds slowly ascending. His million-jong form was surrounded by 7-colored radiance, brilliant light, shooting straight into the clouds, making the entire sky appear dreamlike and illusory. They also saw a green lotus blooming with cyan light, its petals unfolding slowly like carved kingfisher jade, layer upon layer, emitting traces of faint chaotic energy. As the flower opened, heaven and earth seemed to change color with sheets of cyan light falling like the first light of dawn. A great moon stood across the sky, and in that instant sea and sky merged into one color without a trace of mortal dust. Just as everyone was stunned and at a loss by this scene, another terrifying light erupted from the firmament. They saw a 9-life slaughter immortal with his back to the mortal world, long hair cascading over his shoulders, wild in the wind, every strand seeming to contain boundless killing intent. This. 4 great phenomena. Who exactly is he? Could this sacred son of the purple cheese sacred land be an ancient, great emperor? Upon seeing this, the faces of the Yu family members suddenly changed, freezing in place like stone carvings, their horror plainly visible. Thousands of people had their pupils dilated, their gazes unfocused, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. Even Yu Xinji, who was battling Li Changsheng at the highest point of the sky, was startled by this terrifying sight and exclaimed it was impossible. What's impossible about it? I, Li Changsheng, am invincible under heaven, and naturally my disciple is also invincible. No, he should be even stronger than me. He is destined to be invincible for all eternity. With a shake of Li Changsheng's blue robe, hundreds of terrifying sword intentions surged forth. With a wave of his great hand, the sword Dao of the world was monopolized in 9 Do. At all costs, kill him. Yu Xinji transmitted his voice across 10,000 miles to the 2 Longmen realm clansmen below. After Li Changsheng discerned the situation, he snorted coldly, and with a single strike of his Qingping sword severed Yu Xinji's arm. Yu Xinji cried out in pain and poured all his strength into channeling the domineering blood within him, charging at Li Changsheng recklessly. If I can't kill you, Li Changsheng, then I'll make you watch your disciple die right before your eyes. Below, the 2 Yu family guardians at the Longmen realm, upon receiving the order, actually chose to consume 2 extremely precious 8th-grade pills, death sacrifice pills. After consuming the death sacrifice pill, one's strength could be greatly enhanced, boosting both of their cultivation to the Yuhua realm. But the consequence was that both would lose their souls and scatter after 1 stick of incense. 1 stick of incense is enough. For the family, let's risk it. The 2 guardians let out a long howl and transformed into 2 terrifying streams of light, charging toward Chen Fan, who was surrounded by the 4 great phenomena. Seeing this, a trace of panic flashed through Chen Fan's heart. Although the phenomena were formidable, they couldn't bridge the gap of 3 major realms. At this moment, a great dragon soared into the sky, its colors interwoven in cyan and white, its body moving like a swimming dragon, playing in the water coming from the 80,000-li heavenly river on the waves. They saw a cyan-white great dragon approximately 100 zhang in length, its dragon scales gleaming with a cold luster like the shimmering waves upon the emerald waters. It raised its head high, its dragon horns towering, pointing directly at the firmament as an indescribable majesty spread outward. Touch my sworn brother. Did you ask me first? As soon as these words fell, the 80,000-li heavenly river actually began flowing upward against the sky. The waters of the 80,000-li heavenly river surged upstream, rolling backward toward the heavens, a sight so shocking it left people dumbfounded. Dragon Venerable. The Dragon Venerable is really our sacred son's big brother. This sacred son's connections are too terrifying. In the sky, dark clouds parted and sunlight pierced through the thick layers of clouds, shining upon the Dragon Venerable. His cyan-white scales reflected dazzling radiance like a deity descending to the mortal realm, majestic and unconquerable. The cyan-white Dragon Venerable came treading on waves, causing the magnificent spectacle of the 80,000-li heavenly river flowing backward toward the heavens, which made the 2 Yu family guardians hold their breath, daring not to act rashly. The Dragon Venerable's deep eyes turned toward Chen Fan, his gaze filled with shock and expectation, even a hint of hope. Perhaps the fate of Sanyuan can be changed because of him. Seeing the Dragon Venerable coming to rescue, Chen Fan clasped his hands together and hurried forward. Big brother. This little brother is simply endlessly grateful. From now on we brothers will share blessings and let you bear all the hardships. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Venerable snorted through his nose, rolled his eyes, and exhaled 2 streams of white qi. Old man came to help you for Sun Yuan's sake. You brat, you shattered my son Quanglong's Dao heart and humiliated Yulong so badly that if it weren't for Sun Yuan, do you think I would come help you? Remember, you owe me a favor, and I only hope that in the future you can properly protect Sanyuan. After hearing the Dragon Venerable's words, Chen Fan made an okay gesture and said, leave it to me. Even if you die, no one in the world will dare to bully Sanyuan. Hearing Chen Fan's assurance, "You kid, you speak so damn unpleasantly." A pair of terrifying lights flashed across the Dragon Venerable's hands, instantly killing the two Yu family guardians.